Chapter 21. Paul. Hundreds of interwoven thoughts and questions froze in Johnny's mouth as Liev led the way through the city. How is she here? He thought. Is this why Shane sent me? At the center of the web of tents stood a single white tower made of fiberglass and steel. Johnny had noticed it in the brief circle he had spun in his glance outdoors, but only up close did he realize how massive and out of place it felt surrounded by so many temporary structures. The core was old and permanent. Someone had very obviously placed it as a flagstone for Atlas to expand around. Its technology was more sophisticated, still having a frantic look and feel of having been hastily assembled, but the lights were more stylized. The floors were more than plastic tarp. The irony of the core's cylindrical shape was not lost on him. Most notable of all, the building had walls and elevators. Liev led him to a single cage shaft set up in the center of a hub landing, around which dozens of tented tunnels sprawled out like an anemone. Johnny counted 12 floors before the lift finally came to a stop at what he assumed to be the top. A man was waiting to enter. "Liev," he said, somewhat surprised. His brown eyes raised in contrast to his dyed white hair as he turned to look at Johnny. "Well, that means..." "This is him," Liev replied. "Clear in the flesh." "Jesus Christ," the man muttered. Johnny restrained his grimace. The pair exchanged spots with the man as he continued staring at Johnny. "Where's Max?" Liev asked aloud, pressing the bottom floor in a courteous gesture. "Still in Belgium," the man explained. "Two more apparently leaving France fairly soon." "At this rate, we'll need a second city," Liev joked. "Tell me about it," the man answered. "Keeps us busy, though." The elevator door started to close. "Nice to meet you, John." Liev turned as soon as the lift was shut, once again guiding Johnny around a maze of oddly placed rooms. "Dan Stiegel," he explained. "He works network engineering. His husband, Max, is part of our European recovery team." Johnny gave no acknowledgement as he tried to mentally map the floor in his mind, combined with the weight of Tab's prone body still waiting for his decision somewhere in the labyrinth below. "What's the matter, John?" Liev stopped, turning his head inquisitively. "What?" Johnny stuttered, pulled out of his trance. "Not a lot of male couples in Tylersville?" Johnny looked at him, surprised at the question. "What?" he repeated. "What are you talking about?" "You look a little surprised, that's all," Liev went on. Johnny was puzzled by the shift in conversation. All he managed to say was, I'm a Christian." "Yeah, and I'm Jewish," Liev exclaimed. "We got the same books you do. Doesn't mean you have to be a bigot about the things you don't like." Johnny stared at him perplexed. "You just told me I have to choose whether my mom lives or dies, and now you're accusing me of that?" Liev shrugged. "We went over this," he sighed. "She's not your mother." Johnny couldn't stop himself from laughing. "Not my mother?" he choked. "She's the woman who raised me. You, of all people, should understand what?" Liev raised. "You think you know anything about me?" "Coming here?" Johnny explained. "Your loyalties lie with Atlas." Liev smirked. "What, you think I owe this place anything just because they gave me my memories back?" He shook his head. "I'm not Paul's lackey just because he saved my life or something. That's the difference between you and me, John. I choose to serve Atlas." Johnny nodded defensively. "So that's what this is about, huh?" he recognized. "You all think you're higher and mightier than we are because you've created your own sense of autonomy?" Liev gave a disappointed smirk. "This place is going to eat you alive." He continued walking, an even more confused Johnny following in his wake. "What's that supposed to mean?" he raised. "Shane said the longest I'd be here is 3 months. Shane's not in charge here," Liev replied, not missing a step. "Paul is." Liev followed the pattern in the carpet around the corner, where a large sitting room was occupied by a single man on his knees, carefully trimming the extremities of a bonsai. Johnny stopped in his tracks. He was far older than Johnny had expected, with a bald head and wrinkled face placing him anywhere from his late 60s to early 80s. He looked up as soon as they entered his periphery, a look of wonder crossing his face at the sight of Johnny. "Oh, wow," he sighed in a deep hum. He remained on his knees, frozen for several seconds, before the surprise disappeared and he pulled himself cautiously to his feet. "Johnny Sparks," he welcomed, wiping his hands on a towel before reaching out to shake Johnny's. "It's an honor." Several questions flashed through Johnny's mind. Why is it an honor? Who are you? How did you find Tab before the company? Instead, a different question flooded out of his mouth. How are you alive? Both the man and Liev stared at him awkwardly. "I beg your pardon?" the man choked. Johnny blushed, trying to explain his question. "You're one of us, aren't you?" he intoned. "Members of the company don't live past 60. The man smiled a genuine smile. "But I'm not a member of the company, am I?" he noted. "At least not anymore." He cracked a knuckle to reset the offer of a handshake. Paul Oberon. Johnny tried to rack his brain for the name. It sounded so familiar, yet his mental files were struggling to connect the dots on where he had heard even the surname before. The drug, he recalled, thinking back to the tubes in his arms less than an hour ago, certain whatever had reversed his invisibility was still affecting his memory. That, or the stress was starting to wear on him. Johnny took the hand and shook it. "Please," the man gestured to one of the couches. "Sit." Johnny obeyed, following Paul's own cue as he sat opposite the bonsai table. Liev remained standing, an awkward observer off to the right. "I'm sure you have plenty of questions beyond just my age," the man offered. "How did Tab end up in your hospital?" Johnny started. Paul stretched his neck around the unbuttoned shirt collar below his blue sweater, preparing himself for a long line of questioning. "That's somehow both a very long and very uncomplicated story," he pronounced. "As you saw, she escaped the original attack on her caravan with severe injuries. We're assuming she left the wreckage fearing capture from Islamic State forces before making it as far as she could, before attempting contact with the nearest outpost. Perhaps fortunate for her, the transmission didn't reach the army, but was instead picked up by one of our kids here, who has the rather unique ability to detect radio frequencies for thousands of miles all around." Paul's eyes brightened just a slighter shade of brown. "Could you imagine? Talk about hearing voices in your head." He waited for Johnny to give some kind of reaction. Instead, he remained stoic, and Paul went on. "One of our outreach teams found her unconscious and clinging to life in the middle of the desert. So we brought her here, where she's been ever since." Johnny eyed him cautiously over the table. "How'd you know who she was?" he asked. "Oh, we didn't," Paul explained. "We figured she was a regular caught in a rough situation, and as the good Samaritans that we are, attempted to nurse her back to health before returning her as inconspicuously as possible to a hospital in Erbil. Of course, we were forced to amputate 3 of her limbs, during which we naturally had to identify her blood. That's where we discovered she was carrying the gene." "And then what, you decided to keep her?" Johnny raised aggressively. "How'd you know she was my mom?" "She's not your mom," Liev croaked again. Johnny shared his irritated glance with Paul, who held up his hand to stop Johnny from speaking. "Liev, please," he said. "Why don't you leave us for a bit? Go find the professor and send him this way." Without as much as a change in his expression, the boy turned on the spot and disappeared around the corner. Paul watched cautiously for a few moments, apparently making sure he was out of earshot. "He's helpful where he's needed," Paul pointed, staring at the opening reflectively before returning his attention to Johnny. "Which I suppose is a nicer way of saying he serves his purpose." Johnny found himself smiling, relieved the boy was finally gone. "But to answer your question," Paul went on, "she still had on her uniform and tags. Identifying her was easy. The connection to you came about when we researched her in the IREA's databanks." Johnny frowned. "How do you have access to those?" Paul returned his concern with a malicious grin. "The same way we got you here so efficiently," he declared. "How do you think we know where to find the dismissed?" Johnny felt his face whiten. Fear swept over him, thinking about the safety of his friends. "A spy," he coughed. "Someone's feeding you information from the inside." Paul held up his palms in congratulations. "Bold of you to assume there's only one." "But how?" Johnny paused. "We'd know if something got out. That's why we were sent to China to begin with." "Would you?" Paul asked. "A rule for you to understand about the real world, John. Any information can be traded, no matter how small." Johnny looked around the room. "For what?" he wondered aloud. "What could you possibly offer them from a place like this?" Paul took the insult on the chin. "Rule 2, he added. "Don't assume money is the only catalyst for allegiance." Johnny felt a deep breath catch in his throat. "Blackmail?" he whispered. Paul shook his head, disappointment showing plainly in his expression. "I think we need to reset your opinion of what Atlas is," he sighed. "We're not villains." "You take in criminals and steal information from the company for your own benefit," Johnny listed. "You have my mother tied to a bed waiting for me to show up and put a price on her life. How are you not the villains?" Was George Washington a villain for disobeying the laws of Parliament and declaring war against Great Britain? Paul continued without missing a beat. Was Jesus the villain for breaking the laws of the Sanhedrin? "So that's who you think you are?" Johnny moaned. "The second coming of Christ?" "Well, I'm saying nothing of the sort," Paul replied plainly. "I'm simply giving examples of when the ends justify the means." "The means," Johnny repeated. "To kidnap and blackmail for some kind of secret rebellion?" "What makes you think it's such a secret?" Johnny rolled his eyes. "Don't think I haven't pieced together why everything here is temporary." Paul shrugged. "It's temporary because it's cheap. Some of us are wise enough to understand that power doesn't need to be proven with useless opulence." He raised his eyes reflectively. I grew up in Taylorsville, Johnny. I know how you people spend your blood money. And now you're here, Johnny growled, gesturing to the tree in the center of the table. Missing on your useless opulence. Paul was quick with his tongue. A man's personal interests are his own to indulge, he defended. Even a socialist can understand the need for human individuality. A socialist? A criminal? A kidnapper? Every single accusation you raise is taken in the context that you're still back in Wyoming, Paul laughed. Would you rather I let Tabitha die of blood loss and exposure in Iraq? I would rather you explain to me why you need me to make my choice, Johnny revealed. If you know so much about me, you should already know it. Paul smiled, as if they had come to some kind of breakthrough. I know the person you're presenting yourself to be, he noted. Is that the real Johnny Sparks, or is the company speaking through him? For once, Johnny was unprepared for his words. What? The answer you expect to give is the one you'd say in Wyoming, Paul explained. Don't give me the embassy answer. Give your answer. I work on behalf of the embassy, Johnny insisted. Not while you're here, you don't, Paul voiced. While you're at Atlas, you owe no allegiance to any kind of expectation. Freedom of thought is encouraged, so long as it goes toward the common good of the people here. Gemeinnütz geht vor Eigennutz, Johnny recited. Common good over self. Paul raised his eyebrows. Consider that my first surprise, he laughed. I didn't know you could speak German. I can't, Johnny grunted. That was a phrase the Nazis used. If you're trying to compare me to Hitler by cherry-picking the term common good, then you really are grasping for straws. Johnny could feel his face redden. The only other person who could battle him like this and win was Shane. The reminder of the reason he was here in the first place renewed his fire. He worked his way backward through the conversation. You really stand for freedom of thought? He accused. I thought that's what Craig Tyler was fighting for before you guys launched your little coup. Johnny didn't expect Paul to smile. So, he breathed calmly. You finally put it together. It wasn't hard, Johnny lied, trying to save face. You left the last name. I left the first name too, Paul introduced. There's no need to change identities unless you're trying to hide something. And I'm an open book, especially amongst my people. I left Wyoming as Paul Oberon. I remain Paul Oberon. Johnny's tongue caught in his throat again. I doubt your history books even mention me, Paul continued. Obviously, you recognize me through my father. Did he create this place or did you? Johnny raised. Paul sighed. Would your opinion change between either answer? It depends, Johnny scoffed. Was this part of the plan when you two ordered the assassination? Paul laughed. We figured that's what they'd teach you, he said. Believe what you want about my father, Johnny. I'll maintain his innocence the same as I'll maintain our allegiance to the Prime Minister. You would never believe my honesty if I mapped it out from beginning to end. Try me. No, Paul denied. It's not worth the energy of repeating. And in your current state, you are willing to put your life on the line for the place that finds both of us equally dispensable. However, I will say that I was long gone from Wyoming before Watergate even happened. My father managed to warn me before the embassy could apprehend me from my dorm at Berkeley. As for Atlas, well, this is my baby. My father, much like you, was too heated to ever make efficient decisions. He remained my counselor throughout the remainder of his life, but never would have condoned hiding as long as we have. What do you mean? Johnny wondered aloud. I thought you two fled together. If that's what your history books tell you, Paul taunted. You really think we were stupid enough to congeal ourselves that early? The company would have found us immediately. No, the last time I even saw my father was election night, a full year before we were forced to go dark. To be honest, I'm surprised he even let my mother come with him. But my siblings and I were left to our own devices. I won't bore you with how many times I was forced to relocate. The idea for this place didn't even hatch until the late 80s, and it wasn't until the fall of the Union that we decided on this place to plant the core. Johnny looked down at the carpet under his feet, wondering if it had been the same for over 20 years. So if your father didn't kill Craig Tyler, then who did? Johnny asked, refusing to give in to Paul's reality. Paul smirked. You're not very bright, are you? The words stung, though Johnny was under the impression Paul was purposefully trying to get under his skin. Apparently not, Johnny shrugged, before repeating, Who did? Think a little, John, Paul said, lifting a finger to his hairless temple. Who benefited most from his death? You, obviously, he replied swiftly. The people who opposed him. Paul frowned. 4 decades of exile, he sighed. You really believe that? I wasn't there, Johnny said obliviously. I don't even know you. Paul grimaced as if Johnny's honesty was somehow an unsatisfactory answer. He sighed again more deeply than before and stared at his hands folded in his lap. Why am I even here? Johnny raised. If this place is for ex-members, what's the point in having me? You're not here to help us, Paul decided. We're here to help you. And what if I don't want your help? Johnny spat. You stand for everything I'm against and against everything I'm for. A smirk returned to Paul's face. Do you really believe that's true? I was being hyperbolic. Yeah, a poor choice in this argument, Paul toyed. Don't inflate your self-worth by creating a false narrative to support it. Again, Johnny failed to come up with an immediate reply. Frustrated, he repeated, I don't want your help. Fine, Paul conceded. Then spend the rest of your life trying to figure out your invisibility. You might be able to get there eventually, but second effects don't come as easily without practice. You'll need the professor for that. The same professor that you stole from Care Mountbatten? Johnny huffed. You're really doing wonders to paint yourself as the good guy, Paul. Paul held open his hands. Who said he didn't come willingly? Willingly, Johnny repeated sarcastically. His being here would be treason. Paul shrugged. Unless he was that spy you mentioned. That's impossible, Johnny reiterated. You can't implant spies in the IREA, not with the records they keep. It's impossible. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Paul laughed. One of those spies told me you've already witnessed how easy it is to change those records. You tell me, is it really impossible? Johnny felt the color once again drain from his face. Shane, he breathed. Shane sent me here. Shane Daniels is the deputy prime minister, Paul dismissed, an air of disappointment returning to his voice. You really think someone could amass that much power without the embassy becoming suspicious? I don't know, Johnny thought honestly, second-guessing everything now that Paul was finding his pressure points. Shane Daniels isn't a spy, Johnny, Paul went on, taking a prolonged pause. My son is. That's impossible, Johnny stuttered again. They would know, would they? Paul raised his voice to an irritating pitch. Just think, Johnny, how easy would it be to sneak someone into the program with questionable parentage? All you need is one parent to carry the gene. Who'd just say the mother lies about the father having it too? They would know, Johnny doubled. They would interrogate unless something were to happen to said mother, Paul went on, reciting the scenario as if he had lived it dozens of times. You seem rather surprised by my age when you walked in here. I'm assuming you thought I would have developed some sort of cancer by now. Johnny stared ahead, frozen. The truth is I have, Paul admitted. 3 times, in fact, but that's not the only thing capable of killing a member of the company. We're not immortals, Johnny. And last I checked, our rates of unborn children surviving birth complications may be higher than average, but the opposite is true for the mothers on the table. The idea of Paul sacrificing women for his own political ends made Johnny want to launch himself across the table. A glint in Paul's eye stopped him, and Johnny wondered if this was all just another part of Paul's plan egging on his emotions. Why are you telling me this? He managed to breathe. Because I want you to think, Paul urged. Can you think of anyone you know with questionable parentage? Because in this scenario, let's call it, that's how easy it can be to implant a spy into your ranks. No, Johnny rejected. That's how easy it is to implant a kid with identity issues into the program. You're creating orphans for the sake of creating orphans. There's no possible way you could have contact with them on the inside, let alone get them behind your cause. Are you sure about that? Paul prompted. Because if I were a 14-year-old child with said identity issues, and my real father reached out with an interest in my well-being, it might just work in his favor. A light blinked on inside Johnny's head. Kent isn't your son, he shivered, more to assure himself than anything. Of course not, Paul denied. Hawk's kid isn't an orphan. A second light flickered on, suddenly brighter than the first. Stop it, Johnny rejected, but Paul was 2 steps ahead of him. Your brother, he taunted. He has no clue who his birth parents are, does he? Stop it, Johnny shouted. Jordan's not your spy! Paul smiled, a victorious look spreading across his face. You're right, he sighed. Nor is he my son. But do you see how easy that was? Johnny grit his teeth, trying to calm his breathing. How easy what was? He flared. Paranoia, Paul said plainly. It spreads like wildfire. When you return home, you'll never stop worrying about the what-ifs now that they're implanted in that head of yours. Now you tell me, who benefited most from the assassination? Before Johnny could answer, Liev rounded the corner, returning to the room with a disheveled-looking man in his early 50s. His pupils were so large they overtook the colors of his eyes. Johnny wondered if the man could have even made it to the office without Liev's guidance. There he is, Paul introduced, standing to his feet to shake the professor's hand. Dr. Porter, this is the one we were telling you about. He opened his invitation to Johnny, who had stood for the sake of courtesy. Ah, yes, the man mumbled in a thick northern English accent, reaching out his own hand. Killian Porter. Pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Sparks, Johnny afforded begrudgingly. He shook the man's limp hand before turning furiously to Paul. Does he have any clue where he is? Liev interrupted. Professor, where did we just come from? The man continued to stare around the office, bewildered by his new surroundings. Well, we were in my practice room a moment ago, he hushed. I don't seem to recognize this part of the castle. Johnny rolled his eyes. So you lied to me, he spat, turning his attention to Paul. What'd you take him straight from his bedroom? Paul shook his head. We intercepted him at a conference in Hamburg, he stated. He'll be here no more than a week. He doesn't do well outside his room, Liev added. But you should see him once we get back there. Are you going to wipe his memory when you send him back, too? Johnny growled. Of course we will, Paul confirmed. The same as we will with you. Johnny stepped toward the professor, almost defensively. You will remember none of this place, Paul continued. Not me, not Liev, probably not even the professor unless you happen to run into him through the program. Then what's the point of having me here? Johnny raised. Liev frowned harder than Paul. Come on, John, what's the first thing you learned about being dismissed? Johnny turned to Paul, who stepped forward with an answer. Memories can always be retriggered, he said hauntingly. Besides, everything Dr. Porter has to offer will be taken with you, free of charge. Johnny eyed Paul carefully. What do you mean retriggered? Easy, Paul explained sarcastically. In the event that I'm ever blessed with your presence again, we can pick up right where we left off. With what? Johnny pushed. I'm not going to be brainwashed to support your cause. This has nothing to do with you supporting Atlas, Paul denied. Then what? Johnny urged. When am I allowed to leave? Paul pointed to the professor. When he's done all he can to figure out your gift, he clarified. And when you begin to understand why this place is necessary, then you can leave. Johnny was filled with even more questions than before. The ambiguity of Paul's final sentence rang in his ears, trying to place what at all he was talking about. Suddenly, Liev grabbed his wrist. Come on, he said calmly. I'm taking you to his place. The professor was being pushed ahead by Liev's other arm. Johnny began to follow, still trying to decipher what Paul meant by the word necessary, when he spoke again. The evil that men do lives after them, he spoke monotonously. The good is often dry as the desert sands. Johnny spun on his heels to face him. Paul remained exactly as he had before, his hands crossed politely in front of his belt. What? William Shakespeare, Paul explained. Act 3 of Julius Caesar. Yeah, I know, Johnny frowned suspiciously. That's not the quote. Paul laughed. Are you sure? Johnny continued to frown impatiently. I have a perfect memory, he boasted maliciously. Of course I'm sure. Paul put his hand to his forehead. My, I am starting to get rusty, he claimed, though Johnny was entirely convinced this was still part of his act. I'll have to head down to the library and touch up on my classics. Johnny erupted. Why don't you find Dr. Death while you're at it? He raged. Let her know that I don't give a damn about how casually you treat a human life. She's going to go through with Tab's surgery. I don't care if it kills her in the process. You're at least going to make the effort. He could feel sweat dripping from his forehead, invigorated by his own nerve. Paul's face darkened, clearly frustrated by Johnny's perceived lack of understanding. How casually we treat a human life, he quoted back, chewing every word as if he could taste both meaning and implication. He shook his head resentfully. Enjoy playing hide-and-seek downstairs. Johnny grinned, feeling some slight victory in having tipped Paul away from his comfort. He spun on his heels, finding the hallway barren, as the other two must have already begun their march around the corner toward the elevator. He took a pair of steps before Paul's voice stopped him again. Craig. Johnny turned at the edge of the room, looking around to see who he was talking to, but there was no one. Paul was looking solely at him, a look of cautious optimism spreading across his face. He opened his mouth to speak, holding the pose several seconds, before shaking it away and throwing up his hand. This time Johnny understood himself dismissed. Liev and the professor were waiting for the elevator when he caught them. Dr. Porter's eyes were still black, lost so deep in a haze of thoughts that it was a miracle he was even conscious. Back on the ground floor, Liev pulled them in the opposite direction from the hospital, down another maze of tented hallways into a section of the conglomeration nearly much older than the white walls where they started. The tents here were fraying and patched, the lights darker and yellower. Even the air felt somehow less pure. At the end of a sloping corridor, Liev spun a wheel and opened a sealed door. The room had clearly been renovated within the last few weeks. Insulating the space from what he assumed to be tented exterior, Johnny was shocked to find large digital screens covering every inch from floor to ceiling. When Liev shut the door, the soft sound of a crashing wave descended over them, making the space soundproof. "These are company materials," Johnny noted, rubbing his fingers over the blackness. He recalled the conversation with Tab a year prior, when he had asked her about the inside of the training center. "This is what they had before the cubes. How did you get these?" "Consider it a generous donation," Liev smirked. "You think we'd let perfectly good technology go to waste?" "One thing I've always loathed about the company is its lack of resourcefulness," came the voice of the professor, strong and more certain than before. Johnny looked up in shock. Dr. Porter's eyes had shrunken back to a normal brown, his expression relaxed and patient. He stood beside an oak desk at the far end of the room, rummaging through one of the drawers. "Sir?" Johnny hesitated. "Not something I'd ever say in front of the embassy, of course, but in my office we're secure from prying eyes," he expanded. The words led Johnny to a terrifying revelation. They were no longer in the safety of Taylorsville, or even the IREA. There could be cameras or microphones everywhere. The black wall seemed to creep inward as he realized everything he said or did was almost certainly being recorded. "Tell me, Mr. Sparks," the professor continued, fumbling with some unknown tool in his lower drawer. "This invisibility you arrived with, can you describe it to me?" Johnny looked over at Liev, who just shrugged at the professor's continued tinkering. Complete?" Johnny stuttered, trying to figure out exactly what he was being asked. "There wasn't any sense that I was there," he explained. No change in the light or the shape, no reflection in the mirror. It was like I disappeared completely." The professor appeared to be fitting batteries into some kind of controller. "What about your surroundings?" he asked. "Did you touch anything?" Johnny's mind was swirling back to the office in Beijing. Of course I did," he remembered. "Describe it," the professor urged. Johnny looked again to Liev, who rolled his fingers to anticipate the story. "Well, the mission was compromised," he explained. "I shoved one of the guards. He didn't see me. None of them did. And then I picked up a rifle and took them all out." This caught Dr. Porter's attention. He stopped his fidgeting and looked up over the desk, a look of genuine concern on his face. "I'm sorry to hear that," he consoled, before tilting his head in thought. "You said none of them noticed you." Johnny shook his head. No, sir," he explained. "I was invisible." "Right. But the rifle," the professor intoned. "You said you touched the soldier and the gun. Were either of them affected?" Johnny thought back to the firefight. No, sir. Only me," he recalled. "Everything I touched stayed visible." He stopped, remembering. Both Liev and Dr. Porter perked to attention. "But what?" the professor scoped. "My blood," Johnny uttered. "What about it?" It was invisible until it left my body," he continued. "Inside or outside your skin?" "Outside," Johnny remembered. "It only appeared once it left contact." "Did you try to stop the bleeding at all?" Of course," he added. "But the only thing that worked were my clothes." "Your clothes were invisible too?" "Yeah," Johnny sighed suspiciously. "How could it work on my clothes but nothing else?" The professor looked at Liev, then back at Johnny. "You said you're on mission?" Yes, sir." "Then I'm assuming you were wearing something given to you by the company," the professor noted. Yes, sir," Johnny repeated. Dr. Porter turned his attention back to his device behind the desk. "In the science we call this self-contained contact transmission," he elaborated. "You brought up the training cubes. It's essentially the same concept. Everything associated with your person, your skin, blood, bodily bacteria, the like, can be hidden by your effect through associated contact with the original signal. In this case, your brain. If any of that were to disconnect from the signal by any means, blood loss, loss of limb, loss of tooth, the effect no longer works. In your case, those things become visible. As for the clothing, all mission wear is designed with this science in mind. In as many applicable scenarios as we can imagine, even something as insignificant as a jumper is designed to impede an effect as little as possible. If your effect turns your skin invisible, then if your body is in contact with the clothing, it becomes a chameleon to match." Johnny could feel the bewilderment showing on his face. "That's incredible," he muttered. "That's 70 years of trying to understand effects," Dr. Porter boasted. "Me and hundreds of others." He finished his tinkering, turning his attention back to Johnny. "Now tell me, what do you think happens if we triggered your effect wearing all that?" Johnny looked down at the clothes Liev had given him in the hospital wing. "Nothing," he sighed. The professor shrugged apologetically. Exactly, he said. I'm sorry, Sparks, but for the sake of this effect, I'm going to have to ask you to skimp down to your knackers. Johnny turned to Liev, feeling his face turn red, before suddenly remembering the cameras. Hey, I'll turn around if you like, Liev taunted. I don't want a good Christian boy to be embarrassed on his fast day. Johnny's embarrassment turned to rage again, keeping his eyes on the boy the entire time he removed the outfit, until he stood before the pair completely naked. He was tempted to launch his shoe in Liev's direction as he blew Johnny a kiss. The professor ignored the banter, stepping forward in front of the desk and walking to an empty side of the room. How are you feeling, Sparks? The professor asked. Fine, Johnny returned quickly. Shy? Embarrassed? Afraid? Johnny felt his eyes scan the corners of the ceiling for cameras, thinking that Paul was probably glued to a screen listening in. He was about to add his own set of words before the deeper meaning behind the question sunk in. His heart was pounding, and he realized he had been right the entire time. Every single person he had met that day had been playing with his emotions, trying to get a rise out of him. It was the word afraid that brought him all the way back to a biology class. A bit, sir, he managed, but of what he wasn't sure. Good. The professor confirmed his suspicions. A healthy fear is good. Now tell me, what was it that triggered the invisibility in the first place? Johnny thought back to the office again, focusing on the moment the guards entered the office. I don't know, he tried. Do you remember any irregular muscular movements? Any conscious changes in your brain patterns? Johnny fell back to the memory, picturing Kent falling out the window, then Liz collapsing behind the desk. The hair on his arms prickled. They shot Liz, he explained. They killed her, and I just panicked. I wanted to become invisible, so I did. Dr. Porter nodded. The need for escape is usually the catalyst for an ITI, he agreed. But to develop a second effect, as you know, is extremely rare. The last case was over 10 years ago. Johnny swallowed. So how do I trigger it again? Invisibility too is extremely rare, the professor added. You can't recall any changes or movements. Johnny tried to remember as vividly as he could, but the focus of the memory wasn't on himself. He flexed his fingers, straightened like he had back in the office, and tried to wish himself invisible again, but nothing changed. No, he sighed. Bollocks, the professor stated. Liev cleared his throat off to the side. You said your friend was shot, he reminded them intrusively. Maybe that's the only way he can get it to work. He looked back and forth between the pair. We just gotta find another one of your friends to kill. Johnny felt himself lunge at Liev, but the professor caught him mid-stride. Easy, Dr. Porter calmed, pinning Johnny's arms against his bare sides. He pointed to Liev. You, stop talking! Liev threw his hands up in surrender, then sauntered over to the professor's desk to stay out of their way. The professor registered the awkwardness of their embrace and released Johnny, stepping back several feet before resuming his line of questioning. Let's try to think more positively, he breathed. You said you just wish you were invisible, and then it happened. I've tried that, Johnny sighed. It doesn't work. All right. What about the shock of the moment? Dr. Porter reverted. What if it's triggered by gunfire? Liev raised his arm from behind the desk. What, like this? Johnny finally understood what the professor had been working on. Liev had a loaded revolver pointed directly at his head, and he wasn't convinced he would stop there. Dr. Porter swore. Johnny flinched, closing his eyes in anticipation of the sound. The sound of Liev whooping in congratulation snapped them back open. The pair stood in front of him, wide-eyed in excitement as Johnny realized their tactic had worked. His body had disappeared again. His heart racing, he tried with every muscle in his body to calm himself and focus on the motion one more time. He closed his eyes, felt his arms tense and his frame stiffen, then with a deep breath tipped his head back the smallest fraction of an inch as a shiver ran down the top of his spine. And he was visible. Well, I'll be damned, Liev grinned. Do it again! For his own sake, just to prove he had figured out the trick, Johnny triggered the effect 3 more times, before finally joining with a smile and trying to recapture his exhausted breath. How do you feel? The professor asked, tossing Johnny's pants at him off the floor. Fine, he gasped. I'm not even tired. Some physical effects work harder than others, Dr. Porter returned. That was a lot quicker than I anticipated. Johnny swallowed, starting to redress himself. Was that it then? For what? The professor traced. For today. Well, we figured out the second effect, Johnny outlined. Can I go home now? Liev laughed. Slim chance of that.
Done for today, certainly, Dr. Porter announced. Excellent work. Tomorrow we'll test out your endurance while it's triggered.
And then what? Johnny yelled, struggling to mask his impatience. Johnny, you're not going home for a long while. Liev shook his head. I told you that. He could feel his disappointment showing on his face. I figured it out, he shouted. What else is left for me to do? The professor sighed, shaking his head as though he were siding with Liev.
You think that was all you were hiding from us? He laughed. Sparks, you're a specimen.
Johnny looked between the two, feeling more naked than he had all day. What do you mean?
I reckon you've got 3 or 4 more hidden in there somewhere, Dr. Porter revealed. Next week we'll begin the real challenge.
Chapter 22. The New Normal. Trauma was a funny thing. In the week prior, his best friend had been killed sacrificing herself on his behalf. They lost Johnny with no real evidence he was still alive. The squad was forced to undergo a new secondary mission to clear the safe house, after which they endured just over a day of false security before they were attacked again and nearly executed for reasons completely unknown to any of them. Kent had compiled that reality and thought about it only a handful of times. Every other moment he spent dreading coming home without someone to watch Liz's stupid British TV shows with. Once he was finally back in the common room, that dread became a reality. He could have spent hours replaying the image of her death over his eyes. Anything would beat the sheer emptiness and boredom that accompanied her absence. He'd felt it in the safe house too, but things became infinitely worse when they returned home, when he was reminded of her bedroom door staring at him like some opaque gate to the happiness he could never live again. He had stopped trying to fight the tears from flowing. When he was incapable of producing anymore, his world filled with that now familiar emptiness, and he found himself longing to be back in China, distracted from reality by the necessity to fight something, even if he had to break his leg over and over again to escape it. The squad had been transported back to Julian before sunrise. Whatever emergency code Xander issued was given top priority without question. They gathered their real things immediately and boarded a private company plane which took them directly from the city to Tylersville, with only a single stop for refueling coming by way of Anchorage. It was on this flight that the new reality without Liz really sank in. Margot, who had virtually disappeared once they had settled into the safe house, had once again taken to keeping Kent company, checking his leg which had been hastily reset in Julian, and providing some form of consolation like she had done in the van after the mission. He appreciated the gesture, knowing she too had felt close with Liz in some capacity, but felt awkward every time Jordan looked back at the pair of them, seemingly intimidated that his time with his girlfriend was being taken away. They landed in Tylersville late Saturday morning. The airport was virtually empty save for a somber welcoming party consisting of Emma's family and Xander's wife. It took Kent a moment to recognize Andrew, who looked emaciated and exhausted, losing perhaps 30 pounds since the last time he'd seen him. He looked solemnly at Emma when they exited the plane. She broke down and fell into him, and he hugged her and cried alongside Jordan and Margot. Once they returned to the common room, Xander helped lay the foundation of their new normal. Given that Kent could once again not climb the stairs to his bedroom, and Johnny's room was empty, Xander ordered him to move into Johnny's old space. Kent was hesitant, expecting Emma to object for sentimental reasons, but she was apparently all for it. The only one who even seemed slightly bothered was Jordan, but he yielded after Xander told Kent to leave Johnny's things in the drawers. The rest of the day was awkward. After Xander had warned them that Monday's training time was to be replaced by their debriefing interviews with the embassy, he walked out the door and let them be, leaving the four of them to their own devices as though nothing at all had happened, as if this were just a normal Saturday afternoon. In actuality, that's exactly how it turned out. As soon as Xander was gone, Margot and Jordan disappeared to his room and never emerged. Emma, who would usually have pulled Johnny with her to do something to fill their day, went off alone, announcing that she was going to visit her brother Andrew now that he was back in town. That left Kent alone in the common room, Liz no longer there to distract him from the thoughts swarming in the second by himself. He could not bring himself to watch either of their usual shows. Even golf had lost its allure, though this was mainly due to his hesitation to watch that out in the open. He could lock himself away in Johnny's room, but that felt somehow disrespectful, and the longer he spent there without sleeping, the more he felt like an intruder into someone else's private space. Eventually he settled on racing highlights, though after several minutes he began to zone out and find his headspace once again consumed by the image of Liz at the moment of her death. It was impossible to escape. Terrified and alone, Kent wrapped himself in a blanket on one of the living room chairs and tried desperately to fall asleep, but to no avail. Time seemed to move both too fast and too slow. Every time he checked the clock over the stove, it remained the same as the last time he looked. Finally, he gave in to the thoughts and suffered through what felt like minutes of little nightmares, only to find that now hours had passed. Night was the exact same. Struggling to fall asleep in the unfamiliar room, he tried to quiet himself with a random movie, but once again found himself reliving the same visions over and over, until he couldn't take anymore, consigned himself to Johnny's shower, and broke down on the dry floor, He woke the next morning naked on the bathroom mat, struggling to remember how he'd finished the night in that position. The next morning, Emma didn't even bother inviting him to church. By all signs, Margot and Jordan were still in their rooms, but desperate to not be alone for a second day, Kent struggled to change his own clothes and hobbled on his crutches across the ice to the school for breakfast, miraculously making it without a fall. Of all possible Sundays, that evening was the Super Bowl. Further struggling up the steps to the main entrance, Kent found himself one of maybe a quarter of the student body not outfitted in a football jersey, with the largest chunk of the minority sporting the navy and silver he was wise enough to recognize as the New England Patriots. For a moment he thought he spotted Emma wearing one too, which he thought odd, though the jersey was not far off from the one she usually wore. That Houston team Kent could not put a name to. As he watched the girl intently, however, he realized she was far too tall to be Emma, and once she turned around, her similar hair gave way to a face that was significantly different. After trying his best at eating something for the first time in days, Kent found the game day-themed Coast vs. Coast menu underwhelming, and tossed the majority of his plate before waltzing his way back to the common room. This time he did suffer a fall, slamming his shoulder hard into the pavement to the watchful eyes of a dozen onlookers, none of whom were close enough to even ask if he was all right. Struggling back to his feet, he ached the rest of the way to the residential center before slugging down the halls to the door, where he realized with horrified embarrassment that his keycard must have fallen out of his pocket during the fall. Pulling out his phone, he called both Jordan and Margot, only the latter picking up before he heard her hastily rush to the door and let him in, looking like she had just been thrown in a clothes dryer. "Why'd you leave alone?" she scolded, noting the snow melting against his side. Ken felt his face redden, struggling to even find the courage to explain himself. Left alone again, as she returned to Jordan's room, Kent was joined in his solitude by a returning Emma, who looked shockingly happy. After quiet pleasantries, she announced that her parents had left town on an emergency business trip, leaving their plans for the evening up in the air. She mentioned the school usually put it on the back wall of the cafeteria, but after Kent voiced his wish to simply stay home, Emma appeared to change her mind on the spot, and convinced a still irritated Margot and Jordan to reemerge and put together a little 4-person watch party. Kent could not have felt more out of place. While Emma whisked around the kitchen putting together appetizer trays and meat platters from what little they had left in their food supply, Margot and Jordan managed to make themselves presentable and throw on their own jerseys. Margot a garish orange thing she explained as their local team, the Denver Broncos. "I swear to God, after last year, I hope the Seahawks choke on Tom Brady's deflated—" "Margot!" Emma interrupted, before Margot threw up her hands and plopped down on the couch beside Kent. He'd never actually watched the game before, and found himself bored senseless by the hours of short films and promotions prior to the start of the event. At one point, he tried to remove himself by using the bathroom, but Emma must have sent Jordan to spy on him. Returning to the bedroom proper, Jordan pulled Kent back into the common room to be part of the group. The game was even worse. American football was, in Kent's eyes, the most uneventful sport ever created. Each movement to play lasted no more than 10 seconds, preceded and followed every single time by minutes of resetting the field. He found himself desperate for the gameplay to halt for a commercial break, but even those attempts at comedy fell flat. The highlight of the night was Katy Perry riding into the halftime show on a giant lion, accompanied by an awkwardly dancing man in a shark costume, but the feeling of rejuvenation he felt disappeared almost immediately after the initial shock. By that point, the other three had not included him in their conversations in over an hour, and as the game continued, Kent felt more and more like an afterthought. Something major happened right at the end of the game, which apparently shocked all three of them into silence. Knowing nothing about football, he neither knew nor cared enough to ask what the big deal was, but the others all sat shell-shocked, shaking their heads until the recognizable mug of Tom Brady was holding up a pair of trophies. Jordan was the first to speak. "Well?" he coughed, turning to Margot. "You got your wish." Margot's mouth was still agape. Then she swore loudly. None of them acknowledged Kent as they cleaned up the bags and plates around the room. He sat there still as a statue, almost enjoying how invisible he appeared before them. 20 full minutes passed, by which point Jordan had disappeared into his room, and Margot and Emma were finishing up dishes in the sink, still talking about the game over the sound of running water. Kent reached for the remote and turned off the TV. Emma's head shot around at the sudden absence of the sound. "What'd you do that for?" she hollered, catching Kent in his tracks. "I thought it was over," he defended. She opened her mouth to speak. "It is, but—" She paused. "Never mind, I can watch postgame in my room." With that, she turned back to the sink and drained it, and the girls headed off to their respective doors, hardly saying goodnight as they passed him. Again, Kent found himself silent and furious, alone in the common room. But as the anger from being dragged into their evening stood, he suddenly longed for the girls to return as dread took its place. He returned to the chair and closed his eyes, but the image was plastered to the back of his eyelids. When he opened them again, it was to the sound of Emma's bedroom door opening. Looking at the clock, he had apparently fallen asleep, and hours had passed since the girls had said goodnight. Buds in her ears, Emma was dressed in a gray tank top and loose-fitting pajama pants. Not noticing him, Kent watched as she traipsed carelessly over to the kitchen, pulled out a glass from the top cabinet, then leaned down to grab a clear bottle from below the sink, filling the glass before returning the bottle. She leaned back to crack her back, then grabbed the glass and walked back toward her room. She must have only just realized the lights were on in the common room, as she stopped, took a glance up at the ceiling, then turned to find Kent sitting still in the far chair. Emma nearly dropped the glass in her hand. "Holy hell!" she breathed, blinking fast. "What?" "Nothing." She shook her head, pulling out her earbuds. You forgot I existed?" Kent said defensively. "Of course not," she backed. "I just forgot you were down here." Kent whistled through his nose. "Same thing." "Shut up," she glared. "It's most certainly not the same thing." "No?" he growled. "For 5 months, her and I were up there shut off in our own little world, and the 4 of you never, even once, thought to check on us." "That is factually untrue," Emma railed. "In case you forgot, this isn't the first time your leg has been in a cast. All 4 of us helped you up and down those stairs, and every time we offered to help you with anything else, you just turned it away." Kent felt his face redden. "And are you really going to blame you feeling left out on the architecture of this freaking building?" she continued. "I'm sorry the 4 of us grew up together, and the room perfectly adheres to that. You're down here now. Maybe you should stop complaining about the past and get over yourself." Kent laughed. "Get over myself?" he raised. "Yeah," she barked. "Honestly, get your self-righteous head out of your ass and maybe stop making everything about you every time you're inconvenienced." "My best friend is dead and you're telling me to get over myself." "In case you forgot, she was our friend too," Emma replied. "Just because you shared a wall with her bedroom doesn't mean the rest of us aren't affected by it too." "Your friend?" he scoffed. "When did you ever do anything nice for her?" Emma's face dropped to a disappointed scowl. "Really? Are you really going to fight me about this right now?" "Why not?" Kent rallied. "When did you ever show the slightest instance of caring about someone other than yourselves?" "Christ alive," Emma breathed. "Do you think you're the only person I ever took for a walk around town? Do you know how many times I offered to take her out or try to do things to make her feel more at home while she was here? Margot took her to the freaking mountains, for God's sake, Kent. Do you ever open your eyes, or do you just think your little echo chamber is the only thing that exists in the world?" She moved around the couch to stare at him directly over the living room table. "Do you think I'm not heartbroken about the fact she's gone?" she continued. "Do you think I'm not praying every single day about her parents, or her siblings, or anyone else who even remotely knows the story of her brother?" "You didn't give a damn about her after the mission," he retorted. Emma's jaw clenched. "What?" "You didn't give a single care in the world that she was dead," he repeated. "As soon as you found out it was Johnny this and Johnny that, and as soon as you had even the slightest notion that he was still alive, you forgot all about Liz." "Forgot?" she squealed, practically raising her voice to a shout. "Do you think you have any clue how I felt at the safe house? Any at all? I acted the way I did because someone had to do something. None of us were out of danger until we were back home. I did what I had to do to make sure I could focus enough to get us that far if I had to." Kent scoffed. "Well, how noble of you," he sneered. "Thank you for doing your part in keeping us safe." She moved even closer, practically towering over him in the chair. "Shut up!" she clawed, her teeth gritted, smoke practically bellowing from her nostrils. "Shut the hell up or I will smack your perfect little teeth out of your jaw." Kent held his breath, shocked by her suddenly dropping her voice. "Look, I'm sorry you broke your leg again. I genuinely am. But do not criticize me for doing everything in my stupid, powerless ability to cling to the tiny glimpse of hope that Johnny might be alive, so I could do what little I'm able to do to stop the rest of you from leaving me too." She covered her face with her hands, tears dripping between the cracks in her fingers. Kent felt his Adam's apple drop to his chest. "Emma, don't you dare!" she screamed, so loudly Kent worried that the others might come out and join them. Emma dropped her hands, revealing eyes so bloodshot she looked demonic, tears streaming down her white cheeks. "Don't you dare imply that I don't care! Ever! About you, about Liz, about anyone in this squatter outside these doors, because the reality is I am haunted by the fact that I can't do more because of who I am." Her implication finally struck him. Kent could feel the color draining from his face. "Emma, I'm sorry," he breathed. "I didn't mean—" "And now you get to laugh at me," she squeaked, her voice breaking. "Because now I'm the one with egg all over my face, because this is exactly the situation why I never wanted a freaking boyfriend. And who knows—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Emma collapsed out on the middle of the couch, her hands again covering her face, failing to stop everything from pouring out of her. Kent felt something pull him to his feet, as little as he could manage, and transfer himself to the seat beside her. Unsure what to do, he put his arm at her back for comfort. Emma fell into him, sobbing hard into his shoulder while Kent could do nothing but hold her and let her cry. It went on for minutes. Whatever grudge he had held in the preceding argument was completely gone, replaced by the single desire to make sure Emma was all right. When her crying started to lessen, he tried to comfort her with words. "They haven't found anything?" he asked. "Nothing," she choked, still fighting through tears. "I talked to my dad this afternoon. He never made it to the embassy." "Well, that doesn't it?" she snorted. "God knows where he ended up then, if he's even still alive." The sorrow in her voice was lacking hope. "Well, maybe he tried to make it back to the safe house on his own," Kent tried. "Or Juliang, or on foot?" She shook her head, starting to calm. "Or you think he hijacked a vehicle to drive a day to the west? He'd have better luck making it to Nokuri at that rate." Kent tried to remember the hub cities they had learned in history class. "Japan? That's the only other reasonable option," she sighed. "It's still an option," Kent reasoned. Emma almost smiled. "Or maybe he just never got out of the office," she darkened. "Maybe those psychos who attacked us at the house were meant to finish us off. Maybe they had another team out to capture Johnny and get as far away from China as they could before the company found out." Kent shrugged. "Maybe you're right," he acknowledged. "Maybe Johnny's worth something to those people." Emma actually did smile this time. "Now you're sounding like me," she said. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Kent expected her to sit up and move away, but instead she stayed seated beside him, leaving his arm around her shoulder, and nuzzled into him. He felt his heart increase, but Emma seemed completely unbothered. As if reading his mind, Emma spoke up, her voice still soft and sad, but the fear and dread disappeared. "Do you know why I kept telling you no?" Kent blinked, not sure he had heard the question correctly. "What?" "At the start of the year," she repeated, still nuzzled into his shoulder. "I didn't reject you for anything you did." Kent swallowed. I know," he managed. I don't need you to apologize. I'm not apologizing," she claimed. I want you to know I care about you. We all do." Ken tried to rack his brain as to why Emma was saying this now. He caught sight of his cast and remembered the order right before it was broken. "Emma," he pushed. "If this is about what they said in the safe house, you don't have— Would you shut up and let me talk to you?" she cracked, finally pushing herself up so she could look him in the eyes. "That last bit was from all of us, yes, but this part's from me," she continued, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. "I think I fear what I don't know. That's why my dad scares me so much. He's a politician. Of course he's got secrets. I got through the rest of China believing in some kind of hope that Johnny made it out okay." She looked into his face with the most genuine expression she'd ever given him. "If I ever acted like I hated you, I think it's because you scared me." A bewildered smile crept across Kent's face. "I scared you?" he echoed. "How did I scare you?" Emma shook her head. "You don't know me at all, do you?" she noted. Before he could respond, she added, "I spent the last 5 years of my life in the shadow of the hottest girl in town. My sister, my best friend, who every single boy I know would give their right arm to be with. She's been with me every single day of my life since I was 10 years old. My brother Andrew has the exact same ability to charm anyone he wants. And me?" Emma held up her hands. "I look like this. Like some prepubescent child who will only ever be Margot's little sister. And the only thing of significance I have to offer is the fact that I'm not significant. That I'm one of maybe, a handful of people in the entire school without an effect?" Kent sighed. "Emma, let me finish," she scolded. "And then, one day, right when I'm at the point where I have to put on this brave face and pretend I'm ready to face the world, God drops this cute boy at my feet who not only knows nothing about me or even my dad, but then lets me know that, hey, maybe I'm wanted for a change." Emma smiled, tears returning to her eyes. "Do you know how much that meant to me?" Ken couldn't find the words to respond. He sat there, mouth agape, trying to comprehend the bizarreness of the situation in front of him. "And I'm sorry I didn't give you the courtesy of making you feel the same." Emma sniffled, wiping her nose again. "Emma," Kent managed, you don't have to apologize. This isn't about me saying no," she said coolly. "I'm sorry if I made you feel like you didn't belong here because of the way I responded to you being kind." Again, Kent struggled to find words to form a response. "And I'm most sorry about the fact that the one person you felt cared by was taken away from you." Kent's mind had been nowhere near Liz. Thinking of her now, he felt himself filling with emotions of his own. Desperate to suppress them, he shifted his focus. "Why do I scare you?" he asked. Emma appeared taken back by his question. "What? You said I scared you," he repeated. "How do I scare you?" Emma took a moment to recompose herself. I told you," she said. I think I fear things I don't know." Ken shrugged. "Well," he began. "What do you want to know?" Emma laughed. "You never talk about yourself," she pointed. "That's what scares me the most. Why?" Ken shrugged. "Maybe there's nothing to tell." "That's garbage and you know it," she stabbed. "Tell me about your parents." Kent whitened, swallowing hard before replying. "You know about my parents." "I know who your parents are," she admitted. "Not who they are to you. I know the Dalton Hawk the rest of the world sees. What's he like as a dad?" "I don't know." Kent spat faster than intended. "I've never met him." His answer hung in the air like a mist. Emma's eyes narrowed, trying to comprehend what he had said. "But you told me—" "I lied," he stated. "Everything I said when you met me was a lie." Emma's face sunk. Her eyes seemed to shrink into her skull defensively. "Not everything," she argued. "Everything about myself," he corrected. "I've never met my dad. I've never met his kids or any of his wives. I've hardly even been off Long Island, let alone traveled around with him." Emma's face darkened. "Why? What do you mean, why?" "I mean, why pretend in the first place?" Kent laughed aloud. "Because I'm the new kid in high school surrounded by people who are infinitely more important to this place than I am. No one cares about the bastard of some rich guy out east who just happened to hook up with his hot mom 15 years ago. Especially not with a dad like mine. The people back in the safe house, do you know what they meant about my dad? He's a super lib, Emma. He spends hundreds of millions of dollars funding the campaigns of liberal propaganda around the country. He's the opposite of everything you believe. Do you know how nervous I was when I found out how conservative the government is here?" Emma sighed, shaking her head. "We're not going to shun you because your dad's a Democrat." "Why not?" Kent whistled. "You already shunned me for being an atheist." "I don't shun you for being an atheist," Emma defended. "Well, Johnny certainly does," Kent spat, immediately regretting bringing up the name again. Emma closed her eyes and sighed deep to keep herself calm. "Johnny is—" She hesitated. "Johnny's the way he is. You're right. Can he help it? No. Is it right? No." She shook her head again. "I don't care what you believe," she stated. "Maybe I should, but I don't. Do you think Jordan and Margot actually care about church? Jordan only does it because I think his mom would be ashamed of him if he didn't, and Margot only shows up from time to time to appease my parents." Kent frowned. "Then why do you act like it's such a big deal?" "Because it is a big deal to me," she shouted. "Because my faith is as big a part of me as anything else. I can handle you saying no to an invite. But the way you constantly insult the most important thing in my life, it's like you're going out of your way to bully me for something you don't understand." Kent sighed and hung his head. "I'm sorry. And I know this probably means nothing to you, but if it seems like I'm not taking Liz's death as hard as you, it's because I believe in a God who's doing everything in his power to let me know she's all right." "Don't give me that," Kent turned. "Don't give me that she's in a better place crap." Emma shrugged defensively. "Believe what you want to believe," she said, "but don't criticize me for mine." Kent realized his arm was still sitting loosely behind Emma's back. He pulled it away and crossed them. "You sound just like my mom." The comment clearly caught Emma by surprise. "What does that mean?" Kent gave her a sad grin, then shook his head. "Nothing," he refused. "Forget I said it." "No, tell me." She leaned in, putting a hand on his good knee. "What does that mean?" Kent looked at her awkwardly. "I don't want to talk about my mom," he stated. "Fine," she shrugged. "Stay a mystery." For a moment, she looked like she was going to stand up and leave. The need to not be alone superseded his hesitation. "My mom's super Catholic," he blurted. Emma eyed him suspiciously. "What?" she replied. "Why?" He uncrossed his arms. "What do you mean, why?" he echoed. "She's Italian, of course she's Catholic." No, I mean, like, why would she be Catholic?" Emma clarified. "She was a model, wasn't she? I'm guessing she wasn't showing off modestly. Plus, she hooked up with your dad and had you out of wedlock." Kent tried not to let the comment sting. "That clearly you're not Catholic," he replied. "Religious people do stupid things and try to justify their behavior by picking and choosing when they see fit. Every time I see you trying to pray away something bad from happening, I'm reminded of every time she left me behind to go fulfill some stupid fantasy of hers. Everything is always so perfect in your minds because you're not the ones in control of it all. And when everything falls apart the way it always does, you never take responsibility for your role in it, and you blame it all on some stupid higher power for not granting your 3 wishes straight out of the lamp. Emma swallowed hard. Ken felt his emotions rising through his face again. Do you know what it's like growing up? Seeing your dad everywhere? Making billions of dollars while you're stuck in the middle of nowhere surrounded by people you can't even talk to because even if they spoke English, just revealing who you are could violate the restraining order he has over your mom? Do you know how many times I used to wait by the front door just wishing that some other guy would walk through it and tell me my mom was wrong? To tell me he was my real father and I could finally have a real family? Do you know how many times I prayed when I was little that my mom would just disappear for good and the state would come and take me away? Ken could feel tears bubbling under his eyes. He gestured around the room, letting his voice drop just above a whisper. I guess that one was answered. Emma leaned in again and wrapped her arms around him. Ken felt himself break. His arms surrounded her and he buried his face in her hair, letting his own tears finally fall. Listen to me, he heard her whisper. We're your family now. Whatever that means to you, whatever you need us to do for you, let us be it. If that means you never go home again, then so be it. Your place is here. She let him cry for several minutes. As he finally regained his composure, a wave of embarrassment spread through him. I'm sorry, he whispered. Don't be, she answered. I know you've been holding that in a long time. She was right. Of course she was right. Emma loosened her grip and turned against him once more, nuzzling back under his arm. What do we do without them? He sniffled. Who? She replied softly. Johnny and Liz? Yeah, he managed. They're not going to let us continue with just the 4 of us, are they? Emma sighed. The rest of the semester they will, she stated. Squads have to start the semester full unless there's a rarity. I suppose it all depends if you want to stay or not. Ken felt himself pull away. What do you mean, if I want to stay? He barked. I thought you just said we're a family. Well, we are, she doubled. But you have the choice to transfer overseas if you want, or request a new squad placement if this one doesn't work for you. Ken focused on her hair pressed awkwardly against his arm. And if I want to stay? He would have sworn she smiled. Then you stay, she whispered. Part of the family, right? Ken took a deep breath, turning his head to look down the hallway toward the stairs. And next year, what about Liz's spot? He concerned. Some rando just takes your place? It doesn't have to be random, Emma explained. If you have someone in mind and they also request a placement, it's almost always guaranteed. Still, he said. Someone just takes her room and we go on pretending that she never existed? Of course not, she rejected. Don't pretend she wasn't someone we all loved and cared about. Yes, she's gone, but things keep moving and life goes on, as much as that might suck sometimes. She looked over at Johnny's door. Besides, you already took his room. I'll go back upstairs when I can walk, he revealed. Don't worry about it, Emma sighed. A room's just a room. Ken thought of someone else taking Liz's spot in the squad. Do you have anyone in mind? He asked. To replace her, I mean? We're not replacing her, she clarified. And no one, really. It'll probably end up being someone random from one of the older squads. She smiled for a moment. I did have one crazy idea while we were on the plane home, but I can't imagine they'll ever go for it. Kent looked down to better see her face. A wave of concern flashed over it. What do you mean? He wondered aloud. Who? Emma breathed deep. God forbid something did happen to Johnny, she began. Someone would have to take his place too. I don't know if he'd ever go for it given everything that happened, but even if there's not a place for him in our squad, I was thinking about asking my brother if he'd come home. His girlfriend Siobhan could fill our spot. Kent knit his eyebrows. Riley? He questioned. I thought he ran away. Well, he did, Emma confirmed. And I still don't really know why, but I figure it's been 2 years since he left. Maybe his feelings have changed. Plus, Andrew will be off at college, and Siobhan likes to travel. Even if it was just for a semester. Kent was still trying to imagine someone taking Liz's place. Like I said, she continued, it's just wishful thinking. I don't know if he'd go for it. Doesn't hurt to ask, I guess, Kent noted. I know nothing about your brother, though, so I don't know either. Yeah, Emma sighed. She leaned forward to check the time on her phone before leaning back again into Kent's arm. You going to bed soon? Maybe, he admitted. I might stay out here and watch something for a bit. Johnny has a TV. Yeah, I feel weird using it. Don't, she suggested. You're sleeping in his room. It's not like you're stealing his things. Kent once again looked down at his arm around Emma's shoulder. Then maybe, he agreed. Are you? I don't know, she revealed. That's why I came out here. I haven't been able to fall asleep. It's not just Johnny being gone. I can't get the safe house out of my head. Yeah, I know how you feel. I don't know if you do, she hesitated. I'm sure the leg isn't fun to relive in your nightmares, but each night that passes, the more it weighs on me that I'm responsible for someone's death. She caught herself. Multiple someone's. Ken could feel her tense up as she said it. And you don't think I get that? He asked. Emma gave a soft laugh. Sympathize with me? Sure, but you're the only one left not guilty of it. Kent frowned, remembering. What do you mean? He wondered. Of course I'm guilty of it. Emma turned her head and sat up beside him. In the safe house? She questioned. You couldn't have. You were on the ground. Margot got one, I got the rest, Jordy got the two in the embassy. If Johnny's still alive, I'm assuming he's had a kill or two. Liz had the guard in the office. Even Xander has a kill count. You're the last one left. Be grateful for it. Something she said caught him off guard. What guard? Emma narrowed her eyes. What? You said Liz killed the guard in the office. What guard? Emma looked at him cautiously. The one with the seizure, she reminded slowly. I heard you guys through the comms. She said she would take care of it. Kent's stomach dropped. So you think that means she offed him? Emma shrugged. Well, that's what it sounded like. She was telling me to get back on track to finish the mission, he raised. She didn't smother him to death. He died from that seizure. Which she caused, Emma continued. What? Well, she took him down, didn't she? He caught you off guard with the weapon, and she knocked him out with your effect. No, Emma, he growled, his throat feeling heavy. I killed him. I took him down. I was the reason he died. She shook her head. There's no way to know that, she denied. Liz played just as much a part of it as you. You can't take responsibility for something that wasn't your fault. It'll eat you alive. Kent swallowed, feeling his cheeks flush again. Emma, you don't understand, he continued. Liz had nothing to do with the seizure. I stomped his face after he was down. She stopped arguing, a look of confusion washing over her expression. What? She squeaked. Why would you do that? I don't know, okay? He screamed. I was freaking out in the moment. I was angry about the gun. I don't know why I did it, but I did. I smashed his nose with my foot, and a half hour later he was dead. Emma took a shaky breath. But you don't know that was you, she worded carefully. Maybe the seizure was on you, but we still don't know Liz wasn't the one who put him down. Think about what she said to you. I already told you, he shouted incredulously. Liz didn't do that. She wouldn't have done that. The guard's death is on my hands. You can't prove that, she continued. Kent smiled, exhausted. You're right. I can't prove it. It doesn't mean it wasn't my fault. Emma paused, staring at Kent's red face. She seemed to be thinking about something beyond him. After a minute, she finally spoke again. What if it wasn't? Kent raised an eye. What? Why would you make yourself guilty if you didn't have to? What's that supposed to mean? Emma's eyes softened. I mean, you shouldn't put that weight on your shoulders if you don't have to, she went on. Put the blame on Liz and let yourself be innocent. Kent could hardly believe what he was hearing. What? He repeated. You want me to shift all of my blame onto Liz? She didn't do anything. Prove she didn't, Emma snuffed. The same way you can't prove it was you, we can't prove it wasn't her. Why the hell would I do that? Because I can see what it's doing to you to live with a dirty conscience, she added, her eyes growing larger and more intense as she stared at him. Don't make yourself hold on to all of that if you don't have to. And your solution is to pin it all on our dead friend? He shouted. Destroy her legacy by making her into some kind of killer? Emma rolled her eyes, taking a deep, frustrated breath. Look, Kent, here's the deal, she continued. All four of us are going to have to give testimony tomorrow about what happened on the mission. Every single detail. There are audio records of what happened, and right now, having witnessed them firsthand, it already looks to me like Liz is the one who did it. Kent grit his teeth, staring at her concerned face. As it stands, I think you have 3 options. Option 1, you don't elaborate on anything beyond what the records show, in which case Liz is the guilty party and you look like you're hiding something. Option 2, you tell what you think happened and you save Liz her sainthood, but you come off as a killer. And unless you create some elaborate lie to cover up how you actually killed him, there are going to be legal repercussions. You and I both know that can mean a serious headache for you if that's the case. Kent swallowed. What kind of legal repercussions? Emma shook her head. Well, unless you make something up, killing an unarmed opponent like that is a war crime. You could be dismissed for that. Ken felt his stomach drop again. But Jordan said they were attacked, Emma reiterated. Now, honestly, I don't know if I believe him, but the point is he and Margot are going to testify to that. And unless he also testifies that he witnessed the guard attack you after he was down, you taking the blame away from Liz, regardless of how noble you think it might be, it makes you susceptible for a ruling against you once the story is pieced together. Kent tried and failed to take in a breath. Emma noticed his shaking and put his hand in hers. Which leaves us with option 3, she voiced. I know you're going to hate this. I hate it too. But it's the only story that leaves you completely out of suspicion. And that is you tell them that Liz took him out completely. The company has no access to the body. They can't prove anything about the cause of the seizure. If you provide them with a story to fill in the gaps, they'll believe you. Ken squeezed Emma's hand tighter. You want me to throw her under the bus? He clarified. I don't want you to have to do anything, she denied. I want you to be safe. I want my friend to be safe. She accented the words by squeezing his hand back. Then she looked up at him with her enormous eyes. I don't want to lose you too. The words didn't hit him as hard as he thought they would, but still he was moved by Emma's sudden burst of loyalty. Liz remained at the back of his mind. But her family, he added cautiously. Won't that affect the trial? Emma laughed. You think they even have a chance of losing? She noted. The company gave them a written promise confirming Liz would never be put in any real danger. They've already won one case. I don't think they're going to lose another, especially not this time. Ken finally found the deep breath caught in his throat. Emma's eyes were still huge, staring deep inside him. What about your dad? He asked. Isn't he the one they're up against? Isn't he the reason she's dead? Emma gave a sad smirk. Yeah, she accepted. He is. To tell you the truth, Kent, my dad is screwed. And if I'm being honest with you, I don't care. Maybe he deserves it this time. He's the reason Liz is dead. He's the reason Johnny's gone. He's the reason my brother's gone. She sighed, pulling herself to her feet, then helping Kent to do the same. Screw my dad, she shuffled. You're my family now. Whatever story you decide to tell, just know that I'm going to be here for you no matter what happens. She leaned into his chest and gave him another tight hug. He was amazed at how much strength she possessed in such a small body. After half a minute, she pulled back, looking up at him with a hopeful smile. Then she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. He almost certainly blushed. Thanks for telling me about your mom, she said, taking a step back to eye him fully. I know you're not big on sharing, but if you ever need to talk about it, or you just need a friend, I hope you know I'm always next door. Kent's voice floated without permission. You mean that? Of course I mean that, Emma laughed. Promise. She stuck her pinky in the air and held it out to him. What is that? He asked. This? She gestured, apparently surprised by his lack of understanding. The pinky promise. My dad and I used to do it all the time. Ken hesitated, then stuck out his own. Emma wrapped hers around his. It means I care about you, and I'm never going to break it. She released his finger, then put her hand back by her side. Thanks, he breathed. Thank you, she shadowed. For what? She blushed. For letting me know that I matter, she said. For reminding me that there are still good people in the world if I know where to look. Ken stood frozen, unsure what to make of her kindness. Now, if you don't mind, she concluded, I'm actually going to try to sleep. I can't imagine our first day back in school is going to be very fun. He shook his head blankly. No, probably not. I appreciate you, she repeated, grabbing her glass on the table and stepping back toward her room. Good night, Ken. Good luck tomorrow. Yeah, he muttered. Yeah, you too. She turned and walked through a door, leaving Kent alone again in the common room. His cheek was tingling. His arms were numb. Most importantly, he felt genuine happiness for the first time in days. Chapter 23. Observing Customs. The world had taken on a new shape since China. Margot had never noticed before so many scars among her fellow students. Within her first 2 hours back at Truman High, she was shocked how easy it was to tell whom amongst them had ever been on a mission, and even within that selection, who had left someone behind overseas. And then there was the gut punch of acting like nothing had changed. Sure, math was easy enough. If anything, diving back into complex and imaginary numbers helped comfort Margot. It was nice to have a reminder that there was something here she excelled at. Save for a painful glance at the empty desk where Liz usually sat, Margot spent the entire remaining hour oblivious to her absence. It was in the changing room before fitness that things really felt different. She had changed alongside Emma on hundreds of occasions, but never in that same room without Liz. Emma seemed to notice it too, a brief whiteness flashing across her face when she opened her locker. Out on the floor there was the obvious lack of red mixed with their sea of navy. Margot could see the pain in Xander's eyes recognizing it with the rest of them, before moving on to normalcy. The whole squad spent the day on pins and needles. Whether that was because of the change or that afternoon's post-mission interviews, Margot couldn't tell. But there was obvious tension with Kent and Emma about sharing their stories to an unfamiliar party. Kent's attitude was forgivable, having to relive what was obviously the worst memory any of them could possibly have. Margot herself was still haunted by the image of Kent returning to the van covered in her remains. Emma, granted she had come out of China with a few bruises and a missing boyfriend, had sat the mission in the safety of the van, and Margot found that excuse less compelling. At least she still had Jordan. Having his hand to comfort her during that day back was a blessing, and during their lunch period they were able to slip away from the others and recite the story of the stairwell one more time, just for Margot's peace of mind. Though something about him seemed off too, something he wasn't sharing with her. He seemed less emptied by the loss of Johnny and Liz and more singularly focused, like Emma had been back at the safe house. He ended up late to language that afternoon, shooing Margot ahead so he could stay behind in biology to talk privately with Kelster. About what, he never said, insisting it was unimportant. After language, an SUV picked them up in the circle to escort them to the embassy, where they met up with Xander ahead of a trip to one of the upper floors housing the Ministry of the Constitution. Missions fell under their jurisdiction, and within their jungle of offices, the five were separated into interrogation rooms to have their statements recorded. Despite the kindness of her interviewer and the attempt at making the room feel more hospitable with cushioned chairs and pictures on the walls, Margot was given a painful reminder of her previous time spent interrogated in such a space. Most recently the night of the party, but most painfully the night after her father's arrest. For nearly an hour the man guided her through memories of the mission, starting with their separation from Emma and Xander at the train station. From there she recounted everything as faithfully as she could, until her story was interrupted by a question that she was expecting. Why didn't Jordan inform Xander about what he saw in the stairwell? Margot shrugged, admitting the truth she had practiced. He didn't think Xander would believe it, she stated. He thought it was vital to the mission and didn't think Xander would agree to let him investigate. So he deliberately disobeyed his orders? Yes, she sighed. So did I. The interviewer looked down at his transcript of the audio records, then at his pad full of notes. And this is when you ran into two persons with effects? He asked. Yes, she recited. One was the ambassador's private secretary and the other was some sort of escort. Female and male, correct? Yes, Margot replied before describing them as best she could. Did they give any indication who they were working for? No, she remembered. The woman, the only thing she said was, "We're only here to distract you." The man repeated the sentence. Those were her exact words? Well, if not, it was something very close. He looked back to his notes. And was all this before or after Jordan killed the man? After, she said plainly. What provoked him to shoot? They attacked us, she claimed. The man was a fire elementalist. He used it against us until we could get the upper hand. At which point Jordan fired? Yes. Why'd he shoot the woman? She was starting to vibrate the room again, she recalled. She was trying to collapse the room on top of us. He fired to stop her. The man wrote everything down on his pad before asking about their accents. The conversation moved through the rest of the mission, Margot explaining their escape through the crowd and their attempt at avoiding further attention to get back to the van. Harrowingly, she recounted their witnessing Liz lose connection to her tracker and Kent's bloodied arrival, before Johnny returned over their comms and confirmed her death. During this time, did you hear any of the conversation between the three in the office? The man asked. No, Margot puzzled. We lost our teeth in the stairwell, I told you that. He went on, almost ignoring her answer. Did Xander and Emma give any indication something was happening up in the office? Margot tried to remember. There were gunshots, she stated. A few times they could clearly hear shots in their ears when we couldn't. But nothing about the conversation. No, she denied, confused. Why? Johnny gave no indication of anything wrong with the files. No, she repeated. He said the mission was complete, that Liz was dead, and then he issued the magenta. Did something happen? The interviewer did little to assuage her sudden worry about Johnny. Instead, he moved their conversation to the escape, then the safe house. Her mind still racing about Johnny, she tried to remember everything about their arrival, including the deer and Emma's sudden change of demeanor. When they reached the invasion, Margot did her best to remember details, but to her relief, the interviewer breezed through most of it, seeming far more interested in the details of the mission than anything that came after. A single question caught her off guard. Jordan used the word clones when referring to the attackers. Did you see anything out of the ordinary? No, she remembered. I was busy helping Kent. I didn't get a good look at anyone beside their leader. Can you describe him? She did her best, but the generic qualities of the man's face made for a brief recap. And the others, he continued. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary with them? I told you, she repeated, irritated. I didn't get a good look. The man grunted, turning his attention back to his papers. When it was over, the squad reconvened on the floor lobby. Kent looked far more at peace now that the interviews were over, though Margot could tell Emma was trying to hide her nerves behind a brave face. How'd it go? Xander asked them generally. Various mumblings of assent circled around the others. Is it always like that? Kent wondered aloud. It varies by the mission, Xander explained. Something this high stakes with so many different strings attached. The company just wants to make sure they're thorough in the truth so they can cover the optics when it comes to global affairs. What's the latest with Poland? Emma raised. We didn't start a war, did we? Honestly, I don't know, he returned, pressing the button inside the elevator to take them back to the ground floor. Tensions were high before, tensions are high now. I don't know that anything we did can make things any worse than Chervinsky is making for himself. So long as they can't trace anything to us, the company's in the clear, and so are we. What about the safe house? Jordan added. Did they have any clue who attacked us? Again, I don't know, Xander denied. So long as you told the full truth of what you saw and heard, there's nothing for us to do but leave it to the embassy to take care of. You all know there are groups out there who would kill for our information and technology. My guess is we were unlucky enough to cross paths with them. Just leave it with the embassy to figure out and we have nothing to worry about. Emma turned and caught Margot's eye. They both seemed to be wondering the same thing. When did Xander become such a bootlicker? That night, Xander invited them all over to his house for dinner, with Lisa making them a pasta spread which even impressed Kent, before showing them the latest ultrasound pictures of their baby boy. This did wonders for all their moods. Even Emma, who was always a little hostile toward the idea of children, seemed to loosen at the thought of a little Xander running around the place. Margot had wanted kids for as long as she could remember, though with everything that had happened with her family, the idea had soured in recent years. All she had ever known of parenting was tied up in memories of pain, and despite everything she'd been working through with her counselor, didn't know if she had the strength to ever break that cycle. When they returned to the common room, however, after spending time close with Jordan, and the idea of parenthood fresh in her mind, she fell asleep beside him and dreamt of the future. A brief glimpse at a life where everything she ever wanted was within her grasp. That was the only good night she had all week. Tuesday, their time together was disrupted by Jordan distracted by his effect, unable to blind himself to Emma crying herself to sleep down the hall. When she finally calmed and Jordan was able to do the same, Margot drifted off to a volley of nightmares. Out of the gate, a false waking saw Jordan's face transform into that of her father, followed by the memory of Kent appearing in the van, now sweating blood from every pore in his body. Then she was him, and her mind created the most vivid creation it could of watching Liz gunned down in front of her, life draining from her eyes alongside the promise she'd made to keep her safe. The final dream she remembered was the most basic, but covered by the trauma of the previous three was made all the more painful, as night after night one of her most meaningful memories was tainted by the loss of the girl they had left behind. By Thursday, the dream played out in its fullest form yet. After suffering through the other dreams, Margot found herself once again back in their hotel room in Coulter Bay. Liz was on the opposite bed, her legs crossed in a pair of fuzzy white pajama pants. She'd relived this memory every night for the past week, but still the shock of seeing her alive and happy made Margot's breath stop for the slightest of moments. Powerless to take control of her own mouth and change what had happened, she gave in to the memory and watched Liz speak. So just the four of you, then? She'd asked. If you can even call it that, Margot recited. It was literally a year that all of us were in the house together. Andrew was in high school the next fall. Fall, Liz repeated mockingly, her crooked teeth smirking over the top-bottom lip. Autumn, Margot corrected, rolling her eyes emphatically. You take so many shortcuts with language here, Liz smiled. I'm surprised you don't call summer sun hot or something ridiculous like that. Hey, I'm Canadian, Margot defended. Don't blame me. Liz grinned, her eyes sparkling. Don't you call your coins loonies and toonies? Margot blushed. Shut up. Liz took a look out their window, catching another view of the mountains. So, tell me about Quebec, she sighed. My dad called it Canada's Scotland one time. Margot frowned. Do I have to? What's the name of your town again? She persisted. Margot sighed. Laval, she started. It's practically Montreal, but just on the other side of the river. What river? Liz wondered aloud. Sorry, my grasp of Canadian geography is stiflingly poor. Margot sat up straighter, drawing a sort of map in the air. She traced around the Great Lakes and drew a line out to where the ocean would be. So the lakes connect to the sea by the Fleuve Saint-Laurent, she explained. And roughly here is Montreal, and there's a bunch of other rivers that sort of converge around it, making a bunch of little islands. Montreal's on the biggest one, and then if you jump to the west over the Rivière des Prairies, there's a second island. Laval's on that one. Liz narrowed her eyes. Sorry, did you say River of Paris? Prairies, Margot articulated, realizing that her habit of reverting to French pronunciations was probably confusing for a non-speaker. Blimey, you grew up in a swamp too then, Liz noted. Might have been a long time ago, Margot conceded. Nowadays it's all urbanized, so you hardly ever notice the rivers unless you're downtown or on top of them. Liz was listening intently. What about Cambridge? Margot asked. That's the one with the university, right? Well, yeah, but I'm actually from Ely, Liz corrected. Seeing Margot struggling to follow, she made her own air map. Cambridgeshire, that's our county, right? It's like our state, so if Cambridge is Cheyenne, then Ely's sort of like our Casper. Margot nodded. Okay, so tell me about Ely. Liz smiled nostalgically. It's like you said with rivers, she explained. Everything around Ely is super bloody flat, even flatter than Tylersville. It's all cereal farms. A few hundred years ago, actually, it was an island. Everything around it used to flood with the tides, but they figured out a way to drain it, so now there's all just like this swampy farmland. So what do you do for fun there? Margot japed. Go for walks with bowls of milk? Knock it, Liz blushed. No, there's still rivers around it. Most of the fun's on the Great Ouse. You have a river called Ouse? O-U-S-E, Liz clarified. And yes, that's where we do most of our summer punting. Okay, now you're just making up words. Do you not have punting in Canada? We don't have it in the States either, Margot laughed. What the hell is punting? Oh, come off it, Liz sighed. You know, a punt, like a boat. You mean boating? No, Liz laughed, struggling to get across her explanation. It's like a flat boat, and you have a long pole in the water, and you use that to push your way down the river. Margot continued to shrug. Like a gondola? No, Liz shouted again, realizing her explanation was getting her nowhere. Forget it. Yes, we go boating on a river called Ouse. Margot smiled. Who's we? Well, my family, obviously, Liz went on. The 8 of us. A blush flashed over her face, quickly replaced by a shade of white. Margot frowned. I thought you were the second of 5. Liz opened her mouth twice before trying on the third attempt. I am, she slowed, a dark pain showing in her eyes. She looked at Margot cautiously, struggling with some kind of decision, before putting her eyes to the ground and sighing. My older brother Aiden. He died. The room suddenly felt 10 degrees colder and drastically silent. A wall of tears was crowding behind Liz's eyes, desperate to break away. Help, she seemed to whimper without words. Margot wanted nothing more than to jump to the other bed and hug her. Instead, she took the more constructive approach. Renee and Jason, she sighed. Liz looked up, confused. What? My siblings, Margot explained. My sister Renee would be 12 now. Jason would be 10. I have no idea where they are. A tear fell from Liz's eye, her hand hastily shooting to her face to catch it. What happened to them? She said. Margot sighed compassionately. I'll tell you about mine if you tell me about yours. She shot awake, breathing heavily. The bed spread over her had changed from white to black, and despite immediately recognizing where she was, Margot turned to her left in a desperate attempt to see Liz still sitting there on the other bed. To her frustrated expectation, she was met by a windowed wall, fogging over with the chill of the late-night frost. Her breathing slowed enough to turn the other way, where she found Jordan lying face up on his pillow, his white eyes wide open. What's up? She breathed, struggling to hide the panic in her sudden return to reality. Jordan kept his eyes staring at the ceiling. Silently, he whispered, She's still crying. It took Margot a moment to realize he meant Emma, her mind still focused on the memory of Liz. His voice was stoic, but there was an air of worry in it. So what? So look at the clock, he sighed. Margot turned her head to the dresser on the right. In bright red digital numbers, the clock read 3 o'clock. She's been crying this whole time? Margot raised. Jordan's silence confirmed her answer. Just go to bed, she insisted. I can't, he grunted. Why not? He finally turned his head to face her. Even in the darkness, she was able to see the red veins coloring his eyes. Because she's thinking the same thing I am, he sighed. Stop it, Margot tensed. They're not dead. Prove it, he scowled. You can't, can you? Margot couldn't help rolling her eyes. Jordan, just because I can't prove something doesn't mean it isn't real. Who are you, Emma? He rolled over angrily. Jordan! She tried reaching for his hand, but he snapped it to his front, rolling onto his feet and standing beside the door. Every time I close my eyes, I can hear them screaming, he said. If both of them are alive, neither of them are home, and I can't imagine a world where that means good news. Jordy, that doesn't mean they were captured. Doesn't it? He shrieked, pointing in the direction of Emma's room. Explain why she's crying, then. If anyone knows the danger he's in, it'd be her. Maybe she's just not allowed to tell us. Stop it, Margot growled, sitting up to face him directly. Stop thinking there's always something going on when there isn't. Even in the dark, she could see the look of incredulity spread across his face. Isn't there? Margot huffed. I told you what you saw didn't mean anything, she repeated. I already explained it like 100 times. I'm not talking about Kent, Jordan clarified. I'm talking about you covering for her over and over. Maybe she just misses him, Margot insisted. Maybe instead of imagining him having his fingernails ripped off by some Vietnamese torture master, she actually just misses her boyfriend. Is that really that hard to imagine? Jordan turned away, masking his reaction in shadow. What would you do if I was gone, huh? She incited. Because honestly, Jordan, if I was in Emma's shoes, I don't know if I could live with myself. Not knowing if I was alive or dead? He listed. Exactly. Now you know how I feel. That's not what I meant, she begged. You know it's not. Yeah, well, you made my point pretty clear. Jordan, stop, she backtracked. Johnny's fine. Those people were after him, Mar, he barked. Do you think they were alone? Someone sent them specifically to find him. You heard what they said. Who? The clones, he shouted. The people who broke into the safe house. Margot rolled her eyes again. Stop it with the clones. Why? He raised. Kelster doesn't think it's impossible. I talked with him about it on Monday. They weren't clones, she matched. For God's sake, listen to yourself talk. They were identical, Mar, he brandished. You tell me what else it could possibly be. No, they weren't, she stated, remembering a detail that had evaded her until only now. One of them had a hook in his nose, remember? Yeah, so he broke it at some point, Jordan continued. Everything else about them was exactly the same, down to their freaking weight, and trust me, I checked. What else could it possibly mean? That they were brothers? She reasoned. Or cousins? Or they just looked the same? Or maybe they were a really massive set of twins like someone suggested. Or maybe, just maybe, they were wearing really good matching disguises. I mean, honestly, did any of us actually check? Jordan's face returned to the light, where she could see the slightest shade of pink crossing over his scar. She concluded. I mean, really, Jordan, why do you always have to run with the craziest idea instead of thinking maybe there's an actual reasonable explanation? Fine. Don't believe me, he huffed. But what did they want with Johnny? Margot sighed. I don't know. Exactly, he swallowed. I was right about the stairwell, wasn't I? Without expecting an answer, he turned to the door and put his hand over the handle. Where are you going? She asked. You can sleep by yourself tonight, he ordered. This is your room. Yeah? He laughed. And like everything else in my life, you've taken control of it too. I'm sleeping on the couch. Before she could even conjure a response, he was out the door. Furious, Margot flipped her shoulder to the door, leaving her trapped and alone facing the empty window. Her irritation was quickly replaced by a dread for the nightmares, and she spent the rest of the night staring out at the snowy horizon to avoid falling back asleep. The next morning, Jordan acted like nothing had happened. He continued to hold her hand in public, though every moment they spent alone there was an air of awkwardness between them. Even a quiet whisper of apology went unrecognized, as Jordan turned away to focus on something besides her. Friday's afternoon training session was replaced by their post-mission ceremony. The four of them made their way back to the residential center after language, where they each found a Navy suit laying out on their beds. Official military customs were rare in the company, but the ceremonies were the main exception. Today they would dress in their service blues and stand in front of the Minister of the Constitution, who would feign congratulation for the success of the mission and pin to their shoulders a meaningless reward for their service. Margot was far less familiar with the military dress than the others, but understood from the separate piles beside the jacket that she had the option to wear either a matching skirt or pants as part of the ensemble. Normally the skirt would have given her comfort in her own confidence, but with the shadow of Liz hanging over the mission, Margot thought it might read as inconsiderate. Besides, it was freezing outside, so she opted instead for the pants. In bulky black shoes, Margot made her way to the bathroom to tighten her hair into an organized braid. Despite the tailor's best attempts, the coat and pants did little to accentuate her figure, which she figured was for the better. Her chest was bare save for her silver name badge, though she knew the other side would be further covered at the ceremony with the addition of new service medals. Out in the common room, Jordan was fussing over his hair. "Are you sure we don't have service caps?" he shouted frantically as soon as Margot closed the door. "Yes, Jordy," she sighed. "Have you ever seen anyone here wear a service cap?" "What's a service cap?" Kent's voice came peeking over the living room couch, his casted leg hitting below a bulky pant leg Jordan must have helped struggle with. Margot turned to explain, but was interrupted by Xander, who emerged through the front door dressed in his own uniform. Before he could speak, Jordan moaned, "And my hair is out of rags!" Xander's pink face looked around at Margot and Kent. "That makes 3 of us," he noted. "They don't really care, you know." Margot rolled her eyes at Jordan. "Stop being such a military brat." Emma's door opened and she emerged to join them. "What are those?" Kent wondered aloud, distracting Margot from her train of thought. Xander looked around before realizing Kent was pointing at his shoulders. "What, my butter bars?" he replied. "It's my service rank. What about those?" Kent lowered his finger toward Xander's chest. "Those are service medals," Jordan grumbled. "Don't you know anything about the military?" Kent didn't even open his mouth to respond. Everyone in the room knew the answer. "I used to know them all," Xander mumbled, tucking his chin into his tie to get a better view of his own chest. He pointed to a white patch with a blue and red cross pattern. This one's Norway, I know. Emma probably has them all memorized." "Just the ones Andrew has," she explained. "I recognize East Africa and France." "Those are locations," Kent noted. "I thought you said they were service medals." "Those are the places he served," Jordan spoke, in a tone that Margot remained unimpressed by. "The company doesn't have merit awards. That's what the ranks are for." Xander pulled on his shoulders. "I've had multi-level promotions a few times," he recognized. "Don't expect to get much further than private after your first set of missions." "How many are there?" Kent continued. "Like 40? Jordan wondered aloud, further interrupting a conversation that was hardly his to join. Something like that," Xander accepted. "This is about halfway up the chain, a second lieutenant." Kent looked between Xander and Jordan. "What happens when you get to the top?" Xander blinked. 5 stars? He echoed. "It's not impossible, but it's pretty rare. I want to say there are 3 active within the company. How close is your brother?" The eyes in the room shifted to Emma, who was pulling at the hem of her skirt. "Andrew?" she returned. "He's sitting at a 2 after Poland." Xander returned his attention to Kent. "Once you reach any sort of general position, you basically outrank anyone else in the company except the embassy," he noted. "You get certain privileges when you reach the officer ranks, and those only increase the higher you go. Mission priority, more freedom to orchestrate your own missions, less punishment for diverting chain of command, that sort of thing." Kent turned to Emma. "Your brother's a 2-star general?" Jordan interjected before she could. "What, did you think they just gave him the assassination for fun?" "If it had been successful, he'd probably be a 5-star, Emma shrugged. Kent's mouth was open. He turned back to Xander. "You're telling me a 17-year-old is ranked higher than you are?" "I'm pretty sure Andrew's 18, isn't he?" Xander joked, turning briefly again to Emma. "But yes, he is. Granted, he's been on about twice the number of missions I have, so that accounts for most of it." "Andrew's the most decorated person in the company," Emma bragged. "Among the students, at least." "Even Shane Daniels never reached general by the time he left," Xander voiced. "I should know. I graduated with him. Plus, I can't really get promoted anymore now that I'm out of my active service years." Margot could see Kent trying to follow Xander's explanation, the conversation shifting to Andrew's near dozen missions he had completed in his quick 4 years of high school. Sure enough, when they saw him in person that afternoon upon reaching the city auditorium, he was dressed in his full uniform, his breast covered in a plaque of overwhelming colors. Emma was pulled away by her mother as soon as they arrived, while Jordan continued to prey upon Kent's lack of knowledge about the company's customs. Shane had arrived wearing his dull green Marine uniform, so Jordan took to explaining how military service took precedent over company service, leaving Margot alone with Andrew, grateful for someone different to talk to. "Nice stars," she complimented, noticing his shoulders. "Thanks," he voiced dully, turning his head before straightening one of the medals. "You know, I think I'm actually going to try to beat you by the time I'm done," she joked. Andrew cracked a smile. "Go right ahead," he grinned. "I'm finished." He looked over at Shane, who was speaking to a number of embassy officials, before adding, "I heard you did good work on your first one." Margot broke a smile of her own in return. "Oh, yeah," she agreed sarcastically. We disobeyed direct orders, ended up killing half a dozen people, and all it cost was 2 of our squad. He tilted his head. Beats 6, he offered casually. Besides, we all know why you two disappeared out the back door. He snuck an obvious glance over at Jordan before winking. Screw off, she sighed, struggling to hold back a smile of her own. Don't joke about that. It's the only way I know how. Did Jackie teach you that? She wondered aloud. Combination, he replied, trying to find healthier vices. Well, you're looking a lot better, at least. I'll take a compliment however I can get one. Margot glanced down at the marble floor, noticing how polished Andrew's shoes were compared to her own. So you're really done? She asked. Andrew eyed her somberly. Can't really serve without a squad, he noted, before looking over at the front doors, where the Prime Minister had just entered. Besides, even if I wanted a high note to end on, Dad thinks it's best if I move on. To what? I don't really know, he explained. Grades have tanked for months, obviously, but if I show any kind of improvement, I think he'll work his magic on the record books. He pointed to the rainbow on his chest. These mean I can pretty much get in wherever I want. Any thoughts? We're touring San Diego in March, he said. I figure I can walk onto the swim team and do what everybody else does. Push the effect just enough to be competitive, but keep it out of suspicion. Is Isla going with you? Andrew's face suddenly turned white. No, he breathed awkwardly. We broke up. Again? Why? Same old, he replied, an absent look returning to his eyes, which Margot took as a sign to drop the subject. After a few seconds of silence, she offered, Well, I'll miss you. No, you won't, he smirked again. Of course I will. I'll be back, he argued. Nobody ever escapes this place for good. The crowd had begun filing through the lobby, and Margot took the hint to leave Andrew to join her squad, who were being led to the very front row of the amphitheater just in front of the stage. Very rarely was the building full for a post-mission ceremony, and today was no different. The cavernous space with its multiple balconies practically empty, save for their squad, Emma's family, and a handful of embassy employees sitting up on their own. Visitors were welcome. Margot herself had been in attendance for the first few of Andrew's, but on a Friday afternoon most people had better things to do than sit through an event with all the pomp and atmosphere of a funeral. The absence of Liz was felt as soon as they had sight of the stage. Hanging just to the side of the stage opposite the speaker's podium was a bright red uniform, the inverse of their own. The name plate over the breast was impossible to read at their distance, but everyone in the auditorium knew what it read. Granhook. Whether to comfort each other or in need of comfort themselves, Jordan and Margot found themselves side by side, instinctively reaching their hands together as they sat between Em and Kent. Just as they were about to take their seats, a recording of both the American and British national anthems played, forcing them back to their feet, before awkwardly shuffling back down as Tate Schuler took the podium, who stood looking between his pages of notes and the embassy employees with the nervous expression of someone trying to avoid an accidental insult. He began with the standard, "On behalf of the Ministry of the Constitution" script she remembered from Andrew's ceremonies, before going into a description of their original mission plan devoid of any serious detail. The description ended with the barest mention of the events at the safe house, with Schuler stating they had overcome unseen adversity to ensure a safe journey home. Margot felt another stab of pain when he formally announced that Liz was officially confirmed dead. Her body had been recovered by a team from Germany earlier that week. The slight sense of relief at this news was shadowed by the realization that Schuler had skipped over Johnny entirely, with the rest of the squad tensing in their seats as they all seemed to understand the same thing. Alive or dead, Johnny's uniform should have been on display alongside Liz. Before any of them could say anything, Jordan was called onto the stage, awkwardly standing in front of the red uniform as Schuler noted Jordan's accurate response to danger despite disobeying orders from Xander, and awarded him a 2-rank promotion to private second class. His shoulders decorated with a single arrow and 2 colors attached to his chest, Jordan returned to Margot only to be replaced on the stage by Kent, who limped to position awkwardly before being awarded the same double promotion. Margot was called next, staring blankly into the dark auditorium, unable to see anything beyond the bright stage lights glaring down on her. Schuler said something about trusting her squad, being creative in the face of adversity, and taking charge in a crisis, before, to her utter shock, he announced her a 3-place promotion. As she stood there in confusion, still distracted by Johnny's missing uniform, the minister reached into her jacket to fasten the 2 partnership medals on her chest, before adorning her shoulders with the double arrows of private first class. The others were just as bewildered as she was, Jordan almost jealously so. She took her seat beside him as Emma took the stage, lauded for her efforts in conquering the danger at the safe house, though she too was only raised to second class. Margot felt like every eye in the room was watching her, and not in a way she enjoyed. Her attention was instead drawn to Emma, who whispered something to Schuler as he was pinning the medals to her jacket. He did his best to hide the slightest shake of his head from the rest of the auditorium, but sitting right in front of the stage, Margot not only saw it, she understood its meaning entirely. Not here. Emma shut her mouth and obeyed as he finished adding an arrow to each shoulder, taking her seat just as Schuler called Xander to the stage. Due to ignorance or sheer incompetence, Margot couldn't say, but Xander opened his mouth louder than Emma had. "What about Liz?" he said, his voice echoing around the room. Beside her, Margot could feel Jordan stand to join him. "What about Johnny?" he blared. "Where's his uniform?" Schuler struggled to hide the embarrassment on his face, looking up to the crowd of embassy employees who had begun to stir behind them. He glared at Jordan and Xander before mouthing, "Sit down." "Tate, what's going on?" It was Mr. Guerin's voice, flying down the side aisle and making his way up onto the stage. Clearly something was wrong. The noise from the crowd behind them was no longer a whisper. Schuler moved from the podium to intercept the Prime Minister sweeping his way to the center, whispering something in his ear before being nearly shoved away. "What?" Guerin shouted. "Why wasn't I informed of this?" Emma made an audible gasp beside her. "What happened to Johnny?" Margot could feel Jordan tense as her own breath caught in her throat. Schuler made another quick glance to the embassy crowd, before rushing to the podium to make an announcement. "At the moment, there is no rank acknowledgement in place for Jonathan Sparks and Elysian Granhook, pending an ongoing internal investigation. Clark Xander will receive his medals of partnership from the embassies of Poland and China, and that will conclude today's ceremony." "What?" More than 5 voices layered the word, with the loudest coming from the Prime Minister himself. Schuler turned away from the microphone, but spoke loud enough for Margot to hear. "Sir, please, this is brand new information to me too," he said. "Let's get through this and we can discuss details with Mike privately." "You!" Guerin shouted, pointing a vitriolic finger toward the crowd. "My office, now!" To Margot's surprise, it was Shane Daniels who rose, awkwardly shuffling through the row before following Guerin to the door like a punished dog. "Daddy," Emma tried. "Not now," her father growled, shooting her the same finger. "We'll discuss this later." "Ladies and gentlemen, please," Schuler attempted, trying to recover some semblance of ceremony. "If we could—" Emma rushed after her father. Xander was quick to follow, as was Jordan, clearly desperate for some good news about his brother. Margot joined him, and eventually so did Kent. Out in the lobby, Emma had failed to reach the Prime Minister before a vehicle took him away to the embassy. She turned back to them disheartened, only to find Xander shouting in her face. "What did you do?" he screamed. Emma looked to the others for help, but they were just as bewildered as her. What do you mean?" she trembled. "I did exactly what you told me to do." A serious look crossed through Emma's eyes, a look Margot had learned to read carefully over the past 5 years. Emma was lying. Xander's face was fuming. His teeth clenched so hard Margot thought they might shatter. For a moment she thought he might strike her. Instead, he took a deep breath and shook his head to an unsettling calm. "You know, you are the worst kind of person imaginable," he spoke, turning to the rest of them. "The next time I think about trusting her for anything, put a bullet in my brain first." He turned to walk away, exiting the building into the freezing afternoon twilight with Emma chasing behind him. The 3 of them remaining stood in shocked silence, none of them able to comprehend what had just happened. It took the prompting of a lobby security guard and the presence of an SUV outside to get them back to the common room, where they continued to sit awkwardly in the living room, remaining in a state of anxious anticipation for Emma to finally return so they might have a clue as to what was going on. Almost 3 hours later, she came through the front door with flushed cheeks and a furious look on her face. Not even stopping to take off her dress shoes, she stormed into the living room and began screaming at all 3 of them. "Which one of you did it?" she screamed, her voice hoarse with emotion. "Did what?" Jordan replied. "Where's Johnny?" "They still don't know," she huffed. "But someone gave them the impression that he sabotaged the mission himself. They're treating him as persona non grata until he's captured." Margot and Jordan both rose to their feet. "What?" "There's a company bounty to bring him in alive," she continued. "Because someone in this room gave them the impression that Johnny was reselling the files he was supposed to delete for personal gain." "That's not what I said," Kent said, impressively calm. "Oh, good, it was you," Emma berated. "I was worried I was going to have to work for you to tell me the obvious." "Emma," Margot interjected. "I'm sure he did—" "Shut up!" she shouted, keeping her eyes peeled maliciously at Kent. "I told you what would happen if you didn't listen to me." "I did listen to you," Kent doubled. "I did exactly what you told me to do." "Yeah?" she fumed. "Did you just throw Johnny under the bus for fun too? Because I don't seem to remember you ever mentioning him sabotaging the mission before now." "That's because I didn't remember it until now," Kent exhaled, still remaining calm while Emma grew more infuriated by the second. "The guy from the embassy was explaining it to me. He called it traumatic disassociation." "What guy?" Emma growled. "Your interviewer?" "No," Kent clarified. "There was an official from the embassy that walked me through parts of the conversation before my recorded testimony." He shrugged, nonchalant. "A taller guy, red beard." Emma erupted. "You spoke to Mike Richmond?" "Emma," Margot reached out, attempting to stop her from lunging at Kent. You just let him brainwash you into lying against Johnny like that? Emma, it's not a lie, Margot defended. Both Emma and Jordan froze, holding their breaths. They have an audio record of something going wrong in the office, Margot remembered. Whatever was on it, it doesn't paint Johnny in a positive light. I didn't remember the details until Mike played me the tape, Kent started. Kent, stop! Margot commanded with such authority all three of them turned to her. Why? He asked. They want to know the truth, don't they? Because whatever you're about to say, I can't protect you from both of them. All three gave a surprised laugh. What do you mean protect him? Jordan puzzled. Jordan, go to your room, she ordered. You're not the boss of me, he argued. She ignored him completely. Kent, you too. What? I mean it, she demanded. Both of you go to your rooms until everybody learns to calm down. Fine, Kent uttered. He seemed to understand her urgency, getting to his feet and hobbling past the others to his room. The lock clicked shut behind him. Margot turned to Jordan, who was less obedient. Now, she said plainly. Johnny's fine. Take a chill pill and we'll talk about it when you're done. He clearly wanted to say something in retort, but chose to swallow his words and marched to his door, slamming it hard in protest. Johnny is not fine, Emma huffed, keeping her voice low. I know you don't want Jordan to hear it, but if anyone from the company even sees him, it's a crime not to report it. Do you understand that? Johnny's a criminal because of what Kent said. Liz is dead because of Johnny, Margot said bluntly. Emma's eyes were bloodshot. Don't you ever say that to me again. Well, that's what Kent was going to say to you, Margot credited. That's what the tape showed. Shut up, Emma screamed. Kent's a liar. You mean he's your liar, Margot sounded. I'm smart enough to know when you're pretending to be your dad, Em. You standing in the middle of Xander and Ken, lying about who said what to whom, is pathetic. Shut up, Emma breathed. You have no idea what you're talking about. Don't I? Margot wondered. What did you say to him? I didn't say anything to him, she denied. Do you think I'm stupid? Margot laughed. First of all, I'm smart enough to know when a boy is being played. Second, it looks like you forgot all about Jordan again, because he told me all about your little cuddle session on the couch earlier this week. Emma's face went white. Now look, I defended your honor, as little as you might have, by convincing him it didn't mean anything, but obviously it was part of your little game to get what you want by any means necessary. Margot, so what was it, huh? She continued. Judging by your dad's reaction, I'd say he's in some pretty hot water right now. Emma's head dropped, tears suddenly escaping through her closed eyelids. I was just trying to protect him, she sobbed. Margot could feel the heat rising to her face, waiting for Emma to explain herself. She sniffed, keeping her head to the floor. There was a gap in the audio feed surrounding the seizure of the guard, she cried. It made Liz look like she'd murdered him. Xander asked me to coach Kent to clarify the story. Emma looked up at Margot with a look of regret that was almost honest. You're incredible, you are, Margot grilled. Emma's expression turned fearful. You don't have to explain the rest of it, Em. I'm not stupid. Whatever Xander told you to do, you had Kent do the opposite. Only you didn't think you'd get caught so easily. Another pitiful sniffle slowed a second set of tears. Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? Margot asked. That we'd all be fine with the fact that you screwed over our friend? Emma returned her face to the floor, but Margot's voice only grew louder. Liz is going to be buried as a criminal. You know that, right? Whatever Kent said, your dad is still screwed, and now so is Liz's family, because you thought you were smart enough to trick the system. Emma continued sobbing. And you know what I'm most impressed by? Margot finished. The fact that for years, you've had the gall to pretend you're some innocent little church girl who's so high and mighty that you never stoop as low as the rest of us. Since you met me, you've criticized Andrew too. All because of the way we managed to get the things we want, and the whole time, you've just been another player in the game. Emma's face tilted up in anger, blotches of red spreading through her cheeks. Take that back, she growled. No, Margot laughed. I'm tired of defending you. You killed Liz just as much as Johnny did. Take that back, Emma screamed. Margot could see the swing coming from a mile off. She dodged to the right and this time made sure her claws were retracted as she smacked her sister so hard she fell to the ground. Emma struggled to maintain her pride, screaming as many insults as she could find as she clambered back to her feet. I wish we'd left you in Canada! Margot spit in her face as she moved toward the bedrooms. Go to hell, bitch. The sense of victory was drained away as soon as Jordan's door closed behind her. Not only was he seated on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands, he was sobbing, and his hands were folded together in what could only have been prayer. So shocked by the sight of this, Margot froze, struggling to find the words to explain what had just happened with Emma, or where to start about Johnny. That was when the alarms went off. Chapter 24. Truth and Consequences. In the 8 years Jordan had spent in Tylersville, he'd heard the emergency sirens maybe a handful of times for testing. Not once had they been used as a response to danger. Margot had burst into his room just as they sounded. Whatever look she entered with was replaced by breathless terror. They looked at each other in shock for what must have been a minute before the television in Jordan's room turned itself on. Standing behind a media podium was the Prime Minister, a harrowing look on his face as he stared dead into the camera. "Residents of Tylersville and fellow members of the company," he began. "Less than 30 minutes ago, we received word that the city of Wyszów in Poland was attacked and destroyed. While details of this attack are still unclear, we understand that a close-range missile was used. We believe the origins of the missile come from within the country of Poland itself. We understand this news is frightening. To our resident members with relatives in Wyszów, you know that the city was already evacuated of its American citizens following a failed assassination attempt on the president in the fall. To others with family in the city, it is with a heavy heart that I share that things do not look hopeful. By our most promising estimations, 80% of the population is gone, with the remainder suffering the physical and mental repercussions of such an attack, and will for years to come. The city is destroyed. It is our understanding that the Deputy Prime Minister and a number of cabinet officials have made it to safety in Germany with the other evacuees, but the Prime Minister is dead. To those of you searching for answers about relatives and friends, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be open 24 hours every day for the next several weeks to assist you. We understand the horrific situation that surrounds a great number of you, and want you to know that help is available in any capacity we can manage. This situation is unprecedented. If our inclinations about the source of this attack are true, then our very livelihoods may be at stake, of revealed to the rest of the world for the first time since 1975. Like Craig Tyler and so many others who gave their lives in service to keeping you safe from those wishing to do you harm, we at the embassies around the world are doing everything in our power to protect you and maintain your security in these tense times. I want to stress that your personal freedoms will not be obstructed as we make temporary alterations to prevent further danger. In accordance with the Citizens' Privacy Charter, the increased security you may see in and around the city will not include any kind of surveillance of your personal affairs or records of your comings and goings. However, be aware that entering the city may be more difficult than it was before. We do have reason to believe Wyszów was put in danger by persons with intimate knowledge of the program itself, so any suspicious activity or knowledge about questionable interactions between members of the company and those on the outside should come forward immediately to share that information with the Ministry of the Constitution. You remain welcome to come and go from the city as you please, but we urge you to use extreme caution with those you speak to, especially around the external media. Again, we understand how terrifying this news is, not only for our residents from Europe, but all within the company who trust in us to keep you safe. It is during these trying times that we encourage compassion and empathy within our community. If you see someone you know struggling, provide them a hand, or direct them to the help that's available through the Ministry of Health. Please pray for our brothers and sisters from the Polish branch, that their families may be safely reunited or put at peace in this horrific tragedy. More information will be made available to you as it comes to us. Do not panic. Stay calm and stay prayerful. Our greatest strength lies within ourselves. May God protect you. The screen went black. Somewhere during the broadcast, the sirens had fallen away. Margot turned back to Jordan. Her mouth dropped. "Turn on the news," he wavered. Sure enough, CNN had helicopters circling the charred remains of a flattened city. The headline, "Nuclear Accident Destroys Polish Military Base," rolled across the screen, followed by "Thousands Believed Dead." "Oh God," he felt himself mutter. "We did that." "Stop it," Margot growled, shooting around to face him again. "It's true, though," he stood, pushing Margot aside to point at the screen. 20,000 people are dead because of us. We can blame Andrew way more than we can blame ourselves," Margot stated. "We were sabotaged." "Yeah, and you don't think Andrew was too?" Jordan screamed, unloading a detail he'd been stuck over for months. "You think the best squad in the company was tripped up by a silent alarm? One that they knew about ahead of time? Stop it," Margot repeated. "Now you're the one that sounds like Emma." "Emma believes the Russians killed JFK," Jordan fired. "I'm talking about shit that actually matters, Margot. You think it's a coincidence both of Garen's kids were involved in this? Are you really going to suggest Bill Garen is trying to start World War III? Of course not," he threw aside. "I'm just saying, if I were Riley, I'd watch myself." Margot's face turned red. "What does Riley have to do with it?" Jordan threw his hands over, shocked she still wasn't following. "Someone is targeting his kids, Mar," he voiced. "I don't know if that includes you, but we were already a part of things going wrong." She looked at him apprehensively, not saying a word. "I bet it's Daniels," he continued. "I mean, you saw the way Garen threatened him. He has to suspect something. Enough with your conspiracies," she shouted. First it's clones, now it's a coup of the embassy. I mean, honestly, Jordan, where does it end for you? He approached her insistently. It ends when we stop being connected to all these effing coincidences. It ends when my mom and my brother are home safe. Margot struggled to hide a laugh, her eyes staring at the concrete floor of his bedroom. And you might be right about Daniels, she conceded. Because I think Johnny's involved too. Her words hit him like an invisible train. What? He mumbled, stunned. You want to blame anybody for this? Blame Johnny, she explained. That's what Kent was going to tell you. Johnny sabotaged the mission. Our second train succeeded the first. If you say that to me again, ever, then we are done. Do you understand me? An unexpected look of panic crossed her face. Margot grabbed at his hands in desperation. No, Jordy, please, let me explain, she hurried. They have something on Johnny. That's why there's the bounty on him. Jordan struggled to give his thoughts a voice. No, he staggered. No, he would never. There's something in the audio feed that gives them reason to suspect foul play, she detailed. Kent confirmed their suspicions. Richmond brainwashed him, he exploded. You heard Emma. Kent lied about his testimony. And now they're using Johnny as some kind of scapegoat. Kent didn't lie, Margot insisted. She paused, catching herself on something Jordan was certain to be incriminating. He what? He interjected. Tell me how any of this could happen without someone in the squad flipping the switch. I mean, his dad is Dalton Hawk, for God's sake. You don't think someone like him would want to take down Garin? Or Chervinsky, for that matter? That seems like something right up Hawk's alley. Is it Garin or Poland? Margot raised. If you're going to pick a narrative, at least stick with one. Why can't it be both? Jordan realized aloud. Knock two right-wing birds out of the sky with one stone. And for what purpose, huh? She pleaded, a look of desperation crossing her face. For Shane to step in and take their place? Or Mike Richmond? Honestly, do you ever hear yourself talk? They're all the same people. The same policies in different bodies. You think Kent would participate in some massive plot to replace one conservative with another? How am I supposed to know? Jordan shouted, feeling himself grow angrier by the minute. What's stopping him? He already got my brother out of the way so he could get with Emma. Stop it, Margot said yet again. I already told you to drop that. You can blame Emma all you want, but Kent is not the problem. And how do you know that? He screamed, throwing her hands off his own to cross them. Margot stood still in contemplation, face redder than he'd ever seen. I just know. You just know, he repeated, staring into her bloodshot blue eyes. There was a desperation for him to trust her. She gave no nod of encouragement, but remained still, waiting for him to listen. What did she say to you? He finally asked, taking a breath to calm himself. Margot bit back a smile. Before or after I hit her? Jordan felt his eyebrows narrow. Why'd you hit her? Because she's the one that's been forcing him to do her dirty work, Margot explained. That's why Xander was pissed in the first place. She detailed their conversation alone in the common room just moments before, Emma playing Xander against Kent to protect her father from the Granhook lawsuit, manipulating Kent's feelings to trust her. Jordan sighed and sat down on the edge of his bed. I don't blame you, he awarded. If anything, she had it coming. Thanks, Margot blushed. So you think she's behind all this? Emma Garin orchestrating World War III? She scoffed. Of course not. Okay, then what's actually going on? Jordan wondered. I don't know, Margot conceded. But I think Emma's a manipulative jackass who doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. If I go the next 3 months without talking to her, then all the better. I've had enough of the Garins. When the year's over, we're leaving. Jordan sat up straighter. Who, both of us? Well, I'm not leaving without you, she argued. I thought that was the deal. He looked into her eyes, still red with nervous tears. I'm never leaving you, he recited, standing to pull her into a tight hug. A loud banging on the door interrupted the embrace. Open up! An unfamiliar voice boomed on the other side. Both of you, out here, now! Jordan looked at Margot cautiously before crossing to the door. A uniformed guard was standing just outside the frame. 2 more waited behind him in the common room. Margot glared at Emma, who stood next to the couch, her face red and swollen from where Margot had obviously made contact. You called the cops? She screamed. We're not cops, the guard denied. And we're here for all 4 of you. What? Jordan joined her, before noticing Kent standing on his crutches next to the front door. Embassy orders, the guard continued. We're escorting all 4 of you to the training center. Mr. Schuler will explain everything when we get there. Margot voiced Jordan's confusion. Schuler? What about my dad? Emma squeaked, earning another perforating glare. It's not my place to say, ma'am, the guard added. But I think your father might have a bigger issue on his hands. Emma turned a remorseful look at Jordan before blushing away, following the first 2 guards and Kent outside into the hallway. A fourth guard carrying a full rifle stood sentry by the door, now following them into the elevator and to a car pulled all the way onto the sidewalk. None of them spoke during their short drive down the street, pulling into the back loading bay of the training center. The guards pulled them out of the vehicle one by one before leading them around the training floor and into the dressing room. An additional guard stood inside the room alongside a furiously stoic Xander and Tate Schuler, still wearing his same suit from that afternoon, now drenched in sweat and flakes of dry skin. When the door closed and only one guard remained, Schuler opened his mouth to speak. "Long time no see," he joked, flashing an expressionless smile before returning to seriousness. "I come assuming you all saw the announcement." "Where's my dad?" Emma chirped. Everyone in the room shot their heads in her direction. Xander blurted, "Emma, I swear to God if you don't shut your mouth right now, I'll sew it that way myself." Schuler cleared his throat to reposition their attention. He removed his shell glasses, wiping the mask of his position away and showing genuine exhaustion on his shrewish face. "Look, it's been a stressful day," he begged. "Miss Guerin, your father is dealing with an unprecedented situation. You need to grant him the autonomy to deal with that first." He turned to the rest of them as Emma shrunk in her skin. "As such, the fallout of your involvement specifically is falling under my jurisdiction, however linked they might be," he went on. "On orders of the embassy, none of you are to leave Tylersville for any reason. Is that clear?" An outburst of disbelief echoed throughout the room. The loudest voice was Xander's, who shouted, "But Guerin just said—" "I know what he said," Schuler raised, standing his ground. The rest of them fell silent. "No one else in the city was involved in an attack on a foreign nation. All 5 of you are in unfathomable danger if you move past the fence. Do you understand that? That man just bombed 30,000 of his own people just to make a point. What makes you think he won't send assassins to hunt you down in Denver?" A grim silence fell over them, understanding his warning. "To answer your next question, no. We don't know how long it's going to last. We're anticipating potential Civil War-level retaliation from the Polish left if our intelligence is correct, so hopefully it's not more than a few months before we can lift that security. But until then, you're to follow these guidelines for your own safety, regardless of how totalitarian they might appear." He looked around the circle, waiting for someone to speak. Xander went first. "My wife is due in July, and God forbid we have to keep you under lock and key until then. Your in-laws will be permitted to visit and stay as long as necessary, so long as they pass our security checks." Jordan looked over at Emma, who appeared to be suffocating on unspoken thoughts. Schuler noticed. "As for your brother and Hadiat," he went on, "he's been given the same protection." "Well, what about my brother?" The words came out of Jordan's mouth faster than he could stop them. Schuler glanced over with his exhausted expression. "You're ahead of me again," he sighed. "It's come to our attention that Johnny Sparks may have disobeyed orders during the mission plan for personal gain. As such, the company has declared an open capture bounty to return him for questioning over his actions." Jordan felt himself step forward. "That's bullshit! Jordy!" Both Margot and Xander stepped in to hold him back. "Well, he was set up!" "Regardless of what the truth might be," Schuler continued, holding up a hand to caution the others, "an open capture means no lethal force. I personally side with the rest of you. I don't believe this is something he would have done of his own accord. Nonetheless, the company will find him and bring him in for questioning so we can sort all this out." "Shane Daniels!" Jordan shouted, remaining still but struggling to maintain his frustration. "I guarantee he had something to do with this." The others froze. Even Schuler appeared taken aback by the idea. "Mr. Delarue, that is a very serious accusation," he shouldered, frowning. "What you're suggesting implicates a conspiracy." "Why not?" Jordan continued, knowing Margot was again reaching for him to stop. "We know we were sabotaged by company members. Why couldn't it have been Shane who sent them?" "Because Shane is the deputy prime minister." Every eye turned to Xander, whose voice cut through harder than he expected. Jordan grit his teeth, turning to the man he thought he trusted. "And why do you care?" he frowned. "I thought you hated the Guerins. I thought you hated this whole administration." If Xander was embarrassed by the accusation, he didn't let it show. "Because I know Shane Daniels," he deflected, turning to Schuler. "So does Tate. And Shane would never backhand the company like that." "How do you know?" Jordan wanted to shout, but before he could, Emma's voice bounced across the room. "I think Jordan's right," she said. Both Schuler and Xander raised their voices to silence her, but she continued. "Please," she begged to be heard. "Johnny met privately with Shane before we went to China." No one else found this odd, but Jordan could tell by Emma's tone that something was off about it. "Johnny and Shane met several times before China," Schuler noted. "Shane was mentoring him." "This was different," Emma rallied. "It was the middle of the night, and when Johnny came back, I could tell something was off. Even when we got to China, it's like he knew something bad was going to happen." "Shane tipped him off," Jordan pieced together. "I knew it! Shane's behind all of it. He was in Poland during the assassination too, wasn't he?" Jordan turned back to Schuler, expecting some kind of acknowledgement. Instead, he was met with a wall. "Enough!" Schuler yelled, raising his voice for the first time. He shot glances back and forth between Jordan and Emma before ordering, "You two, out!" He pointed between Margot and Kent, who looked incredulous. "No," Margot huffed. "Whatever you're saying to them, we're allowed to hear it too." "I said out," he demanded. And following Kent's awkward hobble through the door, Margot shot a definitively furious look at both Schuler and Jordan before the door was closed behind her. "Sit down," Schuler growled. "Both of you, now." Emma and Jordan did as they were told. "Your baseless accusations need to end." "They're not—" Emma began, but shriveled in terror at the look given by Xander. Schuler cleared his throat. "They are baseless accusations," he doubled. "You assume so little of the embassy that you think we didn't vet everyone in the building over their connection to this already?" Jordan looked at Emma, but she remained silent and terrified. "You just openly accused a ministry high official of treason," Schuler added grimly. "In the eyes of multiple witnesses. By law, I have to open a full investigation into the matter." "Good," Jordan thought, but Schuler's expression kept him frozen too. "When the investigation concludes and provides nothing new to what the embassy already concluded independently, you will have wasted numerous valuable company resources during a time that a completely separate crisis is spreading the embassy paper thin. And we will be no closer to finding Johnny or figuring out the truth. You will become the boy and the girl who cried wolf, and if something ever happens where you actually come forward with a meaningful accusation of misconduct, no one will ever believe you again." He shot his eyes between the two. "Is that clear?" Jordan looked to Xander for help, but his eyes were more rageful than the minister's. "Is that understood?" Xander raised, echoing Schuler's sentiments. "Yes, sir," they both squeaked, Emma turning to Jordan with genuine dread. "Then you're dismissed," Schuler waved. "Tell the others you'll be informed of any security updates as the situation emerges." The door guard ushered them out through the classroom and into the hall. Kent and Margot were waiting with another pair of armed security. As soon as they were out of earshot of the classroom door, Jordan turned to Emma. "I'm not stopping," he whispered. "Jordan," she shuddered. "You heard— if you think a threat is going to stop me from—" Someone yanked his arm nearly out of his socket, stopping him mid-sentence. He turned to find Margot gripping his wrist with both hands, a menacing glare shooting into his eyes. "Don't talk to her," she scolded, loud enough for Emma to hear before pulling him well ahead of the other two. "Mar," he breathed, trying to keep up. "What are you— You don't talk to her," she repeated. "Ever. Got that?" "Margot, are you crazy? She knows what she did," Margot scorned, shooting another death glare back over her shoulders. "You're not allowed to talk to her, is that clear?" She is not your friend," Margot roared. "She is responsible for all of this, got it?" Jordan looked back at Emma, who looked as shocked as he felt. "Margot, do you understand me?" she screamed, pulling him back to face forward. Confused and terrified by her tone, he mumbled, "Yes, fine." Margot was unwaveringly serious about Emma. After an awkward Friday night, the security threat was lifted enough to allow them to wander freely again around the city without escort. For the first time in his life, Jordan was tempted to go to church Sunday morning, but upon crawling out of bed and starting to dress himself, Margot's delivery of the words, "Where do you think you're going?" frightened him back to her side. Emma was quick to learn how serious Margot was too. After 2 brief confrontations in the kitchen Monday, Margot's ability to sway even Kent to her cause left Emma without friends in the squad, and as soon as Margot entered the common room the rest of the week, Emma was quick to run off through either door. The atmosphere of the school had shifted that week too. The flags of Poland and its 3 subject states had been hung over the 3rd-floor balcony in the cafeteria as a show of solidarity. Initially, this proved to be a choice in poor taste, as within 3 days the Polish flag had been ripped from its hangings no less than 7 separate times, ending up in a garbage can, torn in several pieces, and once found in one of the used toilets. By Thursday, the administration had enough common sense to remove the flags and replace them with a handmade sign reading, "Pray for our Polish brothers and sisters," which seemed to signal emotions in the right direction. Most of the Polish exchange students had traveled to Beer Garden for information on missing relatives, but the few who had remained were obviously shaken. The company had awarded any Polish citizens living in Tylersville immediate membership by request, as without a hub city to return to, their citizenship within the company was transferred to Germany. There was a Hungarian boy in their history class who had lost both of his parents, along with all 4 of his siblings, who had completely stopped talking to anyone in class. Jordan had never seen someone look so hopeless. Thursday night, his dreams were plagued by visions of China. After night of nightmares putting himself in Poland, China was a welcome change. But once his eyes flashed open Friday morning, he was less concerned with seeing himself in the stairway again, and more concerned that his fear and regret were starting to fade. If anything, the dreams were pulling him back there, longing to have a gun back in his hand. To Jordan's horror, he found himself empathizing with his mother. That afternoon, Jordan nearly fell asleep in biology. He had expected to feel more awake after a more complete sleep, but 2 weeks of sleeplessness had changed how his body functioned. Overslept and overtired, Kelster called on him on a question regarding dominant traits, to which Margot shook him awake and Jordan found himself the center of a laughing classroom. Kelster hardly seemed to notice, moving on to someone else and continuing his lecture until the bell sounded at the end of class. As they were leaving, Kelster called his name. "Mr. De La Rue?" he croaked. "A word, please." Jordan swallowed and ushered Margot onto her next class, leaving with a dissatisfied grunt. "Yes, sir?" He approached the front desk. Once the other students had exited, Kelster's expression softened. "So, I spoke to a colleague of mine up at JHF about your question last week," he began. Jordan was briefly taken aback, expecting a reprimand for his nap. Kelster just went on, an almost eager tone in his voice. "As far as either of us has been able to find, the company has no record of such an effect existing. The closest thing we could find was a mental effect found a few times in Europe, where a person was able to manipulate others into hallucinating things that weren't there." Jordan frowned, remembering their previous conversation. "That's not it, sir," he relayed. "All the copies would have disappeared once the source was killed, wouldn't they?" "Hypothetically, yes," Kelster agreed. "No one can be in two places at once, nor can anyone create matter that isn't already there." "What about fire elementalists?" Jordan raised. "Good question," Kelster continued. "But still the same laws. Take your friend Miss Granhook, for example. She could transform the energy around her and use it to her advantage, but you can't create something out of nothing. It goes against the universal laws of matter." Jordan sighed, disappointed. "So they're not duplicates?" he breathed rhetorically. There's a gleam in Kelster's eye. "Well, it depends what you qualify as a duplicate," he went on. "In the sense of your question about it being an effect, no. At least not as far as the company has ever seen before. But you previously brought up the theory about cloning." Kelster's tone indicated he was onto something. "And?" "And based on your descriptions of those involved, and the concerns Miss Dree raised in your conversation, we're left with several very large coincidences, all of which must point to some truth." Jordan's heart was racing. "Such as?" "Well, you told me before that they were all the exact same shape and size," Kelster voiced. "I'm assuming this is something you learned through your effect." "Yes, sir." "Which would account for why none of the others would notice the similarities in the individuals the way you did," he continued. "The question is, why?" Jordan eyed him cautiously. "Why what?" "Why they look different in the first place." Jordan raised his good eyebrow. "What does that mean?" Kelster put his hand on his desk. "You see the world differently than everyone else," he noted, continuing before Jordan could answer. "The question is, why, if multiple individuals with the exact same shape and size were created together and put in the same situation, were they then made to look different?" It took Jordan several moments to piece together an answer. When he had one, he worded it uncertainly. "To hide something?" Kelster smiled. "Perhaps," he chided. "If I were successful in creating a batch of clones, and I didn't want the world to know, for whatever reason that might be, I may attempt to hide the success to avoid suspicion. It would be as easy as changing an eye color or breaking a nose." He gestured to Jordan's face. "Adding a scar. The rest of the world would be too distracted by the surface level differences to realize the truth, unless someone like you were to see things as they are." Jordan's heart continued to race. "So you believe me then?" Kelster's smile faded. "Son, I wasn't there," he diffused. "The evidence lies with you and your squad alone, and if they don't believe you, then you're the only evidence there is." "Well, screw the evidence," he shouted. "That doesn't mean it's not true." Jordan stepped back, realizing what he had just said to the face of a science teacher. Kelster's eyes had an odd expression. "You're laughing at me," Jordan groaned. "I'm not." "You are," he raged. "You're just feeding my ego. And if I had more, I would let you feast," Kelster admitted. "Do I believe your theories about cloning?" He shook his head. "I don't know. But I do know that you saw something you don't understand, and you want answers because it's important to you." Jordan shook his head in return. "This whole time I thought you were helping me find something." "I told you what I've found," Kelster claimed. "Beyond the fact that human cloning still remains incredibly illegal, along with still scientifically impossible by all known resources, I've given you everything I know about the facts of your theories." Jordan felt his face redden. "So why even let me believe it in the first place?" Kelster's response was interrupted by the school bell, signaling Jordan late for language. He turned to his desk to begin writing an excuse note. With his back turned, he concluded, "Because faith is the motivation for finding truth." Then he sent Jordan on his way. McLeish was used to his tardiness, but Margot rolled her eyes when Jordan sat down in language. His mind stayed behind in the science wing through the entirety of the class. Even in training, where Xander was concluding a week-long focus on sniper rifles, Jordan couldn't stop thinking about what Kelster had said about scars. With 15 of 100 multi-range targets, he was easily the worst in the squad, and he heard an earful from Xander after it about focusing. The three of them trudged back to the common room together, taking Kent's pace and remaining well behind Emma, who rushed off ahead of them. When they reached the kitchen, she was already swiftly past, slamming the door to her bedroom. Jordan stared a moment too long at it once they'd slipped off their shoes. "Stop feeling bad for her," Margot scolded, catching his glance. Jordan struggled to hide his eyes rolling. "Why do you feel bad for her?" she continued. "She deserves it." He'd had enough of her attitude for the day. Seeing Kent take a seat in the living room, he switched to French. "You're being an asshole," he breathed. Margot was taken aback. "Excuse me?" she repeated. "I'm being an asshole?" She stormed around the island and ripped open the cabinet below the sink, pulling out various bottles of liquor hidden behind cleaning supplies. "Is this being an asshole?" She screwed the tops off the bottles and poured them all down the drain, the entire time glaring at Jordan over the counter. "Yes," he huffed. "It is." She put the tops back on and returned the bottles to their place below the sink. "Good," she shrugged, her eyes bulging. "I'll keep doing it then. Margot. What'd you have to say to Kelster, huh?" she went on. "You still up in arms about your whole clone theory even after I told you to drop it? Since when do you dictate how I get to think? Since I became your girlfriend," she hissed. "You're obsessed, Jordan. It's eating you alive and I'm trying to keep you from going off the deep end." He pointed at the sink. "Oh, you're worried about me going off the deep end?" "She deserves it," Margot soured. "She screwed Kent, she screwed Liz, and for all we know, she probably has something to do with Johnny disappearing too." "Stop that," Jordan replied. "She would never do that." "I'm not worried about what she would or wouldn't do, Jordan," Margot stated. "I'm worried about what she did. And what she did is screw the rest of us over. She can rot for all I care." Kent had popped his head over the couch at the sound of his name. Jordan switched back to English. "What do you care?" he stormed. "That's rich," she shook her head. "You can figure that out tomorrow if you forget to put me in front of your stupid obsessions again." "What's that supposed to mean?" She stomped around to face him. "What, you forget what tomorrow is?" Jordan rolled his eyes. "Margot's pissed off on a Saturday again?" Her claws extended, scratching a mark in the granite countertop. "Seriously?" She stormed off toward the bedrooms. "No, seriously, what am I missing?" "It's frickin' Valentine's Day, Jordy," she scowled. "You know, that day you're supposed to actually focus on me for a change?" Jordan's mouth dropped disbelievingly. "You better figure out that reservation at Pantella's real quick, or otherwise the pool's closed." "Are you actually being serious?" Margot's face turned red. She spun around and slammed the door behind her into her own room. "God!" Jordan screamed, turning around to the only ears there to hear. "Really? Does she honestly expect me to care about Valentine's Day right now?" Kent turned, apparently not expecting Jordan to be talking to him. "Like, genuinely, how?" Kent shrugged. Jordan half expected some ill-prepared wisdom to come flowing into the room. Instead, Kent opened his mouth and said, "Bitches be shopping." Whatever tension Jordan held before it disappeared in an instant. He was so taken aback that he nearly collapsed onto the floor laughing. By the time he found his way to one of the living room chairs, Kent was grinning from ear to ear. "They do," Jordan agreed, still catching his breath. "Thanks, man. I needed that." Kent nodded his appreciation. "I think she needs Valentine's Day," he offered. "Two sides of the same coin." "Jeez, am I really getting relationship advice from you?" Jordan replied, not realizing the harshness of his words until they were given voice. Kent blushed, his smile fading. "Sorry," Jordan hurried. "I didn't mean... I get it. I'm not trying to be a douchebag," he continued. "It just happens sometimes." "It's been happening since I met you," Kent noted, before adding, "Don't worry, I'm used to it." Jordan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I'm sorry," he apologized again, struggling to rediscover his footing. "You doing anything tomorrow?" Kent knit his eyebrows. "For Valentine's Day, I mean," Jordan clarified. Again, Kent looked confused. "You're asking the guy you're embarrassed to get relationship advice from if he has plans for Valentine's Day?" "Oh, help me out here," Jordan begged. "I'm trying." Kent frowned. "No," he stated. "No plans. I'll probably just hang out and watch golf." "Ew," Jordan grimaced. "Is that all you do all day in Johnny's room?" "Hey, you said you didn't care." I don't," Jordan leveled. "I just... Ew." Kent's face turned red. "Why don't you do something with Emma?" Jordan offered. Emma? Kent frowned. Why Emma? I don't know, Jordan said. I thought you liked her. She's dating your brother. It hasn't stopped you before, he bothered. Kent remained silent. Embarrassed, Jordan realized he had crossed back into douchebag territory. What about Rachel? He recovered. I thought you guys were hitting it off at her party. What, 3 months ago? Kent questioned. I haven't even seen her since then. Why not? Jordan kept on. I thought she was into you. I'm sure she'd go for it now that you're back in town. Kent shrugged, the redness in his face turning to white. I don't know, he sighed. I don't really think it was anything like that. Oh, Jordan managed. Well, what about that girl from Homecoming? Kent looked puzzled. Who? The little one, Jordan remembered. The one you danced with. She was cute. Morgan? Kent recalled, the look on his face showing he didn't agree. Liz's friend, right? Jordan pushed. Why don't you ask her? Kent looked to the ground. Initially thinking he was considering the option, Jordan quickly realized what he'd said. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry about Liz. Kent kept his eyes to the ground. Yeah? I guess I didn't really know her that well, Jordan voiced. But I know Margot's really torn up about it too. Kent looked up, his brown eyes enormous. If you ever want to talk to her about it, you know you can, right? Jordan continued, seeing a look of caution on Kent's face. Just because I'm not allowed to talk to Emma doesn't mean you can't talk to Margot. Kent shrugged. Right now? He muttered, gesturing to the door. Besides, you really think she'd want to talk to me about Liz after I threw her under the bus like that? Jordan shook his head. Stop that, he denied. Emma manipulated you into doing that. Kent smiled. All three of you treat me like I can't make my own decisions, he noted. You know I could have just said no, right? Jordan fell silent. It's like you think I'm some puppet who can't speak for myself, Kent went on. Honestly, it's obnoxious. Jordan felt his throat shrink. What are you talking about? I threw Liz under the bus, he stated bluntly. Yeah? Jordan agreed. Because Emma... No, Kent scolded. I made the decision. It's my fault. Kent, you couldn't... Oh, couldn't I? Kent raised. Like I'm just some dumb New Yorker who can't see the repercussions for my actions? Jordan swallowed hard. You're right, Kent surrendered. Emma told me what would happen whichever way I chose. And I chose the one she wanted me to, but do you really think I was incapable of knowing what would happen? I had a whole day to think about it. I made that decision. Jordan took a shaky breath. So you screwed her, he clarified. You screwed her family out of the lawsuit. For what? So Emma would like you? Kent shook his head again. That had nothing to do with it. Jordan rose to his feet. Then for the love of God, Kent, tell me, he screeched. I thought she was your friend. She was my friend, Kent agreed, rising to his own wobbly stance. She was the closest thing I'll ever have in this squad, and she's dead. So why would you... Because she's dead, Kent spat, articulating the last word with every bit of his tongue. Because it doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter anymore, Jordan raised. You tell that to Margot. You tell that to Liz's family. If I hadn't told them that, they would have killed me, Kent snarled. Liz gave her life to save me. You think I was just going to throw that away? So that's your excuse? Jordan huffed. Save yourself and screw everybody else? You don't get it, do you? Kent raised. You really think the Grand Hooks have a chance this time? What are you talking about? Jordan repeated. They've already won. Of course they have a chance. Last time it was a nobody, Kent went on. There was no one to fight against. He pointed to Emma's bedroom door. Have you seen how hard she's fighting to win? We have no chance against Bill Guerin if that's just his teenage daughter. I've seen what people like my dad do to people that get in their way, Jordan. He's not going to lose, no matter what the odds are stacked against him. Kent closed his eyes and shook his head. You think I'd really let what Liz did go to waste? Kent took a deep breath and sat back down. Jordan had no idea what to say. He stood there, shell-shocked, struggling to replay everything Kent had just said. After a minute of silence, he sat back down in the armchair, gripping the sides. So the part where you talked to Richmond about Johnny, Jordan finally worded. What's your excuse for that? Mike didn't do anything, Kent defended. Emma treats him like some kind of supervillain. He literally just played me the tape from the office. I explained to the embassy what I remembered. That was it. So you didn't screw over my brother, Jordan echoed. The embassy just made up a narrative to throw him under the bus the same day you did with Liz. You didn't hear the tape, Kent frowned. Jordan, something was going on. Yeah, he was set up, Jordan roared. Yeah, maybe he was, Kent toyed. "But it was obvious that something weird was going on. And you just conveniently forgot about it until your testimony." "I told you," Kent said. "Traumatic disassociation. Call it whatever buzzword you want. Nobody believes you," Jordan huffed. "Fine," Kent argued. "But I've done nothing except tell the truth about Johnny." "Screw you," Jordan grunted. "Everyone knows you hate him. You had every motivation to get him into this mess." "I hate him because he broke my leg," Kent admitted. "I hate him because he's a hypocritical asshole." Jordan shook his head. "You hate him because you don't understand him," he defended. "Look, I get that. Genuinely, I do. But he's my brother. So as long as I'm here, you watch what you say about him." Kent smiled. "Why? Because he's not man enough to defend himself?" "Because he's not here to defend himself!" Again, Jordan rose to his feet, taking his anger out on the TV remote on the table. He picked it up and launched it at the wall, smashing a picture frame on the shelf into several pieces. Realizing what he'd done, he swore loudly and turned to the corner to hide his face. After a moment's pause, Kent's voice returned, far more compassionate than before. "I'm sorry he's missing," he said, sitting up straighter. Expression had drained from his face. "Are you?" Jordan turned. "For your sake, yeah," Kent apologized. "I am, especially with your mom being gone too." "What do you expect me to say to that?" Jordan growled. "Thanks?" "No," Kent sighed. "I'm not here to empathize with you. I can't empathize with you." "Then what?" Jordan scowled. "Are you here to laugh at me? Because that's what Margot does every time I try to make sense of anything. My brother disappears and suddenly I'm crazy for suggesting he's innocent. Everybody watches Garen and Daniels go at each other in the auditorium, but I'm some kind of nutcase for thinking I can say anything about it." "I don't think you're crazy," Kent sighed. "For what?" He shrugged. "How long have I been saying Shane and Johnny have a weird relationship?" "Well, then back me on it," Jordan erupted. "Because anytime I suggest anything to anyone, they shut me down like I'm some kind of conspiracy theorist. Xander, Kelster, Margot. Hell, I can't even talk to Emma because of Margot. And you and Margot both have Johnny on some kind of kill list because of whatever the hell this tape in the office implies." He turned to face Kent, who was leaning forward on his knees. "Do you know how trapped I feel?" Jordan continued, feeling everything in his head fall out of his mouth before he could stop it. "My dad is dead. Johnny's dad is dead. My mom, my brother." He could feel himself about to break. "I don't know if I can do it anymore." Kent launched to his feet, almost falling over trying to balance himself on his cast. "Stop it," he frowned. "Don't preach to me like this is some middle school PSA," Jordan said. "I'm not just saying it. I genuinely..." He ran a hand through his hair and felt his breath shiver again. "Margot always says how she can never live without me," he continued. She always threatens it like it's some terrible thing, like life isn't worth living if all the people you love are gone, and it's..." His voice shattered. "They're already gone, man." Kent's eyes were even larger than before. Jordan slammed his eyes shut so he wouldn't have to see them. "I mean, besides her," he choked. "What's the point? I don't even want to be here anymore." He had stopped caring long before, but Jordan finally let everything out in front of Kent. Every thought of Johnny, of his mom, fell from his eyes onto the carpet at his feet. And for the first time in weeks, he felt okay. When the tears stopped flowing, he wiped his eyes with both hands and looked back to Kent. "I'm sorry," Jordan began. But before he could say more, Kent stepped up to him and hugged him. Johnny had never hugged him like that. As Kent held him upright with his arms around him, Jordan remembered the last time Frank Sparks had done the same, telling him how proud he was to call Jordan his son, before putting him to sleep. The next morning he had disappeared at the embassy, and they never saw him again. Kent released him, but instead of sitting down on the couch, he took a step back and remained standing. He stared into Jordan's face, emotionless, and sighed. "The summer I got my effect, I found my cousin Louis hanging in his bedroom." Jordan felt his chest shrink. "He was 15 when it happened," Kent continued. "Didn't leave a note, just came home one day and closed the door like any normal afternoon." He looked back at the shattered photograph on the floor. "Funeral was a mess. He wasn't really my cousin, just another Italian boy from the neighborhood. His mom was close with my mom, sort of thing, but it broke everybody. I guess one of his friends at school ended up doing the same thing a few months later. My mom was whacked before, but that really killed her. She got really possessive of me. I mean, obviously, I'm her only kid, but I mean, like, wouldn't let anybody watch me sort of thing. Cameras around the house, never let me out of her sight when she was around, tracked my every movement when she wasn't. It drove me insane. Kent pulled out his phone and showed a list of missed phone calls, all from the same number. She still calls me every single day, he claimed. I haven't answered since I left LaGuardia. Don't plan on answering either, but beyond her getting obsessive, I realized how messed up Louis made everyone else around me. And that day I told myself no matter how much life sucks, that's never going to be an option. Say whatever you want about my life growing up, or even how I got here. No matter how bad I feel about it, no matter how angry I get about it, I'm going to win. Kent gestured at the doors. I already know I'm disposable, he stated. Before Jordan could pitch in, he added, Emma and her dad both made that pretty clear back in China. But so long as I have a say in the matter, they won't beat me. Not my parents, not the Garens, not the thoughts in my head or the devil or whatever religious equivalent you want to add to the mix. I'm going to stay alive and I'm going to win. Jordan remained rooted to the spot, frozen in shocked silence. Kent turned carelessly toward the far wall, and before Jordan could say anything, he reached down and picked up the picture. Both the glass and the frame were utterly destroyed. Kent brushed the glass onto the floor and blew the picture clean. Grab a pen, he muttered. Jordan stayed still, unsure he had heard correctly. What? Go get a pen, Kent demanded, waving his hand casually toward the kitchen. Or a marker, it doesn't matter, just find something to write with. Jordan felt his feet move without command, finding a Sharpie hidden in one of the kitchen drawers, then making his way over to Kent. Kent handed him the picture. You're going to sign it, he said. Jordan looked down at the glossy square of paper in Kent's hand. It was the one Margot had taken of all 6 of them the night of the homecoming dance. He could still feel how tight his arms had been trapped in that maroon suit. What? You're going to sign it, Kent repeated. Jordan looked up at Kent's face. Why? Kent flipped the picture over. Because today you're going to choose whether or not you're going to win too. Jordan looked down to the blank back of the photo. I'm not making you do anything, Kent argued. You're going to choose whether the fight is worth it or not. And if you choose to win, you sign and date it and put it back on the shelf. Why? Because every day until you leave this room for the last time, you're going to see that picture and remember the time you chose to fight back. And it doesn't matter how many things just stand in your way or how many times you want to give up. You're going to be reminded of the promise you made to yourself. You're going to keep on keeping on. Jordan uncapped the marker and stared at the white canvas. His mind raced around to Johnny, to his mother, to Margot. Somehow, some way he had yet to find, he was going to bring all of them back together. That was the only way he was going to win. He took a deep, shaky breath as he signed his name. Jordan Delarue, February 13th, 2015. He stared at his own signature for at least a minute before he looked back up to Kent. Thank you, he sighed, reaching out and returning the hug Kent had motivated him with just minutes before. Don't mention it, Kent replied softly, taking the picture and setting it upright against 2 other frames. Dead friends and hitting each other aside, we're still a squad. Jordan brushed over his thoughts to Johnny. Still a squad, he agreed. Kent picked up the remote from the wreckage and turned on the TV before moving to the couch and sitting back down. What's yours? Jordan raised. What's my what? Kent replied, keeping his eyes on the screen. Your picture, Jordan added. What is it? When did you sign yours? Kent turned his head. Oh, I've never signed a picture, he grinned. That's a you thing. Jordan felt his face whiten. Before he could say anything, Kent added, Holy, look at this. He turned to the TV, which Kent had changed the news. A massive crowd was gathered around the now too familiar Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw. Red smoke was rising from the ground, but the attitude of the people looked cheerful, almost celebratory. A news ticker flowed across the bottom of the screen. Chervinsky flees Poland. Chapter 25. San Diego. It took a full week for her face to feel normal again. Of course, her face was nothing to how Margot had made her feel since. Emma considered how she must have felt after the Halloween party, but the 2 situations were drastically different. At least Margot had Jordan. Valentine's Day would have been insufferable with them regardless, but with her own boyfriend gone without a trace, it felt like just another Saturday of longing for him to return safe and sound. Overhearing them fight provided some catharsis. Unable to set foot in the common room without fearing another attack from Margot, one she knew would be impossible to prosecute given she had attacked Margot first, Emma waited an entire week to see her family so her mother wouldn't comment on her face, and she would then be forced to explain everything. Combined with the travel ban and the eerie feeling that she was being watched for her own protection, the entire month of February was the loneliest she had felt since Riley left. The worst part was she couldn't blame Margot. The longer Emma sat with what had happened, why she had done what she had and what had come since, the more she realized just how justified Margot had been to call her out and expose her. Trying to defend her father was pointless, especially knowing now that Richmond was already involved thanks to Kent. It was only a matter of time before Bill Guerin was forced to resign from office, and now she couldn't even talk about it with her best friend. The bare minimum of respite came the following weekend, when she managed to get Rachel and Paige out on a coffee date. She hadn't really seen the pair since the school year had started, but things fell back to normalcy between them as soon as they sat down, save for the notable absence of Margot, who had always rounded out their foursome. She kept the details of their fight vague. Despite both their fathers working in the embassy, neither was high enough or close enough to her father's circle that she felt she could share what had happened. If either had heard about their lockdown or the bounty on Jenny's head, they kept it to themselves. Emma only went as far as taking responsibility for her side in the fight, after which both girls lauded her for being the bigger person, and shunned Margot for not getting over herself. The high of their date disappeared as soon as she left the shop. Pulled back into her shame, Emma found herself in the common room for the shortest of moments, long enough for Margot to pull herself off Jordan and stare Emma down until she was safely locked in her bedroom. Alone again, she stared up at the Lone Star above her bed and broke down until she had nothing left. Even church had lost its joy. She knew it was wrong to put Johnny first, but there was nothing she could do to stop from feeling left behind in her prayers. 2 Sundays on, her mother had noticed, and forcing her father and Andrew out to talk alone, Emma fell to pieces as she poured her heart out after the service. The next afternoon, she was pulled out of language by no less than an embassy guard, who escorted her to an emergency session with Jackie White. Jackie was an older man with an office just south of downtown. A bright white beard contrasted his dark brown face, obviously much older than any of the men still working in the embassy, though such a thing was common for non-members. He'd been the professional confidant of the family for years, bound by law and oath never to repeat the things they shared before him. From Emma's effect to Margot's childhood, he knew everything there was to know, and back in his office for the first time in months, Emma didn't hold back. She admitted everything, as far back as Liz's essay, not even stopping to think whether Jackie even knew about the embassy's brainwashing. She didn't care. As soon as she started her confession, there was nothing stopping her. She went through every single mistake she had made since October, detailing every wrong she had done to each person in the squad, even Liz and her family, and picked apart every way they had tossed her aside and their justifications for doing so. When she was finished, Jackie sat staring at her in silence. An enormous weight had been lifted off her shoulders, but she still felt terrible. Nothing had changed. Jackie's deep brown eyes pierced into hers. "Just tell me I'm not a bad person," she begged, out of tears. Jackie shook his head. "Emma, I'm not the judge of that," he spoke, his deep voice echoing off the walls around her. "I'm not God. I'm not your pastor." "Then why am I here?" she hesitated to ask, but Jackie answered before she could form the words.
"My job is to help you work through your issues," he went on. "And what I'm seeing in all of this is you struggling to find your own value because of the mistakes you've made."
Emma buried her head in her hands. "So you're siding with them," she cried. "You think they're right? That I should just disappear off the face of the planet and die?"
"I never said that," he rejected.
"And they don't think that." "Well, Margot does," she shouted. "And honestly, she's probably right."
Jackie clicked his pen. "Has she ever actually said that to you?"
Emma shook her head.
"You made a mistake, and you feel guilty because you know it was wrong," he noted. "That doesn't make you a bad person."
"Then why do I feel like one?"
Jackie shrugged. "Because through all your mistakes, you value what's right more than what you've done." The words caught in Emma's throat as she tried to repeat them.
"Because... what?"
"I can see the anxiety you have in all of this," he explained. "You wear it on your face."
"Well, then how do I stop?" she asked. "I don't want to feel like this. I feel like everyone is out to get me all the time. I can't even set foot in our common room without Margot threatening me. She looked up pleadingly. "I want my friends back." She burst into tears again. Jackie let her cry for several minutes before clearing his throat.
"Why do any of us do the things we regret?" he began.
Emma shook her head, unsure if his question was rhetorical.
"Because deep down there are 2 sides vying for your attention. And sometimes it's not clear which is right from wrong until you've made that decision."
Emma sighed. "I was only trying to protect my dad."
"Answer me this," Jackie proposed. "Does your father really need your protection?" Before she could answer, he continued. "You obviously place a high value on what your father thinks of you. That's the reason you make the choices you do, isn't it?" because you know what's right, and yet you feel pressure to do the opposite. So I ask you again, does your father need your protection? Emma took another deep breath, staring at the carpet between her feet. Before she could say anything, Jackie added, has he ever needed your protection before? She thought back to all the times he had taken her to the backyard to work on her throwing. Had she been protecting him by playing into that lie? Uncertain of her answer, she gave the one Jackie wanted to hear. No. Jackie smiled. I don't think so either, he relayed. You struggle between listening to yourself and listening to him, and that's okay. The weight of parental expectations is one of the greatest barriers any of us can face, but you especially, given who your father is and what he's expected out of you. Jackie's smile faded to a look of concern. I imagine it's more difficult for you than most. Then what can I do? She asked. Jackie looked down at his notes. What was it that Margot said? He read. Pretending to be your dad? Whether or not that's true, I think that's a decent place to start. You need to focus on being the person you want to be. Not your father, not even Margot. You. Emma shrugged. I don't even know what that means. I don't think any of us do, he stated honestly. But deciphering which voice to follow is the first step. Emma took this into consideration. And in the meantime, am I just supposed to let them hate me? She worried. I can't go the rest of the year alone. Forgiveness will come, Jackie reassured. You need to prove to them the same as you need to prove to yourself, that you're going to be the person you want to be. Once you trust in yourself, they'll trust in you too. And how long is that going to take? She wondered, desperate to trust that things could be exactly as they were before. Even without Johnny, if all of them could be on the same side. A weight like an iron curtain descended over her as she considered the different ways each of them believed she had wronged them. How much work would have to go into righting each individual fault. Death seemed the preferable option. She broke down again, Jackie keeping his distance and letting her cry until she was able to take a deep enough breath to speak again. With a hoarse voice, she asked, Where do I even start? She looked up with stinging eyes. Even Xander hates me. Clark Xander is a grown man, Jackie consoled. If he's going to feud with a 14-year-old girl over a lapse in judgment, I'd be shocked. They don't let just anybody do that job, Emma. He's your leader. She sniffled again. Then where do I start with him? She begged. Jackie looked down at his pad and clicked his pen. Start by showing him you're sorry, he advised. It worked for you in the fall. I don't think Xander needs a grand gesture, just something to show him that you only mean the best. And if you believe that, communicate that. And he'll trust in that too. That weekend she showed up at Xander's house with half their baby registry in tow, with shipping expedited and security customs accelerated to get every item safely into the city by the time Emma requested. She hadn't even cared to look at the bill. Being back in Xander's good graces was worth more to her than any price tag. To her displeasure, he had taken that weekend to visit friends up in Bozeman without telling the squad, leaving Emma to unload a truck full of newborn toys and pregnancy-related groceries with Lisa, who was shocked into near-complete silence. She walked away from the experience embarrassed and disheartened, but remained hopeful for their eventual training time on Monday. Continuing as normal, Xander led the four through a series of hand-to-hand combat scenarios, hardly rewarding or critiquing her trials, and leaving her to fend for herself for most of the afternoon. However, once the others had equally left her behind in the dressing room after training, Xander stopped her before she could exit the classroom. It was as minimal as coughing loudly, giving a slight nod and saying thank you in the most monotonous tone possible, but there was a look in his eye that gave Emma enough to believe something had changed. And so it had. By the middle of March, the situation in Poland had calmed enough for the embassy to lift the squad's protective travel ban. There were whispers that Chervinsky had fled to either Russia or China, with one user on Emma's Reddit thread convinced he had seen the former president in Sydney. Either way, the threat had lessened, and ahead of their scheduled spring break, they were finally allowed to leave the city. Andrew's original tour date had been pushed back a few weeks, but this now allowed Emma to accompany the rest of her family down to San Diego for the long weekend. The embassy was still worried about the safety of the Prime Minister and his family outside the safety of Taylorsville, so ahead of their trip, Emma returned to the preparation salon with her brother to have their hair and eyes changed to brown. Much to her father's indignation, they would also be accompanied by disguised security the entire trip. On Thursday morning, Emma failed to escape the common room before seeing Margot, who caught a single glance at her new look and noted, "And I thought the blonde looked trashy." She shook it off and stormed to the ground floor, where a car filled with the rest of her family was waiting to take her to the airport. Her father's private plane flew them up to Boise, an unusual route for the program, but the safest nearby location in case anyone in Chervinsky's sphere with knowledge of the program's travel habits was still on their tail. Like they did for the mission in Denver, they checked back in through the main terminal and boarded an Alaskan flight direct to San Diego. Touching down in California provided Emma with a hint of relief. She hated the state, but the nice weather felt far closer to Houston than Tylersville, so she was able to distract herself with false nostalgia. Their residence for the weekend was a timeshare resort north of the city, with the 2 rooms on either side of their suite housing their escorts. It wasn't until the doors were shut behind them that she saw her father's shoulders relax, throwing his business phone underneath a pillow in their bedroom and lounging on the couch to watch college basketball highlights. Friday, they spent the entire day at the zoo, which helped her mind off the squad back home. In her absence, Xander had apparently taken the other 3 to Breckenridge for the weekend, and despite knowing Kent had zero ability to ski even with his cast now off, she knew Margot and Jordan must have been having a blast. At least, that's what Margot's 15 status updates had her believe. Saturday morning, her mother left with Andrew and a pair of guards for an official tour of San Diego State. Despite their disguises, the necessitation of their real names had made her father cautious to join them, so she remained back at the resort with him. With the weather fair and the pool wide open, Emma set aside her reluctance at having one of the guards stalking her every move and outfitted herself in a red 2-piece to boost her own confidence. At least with Margot out of the way, she could finally feel secure enough to tan without distraction. 30 minutes into her pool day, clouds covered the sun, putting an end to the slight browning she was able to add atop the day before. She tried both the pool and the hot tub, but both left her unsatisfied with their temperatures, and she frustratedly walked back to the room. Her father must not have been expecting her back so soon. He was pacing back and forth on the balcony, the sliding door ajar enough for her to hear, but not for him to notice her enter the room. His free hand was running nervously through his hair. At the mention of the other participant, Emma froze, ducking around the corner to overhear. "Shane, that's not what he was saying urgently. "That wasn't—" His deputy was evidently interrupting him on the other end. "I know," her father repeated. "I know." Another lap of silence. "Well, tell whoever it is that we don't deal like that." He slammed his hand down on the balcony railing. "I don't care what was promised," he shouted. "This wasn't supposed to—" Shane continued to cut him off. "If you had done your job, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place." Another pause. "Then figure out the details," he screamed. "I've told you everything I can." Emma had her ear as close to the corner as possible, trying to catch anything that might be coming through the phone. "Well, then help me," he concluded. "Get us out of this mess." The door slid open further, and her father stormed into the room. She could hear him throw his phone hard against the couch cushions and sprinted into her bathroom, turning on her shower to avoid looking suspicious. She emerged awkwardly, making her way into the main living room as casually as she could manage. "That was quick," he noted. Emma looked up, biting her tongue to remain expressionless. "Clouds," she pointed out through the balcony window. He looked out at where he'd been standing, then back to her for an uncomfortably long silence. He eyed her up and down, and for a moment she feared the worst. To her surprise, his eyes calmed, and he called her over to the couch. "Come here," he instructed. "I need to talk to you about something." She was biting her tongue so hard she thought it might bleed, but sitting in the chair to his left, he took the conversation in an unexpected direction. "Care to explain why you spent nearly $1,000 on baby clothes this month?" He turned his head accusingly. Then, in a tone that was almost mocking, added, "I know for a fact you're not pregnant." "It was for Xander," she defended quickly. "I was just trying to help them out with their registry." "Helping is buying a few items," he said. "You practically stocked the kid's entire childhood." Emma opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came. "I'm assuming this was some sort of apology token?" he added. She could feel her face redden with embarrassment, before a blanket of dread passed over her. "How do you know that you're in hot water with your entire squad?" "Jackie's not supposed to tell you anything," she squeaked. "Relax," he calmed, putting his hand up. "You told your mother, remember? She and I do in fact tell each other things." Emma's embarrassment overtook her dread. "How much did she tell you?" Her father leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. "I'm assuming most of the basics," he judged. "That was a pretty rotten thing you did with the Grand Hook girl." She opened her mouth again, but her father interrupted. "That much I learned from Xander," he admitted. "He told me immediately after he figured out what you did." "He snitched on me?" she roared. "Stop acting like a child," the Prime Minister ordered, his own face darkening in seriousness. "He didn't snitch on you. He told me because he's worried about you." Emma swallowed hard, her father's words hanging in the air. "What? Why do you think everyone's out to get you?" he furthered. "Why are you so quick to jump to ill intentions?" She stuttered. You mean he's not mad at me?" "Oh, he's furious with you," he disagreed. "I'm furious with you. But my anger comes from the fact that above all else, I'm just plain disappointed." Emma could feel the heat rising through her throat. I was just trying to save you." "Save me?" He tossed his head back incredulously. Why in the world would I need your help saving me? The trial, she shouted. The Granhooks. You coerced that boy to lie under oath, he backtracked. I don't know what you threatened him with before, but he's in far more trouble for that than— You called me, she screamed. In China, you told me you could lose your job and then you freaked out on me. Destroy the phone, Emma. I mean, what else was I supposed to do? I was just trying to protect you. I don't need your protection, he roared. When I said that, He paused, a nervous look crossing his eyes for the slightest of seconds before he took a deep breath. Look, her father continued, far calmer than before. I shouldn't have made you do that. There were things happening that— He paused again, shaking his head. Never mind. Ignore what I had you do. When I said I could lose my position, I was speaking in the most minute possible chance that this trial turns out for the worst. It's not. But there's a chance, she echoed. Hardly, he defended. Emma, when you're in my position, you have to consider every single possibility presented before you. Hell, there's even the most minute chance a plane could come crashing through this building at any moment. And you and I— that's still a chance. Fine, he deflected. If you need to hear it that way, fine. There is zero chance you or I are in any danger because of what happened in China. Therefore, you have zero reason to bully people into doing your dirty work because you think it's what I want out of you. Is that clear? Emma kept herself stoic, not willing to give in to this new command so easily. Her father sat up quickly. You want proof? He rose to his feet and rushed to his bedroom, re-emerging seconds later with a briefcase. Sitting back down, he pulled out a pair of papers and handed them to Emma. It was a letter, handwritten by her father. There were no seals or titles anywhere on the page, except to whom it was addressed. Mr. and Mrs. Granhook. In no fewer than 5 paragraphs, her father had taken complete responsibility for the death of their daughter, signing it at the bottom in his full printed name, William Thomas Guerin. Emma turned the page and felt her jaw drop. Behind the letter still attached to its printed bank page was a check for over £1 million British pounds. Her father let her sit in silence for a few moments before she looked up. I was planning on mailing that out as soon as we get home, he stated. Emma was still mesmerized by the numbers, the sincerity of the letter. Finally, she found her voice. You really think this will stop them from going to trial? Oh, for God's sake, Emma, he shouted, rising to his feet and snatching the pages from her hand. This isn't about the trial. This is about doing the right thing. She grit her teeth, trying to maintain a foot in the conversation. You're paying them off, she noted. When did I say that? He huffed. This is still going to trial, Emma. Nowhere in that letter do I beg them not to. If anything, I hope they do go to trial. And as much as it'll burn the company, I hope for their sakes they win. But, Emma struggled. But your job— I'm not going to lose my job, he assured. You're paying out of my own pocket, he pointed out. It's not a payoff, it's a payout. I cashed in your life insurance policies, and I'm giving it to the Granhooks as a show of good faith. Brant Granhook will never have to work another day in his life. They still have 3 kids who will have to go through the program, unless, God forbid, they lose 2 more of them. It's the least we can do. Emma was shocked into silence. But that— she tried. Her father watched her struggle. I don't know what you've learned from me over the last 14 years, but obviously I have failed you significantly when it comes to compassion, he stated. I don't know where the disconnect happened, but it's become apparent to me that you aren't the daughter I thought you were. He stared into her with sorrowful disappointment. You will never be the daughter I want you to be, he repeated. And I need to be okay with that. Emma felt herself close to tears. But whoever you are now, that needs to change, he continued. You are doing nothing but hurting the people close to you for reasons that you've made up in your own head. And I will not stand by while it continues to happen. When we get home, you're going to make things right with every single person in that squad and stop making such immature, selfish decisions. His eyes burrowed into her. Do I make myself clear? She forced herself to speak. Yes, Daddy. He ignored her as he turned on more basketball, leaving her to sit there awkwardly and stew on everything he had said. Another wave of panic flowed through her, and feeling herself ready to vomit with anxiety, ran to her bedroom and slammed the door behind her. The other 2 returned a few hours later, Andrew dressed in a new red sweatshirt adorned with the school wordmark in big black letters. Emma could hear her father excitedly asking about the tour from the other side of the door, and took a stilling breath to compel herself through it. Her mother was eyeing the pair angrily, but Emma was still too shaken from earlier to ask. That evening, the Prime Minister allowed her and Andrew time alone while he and her mother spent time touring the local military museum. That still left them with 2 escorts, but somehow that felt infinitely less restricting than their parents trailing 20 feet behind. The words her father had said were still racing through her mind, and desperate for a distraction, Emma wanted nothing more than to call Riley for comfort. But given the time change, Andrew would have to be her best alternative. He had the car drop them at Mission Beach, which was crowded with tourists this time of day. If the guards had any reservations letting them walk amongst so many people, they didn't make it known, instead giving the pair a head start as Andrew led the way to the south. They stopped for fish tacos at a stand off the boardwalk, after which they continued their journey to the shore. A boy about 12 years old stared at Emma as they walked past his sandcastle. Several meters further on, 2 girls probably her own age kept making awkward glances up at Andrew, even after they had crossed paths, repeatedly giggling between looks. Emma turned to see their escorts 10 meters behind, matching stride in an awkward attempt at casual that exposed them less as undercover agents and more of a romantic pairing. "They spotted anyone yet?" Andrew muttered over her shoulder in Spanish. "What?" She turned. "I bet there's 1,000 people here," he continued. "Any one of them could hit us for Chervinsky. You think those 2 would stop him?" Emma turned again. The guards pretended not to be watching them. I don't think that's really the point." "Well, to hell with the point," he bludgeoned. "This guy right here could shank us both before they could do a thing." He gestured to a man with large headphones on his shoulders, who casually rode past them on rollerblades. "Is that why you're speaking Spanish?" she asked. "Half the people here can still understand you." "You know why I'm speaking Spanish," he noted. Emma couldn't give a definitive yes or no. "Want one?" Andrew held out a white roll of paper which took her several seconds to recognize as a cigarette. "Ew, no," she cringed. "What are you doing?" He rescinded the offer and shoved it into his own mouth. "Relax," he said, unsheathing a lighter from his pocket. "I'm 18. "Where did you even get that?" Andrew took a long breath. "Don't worry about where I got it." Emma turned back to their escorts, who were now glaring in their direction. They can see you doing that," she warned. "They'll tell Dad." "Good," he huffed. "I hope they do." Emma rolled her eyes, trying to find comfort in his disobedience. "You're a nightmare." "Thanks," he mumbled before taking it out of his mouth again. "Mom told me that twice today." Emma turned, trying to ignore the cigarette. "What'd you do?" "Same old," he shrugged. "Made a joke at orientation I probably shouldn't have made. Got pulled aside for it and warned that thing doesn't fly around SDSU. Shut up and join the rest of the tour." Emma frowned, unsurprised. "What was the other?" Andrew tapped down the cigarette and looked at her longingly. "I told her the truth." She felt herself slowing down. "The truth?" Andrew took another hard inhale. "That I want to stay." Emma was taken by surprise. "What, in Tylersville?" Andrew nodded, causing her to add, "What's there left for you in Tylersville?" Andrew looked out at the ocean. "Everything?" Emma stared, trying to figure out what he meant. Andrew turned and caught her gaze. "I don't want to go to school," he admitted. "I just want to stay home and work. I can visit Uncle Mark on the weekends, but otherwise I'm content just staying put." She felt herself numb with concern. "Just staying put," she repeated. "Andrew, you're not 21. You know that means you have to serve?" he interrupted, stomping out the cigarette as they continued walking. "You don't get it, do you?" He looked at her curiously. "You don't feel it?" "Feel what?" "The rush of it," he said. "The wanting to get back to it." "Another mission?" she puzzled. "Andrew, you've done more than anyone on the planet. You've done enough for the company. You can relax now." "And why do you think that is, Amita?" His eyes were invigorated. "Because I love it. I get a high from it." "You lost your entire squad," she reminded harshly. "You deserve a break." "I don't want a break," he explained. "Sitting still kills me. That's why I started drinking again." He shook his head. "I don't get how you're fine just sitting there waiting out the semester until you get to do another one." "Sitting still kills you?" she quoted. "Going on another mission is going to kill you. Especially at the rate you're going. Mom and Dad have a reason to want you out. They're trying to keep you safe." Andrew laughed. "What's so funny?" she barked. He shook his head again. "I only started pushing to impress Dad," he went on. "Dad got exactly what he wanted out of me." He looked at her meaningfully. "Don't make my mistake." Emma felt an anxious pressure building in her chest, finding herself back with her father alone in the suite. "What's that supposed to mean?" Andrew shrugged, his eyes catching a brown-haired girl in a crop top as she passed. Dad wants us hooked on the system, he noted. Teaching us everything he can so he can hand off the keys to the kingdom. His eyes darkened. I guess I just got hooked on the wrong thing. Emma took a deep breath, staring off at the water to keep her anxiety down. She turned her sympathies back to her brother. So you're really not coming back here? She asked. What about Rice or Kansas State? More of Dad's dreams, Andrew sighed. Well, where's Uncle Mark nowadays? Spearfish? They have a school, don't they? She added. You could... Emma, he frowned. You don't get it. I don't want to leave. I have too much to leave behind. What do you have to leave behind? She screamed. Your squad is dead. What can you possibly... The answer quite literally stepped into view. A woman with long blonde hair and a revealing top was just over 20 meters ahead of them. Andrew blushed, seeing her too, and turned his face to the ground until she passed. Emma turned to him once the woman had gone. Pema? She growled. You're staying in Tylersville for Pema? Andrew, she's like 30. She's 28, he replied quickly. And it's not just her, it's... He paused, trying to figure out his words. Unable, he exhaled and shook his head. Emma could feel herself redden with anger. You broke up with Isla again for her, didn't you? Emma, he sighed. How are you going to explain this to Mom and Dad? What? You think they don't know? He turned, a bizarre mix of emotions showing in his blue eyes. Honestly, I'd be shocked if they didn't. Dad knows? Emma squeaked. And he's just okay with it? Of course he's not. Andrew stopped himself, turning back to the ground. You wouldn't get it. No, explain it to me, she begged. Why can't you realize what she's doing to you? You really don't get it, he breathed. Nothing I can say to you will ever make you understand it. Emma was waiting for him to turn back and face her, but he kept avoiding her gaze. A pair of Navy helicopters flew overhead on their way back to the nearby base. How do you expect Dad to understand it? She wondered aloud. Andrew kept his eyes on the horizon. What's going on with you and Margot? He asked. I wasn't finished, she thought, but saw the desperation to change the subject on his face. She kept walking in frustrated silence, wanting more than anything to belittle his decision, but Andrew stayed firm in his expression. There was nothing more he was willing to say on the matter. She gave in to the question. You mean the fact that she hasn't spoken to me in over a month? Emma challenged. Yeah, he agreed. I've noticed. What's her problem? She's got a lot of problems, she noted. Andrew cracked a smile. With you, I mean. What happened? Emma's eyes wandered to a group of shirtless boys playing volleyball. She called me a whore and punched me in the face. This perked his attention. Did you deserve it? Andrew! I'm just asking, he grinned. Seems like something you wouldn't want to do without reason. Thanks for taking her side, Emma frowned. I'm not taking her side. I'm just asking what you did to deserve it. She sighed and looked behind him at the water. You know our friend Liz? She noted. The one who died in China? Yeah, Emma continued, explaining the details of the lawsuit against their father and the audio feed. I told Kent to save himself. You didn't sleep with him, did you? Ew, no, she shivered. I barely even hugged him. He just likes me. And what's Margot so upset about? Andrew questioned. Tell her he shouldn't be so easy to manipulate. Yeah, I'm sure that would go over well, she mused. She thinks I'm being a hypocrite because of the things I've said about her. Andrew raised an eyebrow, not following. And Jordan? She added, gesturing for him to understand the things she didn't want to say out loud. He nodded. Why do you care about that? He shrugged. That's their business. Because I don't want anything to happen, Emma raised. I'm just worried about them. If they're smart about it, they'll be fine, Andrew defended. And if you didn't do anything with Kent, then why does Margot care? Emma shook her head. I don't know, maybe she thinks I'm trying to replace Johnny. Andrew perked up again. Are you? Of course not, she raged. Do you know how desperate I am to have him back? She realized her eyes were watering, but she was determined not to let them loose, even in front of her brother. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Andrew noticed and put his arm around over her shoulder. Still nothing? He asked. Still nothing, she confirmed. I just want something, you know? Even if he was dead, I think I could take that easier than waiting. That's the part that's killing me. Andrew sighed sympathetically. I feel like Jordan with his mom, she went on. And Dad, I don't even know if Dad would tell me if he knew. That's not true, he stiffened, removing his arm to look at her determinedly. If they had anything, you'd be the first to know. How can you be sure of that? She raised. I don't even think Dad knows what's going on inside his own embassy anymore.
Andrew frowned.
Of course he does, he said. Dad's fine. No, he's not, Emma denied. You know you didn't have to lie for him, Andrew continued. Dad can handle his own business. Can he? She shouted. Then tell me why I heard him yelling at Shane over the phone today. He sounded scared, Andrew. Everything he does is just crisis mode after crisis mode, and Shane's the reason Johnny disappeared in the first place. Dad's not in charge anymore.
Andrew's mouth twisted in a disbelieving grin.
Is this about your conspiracy with Daniels? He puzzled. You know he was cleared, right? Yeah, because he has the embassy in his back pocket, she claimed. Johnny? Chervinsky? Heck, even you for that matter.
What do you mean, me? Andrew cringed.
I overheard Jordan talking to Margot, Em explained. And he's right. How could your mission fall apart over a silent alarm?
Maybe because Judith was an idiot? He defended.
She only joined our squad this year, and from day one she was a weak link. But shit happens, Emma. Sometimes things just fall apart. And I'm just supposed to believe Shane was there to pick you up, she pushed. How did he know things were going to fall apart?
He didn't, Andrew frowned, an annoyed tone pulling into his words.
Dad sent the hit, she pointed. Shane was already over there to pick up the pieces.
Andrew shook his head.
First of all, Shane was over there to help de-escalate things in Warsaw, he argued. And Dad didn't order the hit. Andrei Zahovsky did.
Emma stopped.
Who? The PM from Vyzubrov, Andrew explained. The one who was killed in the bombing. Then why did... If you want to point fingers at anybody, point fingers at foreign, he went on. They're the ones that requested Shane. They're the ones that approved my team going over.
Emma narrowed her eyes.
You're going to ignore Shane just so you can pin another thing on Richmond?
Andrew matched her curiosity.
Richmond's a deputy. He doesn't have any say without Doug's approval. Doug Symbolic is on our side, Emma remembered. Dad said so. Yeah, and Dad also said Shane's on our side, he argued. Seriously, if you think Shane has any power over Dad, you're not paying attention.
Emma felt her heart drop.
It took her a moment to put words to understanding why. That can't be true, she breathed nervously. Because if that's true, then there really is nothing about Johnny.
Andrew stopped walking completely. He turned to look back at their guards, who had also paused to maintain their distance, then back to Emma with an expression of pity. You'd rather they be hiding something from you than not knowing anything at all?
Yes, she sighed. At least then I could have something to hope for.
The pity in his eyes only grew. Good to know I'm not the only one Dad screwed up, he said. Emma felt her breath catch again.
What's that supposed to mean?
Andrew only reached in to hug her. She tried to ignore the smell of the cigarette as he wrapped her in his arms. I thought you might escape it, he wallowed. Of all three of us, I thought you might get through it unscathed. He let go of her and held her shoulders. So much for that pipe dream. She looked up at his unfamiliar brown hair. Again, she wished it was Riley standing there with her.
Andrew, what am I going to do?
He took his hands away. With what? He wondered cautiously.
Everything, she moaned. Johnny's gone. Everyone in the squad hates me. Dad hates me.
Dad doesn't hate you, he rejected, staring again at the expanse to the west. You're his favorite kid.
Bull, she cracked. I'll never be you.
You're right, he agreed. But you're his only daughter, and I think that means more to him than you realize. You think he'd ever let you go into real danger the way he does with me? Emma thought back to the mission. Hers safe in the van with Xander. How worried her father had sounded over the phone, if just for her sake.
That's different, she remembered.
You're right, he agreed again. But there's nothing you can do about it.
And Margot? She pushed.
I think Dad loves you a lot more than he does Margot, Andrew joked. Emma rolled her eyes. At least your friends are still alive, he continued. I'd give anything to have Sam treating me like a dick again, so long as he was still here. Don't take them for granted. She sighed sympathetically.
And Johnny?
She reminded.
How do I know he didn't end up like Sam?
Andrew shook his head. You don't, he acknowledged. But there's nothing you can do about it. Seeing the look of pain in her face, he added, You believe in God, though, don't you? You can keep praying about it. Hell, maybe there's something in your little conspiracy that's true. If anybody knows anything, it'd be Doug. I know he's busy with Poland, but if you put in a request to meet him, he'd at least have to put you on the schedule. Andrew shrugged. Ask him if they have any leads, he continued.
Even if he says no, you've done literally everything you can. That's got to count for something. She smiled, knowing this was the best he had to offer. Thanks, she said. He gave her a half grin in reply. If there was anything else I could do, I would, he claimed. You know I'd do anything for you, don't you? She nodded. Yeah, she agreed aloud, not sure if she believed him. Thanks, Andrew. The next afternoon, they touched down back in Tylersville. Returning to the protection of the city gates, she immediately booked an appointment for the following evening to return her hair back to normal. In addition to putting in a request to meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she heard back the following morning with a short 15-minute appointment scheduled in for Saturday afternoon. It wasn't much, she reminded herself, but it was something. Taking her father's advice, she attempted to be cordial with the others, first asking Margot about their trip to the mountains, though this was returned with the usual barrage of swearing, and an insult in French which caused Jordan to verbally reprimand her. The pair began arguing in words she could not understand, but thankfully pulled the conversation into Jordan's bedroom, giving Emma the chance to be alone in the common room during the daylight for the first time in weeks. Kent was less approachable. Every time she thought to talk to him, he suddenly disappeared from view or became occupied with someone or something else she thought would be rude to interrupt. At one point, he excused himself from the cafeteria table just as she attempted to join him, hobbling over to sit with a girl she barely recognized as one of Liz's friends. A brief stint of jealousy passed through her, but Emma shook it off and tried to keep her mind focused on Johnny. After a biology test kept her distracted up until the end of the day Friday, she woke Saturday morning desperate to make her way to the embassy. The meeting was not scheduled until 3, but she found herself at the front doors an hour early, exhausted of killing time elsewhere. Making her way to the upper floors housing Foreign Affairs, Emma checked in at the ministry's front desk, then took a seat in the waiting area. 20 minutes passed before she grew bored of scrolling through her phone, so she rose to her feet and began pacing between the waiting room and the elevator. Each ministry had a wall decorated with pictures of its history of leaders, and Emma found herself drawn to this one, particularly enjoying the gap of nearly 5 years in which David Oberon had served as minister. After 1975, his picture had been removed from the lineup, but the history was still plainly hidden for those who knew where to look. At the end of the list was Doug Symbolic, an egg-shaped man with a balding egg-shaped head. Emma had always found him a bit awkward compared to the other officials she knew, but her father repeatedly praised him for what he was able to do within the ministry. He wasn't the sort of politician to win hearts through words or campaigns the way her father Rashane could. He had risen to his position through sheer workmanship, though this path required time most in Tylersville did not have. Closing in on 50, Doug was the oldest person on the embassy's executive board. By the time she grew bored of staring at the pictures, another 20 minutes had passed. She excused herself to the restroom and considered heading up to visit those she knew from her father's office, but thought it best to remain in the waiting room. 10 minutes later, Mike Richmond emerged from his office, did a double-take when he noticed Emma sitting there, then sauntered quickly to the elevator and out of sight. The sight of him made her shiver in her seat. Having grown so accustomed to his challenging her father at every turn, he had become to her the face of opposition. Everything he did was evil. Every motivation of his questionable. As she grew older, she realized how unfair these presumptions were and was trying to work on giving him the benefit of the doubt. He did little to give himself a favorable image. Even then, seeing Emma in his territory, the look he gave her was almost accusatory, as if she was there on mission from the Prime Minister himself to spy on him. Seeing him retreat from his own floor was a small victory. You better run, she thought. Miss Guerin? She spun around. The little Asian woman who served as the ministry secretary was standing on the far edge of the waiting room. Emma looked up at the digital clock above the left hallway. It was 5 minutes past 3. I'm sorry you've waited this long, the woman apologized. But Minister Symbolic is going to have to postpone your meeting to a later date. Emma grit her teeth to hide her frustration. She'd half expected this happening given the situation with Poland, but the hope she had in finding answers for Johnny had fueled her for an entire week. Without them, she was directionless. Would you like to put in for any date in particular? The secretary continued. Emma shook her head. No, it's all right, she lied. It wasn't that important. She thanked the woman and made her way to the elevator, wanting more than anything to punch the wall. On the ground floor, she passed through the lobby just as Shane Daniels walked from one side of the building to the other, watching her exit with the same expression as Richmond. This only furthered her fury. Fueled by disappointment, Emma spent mere moments back in the common room before changing into a sports bra and leggings, and finding herself headed to the school weight room, where she spent 2 hours desperately trying to keep her mind away from Johnny. After an oversized glove slipped and she punched a dummy with her bare hand, a split knuckle told her it was finally time to call it quits. Leaving the building, she could feel every eye in the world watching her, judging her, laughing at her failures. Johnny was gone, and someone was going to have to pay for taking him away from her. If Margot was waiting in the common room, Emma was ready to swing first, and this time she wasn't going to miss. To her frustration, the room was once again empty. The TV was still on, meaning Kent must have just gone to the bathroom, but would soon return. Wanting to avoid another awkward confrontation, she stormed into her own bathroom and swung the shower handle to as hot as it would go. The burning water was the greatest thing she had felt in ages. Her skin was practically glowing red by the time she emerged. Whatever was left of the brown in her hair had gone too, replaced by the familiar dull yellow she had grown so used to over the years, despite all her insecurities. Staring back in the mirror, her father's words echoed in her head. "You will never be the daughter I want you to be." "Well, this is what I am!" she shouted, loud enough that Kent could have heard through the wall. Her face as red as the rest of her naked body. A white light in the mirror forced her eyes to the sink. Her phone dinged with the reception of a message in an unfamiliar number. What now? She thought. She reached down and flitted through her password, and opening the message, knew immediately who had sent it. 2 simple sentences without a signature. Veteran Square in 30. Come alone. Emma dressed faster than she had in her entire life. Ignoring Kent completely, she sprinted back out the front door of the common room and back into the night. She avoided the monorail, storming to the west as fast as she could walk. She was tired of sitting still. She was tired of waiting. In 30 minutes exactly, she emerged on the other side of downtown Taylorsville into the square, ready to demand answers. A bronze statue of 5 men in uniform stood central to a ring of columns, dedicated to the members of the company who had gone on to serve in the armed forces. She took particular note of the Marine, who stared directly at the embassy visible far off in the distance. Above the colonnades, a circle of office buildings were all darkened for the evening, and even though it was a weekend, Emma could not shed the feeling of being watched. A set of footsteps sounded from behind the nearby columns. Emerging from the shadows, Shane was far more underdressed than she had ever seen, a blue knit sweater replacing his typical suit and tie. Adorning his face were a pair of rectangular glasses. "Does anyone else know you're here?" She looked around, suspicious of his question. "No," she uttered. "Why?" Shane stepped into the light of the street lamp, his strange silhouette imposing against the memorial. "I have some news," he said. Emma felt her heart race. "I knew it," she thought, before vocalizing, "Where's Johnny?" Shane flexed his jaw and swallowed. "Safe," he claimed. "You don't need to worry about that." "That's not what I asked," she doubled. "Where is he?" Shane shook his head. "I don't know." "That's bullshit," she cursed. "I know you said something to him that night before we left for China. Where did you send him?" A malicious smile crossed Shane's face. "I thought you would have been informed after the investigation," he stated. "Johnny never met with me at the embassy." Emma rolled her eyes. "Whatever he told you was a lie," Shane continued. "Johnny met with Doug Symbolic that night." "Really?" Emma raised, pulling out her phone. "You mean you didn't send him a cryptic-ass text the way you did with me?" Shane pulled out his own phone. "That's not my number," he noted casually. "That could have been anyone about anything." "You're worse than my dad," she frowned. Shane twisted another smile. "That's where you're wrong again," he said. "Trusting us is the best decision you can possibly make." Emma laughed. "I'm still not convinced you're even on his side. Then let me convince you I'm on yours." Shane pulled off his glasses and folded them into his pockets. "You wanted to know about Johnny? I'm telling you the truth. I don't know where he is. But those who do know have assured me he's safe." "Those who do know," she repeated. "Keeping yourself blissfully unaware to avoid responsibility? When this all blows up in your face, do you really think you'll get away with it?" "You were in the safe house," Shane reminded. "What do you think would have happened if Johnny was there with you?" Emma felt her heart race again. "You knew," she growled. "You knew the whole time that we were going to be ambushed, and you did nothing." "Johnny is safe," Shane repeated. "And so are the rest of you." "And how did you know they were coming?" she screamed. "Who were they?" "Emma, you know I can't answer that," he denied. She shook her head in disgust. "What can you answer?" Shane took a deep breath, eyeing the buildings behind her. "You want to know where Johnny is?" he continued. "We may have found something." Emma felt her breath catch in her throat. "Do you know anything about our tracker system?" The question came out of left field. What the hell does this have to do with Johnny? She almost asked aloud. Something about Shane's expression told her the pair were somehow connected. She took herself to focus. What do you mean? She whispered. The trackers we use on missions? The implants, Shane confirmed. Do you know how they work? Some sort of GPS, I'm assuming. Yes, but specifically how we differentiate between each device, he explained. Everything is sent through the system on a similar frequency, but each person has a specific code programmed to match their identity. Emma frowned, trying to figure out Shane's angle. What does that have to do with Johnny? She raised. He removed his tracker in Beijing. You're right, he did, Shane agreed. Last we heard from Johnny Sparks was January 27th. Emma stared, waiting for Shane to get to the point. So tell me why his tracker went back online yesterday, he noted. About as far from China as you can get. What? Emma gasped. Where? Shane pulled out his phone again, revealing a map pinned at the top of South America. Guyana. Again she choked on her words. Why there? She managed. Shane put his phone away. We don't know, he claimed. As far as our intelligence can make out, the signal came from an abandoned biotech facility in the middle of the jungle. Is that where you've been keeping him? She accused. I told you, he insisted. I have no idea where he is. Then why would he be there? She questioned. Shane scratched the side of his face. That's the thing, he muttered. We don't know that he is. He removed his tracker, so the odds of it still somehow being connected to his person are slim. Emma lost herself. Then why tell me at all? She shouted. Because it's the best lead that we have, Shane stated. 2 months with nothing, I thought you'd be grateful we finally found something. Found something? She squeaked. How do you know it's not a fluke? Honestly, Shane, Johnny's tracker's suddenly showing up halfway around the world? How can you be sure that's not a mistake? A matching tracker code on the same frequency? He explained. We're talking hundreds of trillions. Emma was still struggling to see anything concrete in the news. So you think Johnny somehow ended up halfway across the world and is just now sending out an SOS? I thought you said he was safe. Shane's face was grim. That's the best guess we have, he continued. My contacts told me that over a month ago. I trust that's still the best case, but if Johnny's alive and looking for us to bring him home, then this is the closest lead that we have to find him. Emma dug her front teeth into her front lip to stop herself from crying. An overwhelming combination of hope, fear, and anxiety were bubbling to the surface again. She took her eyes away from Shane to compose herself. Why are you telling me? She asked. Shane gave no immediate answer. Does my father know? She yelled, loud enough to be heard around the square. No, Shane returned. Your father's kept himself far away from this. Of course he has, she breathed, not sure if it came out loud enough to hear. After a second's pause, Shane spoke again. I'm telling you because I think it's your right to find him, he announced. What? Emma's heart pounded even faster. How would that even... She stopped herself, trying to compose herself. That's a conflict of interest. They never... Shane's gaze was determined, waiting for her to come to some silent conclusion on her own. Her mind raced back through the conversation, trying her best to think the way Johnny would. The lab? Shane's eyes glowed. Bingo. What does that have to do with us? She cried, furious at how hard he was toying with her emotions. Why would you even tell me about Johnny if all of this is just about digging through old science experiments? Because he might be involved, Shane clarified. I want him home as much as you do, Emma. And I know that if I send you instead of someone else, you're not going to stop if you find any shred of evidence to where he might be. So send us, she screamed, half desperation, half irritation. Just put us down for it and quit it with the deep throat gimmick. I'm sick of playing the embassy's games. You know I can't do that, he rejected. There's only 4 of you. We can't authorize an incomplete squad unless you get everyone to apply for it, including Xander. A lead apron had just been thrown over her shoulders. You want me to convince them? She realized. No, he shook his head. I need you to convince them. You 5 are the best chance we have of getting him back home as fast and safe as possible. A sudden urgency began pulsing its way through her veins. I have to get back home. I have to convince them. She didn't even care how much they hated her. They could spend the rest of their lives hating her, just as long as she had Johnny back. Emma looked up at Shane, who was standing patiently. When? As soon as you're ready, he announced. Convince them for his sake. Put in the request and we'll send you. If they said anything else to each other, Emma drowned it out completely. The thoughts of Johnny were so overwhelming, she hardly knew where she was until she stepped foot in the residential center. Her heartbeat was pounding violently through her ears. She could hardly focus enough to see. As soon as her card turned green, she burst through the front door of the common room. Margot and Jordan were on the couch, exactly where she expected them to be. I need to talk to you, she said breathlessly, her mind clearing as the door closed behind her. Margot gave a colorful response, shooing her toward her bedroom. "Fine," Emma shrugged, determined. She pointed at Jordan. "Just you, then. I need to talk to you, now." "What?" He shot up, eyeing her with a look that was almost excited. "Why?" "Jordan, if you talk to her right now, I swear I will—" He interrupted Margot in French before giving her a peck on the lips. Her face turned red, a look of incredulous anger flushing her cheeks. Jordan turned again. "You were saying?" Emma looked at Margot with piteous elation before turning back to Jordan and taking a deep breath. "It's about Johnny."
Chapter 26. Concessions. He heard her plain as day. Emma had been increasingly manic ever since the attack on Poland, but now she was unhinged. Margot's voice carried through Kent's closed door. "What do you mean, South America?" "That's where they found his tracker," Emma repeated. "Shane said—" "Of course Shane said," piped Jordan, clearly losing interest. "He cut out his tracker in China," Margot teamed. "It's a fluke." "Shane said the chances of an identical code matching Johnny's was in the trillions." Emma's voice was frantic. "Please, trust me, it's him. It's gotta be." There was a pause. Kent could imagine Margot staring at Jordan. "Screw off," she said, marching off the carpet to another side of the room. "Jordan, please," Emma begged. "Jordan, let's go," Margot commanded, the sound coming from near her bedroom. Another pause. "From Daniels," Jordan perked. "Really?" "It's Johnny," Emma swore. "His tracker doesn't just show up halfway around the world for no reason." "But what if it does?" he replied, demanding the very worst possibilities. "What if it's just that, his tracker? What if it has nothing to do with him? It's just some pin-sized sliver of metal. It could have wound up anywhere. And turned itself back on? I think that's more likely than it being back in Johnny's skin for a split second," he rejected. "That's how they work, isn't it? They only work when plugged into a source." Emma was silent. Ken kept his ear to the door, his sense of curiosity bolting him to the spot. "Jordan, come on," Margot repeated. Jordan must have needed the last word. "I'm not trusting Daniels over a blip on the radar," he resonated. "If you think I'm going to— This is the only lead we have," Emma shouted, so loud Kent backed away from the door. "What do you want to do? Sit here and cry about it the same way you've been doing with your mom for the last year? How close are they to finding her, Jordan? The only shred of evidence we have to your entire family has just been dropped in our laps, and you're choosing this moment to run away from it? You're a coward. Johnny would be ashamed of you. They would both be. Don't you dare manipulate him too," Margot bolted. "Margot, shut up," Jordan hissed. "I can stand up for myself." A heavy set of feet shifted over the common room floor. "You really think it's that easy?" he continued. "You really think you could just use them against me like that, so I'll side with you?" Ken could hear Emma take a deep breath before replying coolly. "It's the only lead we have." The room fell even quieter, broken after half a minute of silence by Jordan's voice. "Kent, come out here," he ordered. A shiver ran up Kent's spine as he instinctively backed away from the door. "He's been listening the entire time," Jordan explained to the others in an exhausted tone. He turned back to the doors. "Now, Kent." Taking a deep breath of his own, Kent opened the door and walked out boldly, doing everything he could not to show his embarrassment. "What?" he asked casually. Jordan didn't even look at him. His red eyes were glaring at the ground as he stated, "You're the deciding vote." "What?" Kent repeated, this time echoed by Margot. Jordan turned to her. "He knows what's going on. Kent, do you believe it or not?" Kent bit his tongue to stop a third what from escaping his mouth. Even without the question of confirmation, Jordan added, "Do you think it's worth chasing?" "Jordan!" Margot scowled, but he shot his hand out to silence her. "I'm abstaining," he continued. "Kent gets to decide." Jordan kept his eyes on the ground, a puzzled agony crossing over it as he waited for Kent to speak. Kent looked down to where Jordan was looking, but saw nothing but the static grain in the vinyl floor. The sudden realization that the girls were staring at him cascaded over his shoulders, making his entire body feel 10 times heavier. He could feel his heart rate flying into overdrive. Even then, his decision was easy. "I'm with Margot." A tense breath of relaxation settled through the room. Margot cracked a minimal smile. Jordan kept his eyes on the floor. Kent turned to Emma, whose blue eyes were hiding any resentment he expected to find. "I'm done putting my life at risk because of the things you want," he directed. "It could be all three of you plus Sander against me. I'd still say no." Again he stopped himself from going further, almost letting Emma hear exactly how he felt about Johnny.
His words caught in his throat as he noticed Jordan frozen in a trance, his eyes now swollen, his face as red as they had been only moments before. Margot noticed it too. "Jordan?" she repeated, concerned. He continued to stare at the floor, breathing heavily. Several seconds passed before, in a strained whisper, Jordan said, "Out." Kent's eyes darted to Emma, then Margot, who looked back with fearful confusion. "Leave," he ordered, still quiet. "Now!" He finally raised his head, and Kent took a step back toward his door. With gritted teeth, Jordan looked equally ready to either burst into tears or rip their throats out with his bare hands. "Both of you! I'm not going to—" Margot interjected. "I need to talk to her alone," he begged, struggling to keep his eyes from breaking. He gestured between Margot and Kent. "I need you both to leave." Again, Kent turned to Margot. A mix of anger, fear, and distrust met his gaze. "Please." The crack in Jordan's voice was enough to shake Margot from her stance. She shook her head angrily and shot Emma daggers as she towered past her to the front door. "Don't forget what I can do to you," she snarled, but Emma remained unshaken. Kent ignored her completely as he followed Margot out the front door. Outside, he found her bolting to the elevator and had to jog to keep up. "You're really just going to let her do that to him?" he scolded. "You know he's going to break because of Johnny." Margot punched the ground floor button and shrugged back against the wall as the doors closed. "Of course I know that," she sighed furiously. "But there's nothing I can do about it." "Nothing you can do about it," he relished. "Margot, you spent 2 months stopping her from doing exactly this. You're just going to give it up now?" Margot closed her eyes and sighed, twisting her face in a tight frustration that wasn't far from Jordan's. Her head rocked against the wall. "I can't do that to him," she mumbled. "You don't get it. Every day I have to compete with them. He's thinking about Johnny way more than he ever thinks about me. If he has hope that we're going to find him, I have to." Her voice broke off as her jaw clenched again, furious at her lack of control. She whipped out her claws on her right hand and spun around, swiping clean through the metal support railing at their waist height. Kent held his breath as she turned to him again, trying to calm herself. "I hate Emma," she cautioned. "I hate her for the way she is. I hate her for what she did to you. I hate her for what she's doing to him now." A tear fell from Margot's left eye. "But I love him more." A burning mix of anger and pity rose up through Kent's chest. "But what if it's nothing?" he shouted. "I heard the details the same as you. We have nothing beyond a split-second signal halfway around the world from where he disappeared. You're going to willingly risk your life, hell, Jordan's life, for a chance at finding Johnny again?" They hit the ground floor. As soon as the door opened, Margot rushed out toward the front doors, ignoring Kent's question completely. He rushed to follow. "You and I can fight against it," he encouraged desperately. "They need all 4 of us to agree to go. I'm not budging." He rushed in front of her to catch her eyes, carefully backpedaling around the decorative obstacles on their way. "I know you think you have to support him when he flips, but you and I can stand against her," he continued. "We have to stand against her." He stood his ground to stop her from leaving the building altogether, but Margot just brushed past and continued through the doors, out into the windy evening. "Where are we even going?" he shouted after her. Turning to the monorail station, she finally caught his eye and acknowledged him. "We're going to Xander's house." Xander lived down in Winchester, one of the town's southeastern neighborhoods built as part of the 90s population boom. Emma had talked his ear off without prompting the first time they had visited. It wasn't quite as affluent or pompous as Reeves Creek, but the cul-de-sac still painted a depressing picture of a new millennium capitalist hellscape. Every house, despite an attempt at individualism through siding and roof colors, was the exact same shape. Kent was reminded of a phrase his mother used every time he caught her watching renovation shows on their small living room television. It was the kind of development his father would consider beneath him. Margot practically punched the doorbell when they finally reached Xander's front door. They had argued the entire way from the residential center. He had to keep her from giving in, but Kent was worried she might finally snap and turn her fists on him. Xander opened a minute later. Seeing just the pair of them, his face dropped. "What's wrong?" A half hour later, they had argued through an explanation of Emma's reveal, and Kent sat in one of Xander's living room armchairs staring up at a mounted elk's head, while the other two continued the conversation. To their surprise, Xander was not only receptive to the news, but wholeheartedly considering a new mission. "So you're just okay with it?" Margot raised. "I came here for your help, now you're siding with her?" "I'm not siding with her," Xander defended. "I just think a mission like this would help focus our minds on something other than what happened last time." Kent laughed. "You want to distract us from Liz?" he noted. It's only been 2 months. They haven't even buried her yet. It's a lot longer than some groups get, Xander replied. I'm not washing away Liz. I just think for the sanity of all of us, maybe a low-stakes mission might be good for this morale. So you are agreeing with her, Margot said. How can you forgive her so easily? You were as pissed as the rest of us. She betrayed your trust. You're right, he acknowledged. She did. And she used Kent to do it. But I think she did it because she felt that she had to, and no one convinced her otherwise. She's misguided as all hell, but she's still a part of our squad. You can't seriously be forgiving what she did, Margot raged. Liz's family is going back to trial because of what she did. Do you have any idea what they went through before? Far more than you do, Xander huffed. And I'm not forgiving what she did. I'm forgiving her for a poor decision she felt was necessary. Margot rose to her feet. What the hell happened to you? She shouted. Xander stared at her pensively. Excuse me? The Garens killed your brother, remember? She yelled, pointing to a picture of a teenage boy on one of the fireside shelves. You blamed them for years! How can you suddenly be so on their side about everything? Because I realized I was wrong, Xander growled, growing tired of Margot's accusations. Because I realized how immature it was to hold a grudge like that for so long. Sometimes things just happen, and there really is nobody to point fingers at when things fall apart and people get hurt. Ken thought about the office in China and almost opened his mouth, but stopped himself, seeing how determined Xander was to make them drop the conspiracy. Open your eyes! Margot screamed. Xander, I lived with these people for almost 5 years. I know things. I know what they do. Did you come here to rant about the government, or did you come here to talk about a mission? He interrupted. It's the same thing, Margot stormed. Emma said the news came directly from Shane Daniels. Good, Xander smiled, relieved. Then we know we can trust it. Again, Margot rolled her eyes in disbelief. How can you say that? Xander crossed his legs. If you're referring to the half-witted conspiracy Jordan and Emma have about him, then I'd say that you're the one who needs to open her eyes. They already cleared him in the investigation they opened. In fact, I heard some other people are being investigated about things because Shane came away so clean. He leaned forward. Really, if you two knew half the things Shane has done, you'd never doubt him again, he finished. I would trust him with my life. Kent finally had enough. So what? He perked. You think we should just risk our lives on the off chance Johnny really is down there? I mean, when is this supposed to happen? 3 weeks, Margot frowned. That's what Emma said. Kent looked at Xander incredulously. 3 weeks, he repeated. So in 3 weeks they expect us to fully commit to a mission and completely prepare for it in the chance that after nearly a month Johnny might still be in the same place his tracker apparently went haywire? Xander took a deep breath. That makes it sound worse than it actually is, he retorted. None of us speak Spanish either, except Her Majesty, Kent added. Add that to the list of things we need to speedrun. Xander shook his head. Relax. They speak English in Guyana, he relayed. Besides, if it's an abandoned facility like Emma said, the chances of having to engage someone in conversation are slim to none. It sounds to me like this is nothing more than recon scouting, he explained. The company doesn't have enough intel on the location, so they send us to investigate. It's routine. To address your concern about the timeline, yes, in 3 weeks Johnny could be anywhere. But even right now, he could be hundreds of miles away. That time gives us the opportunity to prepare so that when we arrive and find what we're looking for, it can lead us, or someone else in the company, in the right direction as swiftly as possible. When? Margot repeated. You sound like you've already decided. I'm all for it, Xander shrugged. I understand your reluctance, but I think in this situation the pros far outweigh the cons. We get a chance to redeem ourselves alongside the chance we get Johnny back. I think it's a win-win. We came here for you to talk us out of it, Kent argued. What if it's a trap? What if something goes wrong? Nothing is going to go wrong, Xander calmed. If they deem it safe, then we have nothing to worry about. You guys need to stop thinking what happened in January is all this will ever be. My best friend died because we thought we had nothing to worry about, Kent shouted, rising to his feet. I'm not going to let her brainwash us into following into another trap. Xander shrugged again, amused. Then don't go, he said plainly. If it's not something you want, you don't have to do it. You've already exhausted your quota. This one's optional. Kent felt himself redden. But you just said, I said I'm all for it, Xander echoed. I gave you my reasons. I'll support you one way or another. If that means I walk into the embassy tomorrow and sign for the mission, I'll do it. But it's not up to me. It's up to all 5 of us, and it sounds to me like you two have already made up your minds. Kent shot a harsh look at Margot, who flicked her gaze awkwardly away toward Xander. "What?" Xander puzzled, noticing. Margot swallowed hard. "I'm going to have to sign too," she admitted hollowly. "For Jordan." "You don't have to do anything you don't want to," Xander instructed carefully. "He doesn't get to dictate your decisions." "No," she agreed, tears welling in her eyes again. "But it's like you said. You're supporting us, I'm supporting him. I know that's what he needs." Kent rolled his eyes as audibly as he could. "So that leaves me," he huffed. "The only one with the sense to stop it." They both eyed him warily. "You two are pathetic," he ended. "I'm leaving." He rushed back to the front door, hardly pulling his shoes over his heels before marching outside. "See you Monday," Xander dismissed sarcastically. He was halfway down the cul-de-sac before Margot's voice sped behind him. "Kent, wait!" she called, running to meet him. "I need you to know that—" Suddenly she wobbled over, nearly stumbling onto the grass of a neighboring house. Kent reached out quickly to catch her, holding her shoulders to keep her steady. "You're not alone," she tried, gasping for breath. "Even though I have to, Sorry." Margot pushed him out of the way as she stepped toward the street and vomited onto the pavement. All he could do was stop her from falling into it. After a pair of unsuccessful repeats, Margot wiped her mouth on the inside of her sweatshirt and stood up as though nothing had happened. "I'm fine," she assured, seeing the worried look on Kent's face. "Overexertion and nerves. I'm fine." Her eyes were bloodshot, because of which emotion he wasn't sure. "I have to sign it," she admitted. "I have to. But you need to know I'm on your side." "Let me be the villain," he registered. "Thanks, Mar, real noble." "You're the only one who can be," she extended. "Not the villain, the one with the sense and the ability to stand your ground, and if you need me to support you in that decision, I absolutely will." Kent shook his head. "Pick a side," he ordered. "Stop trying to please everyone." Margot sighed. "Kent, Before she could say anything, another wave of sickness threw her onto the street. "I'm fine," she argued. "It's just nerves." "You're not fine," he recognized. "Come on, we're getting you home." When they returned to the common room, Jordan was alone on the couch, his eyes closed, hands folded in his lap. Emma was nowhere to be seen. Without a word, Margot grabbed his hand and marched him off to his bedroom. "I'm going to sign it," Kent heard him say before the door closed. "I'm sorry, I have to." "I know," Margot sighed. "Me too." That night and the next were plagued by nightmares of Liz, this time joining them on their new mission, only to find herself taken away from them in new, more harrowing circumstances. The second occurred early, leaving Kent shaken and wide awake by 3 o'clock. Unable to close his eyes again, he finally abandoned Johnny's room the way he had intended to for months, making his way to his old room upstairs and curling up under the freezing covers, desperate to cry himself to sleep. After a day hidden away in her room, Margot attempted to join them at school Monday morning. With how purple Kent's eyes must have been, she didn't look any worse, but by lunchtime her body had finally given in to the temperature, and Jordan escorted her back home. Whatever alliance she had intended to support him with was gone, leaving him alone to watch Jordan and Emma silently judge his decision every time his back was turned. This would have been challenging enough, but training time added a completely new layer of pressure. Sitting in their dressing chairs were an official outline of the projected mission, along with a second page already filled out to recognize and accepted, save for a blank pair of lines at the bottom, waiting for their printed names and signatures. Kent initially thought of ripping the page to shreds immediately, but caught Jordan staring again, guilting him into shoving the unsigned page into his backpack. The other two had signed it immediately, leaving no doubt their private conversation Saturday evening had gone exactly as predicted. Xander gave no indication what he had done with his own form, but judging from his lesson plans throughout the remaining week, he was desperate to have something concrete. Without the squad's commitment, there was no reason to practice details of the mission, or even know about its finer content, meaning their time in the training center was restricted to the usual limited team-building exercises and weapons practice that the squad was capable of with only 3 members. Ken could see how desperate the other two were to go after something greater. Xander kept his preferences hidden until Wednesday. When still out of action, Margot's signed form was sitting on the classroom table facing the door to their dressing room, plain for everyone to see. Guilt wasn't the right word to explain how he felt through the rest of the week. Maybe with Jordan there was some kind of remorse, but with all 4 of the others eyeing him like a hawk, silent with unspoken intentions, there was nothing he wanted more than to run away and hide upstairs every time he entered the common room. Most nights Emma was cooking in the kitchen, her access to the living space no longer inhibited by Margot since she was now confined to her bedroom. Ken successfully avoided her on 2 of these nights, but the others found him stopped in his tracks, her giant blue eyes staring passively, pretending she wasn't desperate to pull him to her side. Even school lunches were awkward. With nothing to talk about and the sound of silence sitting amongst them avoiding the obvious, Kent took to avoiding the other two completely, usually making his way to a table of no-names from the tech team in the school's theater program, of which he had reluctantly forced himself to join as part of a dying wish from Liz. He hated every minute of it, but imagined it was better than the alternative. Friday he returned from training completely worn out, excited to finally have at least a day to himself without needing to see the others. Shrugging off the guilty feeling from the week, he stormed up the stairs intent on a night to himself. This time of year, golf was just ramping up, so he shut his door and locked it for good measure, closing himself away from the rest of the world. His excitement froze when he saw his bed. Sitting atop the hastily positioned comforter was a white envelope, his first name scribbled on the back. With a sharp breath, he picked it up, knowing any of the four could have written it, a long-winded plea for him to finally break. The only one with enough pathos to sway him was Jordan, but as he looked at his name, he recognized the unfamiliarity of the handwriting. Unless Emma had written it with her right hand, it was from outside the squad. Cautiously, Kent tore at the letter, half practicing the hazard training they had undergone in the fall. Inside was a single white business card for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the phone numbers of the main office and both minister and deputy minister listed on the front. The backside was devoid of text. Instead, in the same blue ink as his name on the envelope, were 3 words. It's legit. Mike. Kent felt his heart race, knowing what it meant. There were no tangible reasons to keep him from signing on to the mission. Beyond fear for his own life, the only thing keeping him resistant was hatred. He could hear Jordan on his bed below, sobbing. Jordan can't win without me. With a pained sigh, he lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling for several minutes before committing. This isn't about her, he reminded himself, taking a long drink of water from the tap, then opening the door to head downstairs. Emma was in the kitchen, her hair up in a ratted bun to keep it off her oversized white t-shirt. She was making something southern per usual. A pair of mismatched peppers sat without part of their shells on the counter beside her. Her back was turned, distracted from his arrival by a pair of earbuds playing something Kent was sure he would hate. With a deep sigh, he took a seat on one of the island's bar stools. He knocked on the counter to get her attention. Confused, she turned around, blinking in surprise. She pulled out the earbuds and stuffed them into her waistband. Oh, hi, she said somberly. What do you want? He had hoped for a kinder welcome, but still took another breath and committed to being the bigger person. What are you making? He asked. You'd hate it, she replied. It's not what I asked. Emma turned to the stove. Walleye, she revealed carefully. With mango salsa. She turned her head back to Kent. Her expression was dark. Johnny used to love it, she explained. He never remembered much about Minnesota, except the fact that his mom loved making walleye for dinner. It was more a her thing than a him thing. But I added my salsa to it and made it an us thing, you know? Kent bit his cheek to keep himself stoic. With a sad sigh, Emma added, It's the first time I've made it since China. Kent looked over her shoulder at the browning pan. Make me a plate. What? Make me a plate, he repeated. Emma frowned. I don't have enough for both of us, she declined. Too bad, he said. I'm eating with you, so you either make more or we both starve a little. Emma gave him an irritated stare, then turned to the pan and returned a minute later with a small plate covered in a rainbow of food. You too, he ordered, gesturing to the silverware drawer. She reluctantly pulled out another fork and took a cautious bite. What is this? She wondered aloud. Kent shrugged. It's us having dinner together. Don't make it weird, she cringed. Why? Kent looked down at his plate and took a bite. An uncomfortable mix of sweet and spicy met his tongue, and he forced it down quickly. You're right, he admitted. I do hate it. Emma kept her eyes locked on him in a half-frown. I guess I hate a lot of things he loves, he stated plainly. Including you. Her face tightened. Leave me alone. She pulled the plate back and set it on the back counter, keeping herself turned to Kent. No, he chided. You're going to stand there and listen to what I have to say. She slammed her hand against the plate so hard he thought she might have broken it. Spinning on her heels, she growled, Why would I ever do that? Eyes locked on hers, Kent pulled the form from his back pocket and laid it out on the table. The effect was immediate. Her eyes shot to the bottom of the page, where his name and signature had yet to fill the blank space. She froze for a full minute, her chest rising greater and greater as she took in the severity of the moment. Finally, she looked back up, a completely new emotion flashing over her face. Ken felt his heart race. "Please, Ken," she begged. "Anything within reason, please, just sign it." "I don't want anything from you," he lied. A part of the hope in her eyes was clouded with confusion. "Then what? You're going to listen to what I have to say," he explained. "You're going to take everything I have to give you, and then maybe, just maybe, I'll agree to the mission." Emma swallowed hard. "All right," she conceded. Immediately, Kent let it all go. "You used me," he raged. "You took advantage of me in one of the lowest points in my life, and you tried to blame me for when things didn't go your way." Emma bit her lip. "From day one, you lied to me," he continued. "I don't know if I'm just stupid or ignorant or what, but you let me believe you cared about me. You lied to me about Johnny. You made me feel like a complete imbecile because I let myself believe that if I tried hard enough, maybe I could convince you to feel something too. I put so much hope in you being the solution to all of my problems. Do you know how lonely it is coming from outside the city and trying to fit in with the rest of you? Time after time, Jordan and Liz tried to convince me you weren't worth it, but I was just too caught up in the what if. I don't even know if I really like you. I mean, really, what is there to like about you?" Emma's face turned red. "You look like a fourth grader. You're not friendly. You're not funny. Every time I'm around you, I feel like I have to perform under some stupid pressure because of who your dad is. Your family's the only reason anyone ever tries to associate with you. And the only reason the other three stick around is because that's all they've ever known here. They don't know anything different. Even when little sparks of goodness pop out in you, it's only ever in pockets where you can get what you want out of other people. You used that against me because you knew you could. Because you knew I was too distracted to think clearly. And why was I distracted? Because someone tried to have me killed and things didn't go according to plan. Liz was smart enough to see it happening, and she put herself in the firing line to save me because she knew someone had to put a stop to all the evil shit going on behind the curtain." Emma's face was still popping like a tomato, but her confusion peaked. "Ken, what are you—" Her eyebrow curled. "I don't know. Yeah, maybe you don't," he agreed honestly. "Maybe you're not looking in the right places the way the rest of us are, but I do know this. The people pulling the strings are on your side of things, and I'm powerless to fight against it. I was meant to die in that office, not Liz. Do you understand me?" he growled. "Put me in her place. None of this happens. You have no reason to manipulate anyone into doing your dirty work because there's nothing else to cover up. Liz stays alive. No one mourns for me. Life goes on. But here I stand. Evidence of whatever misguided conspiracy screwed the Grand Hooks over and left me to mourn my best friend. Did I throw her under the bus? Absolutely. Am I going to have to live with that for the rest of my life on top of the nightmares? And despite everything your side has been trying to do to put me through this entire year, yes, I am. But once this year's over, I'm done with you. Do you understand that? I'm done." Ken took a hard few breaths, realizing Emma had backed away from her side of the island. He could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I trusted you, even after all the evidence told me not to," he added. "All you do is talk and twist the truth, and I'm so stupid that I couldn't even see how obvious it was when everything you've ever told me is a damn lie. A lie so you could get what you wanted, even when I knew. I knew you were fresh in your feelings about Johnny being gone. I believed everything you said because I can't get over this petty obsession with wanting to win you over for no tangible reason other than my own pride. You told me you liked me, and I actually believed you." Emma's face shrank, closing her eyes and shaking her head. "Don't do that," Kent barked, feeling the steam rise off his skin. "You're not allowed to do that now." She swallowed hard, acting confused. "Do what?" He leaned over the table. "Play games with me," he ordered. "Not right now. Look me in the eyes and tell me I don't have a chance." Her eyes swelled to the size of golf balls. Tears threatening to fall, she shook her head. "Tell me I can give up hope," he demanded. "Tell me you've never thought about it the way you said you did. Tell me that you and I can never exist." She shook her head again. I can't, she squeaked. I can't tell you that." This time it was Kent's hand to slam on the counter. "Screw you!" he shouted. Kent, I can't," she sniffled, letting tears fall down her cheeks. "I can't lie to you about that." "Stretch the truth then the way you always do," he damned. Because I can't keep doing this. I can't keep letting you do this to me. Emma wiped one of her eyes. Kent, You what? He screamed. You like having me around because it makes you feel good, is that it? He threw his hands up in bewilderment. You're keeping me around as a backup plan in case Johnny really is dead. I can't do that, Emma. I have enough self-respect to finally put my foot down. What am I going to have to do, scare you away? Her eyes were fogged over with tears. Maybe you like the insults, he teased. Maybe that's the kind of person you are. Fine. You know the difference between you and me? He stood to his full height, towering above her. A sudden wave of dizziness almost swept him over. You do things because you believe they need to happen. I do things because I want to. She sniffled again, blinking to clear her eyes as she held her breath. Back in China, he explained. You killed because you had to. I killed because it felt good. Emma shook her head, a look of confused disbelief sinking in. I stomped that guard to death, 100%, he admitted cruelly. I did it because I wanted to, and I do it over and over and over again because for once in this godforsaken company, something I was doing felt good. The shaking increased. Kent, stop, she begged. You want me to stop? He shouted emphatically, poised to continue, but a sudden flash of heat under his skin stopped him in his tracks. He gripped the table. Push me away, for good. He steadied himself and returned the intensity to his stare. Your father killed the only person in my life who ever loved me, he claimed. And you made me spit on her grave. He took a shaking breath and let his guard down. The least you can do is kill this part of me. Emma sighed, tears streaming down her face as she looked from Kent to the blank page in front of him. Her chest continued to rise and fall with deepening breaths. Kent, she started, opening her mouth to say something, but stopping before she could go any further. Her eyes dropped to the floor. Let me go, she ordered. I'm not worth it, just... She shook her head again, confused. No, he blared. You don't get to do that. You don't get to dictate terms and act all humble about it, not after everything you've done. What do you want me to do? She cried. Do you have any idea the amount of shame and regret I've had to deal with ever since we left Beijing? Too bad, he nearly vocalized. Justify your actions with whatever confessions you have, he noted. Same old Emma. What do you want me to do? She screamed. Kent smiled, echoing her shaking. I want you to suffer, he admitted. The same as the rest of us have suffered. Emma's expression turned sour. And what, you don't think I have? She questioned. Do you have any idea what's been going through my head in all of this? No, Kent shrugged harshly. And I don't care. She swallowed hard. Fine. If losing my best friend the same as you is that important to you, then just let him die. She reached for the paper, but he snatched it away. A flare of breath shot from Kent's nostrils. Unreal, he criticized. After all of this, you still think this is just between you and I. Another wave of fatigue washed over him as he pulled the pen out of his pocket. Kent, she started, another look of confused concern spreading down from her eyes. Concessions, he added, holding the pen hostage above the page. You face the action. I stay in the van. Emma swallowed again, trying to piece together what he was asking. Okay, she chirped. Jordan and Margot are kept out of danger as much as possible, he continued. You're on the front lines of this mission, and if that means alone, then so be it. The color in her face fled to her cheeks. Okay. And as soon as the semester's over, he concluded, you pull whatever springs you need to send me away as fast as possible. Priority transfer. Your dad and his administration never lay a hand on me, or my missions, ever again. This one surprised her most of all. Where, she started, but before she could finish, Kent requested, I don't care. As far away from you as possible. Tears still pooled down her bottom eyelids. Emma stared down the page, then back at Kent, followed by a concerned sigh. Deal. He dropped the pen to the paper. Kent, she interrupted. Really, don't do this for me. He smirked, satisfied. I'm not doing this for you, he stated. I would never do anything for you. Not anymore. Emma watched him cautiously as Kent signed his name on the dotted line. I'm doing this for Jordan. As soon as he put the pen down, a fire rose from his chest to his face. He looked up at Emma triumphantly, only to be met by a look of concern. A wave of dizziness almost threw him off his chair. His vision turned white as the heat consumed him. "Kent?" she said, the voice ringing in his ear. He stumbled off the stool, staring at the grain in the floor, only to find his eyes blurred to everything around him. Emma must have run around to his side. He felt her steady him, then reach a freezing hand to his forehead. "Oh, geez," he heard her panic. "You're burning up." I'm fine," he mumbled. "You're not fine," she argued, pulling him to the couch. "You need to lay down. Let me get you some water." He found himself staring at the ceiling, a static buzz giving way to the muffled sound of a faucet running in the distance. "Here," she returned, lifting his head to a glass of warm water. "Drink this." He tried to argue, but he couldn't find the words. Another wave overcame him, flushing out his senses. "Go away," he finally managed. "I can take care of myself." "I'm not leaving," she burdened, sitting down on the floor beside him. "I don't want your help." Emma pulled his face toward her, despite his futile attempts to swat her away. "Kent, your fever is well over 100 degrees. If Margot's sick, then so are you." He felt the thick blanket wrap around his arms and legs, pinning him to the couch. He was powerless to stop her. "I don't need your help," he mumbled again. "Well, too bad," she said. "I'm going to whether you like it or not." Chapter 27. The Way of This World. As soon as they left Porter's office, Johnny realized the bigger challenge was outside the room, not in. Liev once again led the way through the maze until they reached a long wing, branching into 100 similar tent chambers, each one filled to bursting with beds bunked 3 units high. They were laughably small, each with a hanging curtain to mimic privacy, adorned on the head side by a stack of personal cupboards and a series of thin hanger closets at the other. He was reminded of the berths aboard the Navy ships he had toured with his father during their day's station at Fort Meade. He had always pitied soldiers required to stay in the barracks, both for their lack of space and lack of privacy. The situation at Atlas appeared even worse. There were no locks on the cupboards. As the pair passed room after room, he noticed a number of cupboards left wide open and in various states of disarray, their owners having either given up trying to keep their possessions private or having lost the cause altogether. His pity turned into a tangible taste when Liev turned into one of the rooms. Leading him halfway through the room, Liev pointed to the middle bunk on the left, the cupboard already open, filled with clothes Johnny recognized as the ones in which he had arrived. To his horror, a familiar picture was stuck to the inside of the open bunk, and before he could stop him, Liev plucked it for a better view. "I didn't know you had a sister," he noted, taking the image. "I don't." Johnny tried reaching for it, but Liev swiped his hand away. "That's my girlfriend." Liev turned the picture with a concerned look on his face. "Your girlfriend?" he puzzled. Sure enough, it was a wallet-sized print of Emma's school photo from 8th grade. "This is Garen's daughter?" Liev went on. "Jesus Christ, Johnny, how old is she?" This time Johnny managed to grab it away. "It's an old picture," he stated. "She looks like she's 10. It's an old picture," he doubled. "Where'd you get this? Why is it here?" Liev gestured to the bed and the cabinet. "It's yours." Johnny clenched his jaw, realizing his worry had manifested. "What do you mean this is mine?" Liev swung his hand around, smacking the middle cupboard, then the bed and closet. "Yours," he accented. "You'll stay here." Johnny peered around at the dozens of beds in the room. Most of them were unmade. "Alone?" "Of course not, you dolt," Liev scolded. "You're lucky there was an opening for you to take. Most people get a floor mat for the first few nights." "You mean every single one of these is taken?" Johnny noticed. "What about my privacy?" "An unnecessary luxury," Liev stated. "You'll get used to it. You have a curtain if you need to let off steam. That's more privacy than you realize." "And I'm supposed to live like this for months?" Johnny wondered, horrified. "Which one's yours?" "Oh, I'm down the hall," Liev replied. "You'll be fine. Lots of friends in here for you to meet. You won't miss me." Johnny silently agreed, continuing to stare at the cramped shelf of a bed. He tacked the picture of Emma back against the wall. "You never answered me," he raised. "Why is that here? Where'd you get it?" "Yeah, we figured you might be homesick," Liev defended. "A little reminder so you don't get too attached to us by the time you leave." The idea was almost comedic. Before Johnny could reply, an electronic bell sounded somewhere in the hallway. "Oh, perfect," Liev shined. "The munchies were starting to kick." With little regard for Johnny, Liev rushed off down the main corridor, disappearing into a gathering herd of people. Nervously, Johnny trusted in the crowd to guide him to wherever Liev was heading, a choice which proved correct. 10 minutes later, they spilled into an enormous room back near the heart of the complex. The dining hall was easily the largest chamber Johnny had so far seen in his day at Atlas. Still held up by the room's air pressure, the ceiling was further supported by a triangular plastic beam zigzagging below the tent, allowing for a mismatch of varying light arrays to hang from above and illuminate the space in a way much brighter than the floor lamps in the hallway. Hundreds of tables were dotted around the tarped floor, itself so large that it was made up of dozens of pieces which were fraying at the corners, exposing the packed sand beneath. Johnny spotted Liev near the center of the room, sitting and talking with a pair of men in black beside him. He made no attempt to look up as Johnny approached, until he was grabbed from behind by the collar and stopped in his tracks. "Where do you think you're going?" a deep voice boomed over his shoulder. Johnny turned to find an enormous black man standing above him, his arms almost as far around as Johnny's head. "I was just—" Johnny swiveled back to Liev, who had finally noticed him. He shook his head in warning. "You know where you belong," the man bellowed, pointing a finger to the tables back near the entrance from which he'd entered. A young man with blonde hair was cautiously waving him to his side. Again, Johnny looked to Liev, who was making a similar wave, shooing him away. His voice was too far away to hear within the echoing room, even with the hundreds of people around him silent and staring. But Johnny could read lips enough to understand the message. "Not with me." Confused, Johnny's gaze circled around the room, realizing the wave of color that descended from one side to the other. Nearest the doors he assumed led to the kitchen, were seated dozens of persons with the darkest skin he had ever seen, even darker than Tab or her late husband, Toussaint. Among them were dotted a few faces of varying shades, each one belonging to a person seated in a mobile chair. He struggled to imagine how difficult it must be to maneuver themselves around a facility such as this. As his eyes traveled from far end to near, the lighter shades became. On his side of Liev's table, he spotted Dan seated beside a handful of other men, and a few rows closer, Paul Oberon was surrounded by a few older men and women, though none nearly as old as himself. Even among the Atlas crowd, his longevity looked unnatural. Johnny turned to face what was obviously the back of the room, near the empty door. The young man with blonde hair continued to nervously beckon him to his table, itself populated exclusively by young men and women with blonde hair. Shrugging away from the guard, Johnny took a seat beside the man in the only empty chair left in the room. "Don't do that next time," the man warned in a slight accent, giving a judgmental shake of his head. "You don't want them to make you pay for it." Johnny looked around at the table. Every eye was on him, a mix of curious and uncertain. "What do you mean, pay?" he asked. "Do you want to eat or not?" the woman on his left questioned. Her British accent reminded him painfully of Liz. "They'll pull your credits," the first man continued. "What do you mean, pull my credits?" Johnny asked again. "I just got here, I don't have any—" "The system," the man interjected. "Everything is judged through the system. If you don't follow the rules, they pull your credits. If they pull your credits, you don't eat." Johnny turned to look at Liev, who was keeping his eyes at his own table. "What do you mean?" he muttered. "Like an allowance?" A woman across the table with short cropped hair spoke with a thick Eastern European accent. "Everyone gets exactly what they need." To her right, a man slightly older than the others muttered in French. "Is this kid an idiot?" among other insults. "Je le parle, merci," Johnny rolled his eyes, to the man's surprise. The British woman asked, "Didn't they explain things to you when you were brought here?" The first man added, "Who brought you?" The question caught Johnny off guard. "Brought me?" he echoed. He had no idea who had brought him. Liev Cohn? "And he didn't tell you about the credits?" the second woman asked. Johnny's head was struggling to spin around the table fast enough. "Paul didn't either," he explained. "Who's Paul?" questioned more than one voice. He kept his head on the surface of the table, struggling to keep himself grounded. "What do you mean, who's Paul?" he repeated. "He's in charge, isn't he?" The first man answered alone. "Mamelodi's in charge." Before he could even wonder whose Mamelodi, he was interrupted by a large bell which tolled heavy from the other end of the room. A number of people rose to their feet, and just as Johnny stood to do the same, he was yanked back down by the man on his right. A deep female voice echoed across the ceiling. "All power to the people," it said. A heavy response came from only those who were standing. "To the people it must return." "Be seated, friends," the voice called. The dark brown wave fell to reveal a small, muscular woman with almond skin. She held up both hands in welcome. "Comrades," she began to the rest, the word chilling Johnny to his spine. "Another day has come and gone, and we move another day closer to a better world for us and our peoples." She looked around the room, hesitating when her eyes neared his table, before circling to the others. "We have new faces among our ranks today, and to you I say, welcome. Everyone has a place at Atlas. Whatever color or creed, assignment or assimilation, all are welcome within these tents. And all are celebrated for who they are, rather than what the world tells them to be. Mamelody gestured to a table to her left. Just today we welcomed Ryan and Nadia from the United Kingdom, who were unjustly exiled from their homes by the unjust and antiquated laws that govern our former capitalist home. We celebrate their brave sacrifice to let their voices be heard, and raise them as honored guests in our current residence here. She turned to face the pair standing, two women of similar build and stature who looked equally thrilled and anxious to be singled out together. There is no guilt here, she ordered. Be as you are. Johnny's heart pounding, he turned his eyes to the ground as cheers erupted around the room. A hard elbow caught him in the ribs. Don't, the man whispered cautiously, out of range for anyone else to hear. Johnny grimaced, then forced his eyes up, but the pair had already returned to their seats. Our way of life is open to all, Mamelody continued, but it is not for all. We reward you the gift of memories and safety from your oppressors, but the choice to stay is yours. We will not stop you from leaving, nor will we force you to stay. Johnny looked between Paul and Liev, both of whom had their backs to him to face the front, and understood his position outside Mamelody's code. But if you do not follow the way we operate, this is not the home for you. He turned his head away, just slightly, only to earn another elbow. For those of you bold to see the truth in this place, I have only one message. Welcome to Atlas. Another applause, this one less enthusiastic, rose from the masses. Noise returned to the tables as people began to rise. Again Johnny stood, but the man yanked his arm so hard he felt his shoulder pop. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The man hissed. Johnny attempted to avoid the eyes around the table, keeping his head down. I don't know what I'm doing, he whispered fearfully. Obviously, the man ordered. Do what I do. Nothing beyond what I do, and you'll be fine. Johnny swallowed hard, then caught the man's eye and nodded. To his surprise, the man's eyes softened, and he held out a hand. Jens Slot. Johnny took it. Johnny Sparks. Yeah, Jens smirked. We know who you are. Unnerved, he watched as the room cleared through a small room off the side of the main hall, clearly a kitchen or serving area whence they returned with trays of scant food and drink. It was difficult to keep his eyes from wandering mindlessly around the room, though eased by Yen's avoidance of a couple to the next table, who had fiercely locked lips after Mamelody concluded her speech, and continued as they stood to join the line. Apparently this behavior was completely fine. His heart continuing to race, Johnny followed Yen's movement to a fault, studying every step as though his life depended on it. When their table stood, the last of any in the hall, the others herded him in the fourth position from last. By the time they reached the kitchen, there were hardly 4 meals left. Copying Yen's, Johnny shoved his thumb against a scanner before he was handed his tray. The main course was a hockey puck-sized loaf of green and brown, nearly resembling a hash brown. When they returned to the back table, his unspoken question was answered by the British woman. The green is broccoli, she announced. The rest is a variety of organics, all allergen-free, of course. Johnny stared at the bare plate. That's it? What do you mean, that's it? The Frenchman imitated, too close to Johnny's cadence to be subtle. It's enough. It's all you need. Johnny frowned, unable to stop himself. No meat? No fruit? You can't honestly believe we'd eat meat, do you? Ridiculed the European woman. Johnny took a deep breath, feeling more out of place than he'd ever felt in his life. Frustrated, he folded his hands and dropped his head. An immediate cry of disapproval came from every mouth at the table. What do you think you're doing? One of the women raised. Johnny looked up, shrugging. Praying? 2 of the men laughed. Don't do that, the Swedish woman across the table begged. It makes me uncomfortable. Johnny folded his hands. That makes you uncomfortable? He railed, pointing to the physical couple still embraced behind him. And that doesn't? If God existed here, it wouldn't be your God, one of the men japed. The Frenchman spat in his direction. Your God is dead. Johnny stood so aggressively his knee slammed against the tabletop, biting his tongue to keep from showing the pain on his face. The others merely shook their heads in bemused disapproval. Yen's face turned red. He knew what to expect, but the return of the large guard was no less intimidating. You need to come with me. He had no desire to eat when he had been seated at the table, but having waited what felt like an hour for Mamelody as she finished hers, made him come to regret that decision. The guard had taken him to a new section of the city, roughly 5 minutes' walk from the dining hall. There, locked inside a room with nothing beyond 2 chairs and a floor mat, he remained alone while he waited for his punishment to come. After 20 minutes, Johnny wondered if solitary confinement was punishment enough. The moment he bowed his head was the moment the door burst open. Johnny rose to his feet. "Sit!" she ordered, remaining upright as the door closed behind her. A man had entered alongside her, standing off in the corner with a clipboard in hand. He handed it to Mama Lodi. "A single meal has been taken from your credit ration," she explained. Johnny only now noticed the hidden hints of South African in her accent. "If you disrupt again in the manner your contemporary said you did, that punishment will increase to a full day. Do you understand?" She handed the clipboard back to her deputy, still staring down at Johnny, who had to crane his head up and sideways to face her. He kept his mouth shut. "I asked if you understand," she raged. "Intolerance is not tolerated here at Atlas. Is that understood?" Again, Johnny remained silent. Mama Lodi grit her teeth, incensed. "And you will listen to me when I'm speaking to you." "Why?" he raised, genuinely curious. "I'm not allowed to leave. What difference does it make if I follow your rules or not?" Mama Lodi stomped her foot pathetically against the rug. "Because you are being offered protection and hospitality here out of the goodness of our hearts. And unless you want that time spent here to be a living hell, which I can certainly provide you with, you will follow the rules." She extended her face forward. "Is that clear?" Johnny sighed half-heartedly. "Yes, ma'am." Something hard struck his face, forcing him back in the chair. "Not ma'am," she ordered, and Johnny realized she had slapped him. "You will call me Mama Lodi." He clenched his jaw, trying to relax the pain. "Not sir, not ma'am," she contended. "Mama Lodi." "Fine," he conceded. "Yes, Mama Lodi." She turned to her deputy. "No rations tomorrow," she commanded. "Insubordination." "What, so I lose my right to eat because I defended myself?" Johnny rallied. "That's insane." "You made the scene," she barked. "You made 6 people feel unsafe." "Unsafe?" he choked, only to be interrupted by the man in the corner, who read off his clipboard in a squeaky voice. "Made a display inhibitive of others' freedoms of religion." Johnny felt his mouth drop. "Freedoms of religion?" he repeated. "I was praying!" "And did you once stop to ask how that would affect those around you?" Mama Lodi shouldered. "Do you know how many people within Atlas have suffered under the hands of the church? But it's perfectly fine for them to—" She raised her hand again, freezing Johnny in anticipation of another strike. Instead, she stopped herself and sat down in the other chair, fuming. "You listen to me clearly," she demanded. "This place is not for you. You are lucky we even let you in our doors with the way you've behaved yourself tonight. Whatever person you think you are back with the rednecks in America, that person is dead at Atlas. And if you won't bend, you will shatter into 1,000,000 pieces." She shook her head, her eyes small and piercing. "The world that your people belong to is over," she menaced. "It's time you came to terms with that conclusion." Johnny swallowed, trying to find his voice. He cleared his throat, then said, "I want to talk to Paul." The effect was immediate. Mama Lodi jumped to her feet with exuberant ferocity and stomped her foot on the carpet again. "Paul is not in charge here!" she shouted. "I am!" Steam was practically billowing from her reddening face. "Get out of my sight!" she demanded. And before she could say another word, Johnny rushed out the door. His memory guided him back to the barracks, where he found the remainder of his roommates stuffing the room to its limit. Half were already in their beds, the other half changing out in the open, including the couple from the dining hall who had expanded their romance beyond the confines of their mouths. Noting the discomfort on the faces of the others in the room, Johnny's attempts to cough up a distraction had no effect, and growing increasingly frustrated, changed into his only other pair of clothes and cramped into his bunk, pulling the curtains as tight as they would go. The picture of Emma from the year prior was where he'd left it, albeit adorned with a penciled mustache, making his discomfort that much more surreal. The curtains did little to muffle the increasing sounds from the couple, which were soon accompanied by the percussion of a squeaking bunk. Johnny grit his teeth and shut his eyes as firm as possible, trying everything in his power to shut himself away from Atlas. "God," he tried to begin, but even his attempt at prayer was killed by this place. He stared at Emma's defaced figure for hours, desperate to return home and unable to sleep as the room snored and creaked around him. By the time his body finally shut down, there was only one thought left in his mind. I have to get out of here. Sleep could not have felt longer that night. Interspersed with his usual array of memories from his childhood in the squad were bizarre collages of Atlas, fuzzy pictures which rolled by without plot or purpose, tied to no memory in particular. He could hardly call them dreams, more so flashes of blurred faces and rooms he must have seen in his trailing Liev through the halls. Somewhere between those thoughts his vision began to clear, and he was confronted with the clearest dream so far, waking up in the hospital in Tylersville 2 years before, where Jordan's and Tab's faces greeted him after the seizure which awarded his perfect memory. The dream was so potent he could smell them, and each of his senses was heightened to reality until the moment they stepped out of the hospital doors. Then it was something entirely new. No longer dreaming in memories, Johnny found himself floating in a glass tank, mint green and viscous like syrup. To either side he could see the blurred outlines of other tanks, filled with other things, but they were too far beyond his glass confines to see. A vague white shape waded into his periphery outside the front of his container. Suddenly painfully aware of the tube shoved down his throat, he struggled in the liquid, pulling at the wires and restraints which held him immobile inside the cage. He managed to scream, but between the tube, the liquid, and the glass, there was no chance it could be heard by the outside shape. Desperate to escape, he wrestled his arms against the restraints, but to no avail. The shape began to move away as he continued to scream. "Johnny?" With a blink, he was free of the nightmare, and exactly where he wanted to be. Emma turned in his arms, facing him with concern. "What's wrong?" His eyes were fixed on hers. At first he knew himself to be dreaming, but those were her eyes, exactly as he remembered. A sea of bright blue spotted with waves of silver. Behind them was the same hopeful anticipation which always met him. This had to be real, he was tricked. Then he saw past her, to a room he did not recognize. They were cuddled on a small mattress laid plainly on a rough wooden floor. Any blankets adorning it had been stripped and thrown to the side, in a corner of the room where two garishly painted beige walls met under a stain of rain damage. "Where are we?" he asked, confused. Only then did he realize their outfits, or rather, their lack of any. They were stripped down to their barest layers like a swimming pool. His sweat-drenched shirt had been thrown to the corner along with hers, and his skin stuck to the bare mattress. The air was irreverently hot and humid. "Where?" he struggled again, only to find himself trapped in her eyes. This time he couldn't look away. "What's wrong?" she repeated, placing a hand on his bare skin. Her touch defined the dream. Instead of its usual cold, her hand was burning. "I have to get away," he registered, forcing his eyes closed and commanding himself to wake. The familiar creaking of the bed frame greeted his return to reality. Knowing there was no one he could complain to about that or his impending shortage of food, Johnny rose amidst the others in his room and followed a herd to what could hardly be considered a shower. Undressing before dozens of unfamiliar men and women, some of whom could not be asked to avert their eyes for his privacy, Johnny waited 15 minutes for his turn in a room no bigger than a plain bathroom, where he was allowed 30 seconds beneath a constant stream of cold water and the barest excuse for soap. A dinging bell alerted him to his turn's end, after which he was shuffled out to a room stacked with damp towels before returning to his clothes. Some of the crowd left in the direction of the dining hall for breakfast, but Johnny followed a few back to the dorms, splitting off to wait in the hallway for a familiar face. A few girls, maybe just a few years older, addressed him by name as though they'd met before. He struggled through his memory to find them, but couldn't, and concluded that they, like Dan the day before, were privy on his temporary arrival. 10 minutes later, Liev wandered down the hall, fresh out of a shower himself. "You look tense, John," he teased. "Bitch take your food again?" It took every strength of his willpower not to slam the boy against the tarp wall. "You knew what this place was!" he scowled. Liev's face widened into a confused smirk, rolling his eyes. "Of course I did," he returned. "I live here." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what specifically?" Liev pondered. "That it's the polar opposite of the IREA?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I figured you would have noticed somewhere between the assisted suicide and the black president." Johnny grimaced. "I want to go home," he sighed, trying to keep his voice from breaking. "Yeah, I'm sure you do," Liev resigned. "I do too, John. Ever thought about that?" He put his hands in his pockets. "You don't think I miss my family? Canada in general?" He slouched. "Unlike you, that's not an option for the rest of us," he continued. "We make our choices, people exploit those choices, and boom, here we are at Atlas. It's the best we can do with what we have." Johnny felt incensed. "You built a freaking commune!" Liev just smiled, shaking his head. I didn't build anything, he admitted. Paul built it. I work for Paul. Paul likes to pretend he's Lenin, I call him Vladimir. Paul's not in charge, Johnny remembered. Mama Lodi is. Liev apparently thought the comment was funny. Actually, Kwan's in charge today, he remarked. Tides turning toward the rainbow like a Skittles commercial. Johnny bit his lip to hide a frustrated sigh. You like that one? Liev asked. I tried it out yesterday. Much better than my fast line. Can you just talk like a normal person? Johnny thrashed. Why am I here? Liev stopped grinning. His expression turned to annoyance. It's always the same question, isn't it? He muttered under his breath, before raising. You know why you're here. There are people out there that want you way more than we do. You think this place sucks? You can't even imagine the other guys. If you have the power to know that, Johnny insisted, the power to track me down in the first place and bring me here, then why can't you just send me back to Tylersville? Liev raised his eyebrows. That's a new one, he appeared to relish. So far as I know, there's something going on I suspect you can't be a part of. You're too unpredictable, I guess. At least that's what Sean said. Shane, Johnny corrected. Sean, Shane, whatever, same difference. So you guys are still in communication with him, too, Johnny noted. Tell me how he knows about this place. Liev shook his head. God, you're thick, he sighed, looking down the halls as if expecting someone to take his place. He sent word for you. That's how we know about it. He gave a letter to his contact who brought it here, Liev clarified. Stop thinking Daniels is a spy. It's annoyingly wrong. Johnny paused, trying to wrap his mind around Shane sending a letter for him. He supposed it had been nearly 2 weeks since the mission, but having just come out of his coma, his time at Atlas had hardly begun. Paul has it if you want to read it, Liev offered. He's waiting for you anyways, with the doc. He waited for Johnny to reply, but Johnny's mind was still stuck on Shane. How could he not be the spy? He was the only one who made sense. Unless there was something he was missing. Unless you had other plans, Liev teased. Johnny looked down the hallway. I was going to stop and see my mom. Liev's eye rolled back to the ceiling, exasperated. Oh, for the love of... he choked. She's not your mother, and I'm sorry to break this to you, John, but she's not here anymore. She's... Johnny felt like Liev had just struck him with a brick. What do you mean she's not here anymore? He cried. You mean she's dead? Oh, no. Liev was quick to backtrack, holding his hands out in surrender. No, she survived the surgery. Then what? She's not here anymore, Liev repeated. Well, then where is she? Johnny yelled. She just had life-altering surgery and you're just letting her go? Liev took a deep breath, apparently annoyed by Johnny's increase in questions. Look, dude, I'm just your welcome guide. You want to raise questions, raise them with Paul. I'm not in charge of what happens to your zombified mom. Johnny eyed him contentiously, another wave of worry spreading through his body. Zombified? Relax, Liev stroked. That was a joke. I made a joke. Your mother is fine. I just don't know, nor do I care what happened to her. Johnny bit his tongue to keep from swearing. Liev checked his watch. Come on, he said, still sounding bored. We'll go talk to Paul. Instead of leading him to the core, Liev took the long route to Porter's office. The password had apparently changed since yesterday, as this time Liev typed 3006 into the keypad before twisting the wheel. Of course it is, he thought. Inside the room, Paul was standing beside Dr. Porter, both wearing short sleeves. Only then did Johnny realize Liev had matched them. Aren't they freezing? He wondered briefly, before putting aside the thought when he noticed the doctor's face. From yesterday, the doctor's nose had flattened against his skull, and one of his eyes hung lower than the other, as though he had both suffered a severe stroke and been struck in the face with an iron skillet. A hastily applied layer of makeup attempted to correct the injury, though it was so obvious to anyone who knew Porter's face that this hardly looked like the same person. What happened to his face? Johnny blurted out, unable to stop himself. Paul looked at Liev, then threw his hands up in agreement. Dr. Porter? He judged, asking in an annoyed tone. Care to explain the state of your appearance? The doctor wore his usual glazed expression. Don't worry about it. That's all he said, Paul cursed at Liev. His infuriation was plain to see. Don't worry about it. You call Sam and tell him this is ridiculous. I'm not paying if this is what we're getting out of them. He won't remember it anyways, Liev replied. They'll just discount the next one. There won't be a next one, Paul gritted. I'm shipping off tonight. Hell of a trip that'll be, Liev stated. Imagine this from his perspective. Like you said, Paul repeated. He won't remember it anyways. I still want my money back. Johnny turned to Liev, who was avoiding his gaze. I'll have Mark on it as soon as... No, Paul scolded. You do it. Bureaucracy is their game. Liev grimaced. Johnny was bewildered by their conversation, but could tell whatever Paul was ordering made the boy extremely uncomfortable. Unless you had other plans, Paul rewarded sarcastically. Liev shrugged. Smoke one and watch the Leafs lose, he hoped. Perfect, Paul concluded. Liev's face twisted again. Sir, I don't think the Sentinels will be too... They know what they did, Paul scolded. If they think they can get away with a lesser product, then the deal's off. He gestured to the door. Call them. Liev nodded and left the room. Johnny turned back to Paul. What was that about? Paul turned to the doctor, then back to Johnny. Don't worry about it. He walked to the doctor's desk to begin fumbling through the drawers. Where's my mother? Johnny raised, expecting Paul to skirt around the answer the same way Liev had. Home, presumably, Paul said instead. Surgery went well. Last I knew, she was headed back to the States. Johnny felt his heart race. You're just letting her go? He asked, cautiously. Not the villains, Paul reminded him. Felt like the right thing to do. Johnny shook his head, bewildered. Before he could ask any further questions, Paul tossed him a granola bar from the desk. Hungry? To Johnny's surprise, the actual answer was no, but knowing this might be his last bit of food until morning, he took the gift enthusiastically. I'll make sure your ration limit is lifted by tonight, he corrected, raising a new set of questions. Can't have you running off on an empty stomach. Paul walked back with a sheet of paper in hand. For you, he offered. Johnny read it over. The letter was handwritten. Johnny, it began. I hope this finds you well. I want to start by saying how sorry I am about Liz. I know you were there to see it, and I know how traumatic that can be. I would love to tell you it gets easier, but it never does, especially when you're close with that person, as I have come to understand most of you were. It's an experience I know too well. When you come home to Tylersville, my door is always open for you to talk if you like. Apart from her loss, your squad is doing well. They're desperate to have you home, especially your brother and girlfriend, who are relentless in their pursuit of finding you. In many ways, their pestering of the embassy is making my job that much more difficult in trying to keep you safe. But I know they mean well, and your reunion will come sooner than you realize. The threat against you is still at large, but you should know their initial offensive was unsuccessful. Your squad was apprehended outside of Beijing, but they escaped unscathed, and are that much more desperate to find answers because of the threat. I hope Dr. Porter has proven to you why the company sees you as priceless. Keeping you safe is our top priority, and under walls of security and back channeling, your safety falls under my purview, even if I have no idea where your training with Porter is taking place. Trust the people who surround you, even if their means are unorthodox to the IREA's modus operandi. Your extended stay outside the reach of the company is due to a security breach which we in the embassy are desperate to clarify. There is an insider feeding information to the party hunting you, and we believe that party may now have ties with Chervinsky's government as well. The usual suspects have all been vetted. Me, Bill, Tate, Mike. All of us have been investigated, and all has come up short, leaving everyone here on edge to figure out what exactly is going on. Your friends and family are safe, but your own safety within Tylersville is on shaky ground at best, which is why I've given your present overseers the extended window I have. Trust me when I say things will be over before you know it. Uncertainty can be the worst enemy, but trust us to find answers. Keep up your training. When you return home, prove to yourself and everyone around you how valuable this time away was. You're capable of more than you can possibly know. All the best. Shane. Johnny read the letter through twice, both comforted by the familiarity of the words and frustrated by the lack of promise. A third emotion suddenly overcame him. You read my mail, he scowled. Of course we read your mail, Paul grunted. Don't be dramatic. Johnny grit his teeth and handed the page back to Paul. So I'm here indefinitely, Johnny whined. How long did Daniels tell you? Paul wondered. 3 months. Paul looked at a calendar topping the doctor's desk. And we're right on schedule, he quipped. What? Johnny ran to the desk to find the calendar flipped to April. On the 10th, written in large black letters were the words small objects. I think we're right on schedule, Paul returned to nonchalance. Don't you think, Dr. Porter?
Oh, absolutely, the doctor agreed. Your right leg, Mr. Sparks.
What? Johnny turned confused.
Lift your trouser leg, please, the doctor commanded.
Johnny did as he was told, only to find the doctor shackling his ankle in one ring and a pair of handcuffs. Before he could realize what was happening, the other ring was clamped around the leg of Porter's desk. It was too heavy to move on his own.
Keys are on the chair,
Porter pointed, noting the single metal ring on the seat several meters away.
I'll take one step every few seconds. You have a minute to escape.
Johnny looked between the chair and the doctor, struggling to comprehend the situation as his heart rate increased again.
Good luck,
the doctor intoned, reaching behind the desk to pull out, to Johnny's horror, a chainsaw, which he revved to full power and paced himself to the side wall of the room, facing Johnny with the blade fully extended.
Begin!
The doctor took a small step forward as the chainsaw screamed throughout the room. Unable to breathe, Johnny shot between Paul and the keys, desperate to find any alternative to breaking free from the desk. Even fully extended, his arm was still several body lengths from reaching them.
Paul!
He screamed.
Paul, stop this!
Turning once more as the saw inched closer, he saw Paul standing still, his arms crossed, bored by the spectacle. You know what to do, Paul pitched. Listen to Shane's letter.
How in the...
Johnny shouted.
How is that going to help me?
The skin on his ankle was beginning to burn from his efforts. Don't let our time together be wasted, Paul replied, pointing to the chair. Get the keys.
How can you expect me to get the keys?
If you can't get to them, Paul yawned, bring them to you.
How am I...
Johnny yelled. Blood began to rip from the skin. He lunged from the desk, only to feel his ankle tweaked in place by the cuff.
Remember your training,
Porter shouted over the roar of the saw, now several feet closer than where he began. Johnny looked back at the chair, then to the desk, desperately trying to find a secondary means of escape. The words small objects continued to taunt him on the page. The blade grew even louder. Porter was halfway to him by this point, his skin stripped well past the outer layer.
Paul!
Johnny cried for help, but the founder continued to stare in unimpressed silence. He reached for the keys again, the distance insurmountable. How can this be part of my training? He thought, desperately trying to find the purpose of the lesson after yesterday's trial with the gun. He reached down and fumbled with the chain, but there was no use. Porter was hardly a meter away.
Paul, this is insane! He shrieked.
Remember your training, Paul called from the other end of the room.
My training?
Johnny puzzled.
What does this have to do with turning invisible?
Behind him, Johnny thought he heard Paul laughing. Ha, right, he joked. I probably should have thought of that. Porter took another step. To be or not to be, that is the question, Paul quoted. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune,
get me out of here!
Or to take up arms and watch your enemies suffer. Johnny's whole body shuddered as what felt like years flashed before his eyes. An unnerving sense of déjà vu, that he had been in this very room dozens of times, hearing these exact same words, surged through him. He turned to reach for the keys, only now something was dramatically different. As though an extra filter had been placed over his eyes, extending from his fingers were what he could only describe as strings of light, floating through the air in a cross-stitch of colors. A number of these strings settled over the keys, and Johnny felt the shape and weight of them in his hand, even several meters away. The strings tightened, and the keys launched across the room as the filter disappeared, landing in Johnny's waiting palm. He heard Paul laugh with excitement as he leaned down to fumble with the lock. The strings were gone. Whatever had just happened, whatever he had seen, he knew it happened entirely within his mind. He had teleported the keys across the room. He struggled to fit the key into the lock, and even then was unable to unlock the cuffs. There were still 4 more keys attached to the ring. The doctor was only a foot away, and didn't look intent on stopping. Porter, you can cut the saw! Paul yelled excitedly. But Johnny looked up into the glazed eyes of the doctor, and realized he wasn't listening. Porter! The chainsaw launched out of Porter's hand and went tumbling across the floor in Paul's direction, ripping the tarped floor as Paul jumped out of the way, swearing loudly. The tendrils of light disappeared again. Johnny fumbled with the second key, and this time the cuff unlatched, spilling him onto the tarped floor. The evil that men do lives after them, Paul recited. The good is often dry as the desert sands. Johnny felt his eyes close as he collapsed to the floor. How do you feel? Paul asked, helping him to his feet. Johnny blinked in his surroundings. He was in Dr. Porter's office. Of course he was in Dr. Porter's office. What had just happened? He repeated the question aloud. What do you remember? Paul prodded.
Johnny looked down at his skinned ankle, the set of keys in his hands, the bloodied handcuffs clipped to the foot of the desk. A chainsaw was embedded in the sand beneath the tarped floor, a trail of its destruction leading back to Johnny like a comet's tail. He tried to piece together the scene. I freed myself, he said, not necessarily remembering, but because that sounded the most plausible. Paul eyed him cautiously. How? Johnny looked around the room again, puzzling to remember what had happened. His lack of memory was unsettling. He struggled. Where were the keys? Johnny looked down at the keys in his hand, again darting his eyes to remember anything. Paul gestured to hand over the ring. As soon as he had, Paul tossed them onto a chair halfway across the room. The memory came flooding back to him. Porter coming at him with a chainsaw, commanding the keys across the room, throwing the saw. Everything flashed before his eyes again. How did I... he started. Grab them again, Paul commanded. Almost afraid of himself, Johnny looked to the keys and saw the strings descend over the room like a sixth sense, latching onto the object as he forced them to himself once more. Johnny gave a satisfied gasp. And back, Paul ordered. Before he could say a word, Paul grabbed the keys again and held them in front of Johnny, dropping them in the air. The strings appeared again, and shooting his hand out as if to catch them, Johnny held his hand into his body, catching the ring on a bed of invisible fabric. As though unspooling a line of thread with his fingers, the keys floated through the air back to the chair, where Johnny lowered them with hardly a bounce. Then the strings were gone. Again, Johnny's breath came out in a surprised gasp. Paul looked over to the doctor. I think we can finally cross small objects off our list, he noted. Finally, Johnny wondered, letting his expression drop. Small objects, he remembered. I launched that chainsaw halfway across the room. Paul shrugged. Then bring it back. Johnny turned and let the threads descend, but the strings wouldn't budge. The weight of the saw was simply too heavy to pull off the ground. He gave up after a minute of trying. When you can move the desk at will, Paul teased. Then we can start adding new items to your checklist. Johnny sighed, looking between the doctor and Paul. See if you can do it with something else. They spent the next 6 hours practicing on other small objects. Pens, papers, a stapler. He even managed to open one of the desk drawers and lift Porter's gun, but he was forced to put it back down by Paul, who berated the doctor for keeping it unlocked. The pair were arguing over gun safety when the dinner bell rang out through the ceiling. Very well, Paul noted. Good work today, Johnny. Go eat. Dinner that night was even more awkward than the first. Anxious not to cross any boundaries which might put his plan in danger, he kept his mouth shut for the entire hour, sitting on his hands to watch a similar speech by the new leader, Quan, the same squeaky-voiced man who had acted as Mamelodi's deputy the night before. 2 sentences in, Johnny finally understood Liev's Skittles comment. The previous front row of all-black tables had shifted, with the new front consisting of an eclectic mix of individuals who gave enthusiastic remarks to each of Quan's talking points, including Dan and his husband. Forced to the same table as before, the others eyed Johnny with less curiosity than the previous night, and more of an exhausted hatred. Whatever tension he had sparked, they looked less than eager to continue, and he wondered if Mamelodi or Quan hadn't taken them aside for belittling the same as him. Halfway through a motionless table prayer, Jens made the comment, You know, one of these days you could give us a smile. Johnny shot him and the others a hard grimace, assuring them he had no intention of giving into their warped view on his world. When all their eyes turned away, he bit off the end of the patty and dropped the rest into his lap, carefully stuffing the rest into his pocket, where it remained until even the couple in his barracks had quieted for sleep. By his best estimation, it was around 2 a.m. when he reopened his curtains. Knowing sneaking around might look more suspicious than acting as normal, he opened his closet, grabbing the thick coat Liev had given him and throwing it over his clothes. Taking Emma's picture and tucking it into the chest pocket, he walked out into the corridor. To his surprise, not a single person stood along his route between the barracks and Porter's office. Punching the coat into the panel, he heard the door unlock, and unsealed it with the wheel on the front. He had no idea where Porter slept, but finding the room empty settled his nerves. No doubt someone was watching him through the cameras, but he hoped that by the time they found him, he had what he needed. Inside the desk where it always was, Johnny removed the revolver. He scoured the desk and the rest of the office for ammunition, but the only he could find were the 6 bullets already loaded. That's fine, he assured himself, hoping that was all he would need to make it out unharmed.
2 hours northeast of Ashgabat, he remembered. Whether that was by foot, road, or air, he had no idea. But even with the lack of highways in this part of the world, traveling southwest toward Iran meant he would almost certainly reach something before succumbing to hunger. A half-filled metal water bottle in his neighbor's cabinet served as comfort enough that he would not die dehydrated. His initial plan of contacting the Central Asian branch had been curtailed by Shane's letter. If it was true that he wasn't safe within Tylersville, then he was even more at risk at one of the other hub cities without Shane to protect him. After all Shane had done to betray his trust, something kept him holding on to it. But he was willing to risk waiting it out on his own, than staying in Atlas. Supplies in hand, Johnny worked his way back through the familiar halls until he found a door outside. Taking one last deep breath and knowing there was no longer any turning back, he braced for the desert and pushed his way into the night. He had expected the wind. He had not expected the heat. It was freezing yesterday, he puzzled. But the temperature now, even in the dead of night, was sweltering well above the 20s. Sweating in the coat, he disrobed immediately, even stripping out of his torn long sleeve and turning it into a makeshift litham. He was careful to remember the picture of Emma, transferring it to the pocket opposite his food supply. Staring up at the stars, his breath caught as he realized there was something significantly wrong with the night sky. He was still able to find the North Star, but the constellations he had expected to find had moved position, and he started to worry Liev had lied to him about their location. His mind was clouded trying to calculate where he could actually be. If he headed southwest, was he traveling in the wrong direction? Trust yourself, Johnny stilled, and shutting off his doubts found southwest in the sky, and jolted off around the edge of the compound. He had exited in entirely the wrong direction, and was forced to circle around for miles, no doubt alerting any external cameras or motion detectors to his escape. Even more distressing, there were no external roads on the entire side he circled, giving no route to even consider following except through the Karakum. Frustrated to the point of tears, he reached the southwest edge an hour later, turning his back on the core for good, and heading out into the unknown, with only the whistling of the wind to keep him company. Only 10 steps in, he literally couldn't move any further. The wind was so powerful it countered his entire effort in pushing forward, sucking the breath straight out of his body. He gave an exasperated cry as one of his feet slipped, sending him tumbling backward toward Atlas. Pounding the sand with his fist, he looked back toward the compound. To his horror, a door was open. Standing above him were Quan, Mamelodi, and a thin black boy no older than him, who stood controlling the winds over his head. "Every time," Mamelodi gloated. "How many times have I said it? You're not the only one with an effect, Sparks." "It's like playing tag with a toddler," the boy laughed. "Good work, Globy," Quan congratulated. "You can finally get a full night's sleep." The boy nodded, releasing the wind, then wandered back inside. "Last time I get to do this, I guess," Mamelodi smiled, slugging Johnny in the face before Quan covered his bloody face with a burlap sack, and a needle was injected into his neck. They walked further than Johnny would have thought possible. At one point, he felt them descend stone stairs. A heavy metal door opened, then shut behind them after the trio had passed through. A jolt of electricity dropped Johnny to the ground as a taser was stuck against his back. 2 new pairs of hands lifted his limp body into the air and set him in a chair, strapping his arms and legs into the seats. Even when feeling came back to his fingers, there was little fight left in him. "Valiant as ever," Paul congratulated, stepping into view. "You know what fascinates me the most?" Johnny could barely lift his head, let alone answer. Paul answered his own question. "Not once have you tried the invisibility." Then he added, "Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take up arms and watch your enemies suffer." Johnny was shocked awake as dozens of versions of this exact same scenario flooded back to his memory. He spit out the dry air, darting his eyes between Paul and Liev. "How many times is this?" he begged. 46, Liev smiled. Johnny felt his heart shatter. "I'll give you this," Paul consoled. "You're relentless." Johnny looked up at the man's wrinkled face. "How many more?" he sobbed, tears streaking down his face. Paul put his hand on Johnny's shoulder, then sunk down to eye level. "None," he breathed. "In the morning we're sending you on. Your squad will be there to meet you." He moved his hand down Johnny's arm to where they had taken his blood the month before. "It's almost over." Johnny sighed, dropping his gaze to the floor. "And Shane? We'll have it figured out by the time you return." "And I won't remember any of this," he considered. Paul looked at him, almost apologetically. Would you want to?
His answer didn't need to be spoken. 46 tries, Liev repeated. Not once have you remembered until the trigger. And trust me, I've tried. It'll be the same reset as always, Paul explained. You'll remember what you learned with Porter, but nothing else. A black hole in your otherwise perfect memory. The finality of it all was comforting. He'd made it out alive. Oh, and one more thing, Paul rose, his expression changing. Symbolic is a Polish last name, isn't it? Johnny opened his mouth, only for Liev to force a mouthguard between his teeth. Until the next time, he smirked. Confused, Paul brandished the familiar metal batons and flashed them against his temples. Good night, Johnny, he blessed. If after every tempest come such calms, may the winds blow until the righteous are toppled. The world went black. Chapter 28. A Wrench in the Plan. The victory was bittersweet. She should have known the barrage of insults was coming from Kent. She deserved it. But manipulating Jordan to win over both him and Margot had cost her everything. She would not blame them for never speaking to her again. It had been the lowest of possible blows, playing on Jordan's confidence and knowing how Margot would respond when he finally broke, and for that she was more repentant than she had ever been in her life. Still, it worked, and now she was that much closer to having a friend back. Their resentment was pacified by the sudden flu outbreak which battered the student population. Kent fell hard and fast, and somehow Jordan managed to hold on a few days longer, even with his proximity to Margot, who was still showing symptoms a week later. By Wednesday, Emma was the only member of the squad attending classes, and in history over half the class was missing due to illness. She'd reached out to Damien Salga, one of the creeps from the embassy working in the Ministry of Health, who told her a junior squad had contracted it on their way back from Sweden. More importantly, he told her the symptoms were unlikely to last more than 10 days, which was the news she was desperate to hear. The sooner it was over, the less likely it was that anything could interrupt their mission plan. Kent was back at school by Friday, claiming in a brief exchange that, while he could technically take the weekend, he was beyond bored alone in his room, constantly ordering from the delivery menu. Jordan returned Monday, and Margot, despite still looking lightheaded and even whiter than normal, managed to make it in Tuesday afternoon, though a bout of vomiting took her out again Thursday. While Margot's sickness far outlasted the boys, Emma was surprised to find herself spared entirely, although realizing she could fall victim as the time to their mission continued to dwindle only added to her anxiety. Per Kent's request, she was the foreperson for the mission plan, and with Margot out of commission for most of training, Emma had become the squad's de facto captain. Where the flu outbreak was a definite hindrance, it was offset by the placement of Easter, which had proved to be a blessing even more than usual. That Friday being Good Friday, they had the school day off, giving the group a full day in the training center with a few other practicing squads. Monday would be the same. The prep for Guyana was exceptionally faster than China. Without the need for language training, the mission plan was made even easier by the lack of armed security they expected to find there. While National Intel considered the facility abandoned, the program was erring on the side of caution, believing an underground group may still be using its materials. And though this could still mean the place was being watched by men with guns, the arrival of 3 children would almost certainly take them by surprise. Last time they had straddled a world war. This time, they were on a scavenger hunt. The mission plan was straightforward enough. Flying into Georgetown from Solhueva, then taking a station mission van 3 hours south into the jungle to the facility. Preparing for the worst, Emma, who had proven to be the most accurate shot in the remaining squad, would take out any external sentries. Then with Margot and Jordan would force their way into the building through the back service entrance and take down any remaining guards attempting to apprehend them. Assuming any active machinery would limit Jordan's vision, their first stop would then be the security office, where one of the 3 would hijack the CCTV footage and relay it back to the van, allowing eyes on the backs as they separated to find the source of Johnny's signal. In the event that the facility truly was abandoned, none of this would be necessary, and would save nearly 10 minutes in clearing their way through the building. Whatever they found inside, unmarked samples would need to be taken back to Solhueva, and if possible, a research foreman would be taken temporary prisoner and interviewed by Emma about the nature of the secret production. From there, they would scour the facility for traces of anything relating to Johnny. Whether or not anything was found, they would then contact local police and evacuate back to Georgetown. If there was a link to Johnny, the embassy would be on call to permit them to follow his trail. The ease at which they memorized the plan unsettled Emma, who kept analyzing the variables to such a degree that she was certain something was missing. Even with armed opposition, the mission was too easy. The most challenging part was what would come after, and that relied on a load-bearing if regarding Johnny's evidence. It was nearly impossible for her to imagine returning to Tylersville without him. To ease her worry about unforeseen circumstances, Andrew had been watching them most days. Without a squad or anything to do, in addition to being 18 and a ranked general, he had taken to working in the control room after the school day. His statement about being addicted clearly showing through.
Beyond Xander's usual breakdown at the end of each day, Emma would return home to a long text from her brother about every little thing she did right or wrong, down to something as simple as which way she had turned her head when confronting a noise from elsewhere in the facility. She found most of these texts annoying and redundant, but in some bizarre fashion was touched that he was noticing her passion and making an effort to improve it. The only real hiccup in their extended training came from Margot, who, despite giving her all to the mission in support of Jordan, was still clearly suffering from the after effects of the flu. So much so that Xander cut their training short before the end of the day Friday, after she was unable to continue. Having made it through several hours already, Margot was so fatigued by the afternoon that she failed to raise her gun in time to stop an approaching guard, and was shot multiple times in the back. She refused medical attention, insisting she was simply exhausted from training. Xander ordered her to get some sleep and encouraged the other three to take the extended weekend and rest. Emma spent most of the weekend at church. Easter being her favorite holiday, she spent Friday night and Sunday morning with her family in the box at Destiny Baptist, wishing both Johnny and Riley were there with them to make things feel complete. She doubted anything of this magnitude existed in Saudi Arabia, but hoped her brother was finding a way to celebrate with Siobhan all the same. As for Johnny, she simply prayed he was safe. Not she nor the rest of her family expected Margot to come, even with her extended illness, but both Emma and Andrew were surprised to notice Jordan at the Easter service, who had come on his own and was noticeable in the front few rows next to Pastor Luke, over whom he towered with one arm raised. He hadn't talked to Emma much since signing on to the mission, and doubted he would have joined them if she had extended an invite. She spent all of Sunday at her parents', including sleeping there ahead of Monday's extended training session. Andrew drove her there the next morning, himself intending to continue his role upstairs. When they separated, she made her way to an empty dressing room, shortly followed by a heavily caffeinated Xander, then a few minutes later by Jordan and Kent. Xander looked at his watch, then up at the boys, who both looked exhausted. "Where's Margot?" he wondered aloud. "She's going to be late." Jordan shot a quick glance at Kent, then back at Xander. "She threw up this morning," he said cautiously, afraid of being reprimanded for telling the truth. She's not going to make it." "Again?" Xander lifted his cap to scratch at his forehead. "She knows we're 10 days out, right? We leave next week. I already told her to go in today," Jordan defended. "It's still 10 days. Whatever they give her, I'm sure it'll flush out by next week." Xander panned around the three of them. "None of you were sick like that, were you?" "No," Jordan added quickly. "But one of the Henderson girls from our history class was. She probably picked it up from them." Xander sighed, looking at the 3 empty lockers. "We can't take the day off," he lingered on Johnny's. "I know we've been acing the runs, but we have to keep pushing until we go." Jordan looked at Kent, who seemed to understand the question both he and Xander were keeping to themselves. "I'm staying in the van," Kent dissented. "That was a part of the deal. I'm not touching it." "Grab Andrew," Emma realized aloud, noting Xander's equal unwillingness to step into Margot's spot. Not sure what compelled her, she followed her train of consciousness. "He's been watching us for weeks. He knows exactly what we're doing." The 3 guys looked at her apprehensively. "That way none of us have to switch roles," she added. "Otherwise he's just upstairs doing nothing." Jordan turned to Xander and shrugged. "Might as well," he said. Xander turned to Emma. "Do you have any idea the kind of paperwork I would need? He's Andrew Guerin," she interrupted, pulling out the status card she always hated to use. 2-star? I can't imagine they would have an issue with it on a day off." It took an hour for the request to find its way through the right channels, but by lunchtime Andrew had taken Margot's place without fail. Only limited by his inability to use his effect or match what she could do with hers, Emma had never seen someone so effortlessly maneuver their way across the training floor. For years she had heard how impressive her brother was when it came to combat, but now she was finally seeing it in action. Andrew was 3 steps ahead of everything they did, never even needing Xander or Kent to relay warning of an approaching target, or hesitating at the complete randomization of the building's floor plan from their previous entry. Everything he did was with a vengeful hunger, as if he still needed to prove himself after 4 years in the program. She struggled to imagine his capabilities with a source of water added to the mix. By the time Monday's training was finished, Andrew was desperate for more. The squad had not only finished more sweeps of the building than they had in every previous session combined, they'd broken their quickest time in 7 separate scenarios. All 3 of the others were visibly impressed, almost motivated by Andrew's energy. So much so that when Margot returned to the squad the following afternoon, feeling fully herself for the first time in weeks, it felt like a downgrade. Still, Margot's Friday mishap never repeated, and by the following Monday all 5 of them were giddy with anticipation ahead of their flight to Argentina. That night Emma could hardly sleep. It had been a problem since he disappeared, but the closer they were to finding Johnny, the more she felt his absence. Spending every night with him for an entire semester had been a blessing, now transformed into a curse. She had grown so reliant on him beside her, falling asleep alone had become a chore. Every time she managed to smuggle something under the counter, The contents would mysteriously disappear. No doubt Margot's doing as part of her silent revenge. Melatonin pills were nowhere near as powerful as what she'd taken in China, and her body had normalized the maximum safe dosage months ago. She'd almost considered talking to Kent about it, but realized with everything else going on he might read into her request more than she meant him to. As nice as it would be to have someone beside her, that was how it had started with Johnny. She couldn't do that to Kent. With him responding to her kindness the way he had in the months since, she was glad for her restraint, especially after his outburst the night he agreed to the mission. His accusations against her were not without merit. The longer she went without Johnny, the harder it was for her to spend time with Kent. More nights than not, she found herself praying for the thoughts that she had about him to disappear. In truth, they hadn't. If anything, they were worsening, but Kent's hatred for her after everything that had happened made it easier to distract herself. It was hard to express her love for something that wasn't there. Realizing how much her mind was pushing Johnny away after Andrew had asked her the question of replacing him, she had taken to writing down little things, details and memories that put her back several months to being with him, and why she was so adamant to have him back. A small notebook on her bedside table was filled with scribbles. The freckles on his shoulders, the smell of his deodorant, the way he stares off into space when he starts thinking about something. There were those things she couldn't put to words either. Something about the way he held her, the way he talked to her, the way he kissed her. He'd been her second kiss, the first apparently meaningless to the boy who had taken it the year prior, but she could tell Johnny meant every one, like it was the most important thing he would ever do every time he did it. The way he had in Beijing. She guessed it was the way he put her first in everything they did. It was a selfish thought, she knew, but that thought was what drove her more than anything to have him back. In the worst case that Johnny was gone forever, that was something she could never expect from Kent. Another 2 pages had been filled by the time her eyes were too heavy to stay open. His eyes had been the last thought on her mind, the golden ring just outside his pupils that made the green around them pop so dramatically. She set the notebook on the pillow he used to use and prayed herself to sleep, dreaming of seeing them again. The next morning, the four were escorted by Xander to the city hospital for medical checks. Margot looked slightly worried on the way, but both Jordan and Xander assured her she was fine. According to Jordan, it had been over a week since her last vomiting session, and despite the occasional feeling of fatigue, she was nearly back to normal. Like the last time, Emma found herself stripped in front of a male doctor, being asked progressively more invasive questions about her dietary and sleeping habits. He took her temperature repeatedly, checked each of her joints, and, to her confusion, measured the circumference of her arm at wrist, elbow, and shoulder, a new practice since January. His holding of her hands and comments about her lack of iron reminded her painfully of Johnny. But distracted by the follow-up test of her reflexes, Emma returned to the lobby reinvigorated to set off and find him. Jordan was there, already finished. "Easy enough?" she asked rhetorically. "Failed my eyesight test," he joked. "Could have sworn it was fine last time." Emma laughed, wishing there were more moments she could spend with Jordan aside from Margot. Xander emerged 5 minutes later with a grumpy frown. "You look happy," Jordan smiled. Xander shot him a look. "I'm getting old," he noted, refusing to elaborate. "You're like 30, Jordan laughed. Xander expanded his frown. 28, thanks. "Xander, if I look as good as you do at 28, I'll be satisfied," Jordan offered. Emma shrugged, gesturing to his eye. "You don't look that good now." His 2-word response was something he clearly learned from Margot, but all 3 of them cracked a smile. It was nice to feel the pair of them at least partially on her team again. Jordan cracked several jokes back at her expense, and several times the trio broke out in fits of laughter that caused the nurse at the desk to peek up from behind her computer. 10 minutes later, Kent emerged to pacify their fun. "Took you a bit," Jordan prodded, trying to elicit a similar response. Kent shrugged. "Testing my leg." He sat down next to Xander, as far from Emma's chair as he could reasonably be. "How is it?" Jordan asked with genuine concern. "Fine," Kent shrugged again. "They still don't want me running with it, but it's finally starting to heal the way it did before." "How much longer was this than the first time?" she asked. Kent didn't even acknowledge her question. He picked up a magazine from the nearest end table and pretended to read it. The other 2 gave her cautious looks, before all 3 understood their entertainment was over, and in turn pulled out their phones. An additional 20 minutes passed before Jordan acknowledged why they were still waiting. "Hey, where's Margot?" They all peeked up, turning to the door as though she might suddenly appear, but it remained closed, a dull white like the walls surrounding them. "Probably just doing additional tests," Xander reasoned. Jordan perked up, worried. "You think they found something?" Xander shook his head. "I'm sure they're just testing her for the virus." Emma failed to stop her thoughts from spewing out of her mouth. "I swear, if we miss the mission—" "Trust me," Jordan agreed. "I'd be pissed too." Kent and Xander both glared at them. Give her grace, Xander diminished. She's doing the best she can. I'm going, with or without her, Jordan continued. She can stay in bed. I'm getting Johnny back. Emma agreed with him, but Jordan's fierceness was surprising. We can't just go without her, Kent spoke up. Why not? Jordan raised. Andrew did fine during training. He could just take her place. It's really not that simple, Xander defended. Training was one thing. To fully replace a member of a squad for a mission, that's practically unheard of. They were scheduled to fly out that evening. I'm not going to let another squad take our mission because my girlfriend has a stomachache. Jordan, Emma huffed, finally having enough. Unfortunate as it was, Xander was right. There was nothing Margot could do about being sick. Relax, she calmed. Margot's fine. Ask the nurse if you're so concerned, Xander suggested. Jordan looked ready to argue but resigned himself to agree. The nurse's desk was far enough from their seats that Emma could only pick up pieces of their brief conversation. But the line, I can't give you that information, carried across the lobby. Jordan sat back down with a grunt, looking anxiously at the clock. Emma returned to her phone, only to feel the weight of time ticking on as they continued to sit and wait without a sign of Margot. Is she even here? Jordan spoke, another several minutes later. They had been in the hospital for 2.5 hours. I'm sure she's fine, Emma found herself repeating, though even Xander was beginning to look worried. You guys can go grab lunch if you need to, he offered. I'll stay. No, Jordan frowned. If she's still here, then we... The door next to the nurse's desk opened, revealing another female in blue with a clipboard in her hands. Jordan half stood, but upon realizing Margot wasn't with her, sat back down. His face was white. The nurse stepped forward. Mr. Xander, she said. Miss Guerin? Emma was surprised to hear her name. Would you both come with me, please? She turned to Jordan, who returned the same confused grimace. Xander had already stood to go. Me? Emma asked, concerned. You're Emma, correct? The nurse raised. She nodded. Then yes, the nurse confirmed. The two of you please come with me. Emma stood. So did Jordan. Just the two of you, the nurse added, stopping Jordan in his tracks. Emma turned, noting the fear in his eye. It's fine, she assured. She's fine, don't worry about it. But a feeling of dread cascaded over her as soon as the door to the lobby closed behind them. Why do they need me? She wondered anxiously. If something's wrong, why wouldn't they just grab Xander? The only answer she found plausible was that Margot had asked for her specifically. But Margot would want Jordan, wouldn't she? If something was wrong... A thicker curtain of dread enveloped Emma as they walked the entire length of the exam hall and left through a back door. Where are we going? Xander asked first. Is Margot all right? The nurse remained ambivalent. She'll be waiting for you, she stated. Dr. Montgomery will explain everything. Xander took a hard breath as they walked up a back staircase to a new floor. Oh God, she thought. Something did happen to her. The question returned to her mind. Why would they grab me instead of Jordan? With a horrified gasp, she recognized herself as Margot's closest family. Expecting then to find her dead on a slab, Emma was partially relieved to find the party walking through a hallway of offices. Nearly 2/3 down the length of the hall, they stopped outside an unmarked door. Their escort knocked, and a smooth voice on the other side called them in. Behind a large wooden desk sat a graying doctor in a white coat, his hands folded patiently atop the surface. Seated in the middle of 3 chairs ahead of him was Margot, her hand clutching that of another uniformed nurse sat beside her. A blue blanket was wrapped over her shoulders. Even several meters away, Emma could see she was shaking profusely, her head rocking back and forth as though she were hyperventilating. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face small and afraid as she registered their entry. 2 of her fingernails were bleeding from where she had nervously picked at them. As soon as the door closed, she shot from her chair and lunged at Emma. Emma raised her hands in defense, only to find Margot collapse on her shoulder, bursting into tears and soaking clean through her shirt. Stunned, Emma unclenched her fist and wrapped them around Margot's back. Covered by the congestion of her tears and staggered breathing, she could make out the attempts at her name, and the repeating of the word sorry. Hey, she tried several times, still bitterly confused. It's all right. It's going to be all right. Xander and the other nurse had to peel Margot off her before Emma collapsed from the weight, but even as they made their way back to the doctor's desk, Margot kept her hand clutched tight in Emma's. Uncomfortable and frightened, Emma knew she had little choice. She helped the nurse return the blanket to Margot's shoulders. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, the doctor began, turning specifically to Xander. Given the nature of our test this morning, Mr. Ear is broadly aware of the situation preventing her from your upcoming mission. but asked that you both be here with her for the more serious news. A breath caught in her throat. Emma turned to Margot, but her eyes remained forward, facing the doctor at a distance of 1,000 yards. The doctor continued. When we started her examination this morning, we were made aware of her conditions the previous weeks, and the symptoms most of your squad were exhibiting as part of the recent rise in seasonal flu. In addition to the basic tests, we also swabbed Mr. Eyre for evidence of extended influenza. He looked at Emma. Everything came back negative. However, during the examination, Mr. Eyre was showing obvious signs of abdominal discomfort. Without doing more invasive testing, there wasn't anything we could confirm until her blood test returned, during which we recognized elevation in her HCG levels. Jesus, Xander swore. Emma turned, confused by what this meant. It's not uncommon for students to try to hide it given the punishment for things where they're confirmed, the doctor explained, still turned to Xander. Though typically they're smart enough not to wait until the pre-mission to reveal it. In Mr. Eyre's case, it's my understanding that she had no idea, and there's a rather unique reason why. Emma felt her hand drop from Margot's as a pair of black and white images were shifted on the desk toward them. We call it an ectopic pregnancy. In rare cases, eggs are fertilized inside the fallopian tubes and begin growing there rather than inside the uterus. In addition to the obvious risk factors concerning both the mother's and the child's health, the symptoms of the pregnancy can also present themselves in irregular ways. The obvious apparently was not interrupted up to this point, giving Mr. Eyre little reason to suspect any change. Emma turned to Margot, her ears ringing with the news. Xander's face was a livid pink, his jaw clenched hard enough to shatter his teeth. Even in these cases, there is the slim chance of healthy growth and recovery, the doctor continued grimly. However, when we examined the location in question, we discovered that the child, despite having grown successfully outside the womb for several weeks, was no longer showing signs of life. A guttural cry burst from Margot as she collapsed into her arms over the back edge of the desk. Emma had stopped breathing. Her eyes burning with tears, she was consumed by a mix of sadness and bitter anger which froze her to the spot. Even with Margot's wailing, the room was deathly silent. After several minutes, Margot was unable to make any more noise, leaving them with nothing but the hum of the overhead lights. With a nervous cough, Xander broke the silence. How far along? He managed, his own voice broken. Dr. Montgomery unfolded his hands and sighed. Right now we believe about 9 weeks. 9 weeks, Emma thought. In answering her unspoken question, the doctor added, The child would have had a heartbeat. Margot burst into tears again. Xander threw his head back, no doubt thinking about his own wife, his eyes so vain they were nearly yellow. Emma felt her breath catch again. Xander cleared his throat harshly. What does that mean for her? He asked. Physically. The doctor refolded his hands. I'm glad you asked, he said gently. Because of the location and progression of growth, it's unlikely Mr. Eyre's body will be able to, for lack of a more humane phrase, pass the child on her own. Which means if we don't undergo a surgical removal in the next 24 hours, there may be even more serious complications, which could put her life at risk. Now, the surgery has its own risk of complications, but why is this even a question? Xander laughed hysterically. Just do it. It's not exactly that simple, the doctor calmed. Because of the injury to service law, this triggers an investigation. Well, to hell with your investigation, Xander returned. We all know who the father is. You can take him right from the lobby if that's what you're after. Xander, Emma scolded. He turned incensed. What? He shrieked. Am I missing something? Mr. Eyre, Dr. Montgomery interjected, firm but comforting. Your consent is needed to undergo the surgery, so long as you're conscious and able. Xander turned, the same mix of anger and sadness now matching on his face. Emma swallowed hard, watching Margot stare into the distance, terrified. After a stilling pause, she slowly nodded. All right, then. The doctor turned to the nurses in the room. Send a prep down to the OR. I'll be down there in 10. The nurses moved swiftly out the door. Dr. Montgomery turned to Xander. The 3 of you are welcome to stay here, he instructed. Mr. Eyre, we should do it as soon as possible. You can't be prosecuted for admitting this here, so I need to know honestly. Have you consumed any drugs or alcohol in the last week? Still with a dead gaze in her eyes, Margot shook her head. Anything prescribed or over the counter? To the surprise of both Em and Xander, she continued to shake her head no. Good, the doctor acknowledged. Makes preparation a lot easier. One of the nurses will be up to grab you in 15. I know this isn't easy, so if you'd like anyone with you for comfort, let them know to be in the OR in half an hour. We can permit 2 guests, and given the nature of the surgery, an additional exception can be made for a person of faith. He turned his eyes to Emma. Any questions? A silence resonated through the room. Good, he concluded. 15 minutes. Dr. Montgomery rushed from his desk, grabbing a second coat from a hanger near the door, leaving the 3 of them alone in the room, utterly stunned. As soon as the door shut, Margot turned to Emma. Emma, she stuttered, doing her best to speak between sobbing and shaking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Emma looked over at Xander, whose eyes were still depressingly plastered to the ultrasounds. She could hardly breathe. Her legs numb, she managed to stand. Margot followed her to her feet. Please, Margot begged, clutching her desperately at her hands. I can't do it. I need you. I'm so sorry. She found Margot's eyes. They'd never looked more terrified. Your dad, she continued. The mission, The mission. The mission was the last thing on Emma's mind. Even Johnny seemed insignificant compared to this. Words failed her completely as thoughts threatened to do the same. Emma was frozen, struggling to comprehend everything they'd just been told. She wanted to scream. She wanted to slap Margot in the face the same as she had done to her. As clarity returned, the urge to berate Margot for every little mistake she had ever made came flooding from her brain to her mouth. This is why, she thought, concluding answers to a dozen questions with which Margot had bullied her in the past. I told you, I warned you again and again, and you never listened! Xander was still staring at the pictures, and just as Emma turned back to let herself loose, her eyes fell back from Margot's, and she took in her full face. Every thought disappeared from her mind as she saw her sister standing in front of her, pleading for help. Emma threw her hands around Margot, and her sister fell against her shoulder. I need you, she sobbed. I need you there. I know, Emma whispered. I'll be there. Your dad, Margot repeated. Your parents, how am I? Emma shook her head, holding her sister tighter. Let me worry about them, she comforted. Do you want my mom with us? Margot broke into another fit of sobs, profusely nodding her head into Emma's arm. Emma, I'm so sorry, she continued. Why are you sorry? Emma scolded gently. Margot pulled herself back, her eyes a dripping black. The mission, she repeated. Margot, I don't care about the mission, she said. Whatever she was going to say, it lost its importance with another glance at Margot. She pulled her into another hug and buried her face in Margot's hair. I love you, she whispered, and Margot fell apart completely. They stood together for 10 minutes, only breaking when a nurse returned to escort Margot downstairs. I'll be right there with you, she assured. Mom, too. Xander didn't even turn to say goodbye. As soon as Margot was out the door, Emma took several deep breaths, wiped her eyes, and called her mom. It was only halfway through the school day, so her mother would need an emergency substitute. Emma stressed the situation as much as she could without going into detail. This was not a conversation had over the phone. By the time she had finished, Xander was on his feet, looking as grim as ever and as though he hadn't taken a breath in several minutes. He finally exhaled, his breath coming out shaky and close to tears. Need me to talk to them? He said softly. His eyes were still transfixed on the pictures. Emma understood this wasn't something they were going to talk about. I'll handle my parents, she assured. I don't have it in me for Jordan. Xander nodded, turning to the door where a second nurse led them soundlessly back to their original waiting room. When the door there opened, Kent had his arm on Jordan's back, himself bent over, his hands folded over his knees. He looked up and saw them standing there, rising to his feet. His white face was gray with a depressed certainty. He knew what was happening before either opened their mouth. A deep sigh preceded his question. How long do I have? Chapter 29. Greater Things. They held a funeral the following afternoon. It was a private affair. The Garens were all there along with Kent, Xander, and Xander's wife, who shed the most tears. The rest of them had nothing left. It was unusual watching Bill without his entourage. The only other people in attendance were Pastors Jack and Luke. The latter had given him his condolences. Jordan could barely look him in the eye. In fact, Jordan struggled to look any of them in the eye. It had been almost a full day, and no one had raised their voice. No one had chewed him out or scolded him or barred him from even being a part of the ceremony. It didn't matter. Shame was not even the right word to describe how he felt. For the first time in his life, even after the loss of 4 parents, 6 if he included his birth parents, and the disappearance of his only brother, Jordan's purpose had been completely sucked away, gone with the light from Margot's eyes. She had named him Jason, after her brother. The Garans, who were by law the child's grandparents, made the arrangements to bury him within the city, on a plot Bill had been saving in case Wendy changed her mind about being buried in Texas. He was clearly distraught, but standing there in the wind watching him, Jordan realized the Prime Minister had set aside his position to care for his family. The full story about his adopted daughter was bound to spread immediately. Tylersville had no organized media, so anyone who knew could pass the story as officially as possible. But in that moment, public opinion was the last thing on Bill Guerin's mind. For the first time, Jordan felt the Prime Minister embrace him, and as dirt began to fall over the foot-long box, he collapsed against his chest and found his emotions again. Otherwise, nobody spoke to him. Not that Jordan would have wanted them to. Emma and Margot had spent the first night in the hospital, and were planning on spending at least the remainder of the week at the mansion. He had returned home alone. He had nowhere else but the common room, but the closed door to his bedroom froze him in place. He planted himself on the couch, the remote stationary on the table in front of him, but he could not move beyond staring at his own reflection in the black mirror. Even when Kent returned home, he took one look at Jordan and let him be. Of course, the mission was postponed. It would take at least until the end of the week to train an adult squad for the emergency replacement, and at that point, their whole inclusion to spark a determined search for Johnny would exist as a pipe dream. More than likely, things would be cancelled altogether. All because of you, his reflection reminded. In the warped picture on the screen, he could no longer see the scars which defined his face. "Is this who you think you are?" he taunted. "If your mom and Johnny weren't dead before, they certainly are now." They hadn't let him see Margot until after the surgery. He wished they hadn't. There was no life left in her body by the time they took Jason away. Add 2 more to your list. He tried to draw himself away from the mirror, only to cast his gaze to the picture shelf. Since the last time he had paid it any mind, Margot had added to the bare space. Most notably, a picture of Liz laughing in a canoe, no doubt taken during their trip to the mountains. She might still be alive too if you think about it. "Shut up!" he screamed, but when he closed his eyes he was haunted by the squad above them. 2 of their members were just as guilty as him. There was no sleep on either of those nights. He made it through 2 classes on Thursday before he could no longer take the staring. Especially without Margot, the story had spread like wildfire. Everyone's eyes held the same judgmental look of curiosity, asking the question Jordan still had no definitive answer to. How long do I have? No one really seemed to know. It happened every few years or so, according to the rumors. Jordan felt certain it had been a lot longer since a mission was cancelled because of it. But Margot was incapable of even attending school, much less handle traveling halfway around the world, so what choice could possibly remain? He wondered if they had to verify Jason's parentage. Margot had legally given the baby his last name, so he was as good as marked. If that was really what they were waiting for, then could he postpone the inevitable by denying it as long as possible? The idea lasted only a second before he shook his head in disgust. Margot had been through enough already. He didn't need to bury himself early by desecrating what was left of her public image. She was his until the end. He knew that completely. Even if he could, he realized waiting for dismissal was the worst possible option. He tried to imagine spending another month finishing the school year, all the while trying to ignore the fact that once his time was up, none of his friends would ever see him again. It'd be better to rip the bandage off now, to disappear into nothingness, let the embassy take him out back and drop him on the spot. The shame blended together with the fear of the unknown. They'd read a book in middle school about a society that rid itself of unwanted persons by releasing them, making a grand ceremony about going off to another part of the world, when in reality that person was taken behind closed doors and executed. Which would it be with him? The company was as pro-life as could be within its own walls, but Jordan had in some twisted way crippled one of their citizens and indirectly caused another to die. In their eyes, he was the perfect candidate for trying out the death penalty. And if that wasn't it, then where would he go? Would he wake up one day in the middle of nowhere on the other side of the globe? How much would he remember? Would he even be able to communicate with anyone who found him? Or would he be left to die? Then there was the world he was going to leave behind. Sure, he had scarred Margot's life forever. It'd be impossible for her to forget him, but would she remember the rest of it? The times before he destroyed her body? Her life, her reputation? What about Kent? In Johnny's absence, Kent had become his best friend. Would he remember any of that either? Or was Jordan set to become a footnote in his career with the company? In 10 years, would Kent think of him as anything beyond one of his freshman classmates? And Johnny. Now part of Jordan hoped his brother was dead. He didn't think he could face him with what had happened. They'd gone 3 months without speaking because of a stupid party. How much longer could Johnny hold it against him when he learned about Jason? Would Johnny forgive him if he stayed long enough to tell him in person? Or was Johnny bound to hear it from someone else? God forbid his mother came back too. Unable to sit with his thoughts, Jordan found his way to the embassy, for no plainer reason than to surrender himself. Fourth from the top was the Ministry of Law, and there he presented himself before the woman at the front desk and confessed. She sat there unconvinced. "Sir, I'm sorry," she stated. "There's not really much I can do for, or against you, until the case has been properly investigated." "Oh, you don't need to investigate," he admitted. "I did it, just lock me up or something until it's time to go." The woman was almost sympathetic. "Your honesty is admirable," she stated. "But there's an order of things that has to occur prior to a final decision like that. The only options I can give you are to speak with your missions leader and continue your days like normal." "Like normal?" he raised, trying not to let his voice become a shout. "They're going to execute me. Do you have any idea what that feels like? I can't just wait for them to make a decision." She remained unperturbed. "Sir, the best I can do for you is put in a meeting list with Miss Tanner. Otherwise, your best option is to talk to a psychology professional through the Ministry of Health." He started, then paused, thinking about the name. "Who?" "Pema Tanner," she clarified. "She's a deputy undersecretary who deals a lot with underage crimes. Given the severity of your case, I don't think there are any deals she can make in your favor, but she might be able to give you more options than me." Pema Tanner, Jordan repeated internally. He knew the name, but how he was unsure. "When can She's taking a personal afternoon," the secretary explained. "I can put you on a wait list for tomorrow. Otherwise, the best I can do guaranteed is next Tuesday." Jordan sighed. "Nothing with the minister?" She almost laughed. "First guarantee I can grant you is in a month's time. Minister Rantanen is a busy man." "Fine," he scoffed. "Put me in for Tuesday." She took his phone number in case of an opening the next day. Then Jordan returned to the elevator lobby, a plan in place, but still dissatisfied with his options. As soon as he pressed the button to go down, one of the elevators opened, its indicator light signaling up. 3 men walked out, leaving only one person headed to the upper floors. It was Shane Daniels. Without thinking, Jordan rushed inside. "Mr. Delarue?" Shane said casually, unfazed by Jordan's erratic movement. Shane reached forward, selecting one of the buttons below the top few floors. "Finish it," Jordan begged. "Excuse me?" "Me," he doubled. "Poison me. Execute me. Whatever you're going to do to me, just get it over with. I can't take waiting anymore." The door opened to one of the Foreign Affairs floors. Shane took a quick glance behind Jordan's shoulder, then cocked his head and narrowed his eyes. "Walk down the hallway and come back," he instructed. Jordan scowled. "What?" "Walk out of the elevator," Shane said slowly. "Head to the left, stop at the end of the hallway, then come back." Jordan turned, seeing no one else on the floor, then turned around again. "Why would I do that?" "Because the Deputy Prime Minister ordered you to," Shane commanded. As odd as the instruction was, something inside him was curious enough to obey. Without a second thought, Jordan turned out of the elevator, half expecting it to close behind him. He faced left and walked the length of the hallway to the stairwell door at its end, and then turned back, finding Shane still waiting with his back against the elevator wall. When he returned, Shane closed the door. "What was that about?" Jordan inquired. The deputy faced him with intention for the first time. "Your formal investigation made my job twice as hard," he declared openly. "That just made it 10 times easier." A puzzled look must have crossed Jordan's face, based on Shane's smirk. "In other words, don't worry about it." The door opened on the penultimate floor. "Come on," he instructed again. Jordan followed him through the floor's main lobby, which was surprisingly empty for what he expected on a weekday. Against the back wall, Shane opened a door and led him into his office. Jordan stood awkwardly until Shane sat down behind his desk, gesturing for him to take one of the chairs on the other side. He folded his hands over the wooden top, We're not going to execute you, he said plainly. I don't know where that rumor started, but in all honesty, letting people believe it helps keep them in line, so if you wouldn't mind not clarifying that for others, I'd highly appreciate it. Jordan's voice caught in his throat. For a second, he dared to hope. You mean, he managed. You're not out of the woods, Shane clarified, and a weight fell back to its resting place atop Jordan's shoulders. Obviously, you know the punishment. His face fell to his lap. Then just get it over with, he whispered. Are you that quick to give up? Shane scoffed. Jordan raised his head, feeling tears well in his eyes again. What's left for me here? He sobbed. What can I possibly do while I wait for you to send me away? Everyone's going to forget me anyway. I'm not talking about you giving up your life, Shane stated. Jordan swallowed, confused. Then what? You're really going to give up on your mother? Shane toiled. On Johnny? Jordan almost laughed. What choice do I have? He muttered in disbelief. I destroyed any chance we had of finding him with Margot. Shane looked at him piteously for a moment, then wheeled to his computer and began frantically typing on his keyboard. He clicked open a file, then turned the screen to Jordan. What I'm about to show you does not leave this office. Is that understood? He ordered. Jordan was struggling to make out anything in the grainy still. Shane corrected. No one in your squad. Is that understood? What are you... He began to think, but froze when Shane played the footage. In illuminated black and white, Jordan could see a white shape come into view from the left of frame. The figure, clearly a person, looked up at the sky in the opposite direction of the camera. As soon as he began to move, 3 more figures emerged from just right of the frame, with a shape and a sound like a metal door closing behind them. The smallest of the 3, a boy, he realized, held out his hand, causing the first person to stumble backward toward the trio. An elementalist, he realized, his mind racing back to the pair he had killed in Beijing. The first figure, another boy, Jordan realized, was struck hard in the face by another in the trio, while the last bagged his head. They pulled the boy to his feet and dragged him across the ground toward the camera, but just feet from the door he collapsed. The audio was grainy, but the woman's words came out clear as could be. Are you kidding me, Sparks? The boy raised his covered head. Please, he begged, the voice unmistakably Johnny's. I can't... The woman slugged him again, knocked him unconscious. The trio picked up his limp body and dragged him inside. Jordan felt his mouth drop. Shane pulled the screen back toward him, stoic as ever. When he finally found his breath, Jordan choked. When? Yesterday, Shane claimed. We intercepted the transmission amidst layers of hacked bank passwords. Can't be more than a week old. He tried to steady himself. He's alive, he shuddered. Where? We don't know, Shane admitted. Obviously, judging by the video, it's somewhere arid, but that could be literally anywhere. He placed his hands back on the desk. All we know for certain is that of a week ago, he was still alive. And the only lead we have beyond this video is his tracker. What? He could be anywhere, Jordan cursed. That didn't look anywhere near the jungle. Can't you do something to... Shane slammed his hands down on the desk so hard that Jordan felt something liquid spray onto his face. He held his tongue as he wiped the mix of sweat from his eyes, finding the Deputy Prime Minister staring intensely over the desktop. Expecting him to yell, Shane instead took a deep breath to calm himself, the look in his eyes relaxing with patience. What if I told you that you could still get him back? Before Jordan could respond, he added, You. Your squad. I can pull strings to send you off on this mission. I can't guarantee that you'll find him, but it's still one step closer to bringing him back. A quick breath. Maybe even your mom, too. Jordan's heartbeat, which had continued to accelerate the entire time in the office, was now in full sprint. But, he began, trying to put together everything Shane had just told him. Johnny was alive, he believed. There was no other truth. The rest of the world could have tried to convince him otherwise, but if Shane believed it, then so did he. What about Margot? Shane grinned. It was my understanding your squad had a substitute during training, he said. Given the circumstances and the severity this company is still placing on getting your brother back, I think arrangements can be made to justify a mission replacement. Jordan's breath felt cold. But Emma believes he's still alive, same as you do, Shane went on. We still can't authorize the mission without full squad consent. How? If you're all ready and willing, we can confirm the mission for as early as next week. Same plan, only a few adjustments. Jordan's eyes were wide in comprehension. Shane added, I'm pulling every string I have to get you one last chance of finding him before you leave. The least you can do is say you'll try. He felt himself nodding emphatically. All right, then, Shane grinned. One last favor. Exit out the stairwell, will you? This final order confused him. Sir? The stairwell, Shane repeated, rising from his chair and walking to one of the side walls. Seated on a countertop, Shane pulled on a figurine of the Stanford Cardinal, triggering an entire door-sized section of the wall to come undone. The seams were so well disguised in the pattern of the wall, he never would have noticed. Shane pulled the wall open to reveal a back stairwell. 19 floors, he announced. I should have had your brother do the same. It really helped me out. To Jordan's bewilderment, his feet led him to the stairs without question. And by the time he reached the ground level, his legs exhausted, he had completely forgotten his need to question the order in the first place. There were more pressing matters on his mind. Most importantly, he needed to talk to Margot. He took the monorail toward the mansion and walked up to the main gate, regretting his choice of a sweatshirt on an unusually hot afternoon. I'm here to see Margot Dreyer, he stated to the guard. I think she's still staying here. 1 second, the man returned, picking up a phone to dial the house. Jordan held his breath, half expecting to be turned away as the conversation went on longer than expected. Finally, the man hung up the phone. Wait here, please, he instructed. It was the first time he had been to the house without being led in or turned away. His confusion only increased when the Prime Minister came out to the front door to personally escort him to the house. Confusion turned to shock when Bill Guerin welcomed him with a hug. You doing all right? He offered. Of course not, Jordan replied honestly. Bill gave him a sad smile. I don't blame you, he consoled. The law is the law, but... The Prime Minister stopped himself, clearly wanting to say something but thinking better of it. Wendy's still a bit distraught about it all, he explained. I mean, we all are, really, but she's more, he struggled to find the right word. Conservative about the whole thing, if you will. Jordan looked down at the Prime Minister. She doesn't want me talking to Margot, does she? The Prime Minister grinned another melancholic grin. Right, he confirmed. They wouldn't have even let you through the gate if I didn't convince her to let me take the call instead. Jordan only then realized they were walking around the house, not toward it. Even then, Margot's sleeping, Bill explained. I can't imagine what you're going through, nor can I put myself in her shoes. To be honest, For a moment, Jordan thought the Prime Minister was going to say the words, I don't blame you, but he turned his head toward the back of the house and kept his mouth closed. Then why are we... Jordan began. Emma's in the back, Bill cleared, continuing on around the house. Just as he said, Emma was dressed in a black tank and shorts, her yellow hair tied back in a ponytail which hung over her browning shoulders. She was 20 meters downfield from a target, throwing knives with her left hand. Each one hit the target as near to the center as she could possibly get. She pulled each out of the wood, then froze when she spotted Jordan at the edge of the yard. The knives tumbled out of her hand in surprise. To his amusement, she stood still for what must have been a minute or more, before spotting her father and unfreezing, picking up the knives at her feet. The Prime Minister bid him farewell and left him to march around the pool to Emma's side. What are you doing? He asked. What does it look like I'm doing? She retorted. I'm practicing. Jordan grinned. I've never seen you practice before. Yeah, well... Her eyes flitted nervously around the yard. You must not have been paying attention. You know I've been training for years. She turned to the target, grilling the center with another knife. Her hands were shaking, her eyes apparently avoiding him at all costs. Emma, I'm still me, he bartered. Just because I'm leaving doesn't mean you have to be afraid of me or something. She grimaced into a smile, taking a breath and hitting another bullseye before turning to face him. Her nervousness was gone. I'm not afraid of you because of what you did, she admitted. I'm pissed because you killed my sister and you killed her kid. Jordan bit his tongue. He was my kid too, he stated, almost proudly. You think I wouldn't have done anything in my power to save him if I knew something was wrong? Emma grunted, throwing her third knife. I guess we'll never know, will we? She turned to retrieve the knives, but Jordan rushed to follow. And Margot's not dead. She might as well be. Emma turned back, her face red with fury. How do you think she'll ever recover from this, huh? You don't think I've been worrying about that for the last 3 days? I don't know, have you? Emma screamed. Tell me, Jordan, you knew this could happen. Me, Johnny, I'm sure your mom at one point too told you all about what would happen when things inevitably went wrong. And still, you didn't just once stop to think, maybe I should keep it in my pants, did you? Not once did you even think about the fact that something could go wrong. Just one little mistake, and now look around you. It's not just you and Margot, Jordy, it's all of us. Do you think I ever thought I'd have to bury my niece or nephew? Or my parents? You know that's like burying their grandkid, don't you? And don't even get me started on Dad's job. He might as well dig another hole in the ground for his career. Because once Richmond gets a hold of this, he's going to bury Dad too. If we're still in this house a year from now, I'd be shocked. And that's all because you never stopped to consider, maybe not tonight. Emma, he choked. It wasn't my... Don't you dare say it wasn't my fault, she screamed. In truth, that was not what he intended to say, but Emma would never believe his words anyway, especially not right now. You're right, he apologized. I'm sorry. Emma laughed. Don't even start with me, she huffed, ripping the knives out of the wood and trudging off toward the house. Without hesitation, he raised his voice. What if we could still go on the mission? Emma froze again. Without turning, she yelled, You're a piece of shit! Shane said it's still in play, he continued. He could feel Emma sigh. I hate you, she mumbled. Hate me all you want, he toyed. You still want Johnny back as much as I do. I'm not going to leave my sister behind. You're right, Jordan agreed, finally deciding it was safe enough to approach her again. It's 1 PM and you're skipping school to practice your knife throwing. Emma grit her teeth. I left right after you did, she admitted. I couldn't take it anymore. And did coming home make any difference for Margot? He wondered aloud. Emma dropped her eyes. Look, I know our momentum is screwed, but you and I both know Johnny's still alive. Shane's convinced of it too. Jordan looked at her, pleading. He's willing to let me go as one last service to the company. Emma took another hard breath, then looked up into his dead eye. What about Margot? Get Andrew to sign on. Shane said he'd pull strings to make it happen. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, he added, He already trained with us. Besides, he made us better than we were without him. All you need to do is talk to him. Emma shook her head. All I need to do. Do you want to find Johnny or not? He yelled. Yeah, of course I want to find him, she returned. I just hadn't even thought you're such a liar, he prodded. Stop playing Margot's noble sister and help me get him back. Emma threw up her hands. Hurry! Fine, she conceded, wiping them down her exhausted face. But do you really think the others will go for it? I'll talk to them, he said. You talk to Andrew and get him on board. And what about Margot? Emma raised. You're not leaving her like that. I'm not letting you run off to South America to get yourself killed without saying goodbye. You and I both know there's zero chance of a threat down there, he reminded. And what? That's not allowed unless the company takes me by force? Emma's jaw clenched even harder. You're not abandoning my sister to disappear halfway around the world, she repeated. Why not? He wanted to scream. My parents both did that to me. Instead, he calmed and stated, I would never do that. He looked up at the house, finding Margot's window. If your mom ever lets me have the chance, I'll talk to her. We'll make that part of my list then, Emma offered. All right, Jordan finalized. I promise I won't leave without making things right. Emma shook her head. You can never make things right, she declared. You're right, he agreed shamefully. But I can certainly try. Emma doubled down. Just because I'm on your side about Johnny doesn't mean I can forgive what you did. Jordan nodded in somber agreement. You're right, he said again. But when I'm gone and you have Johnny back, maybe you can try and remember that I helped do that too. He was waiting patiently in the dressing room when Xander and Kent both entered for training. Kent eyed him curiously before moving to his locker. I was thinking I'd have Xander to myself today, he joked. Xander barely acknowledged Jordan's presence. He walked over to his own bay, throwing his clipboard down before marching off to the bathroom. Jordan waited for him to return. I need to talk to you about something, he started. Both of you. Kent turned optimistic. You found a way out of it? His naivety was almost endearing. No, Jordan sighed. It's about Johnny. They both snapped to attention, Xander perking up so much like a dog that it was almost comical. Stop, he ordered. Whatever you're planning on saying, save us all the trouble and stop now. You don't understand, Jordan urged. We can still— No, Xander scolded. Xander, you abandoned any responsibility you have for your brother long before we buried your son, he hissed, pain spreading across his face. Your only priority for the rest of your time in this company is Margot. Wendy won't even let me see her, Jordan screamed, loud enough that they could have heard him in the hallway. You all sound exactly the same. I'm not a child, Xander. I'm 15. Xander shook his head parentally. You all think I'm too stupid to make my own decisions. Well, guess what? I made one stupid decision and it snowballed. I'm sorry. Okay? He felt himself snap. I don't think you realize how sorry I am. How painfully aware of everything that mistake has caused. Xander, I haven't slept in 3 days. I don't know how or if I'll ever sleep again because the reality of my situation is beyond anything you or anyone else in this godforsaken company has ever had to deal with. He threw his hands over his face and began to cry. Can you imagine what happens if they don't send me to France? He asked rhetorically. Xander, if I wake up without my memories, I will starve. Do you realize that? No one is going to help me. I'm literally on death row waiting for them to pull the trigger over some, let me say it, stupid law. I don't even have the chance to correct my mistake because the company values keeping its perfect order over rehabilitating anyone who screws up. Do you know how much pressure that is? He threw his hands up, not expecting an answer. Xander stood there, his face fuming. Yes, he stated bluntly. I do. Do you think you're the only person who has to live under those rules? Here's a fact check for you, Jordy. We're all held to the same standard. Just because you couldn't manage to live between the lines doesn't mean the rest of us can't. Living between the lines? Jordan screamed. Xander, they're suing Liz's family to save their own asses. It's not about justice, it's about who has the power to get away with it. Oh, and I'm supposed to pity the 15-year-old who doesn't have the power to escape the repercussions of his actions? Are you even listening to yourself? He went on, trying to calm himself down. Even if I could escape dismissal, do you think I could ever escape what happened? He looked at Kent, whose face was gray. Look at Margot. Nobody will ever look at her the same. No one who knows a thing about her will ever be able to look past what happened. And when she tries to replace me... His voice broke. No guy's ever going to look at her without seeing her as broken. Don't you think I know that? Xander swallowed hard. Je plus grande et mieux, Jordan recited. My dad used to say I was destined for greater things than him. Same as he was with his dad and his dad before him. He closed his eyes. I'll never get the chance, he sobbed. The only thing I have left to give is a chance at saving my brother and bringing him home safe. As he broke down, Kent caught him, wrapping his arms around him and letting Jordan fall onto his shoulder in tears. The weight of the world was crashing on top of him, but Kent held him steady on his feet. For minutes, there was nothing else that mattered. Tell us how, Kent finally whispered when Jordan finally stopped crying. He stepped back and wiped his eyes, looking at the other two with surprised curiosity. Even Xander lacked the menace he had held only minutes before. Jordan took a deep breath, then recited Shane's plan. He's allowing you to go, and Andrew to replace Margot? Xander clarified. Jordan nodded. How's he getting that past Schuler? I don't know, he admitted. But he said he was going to make it happen. Xander sighed. It's not right, he repeated. We can't just leave Margot behind and hunt down your brother. You think I don't know that? Jordan laughed, exhausted. Xander, what choice do I have? It's either do this or sit and wait for them to disappear me. The room fell completely silent. Even without his effect, Jordan could have felt the other two breathing. Please, he grimaced, realizing how barren his words sounded. It's the last thing I can ever ask of you. Kent grit his teeth, nodding without looking to Xander for approval. I'm with you, he agreed. Every step of the way. Jordan turned to Xander. Despite his stoic demeanor, he almost seemed to relish taking his time to answer. Another minute swayed between them. Fine, he shrugged. But only if Margot agrees.
Chapter 30. The Jungle. Kent flipped the vent toward the window. Inside the van he was freezing, but every time they turned off the air, the vehicle boiled from the heat outside. Without it, the screen would fog over. The others must have been miserable. On Xander's half of the board, the thermometer was above 35. Kent had learned to read Celsius in his 8 months in Tylersville, but his mind still translated that back in a language he understood. They were closing in on 100 degrees. Even for this part of Guyana, it was sweltering. Just their luck, it was the only day in weeks past without a hint of rain. The weather had been far kinder down in Argentina. The leaves were in full fall colors when they landed in Solhueva, but because of the delay in the mission, there was hardly time to go outside, much less explore Patagonia. That was all the better for Kent. Emma and her brother had spoken nothing but Spanish since leaving the States, and even in their last-minute training, Jordan and Xander didn't need Emma to translate instructions nearly as much as he did. This mission was far more relaxed than the first, even with the other three fully armed and awaiting unexpected ambush. He had been on edge from the moment they left Tylersville for Beijing, but here, there was nothing for Kent to do but wait. He almost began to regret his deal with Emma keeping him in the van. At least I don't have to wear their stupid helmet, he weighed. Without the need to blend in, the other three were outfitted in the skin-tight black bodysuits normally used on company missions, topped by the stylized hockey helmet complete with camera, microphone, and visor. Each of them had millions of dollars worth of research technology literally at their fingertips. If they failed to find a single shred of evidence pointing to Johnny, there was none to begin with. The warehouse was located a half-hour inland from Maswa. Kent thought Tylersville was in the middle of nowhere, but this place was unplottable. The entire drive off the highway had been pothole after pothole over freshly wet mud, so turbulent he thought the axle of the van was bound to snap in two. To his bewilderment, not only were they on what had once been a paved road, but it had been used recently enough that none of the trees had regrown to cover the clearing. The trees around them were so thick that Xander had no option to drive off the road. Kent voiced his realization with the others, but the worry abated when the facility came into view. A large chain-link fence surrounded the warehouse, topped with barbed wire and covered with signs in 4 different languages. The gate, however, was thrown open, ajar over the road as though someone had left in a hurry and tossed it closed, not caring if the door reached its true resting place. The same went for the ladder guard on the entrance watchtower, its lights still on despite the complete lack of presence anywhere on the property. They had pulled up at sundown, and as expected, the facility was completely abandoned. Power to the lab had been cut, but its generators were still active, allowing Andrew to throw on the base lights once Jordan had led them through the front doors to the main electrical panel. Thanks to the helmets, Kent and Xander could see everything from the 3 different view screens in front of them. "Anything?" Xander called through the comms. Kent was thankful not to need a speaker in his teeth this time. "Negative," Andrew answered. Emma had surrendered the role of captain as soon as the board had approved the change. "Nothing but the lights," Jordan seconded. "Deader than my..." He paused. "Never mind. Wrong crowd." "You have like 10 different names you could put on the end of that," Emma followed. "None of them are good." Jordan took a hand from his gun and raised it. "I was going to say Pierre." Andrew turned his camera away from the electrical panel, translating, to what must have been his surprise as well as Kent's, Dutch. "Who the hell is Pierre?" he raised. "My fish," Jordan replied nonchalant. "Blue chromis. Died when I was 6. In both Andrew's and Jordan's cameras, Kent could see Emma blush, struggling to stop herself from grinning. "Yeah, it turns out if you feed a fish red Gatorade, it destroys the pH level in their tank. Among other problems." Emma and Andrew turned to each other, nonplussed. "Roll Tide, I guess," Jordan added. At this, Andrew burst out laughing, and Emma covered her mouth to hide what was undoubtedly a smile. Even Xander was grinning, but Kent struggled to find what was so funny about the joke. After Andrew had stopped, a muffled sniffling came through the van, and Kent realized Emma was crying. "What?" Jordan smiled. "I didn't think it was that funny." Emma wiped her eye. "It wasn't," she agreed. Jordan turned to Andrew for support. "So, what did I..." Emma scoffed, staring at the ground before straightening. "You've hardly talked to me in 3 months and now you're leaving," she clarified. Jordan's face froze in a directionless expression, like he was unsure whether to smile or feel sorry about it. Emma held him in her sight for a long pause, then stormed out of the electrical closet and out into the lab. Jordan turned to Andrew. "Okay, now I'm confused," he started. "Jordan,"
Xander interrupted. He held out his arms again, perplexed. Do what we came here to do, Andrew instructed. Take the left. The trio separated in 3 directions from the main hall, with Jordan hugging the left wall and Emma the right, while Andrew went straight ahead into the primary lab floor. The machine space was no bigger than a high school gymnasium, laid out pretty much as expected. 6 giant metal vats stood amidst miles of piping and control panels. Again, as with the light panel, the labels were in Dutch, this time underlined with what Kent assumed to be the same thing, but in Arabic. You seen this? Kent nudged Xander. Yeah, he nodded slowly. Andrew, can you get in a little closer? We want to translate. I can read it, Andrew interrupted. I speak German. He stared at the first tank's label, which the van's computer was scrambling to scan and translate. Right as it finished, Andrew recited, It's a cryogenic distiller. A chemical number was listed to the right, alongside various hazard symbols. Liquid nitrogen, Xander read aloud. I thought Shane said this was a biolab, Andrew noted. Did you say cryogenic? Emma added her voice to the mix. Isn't that what they did to Ted Williams? Kent turned to Xander. Who? Ted Williams, Andrew interrupted again, climbing to the top of the vat by way of a side ladder. He was a pitcher for the Red Sox. When he died, his family had his remains frozen in case they ever found a cure for what killed him. Kent rubbed his temple. But wasn't he already dead? It doesn't matter, Xander argued. Cryonics is a pseudoscience anyway. It's satanic, Emma echoed. If that's what this is, let's get our samples and leave. I don't want to think about— Andrew, be careful, Xander scolded. Andrew was hanging well over the edge of the top of the ladder, trying to reach a decompression valve on the opposite side of the vat. Jordan, go help him, Xander ordered. Relax, Andrew hissed in rhythm with the escaping gas. There's no power to the lab. Anything frozen would have dissipated as soon as it died. You still don't know what's left over in that tank, Xander replied. Regardless of what the label says, you shouldn't— Hey, Xander? Andrew coughed. Stop talking, please. Kent watched as Xander's face turned red. I'd appreciate it if you didn't countermand my orders, he huffed. Especially when it means caution. Andrew grunted, lifting the vat cover open. Boom, he joked. Now we're all dead. Xander's face grew even darker. That's not funny. Pulling an extendable baton from his mission belt, Andrew lowered it as far as he could reach into the container. How many labs have you infiltrated for the company? He teased. Xander gave up several seconds without an answer. Me too, Andrew continued. Now let me do my job. Kent felt his own face flush as Xander fell into embarrassed silence. He continued watching Andrew's camera, astonished as the boy reached his hand over the opening and flexed his fingers. Never mind. No liquids, he issued. Jordy, you found anything yet? Kent turned to Jordan's camera. He was looking through an already scattered filing cabinet, pulling out dozens of pages which were formatted like invoice receipts. Nothing yet, he coughed. Why is everything in German? His visor was translating everything on the page, proving Kent's intuition correct. It's Dutch, Andrew corrected. They speak it next door in Suriname. Imported workforce, if I had to guess. Then explain the Arabic, Xander returned, his eyes darting around Jordan's screen. If your theory's Suriname, shouldn't it be Hindi? Oh, good point, Andrew agreed, and Xander turned to Kent with a victorious smirk. Emma, what about you? He prodded. Kent turned to her screen, which showed a row upon row of pallets stacked high with boxes of uniform size. Same here, she choked, her eyes darting from side to side, too fast for her visor to register anything crucial. Slow down, Xander critiqued. We won't find anything if you're jumping around like that. Got it, she acknowledged, another victory in Xander's column. Andrew, what are the other vats? He raised. Are they all nitrogen? Don't patience and caution go hand in hand? Andrew teased. He circled around to the next ladder, reading the inscription on the way. This one's oxygen, he noted. Seems like your cryo theory's on the right path. Like before, he climbed to the top, depressurized the container, and retrieved a sample. This time he threw his face over the opening and sniffed. Oh, that's oxygen, all right, he breathed, coloring his language. Holy moly. Can you not get high on the job, please? Xander criticized. What's the next one? Andrew blurred the camera as he shook off the rush, then moved to the third vat. He stared at it for several seconds while the computer joined him, struggling to translate. This one isn't Dutch, he noticed. Xander turned. Kent, hyperfocus the search parameters to chemistry terms, he ordered. Kent toyed with the computer. They gave it a few more seconds before conceding 0 results. That doesn't make any sense, Xander frustrated. Google it, Andrew offered. Maybe it's a brand name. Kent typed the word into the general search. Andrew was partially correct. Plasmalbuminozyme, he read aloud. Revolutionary chemical discovery not yet approved by the FDA, yada yada yada. He froze. Amniotic replacement therapy. He turned to Xander, who looked equally confused. Like with babies? Andrew puzzled. What is this, an IVF clinic? Kent continued reading. Has proven to slow cellular degeneration and reduce embryonic health risks beyond that of natural processes. Andrew, what about the other VADs? Xander interrupted. Geneticists believe the chemical could be beneficial to the regulation of gene splicing and editing. Andrew rounded VATs 4 and 5. Adenosine triphosphate, he translated. That's a metabolizer. How the hell do you know that? Emma wondered. It's a long story, Andrew argued, turning to the next vat and translating the 5th label. Pentobarbital? Kent's eyes shot wide. Be careful with that one, he shouted. Andrew froze in place. Xander turned. It's coma gas, he explained. They use that in assisted suicides, too. Don't ask me about it, he communicated with his eyes. It's a long story. What is this place? Emma swallowed, still scanning box after box for any sign of a label. Last one, Andrew circled, taking a wide berth around the 5th vat and moving to the 6th. Anyone care to tell me what blasticol is? Ken could see the papers fall from Jordan's hands as he tripped over something in the office. After a moment's pause staring at the floor, he spoke. His breath was shaking. Yes, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you. What's that supposed to? Andrew returned, but he was interrupted by a piercing shriek through the comms. Emma had found the tracker. A blank white shipping label was tacked to the side of a box. Taped over it, speckled with dried blood, was a small silver needle, next to which was written the word, Outbox. Em? Andrew spun his rifle to his hands. What's going on? He was here, Xander announced. We found his tracker. No, Emma interrupted. No, he wasn't. Xander's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? He grilled. Whose tracker is that? Emma sounded on the verge of tears again. I mean, he was never here, she stated, pointing to the label. That's not his handwriting. Andrew's head perked. What handwriting? There's a note next to the tracker, Xander announced. It says Outbox. Before Kent even had a chance to put it together, Jordan's hand was rifling through a new stack of papers he had just nabbed from a tray beside the office computer. Within seconds, he dropped all but one of the pages. Guys, he announced. I found something. Kent felt his heartbeat disappear from his body. He'd only occasionally been watching Jordan's camera, but he had seen enough to notice the same as Jordan. Every other invoice had been printed in Dutch, except this one. Holy shit, Xander breathed. It's in Polish. Oh, they have him, Emma hyperventilated. Oh my god, they have him. Emma, come back to the van, Xander instructed. We don't need to panic. How am I not supposed to panic? She screamed, so loud it shook the van. They cut out his tracker and used it to taunt us. Or lure us, Andrew said. Why else would it be in Polish? Xander sighed, almost laughing as he shook his head. You guys can't seriously think Chervinsky has Johnny, he scoffed. The man isn't even in power anymore. Hell, he might not even be alive anymore. Then how do you explain this? Emma shrieked, ripping the label along with the tracker from the box and storming off toward the front doors of the lab. I don't, he admitted, defeated. It's suspicious as all hell, but we came here to look for clues and bring evidence back to Tylersville. We have that. Andrew, too, was storming toward the van, 3 vials filled in his belt with the liquids he was able to pull from the vats. If a sign dropped out of the sky in front of you saying, he's in Poland, would you believe it then? He cursed. Jesus Christ, Xander, use some deductive reasoning. Why else would that be here? Outbox isn't a Polish word, Xander noted. That could have been written by anybody. Besides, Chervinsky isn't even in Poland anymore. They threw him out weeks ago. Why would Johnny still be there if Chervinsky wasn't? The question hung in the air for a long while. If all the signs are pointing to Poland, he continued. He's not in Poland, Jordan interrupted, a nervous energy resonating through his camera. Kent turned to Xander, whose eyes slanted. What do you mean? He returned. Jordan held up the sheet to his eyes, turning to join them at the van. This receipt, he announced. It's in Polish, Xander argued, confused. Yeah, Jordan agreed. 600 gallons of refrigerated blasticol shipping from this lab. In Polish. With Johnny's tracker in English. Again, Xander turned to Kent, perplexed. I'm not following, he sighed. Jordan held one corner of the page to his visor. Then why is it shipping to Dubai? Kent's heartbeat returned to his ears, louder than it had ever sounded before. Jordan went on. I have a theory you guys are going to hate. When they were all gathered in the van, Jordan took a deep breath. Emma, let me see the tracker, he requested. She held it out cautiously, but Jordan refused to take it. Look at your fingers, he said. Emma rolled the needle to her palm and opened her hand, letting them see. Her middle 3 fingers were smudged black. She reacted, apparently not having noticed. The tracker, too, was tarnished. That's soot, Jordan theorized. I don't think Johnny was ever here. I think they electrified the tracker, which is why it came back for that split second. Emma looked at him harshly. Then explain the blood, she questioned. There was blood on the box with it. Whose is that? Jordan shrugged. I'm willing to bet it's still Johnny's, he said, turning to Xander. You said it yourself. They don't work unless they're connected to their host. If someone imitated Johnny's pulse, it might be enough to activate it. Xander was unconvinced. For what purpose? He scowled. Why would someone drag us all the way here for nothing? Because they wanted us to find something, Jordan returned. Everything about this points back to the embassy. Xander gave a quick laugh, then leaned back in his chair. You've lost me. Think about it, Jordan began again. Who put all of this together? Shane. He was the one who brought the mission to Emma. He's the one that pushed the mission through without Margot. He knows we went on this mission to find Johnny. But the mission wasn't about Johnny, Andrew followed. Not officially. Exactly, Jordan agreed. We were sent here to find whatever was in the lab. Okay, so it's an IVF production facility, Xander comprehended. Like Andrew said, cryogenic chemicals, nutritional supplements, amniotic fluid. Well, explain the coma gas then, Kent spoke up. And the other thing. The other thing is the one that worries me, Jordan continued. And I think that's the one Shane wanted evidence of. He pointed in the direction of their entry road. They told us the facility was abandoned, he added. They didn't say how recently. And judging by the state of this place, I think it's safe to assume it was recently, like within the last month or two recently. Jordan turned to each of them in turn. What else happened in the last month or two? Andrew spoke up. Chervinsky. Jordan nodded. If he's forced out of power, he loses access to national funds and communications with foreign interests, doesn't he? He held up a stack of documents he had taken from the office. Every single one of these is addressed to somewhere in the United Arab Emirates. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah. Every order in that office was shipped to the Emiratis. The demonym hit Kent like a freight train. Jordan's eyes lit up, seeing Kent's realization. You remember, don't you? He grinned. The others turned to Kent. What? Xander raised. Kent could feel his heart beating faster. The ambassador in Beijing, he remembered. Right before you said the thing about NDAs, Jordan picked up, turning to Xander. Chemirsky was criticizing the president about his relationship with the Emiratis. Experimenting on their own slaves, Kent quoted. Exactly, Jordan grinned. Xander looked bewildered. How the hell do you remember that? He asked. My parents are from Haiti, Jordan reasoned. Slavery tends to catch my attention. So what? Xander puzzled. Chervinsky was paying the Emiratis to try out IVF on Indians? That doesn't make any sense. Jordan shook his head. That's not what a blasticle is for, he pronounced. Embryos develop it organically. There'd be no need to use it in IVF. Well, then what's it for? Jordan smiled, almost triumphantly. Dolly the sheep? Bringing back the woolly mammoth? You all laughed at me for doing my research, he defended. A blasticle is used to accelerate cell separation and cloning. The van fell silent, except for a surprised, disbelieving squeak from Xander. A nonplussed look fell over his face. You're telling me Shane sent us here to prove human cloning? He raised, almost laughing. That's what you got out of this? Xander, we know clones exist, Jordan doubled down. They attacked us at the safe house. Those weren't clones, Xander shouted. God, Jordan! How stupid do you have to be to buy into this? What about the tracker? Emma piped up. Even if your theory's true, why would Johnny's tracker be here? Jordan threw out his hands. Because somebody planted it. Yeah, obviously somebody planted it, she complained. I think we need to leave. This feels like a trap. Then why hasn't it sprung yet? Jordan voiced. We've been here for over an hour. You don't think we would have been ambushed by now? Emma's face was gray. Well, who else would have planted it? Kent turned to Jordan, half expecting him to name Shane again. Literally anybody, Jordan voiced instead. Think about it. Who would have found his tracker? He took it out at the embassy, so you'd assume it's got to be somebody who worked in Beijing and somehow knew about this place too. Why would they do that? Xander raised, obviously frustrated by how long Jordan's theorizing continued. Why would someone travel halfway around the world just to write us a note? Because I found this in the outbox, Jordan explained, holding up the Polish invoice. Whoever it was wanted to point us toward Dubai. Emma spoke up again. The ambassador, she reasoned. He went missing, didn't he? Oh, I didn't even think about that, Jordan awarded. I mean, he hated Chervinsky. He had all the reason in the world to want this to leak out. But the tracker came online after Chervinsky was out of power, Emma remembered. Why would it matter then? Kent took a deep breath. Because Chervinsky's still alive, he said confidently. The van fell silent again. I'd bet the house that he's being sheltered in Dubai, he added. That's why the invoice is pointing us there. Xander rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Because I've watched my mother do it for years, he admitted. Criminals stick together. If you can trust someone with one secret, you can trust them with two. The Emiratis were in on the clones with him. They'd be willing to keep him hidden from the ICC too. All right, enough, Xander rallied, standing from his chair. Enough with the clones. Enough with the conspiracies. Stop talking like children and listen to the adult in the room. There's no cloning. The sooner you get that through your head, the sooner you'll stop entertaining yourself with nonsense and understand the reality of what we're sent here to do. He stared around the room, eyeing each of them with intense scrutiny. Our mission was to investigate the warehouse, he stated. Done. End of story. Are you kidding me? Jordan fumed. You can't seriously look at everything we found and come to that as your conclusion. It's the only solid evidence we have, Xander noted. You can spend hours theorizing, but until we send the samples back to Solweva for testing, then there's nothing we have to confirm what this place is. And Johnny's tracker? Emma argued. You think that just teleported halfway around the world and taped itself to the box? Xander gritted his teeth. I'm not saying there isn't more going on here, he defended. Your line about the experiments is a stretch, and I'm not at all giving credence to your stupid clone theory. But I'm not saying there isn't merit to something more realistic. If the ambassador was convinced of it, then maybe that explains how it ended up here, sure. But speculation isn't the same as evidence. We did what we came here to do, and until the embassy says otherwise, our job is done. Well, screw you, Xander! Jordan rose to his feet, ducking his head below the van's ceiling, but still towering above their leader. Shane gave us the green light to chase evidence if it pointed to Johnny. We don't have any evidence, Xander shouted in return. How? Jordan screamed. We know Johnny's in the desert. What more evidence could we have? It's pointing us directly... Hold on, Emma interrupted. She, along with everyone else, looked puzzled. What do you mean we know Johnny's in the desert? Jordan opened his mouth to speak, but froze, suddenly confused. What? What do you mean Johnny's in the desert? Emma repeated. Jordan turned between her and Xander. What do you... You just said, Xander darkened. We know Johnny's in the desert. How do we know that? Jordan's face reddened, as though his train of thought had completely derailed. He started. I don't... He looked down at Kent for help. I don't know, he stated. It just... It feels right. It feels right, Xander laughed. And with that, you've lost all credibility in this argument. We're going home. Emma rose. I'm not going home without Johnny, she yelled. Tough, Xander bullied. I'm not putting us in any more danger than we need to be. We're not going on a wild goose chase without any lead. Xander, Emma complained. That's enough, he said again, definitively. You can't convince me otherwise, and even if you could, the embassy would never go for it either. He turned, walking back to his chair at the front of the van. Just before he could sit,
Andrew's voice spoke up, softly confident. It's a good thing they don't need to convince you then, he stated. Only me. Xander shot around, glaring. No. Not your choice, Andrew argued. If you're not coming with, split at the airport in Georgetown. The rest of us are flying to Dubai. All four of them stared at Andrew, stunned. What? A few muttered. You heard me, he doubled. We're going after it right now. You can't just order a new mission, Xander halted. You can't, Andrew boasted. But I can. General privilege, remember? Xander slouched his shoulders. You're really going to pull the rank card right now? The look in Andrew's eyes gave a complete answer. At least one of two things is true, he reasoned. The note is pointing to either Johnny or Chervinsky being alive in the Emirates. He turned to Emma. If we don't find Johnny, then I'm finally going to finish that son of a bitch. Xander's face was red, shaking in disbelief. You can't drag the rest of them halfway across the world with you, he scolded. Of course I can, Andrew bragged. They can consent in transit. So long as everyone's for it, everyone can go. My orders. Xander turned to Jordan, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Except him. Every eye joined him in staring at Jordan, who looked as confused as Andrew. What? They spoke together. Xander took a somber step forward, breathing a pause. He was granted special permission to come here, Xander announced. Given the situation with Margot, he's legally no longer an active member of the company. Jordan's face lost its color. Andrew threw his hand over his forehead. Xander, you can't stop me from... Jordan argued. No, he's right, Andrew interrupted, swearing. Oh, I forgot about that. The rest of you can do whatever idiotic thing you please, Xander fouled. But as of now, my sole mission to this company is getting him and the evidence back to Tylersville without interruption. Jordan looked ready to throw a tantrum. He turned to the others for help. I'm sorry, Jordy, Andrew apologized. There's nothing I can do. He gestured to Kent and Emma. I can justify taking them, he explained. If I so much as move you east of Georgetown, I'll get court-martialed. Jordan's mouth was still open in shock. Tears were welling in his good eye. So this is it then, he choked. I'm just supposed to go back home without anything? Jordan, Emma calmed, reaching a hand to his arm. You've done everything you can. He gritted his teeth. And that's how you're going to remember it, are you? He managed. Doing everything I could. Emma held her breath. A piteous look spread over her face. If you're so dead set on continuing, Xander reasoned, bring it up with the embassy when we return home. At which point both Johnny and Chervinsky could be gone, Andrew argued. I'm going, Emma stated firmly. Jordan, you have to let us go without you. She walked up to Jordan and stared up at his face. I promise I'll get him back, she affirmed. You go take care of Margot. You've done everything you could. Jordan sighed deeper than Kent would have thought possible, then looked to Xander and Andrew before taking a seat against the wall. Fine, he conceded. Drive us back. Xander looked down at Andrew, still with contention. You're really going to do this? He looked to his sister, then back to Xander. I have to, he confirmed. All right, Xander sighed, turning to the others. Buckle up, then. Kent began to turn his seat forward, but Andrew caught his shoulder. Sit in the back, he ordered. I need to make a few calls. Kent stood and traded places, taking the empty seat next to Jordan, who had his hands folded dejectedly in his lap. Andrew spun the chair around and frantically began typing on the console, picking up the van's secure phone as it began ringing. As he put it to his ear, a soft, groggy voice answered. Who is this? Emma, who had taken the seat opposite, perked to attention, as though she'd seen a ghost. Tu hermano, Andrew answered, covering the earpiece so none of them could hear. Habla español. Es más difícil. A half hour later, he hung up the phone and joined them in the back, taking the seat beside Emma. Whatever he had said, she was now bordering on tears again. He put an arm around her, and she rested her head on his shoulder. You shouldn't need to ask, he deferred. We'd both do anything for you. Kent spent the entire journey trying to answer his own single question. At first he thought it was obvious, but the longer he watched Jordan, his face frozen in uncertainty, the more he realized what his actual decision needed to be. Just under 2 hours later, the van pulled up in front of Hagan International. The airport was just starting to wake, the sun still having a few hours left to reach the horizon. Xander parked the vehicle directly against the curb, turning the key to leave it stationary until it was unwittingly towed away. He turned to Andrew, who remained staring intensely out the front windshield. "You can still change your mind," he claimed. "Johnny can wait." Andrew turned, shook his head, then stood to grab his travel bag from one of the storage bins. "No, he can't," he said plainly. "Besides, I've already made arrangements." Jordan, who had been silent up until then, raised his head and spoke in a soft whimper. "Where are you off to?" Andrew answered without raising his head, stripping down to his boxers and taking out a pair of clothes from his bag. "New York," he stated. "Assuming you're going back through Bogota?" "Same as before," Xander answered on Jordan's behalf. "Then back through Buenos Aires." "That's the thing that sucks about third world missions," Andrew regarded. "Too many stops." He buttoned a pair of shorts before tossing Emma's bag to her. Kent kept his eyes on Andrew. "I suppose we'll be home before you," he smiled. "In a way." "Hardly." Jordan tried to return the sympathy. "I've never been to New York." "Well, Kent then," Andrew noted, tossing another bag in his direction. Jordan's eyes shot to Kent. "What?" Emma and Xander turned too. "He's not coming with us," Emma argued, more judgmentally than she may have meant to. Andrew shrugged. "Of course he is," he stated confidently. "Aren't you, Kent?" "Why would he come with us?" Emma scowled. "He hates Johnny." Andrew shrugged, wrestling a sweatshirt around his shoulders. "That's a shame," he returned, almost sarcastically. "I already bought his ticket." Kent could feel his pulse rising again. He stared at the floor. "Why would you do that?" Xander questioned. "Genuinely, Andrew, have you thought any of this through?" Kent closed his eyes. "Because I'm going," he said loudly. The van fell more silent than it had the entire night. He raised his eyes to Jordan, whose expression was a mix of confused and betrayed. "What's the point in me going home with you?" he wondered aloud. "What good would that do anybody?" Xander rose to his feet. "Kent, you don't have to—" He ignored him completely. "I promised you I'd help you get Johnny back," Kent reasoned, keeping his eyes on Jordan. "I can't do that from Tylersville." He looked up at Andrew. "And if we don't find him, I'll kill Chervinsky myself." He finally turned to Xander. "For Liz's sake." Jordan's eye was filling with tears again, but his face remained stoic, uncertain how to feel. "Kent," he echoed Xander exactly. "You don't have to—" "This is a me thing now," Kent argued. "Let me take care of it." Jordan once again folded his hands in his lap and dropped his head, breaking into pathetic sobs. Kent could only place his own hand on his back in a feeble attempt at comfort. The others remained silent as Jordan let his emotions loose. Minutes later, his tears exhausted and changed out of his mission suit. He led the entire squad out onto the sidewalk, through the front doors and an empty security line, then to a T in the concourse, stopping before a departures board. He turned around, shaking. "Well?" he breathed. Emma dropped her bag and hugged him, her face turning back to the others with a mess of uncertainty. She was obviously still furious with him, but she seemed to register the weight of the moment the same as Kent. "I don't know what else to say," she whispered against his stomach. He shook his head painfully. "Don't say anything," Jordan shrugged. "Just make sure he's safe." She broke away, refusing to look at him. Andrew stepped in, and only now did Kent realize how short he truly was compared to the rest of them. He too gave Jordan a hug, then leaned against his shoulder to whisper something long into his ear. When he stepped back, Jordan stared at him, surprised. Then it was Kent's turn. "I suppose this is it," he offered. "It might be," Jordan replied, his eyes wet again. Kent started, but realized there was no way to say everything he wanted to say. He conceded the promise again. "I'm going to find him. For you." Jordan sniffled, tightening his jaw. "Thank you," he grunted. "You—" He seemed unable to find the right words either. "If this is the last time I ever see you," he added, "I need to ask one more favor." He leaned in close to Kent's ear. "Take care of her for me." will you?" Kent swallowed hard. "Treat her better than I ever could." Jordan pulled away, a single tear dripping down the line of his scar. He backed off, setting him and Xander apart from the others. "Be safe," Xander instructed, still unsure about their leaving. "You two, listen to Andrew." He looked down at Andrew. "You keep them safe." Andrew gave a sad smirk. "Wouldn't plan on anything else." Then Xander and Jordan turned off toward their gate, leaving Kent alone with the Garens to head in the opposite direction. An hour later, they were on a plane headed back to the States. Kent only then realized how tired he was, and with nothing but Jordan on his mind, he set his head back against the seat and fell asleep. The rattling of the wheels on the tarmac shook him violently awake. Andrew was seated next to him, scrolling Twitter, bouncing back and forth between that and what appeared to be a very serious texting conversation with an unknown number. He shook his head and scoffed at every new message. "Your brother?" Kent inquired. Andrew looked up, suddenly aware that he was surrounded by people. "No," he stuttered. Girlfriend, actually." Kent eyed him curiously. "Isla?" Andrew looked up again, grinning. "If I say yes, will you stop staring at my phone?" Kent shut his mouth, turning his eyes to the rest of the plane. On Andrew's other side, Emma was curled up against his shoulder, still asleep. It reminded him of how she was with Johnny, an idea which weirded him out the longer he thought about it. "They're siblings, you idiot," he scolded himself. "Don't be jealous of that." Andrew shook her awake when they had parked at the gate. The trio filed out of the plane and found their place in a massive white hallway, surrounded by American flags. Andrew turned to Kent. "Welcome home," he smiled. Kent didn't have the heart to tell him he had never been to JFK before. They passed through customs on their way to the second flight, stopping at a witch halfway between the gates. He kept staring out the airport windows, hoping for a view of the skyline, but he could see nothing through the overcast sky. A few dozen meters from their gate, Kent froze at the appearance of a new advertisement on a nearby screen. Andrew looked up, noticing it too. "You ever watch that show?" he inquired. Kent kept his eyes on the screen. "Dude's a genius," Andrew continued. "I only know it from the memes. I'm sure the whole asshole thing is just a gimmick. It sells better, you know? Must be nice getting paid billions just to screw around and swear at people all day." Andrew kept walking, catching up with Emma, who left them behind. Kent continued staring up at the maroon face of his father, grinning down with pathetic amusement. Kent bit his cheek, realizing this was only confirming his decision. Around noon, they boarded onto another plane, this one much larger than the first. He was reminded of the ones they had taken to and from China, and the seriousness of their situation settled over him like a fog. He sat down in the middle chunk of seats beside Andrew, Emma taking a seat alone across the aisle. He considered offering to switch, but she had already tucked herself in for another nap and was out cold. Not exactly tired, Kent checked his phone one final time before scrolling through the plane's movie selection. A Doctor Who Christmas special was frontmost in their catalog. He quickly skipped past it, settling on Need for Speed and settling in as comfortably as he could for a long flight. A few hours later, the film over, Kent resorted to staring at the flight tracker until he could come up with a new idea. Andrew looked over his shoulder. "You're just going to raw dog the rest of it?" he wondered aloud. Before Kent could answer, Emma, who had woken from her nap, stood to walk up the aisle toward the bathroom. He stared at her until she disappeared around the corner. "You know, you shouldn't do what you think she wants you to do just because you like her," Andrew continued. Kent felt his face flush. "I don't," he started. I'm not doing this for her. All right?" Andrew held up his hands. "I'm just saying, speaking from experience, you shouldn't let a girl dictate your decisions. It'll wreck you." Kent turned to Andrew, whose eyes were more sympathetic than he'd expected. "I'm doing this because my best friend needs me to," he declared. "I don't even like your sister." Andrew almost laughed. "Yeah, I don't either," he swerved. "She's always been closer with Riley anyways. Might be an age thing, I don't know." He shrugged. "If you were blind, you'd think they were twins, how similar they can be sometimes," he continued. "They've always been that way." Kent gave a dissatisfied smirk. "Can't wait to meet him." "Not like that," Andrew backtracked. "I actually think you two will get along. He's a lot like you, too." He looked over the seats toward the bathroom.
Emma used to be like that, he claimed. If you get her away from Margot, she's not so much of a brat. Ever since we added a fourth kid to the family, she's been a lot harder to deal with. He looked down at his hands on the tray table. She and I used to be pretty close, a long time ago, like when we were really little. She used to have this super black hair, like really dark, kind of like yours. And she and I used to do everything together. Feels like I don't even remember Riley back then. But, man, her and I, he smiled. I remember back in Corpus Christi, we used to run circles around our grandparents. There was one day, I think it was just the two of us. We were chasing each other up and down the beach, like throwing sand at each other like it was a snowball. I couldn't keep her in front of me, so I just ran. As far as I could until I couldn't outrun her anymore. And the only escape I had was the water. I wish I had my effect back then. That would have done some serious damage. But I jumped into the water to escape her, and I must have stayed under for like a minute, maybe more. And when I popped back up, I was all turned around facing the Gulf. And all of a sudden, like 20 meters to my left, I just see this floating mass of black hair, just hanging on top of the water. And for the life of me, I thought she'd try to follow me and drown. He grinned even wider. Then I got smoked in the back of the head by another sandball, he concluded. Turns out she'd been waiting for me on the shoreline the whole time, waiting to come back up. Hell of an arm even then. Kent couldn't help but smile too. What was the hair in the water? He wondered. Andrew laughed. Just a bunch of seaweed, he explained. Water was so dark that day I thought it was her. He looked back down to his hands. And one day her hair just started to match mine, he remembered. Have no idea where the black came from. Maybe someone on Mom's Cubano side. How old were you guys? Andrew squinted his eyes to think. Gosh, he thought. If she was thrown like that, then she must have been about 4? So I would have been like 7 or 8, I guess? He looked confused. Weird, he said. Feels a lot younger than that. Kent let Andrew sit in reverie for a moment before asking, What happened between you and Riley? The grin soured on Andrew's face. He swallowed. It's a long story. Kent looked back up to the flight tracker. I have about 8.5 hours. Andrew held back a laugh again. It's a long story, he repeated. And it's not my story to share. You can ask him if he's feeling up to it. I'll warn you, chances are probably slim. Kent held still. I guess, Andrew continued, trying to clarify his silence. I guess he and I just don't see eye to eye about some things. He doesn't really want anything to do with me, or Dad. I don't really blame him for leaving, I guess. He looked to Kent, dutifully. Sorry, that doesn't really answer your question. Kent shrugged. It's more than I was expecting. He looked at the flight tracker, then up toward the bathroom again. How'd you know I was going to come with? He wondered aloud. The question had been pulling at him since Georgetown. Andrew smirked. I didn't, he stated plainly. I was fully prepared for it just to be me and Amita after I realized Xander and Jordan couldn't come with. But while I was calling Tylersville and Hadiat, I could see a reflection in the windshield. I knew you were wrestling with something, so I took a chance and made room for you too. Worst you could do is say no. The company isn't going bankrupt over a few $1,000 lost in flight points. Ken sighed. He hadn't realized anyone else had been watching him. Let me ask you this, though, Andrew continued. Why did you agree to come with? Emma said you hate Johnny. You arranged to stay in the van the entire way through Guyana. I don't think you feeling obligated to take Jordan's place is enough to get you to come halfway around the world, alone, with a complete stranger and his bratty sister, who you don't like, to save her weird boyfriend, who you also don't like. Going out on a limb here, but it seems like shitty motivation to get someone to risk their life. Kent actually laughed. You're right, he accepted. You're absolutely right. Emma still wasn't back from the bathroom. All the better, he thought. For some reason, he trusted Andrew more than he ever wanted her to hear. You're wrong when you say I wouldn't do it for Jordan, he clarified. But you're right about there being something more. Kent hadn't even realized the truth until he gave it a voice. Ever since I got here, I felt like an outsider, he explained. Nothing about this place or the system makes any sense to me. I've always felt like I was 2 steps behind everyone else, especially someone like you or your sister. After I broke my leg, I lost the one thing making me apart. At all. The only person who took any notice was Liz, and I guess after Johnny went prude on everyone else for Halloween, Jordan and Margot opened up too, but it was really just Liz and I until China. And then, poof. Andrew nodded sympathetically. Trust me, I've been there. I'm not selling you short, Kent continued. But after Liz was gone, I just felt like there was no point anymore. Granted, my leg was broken again, but I feel like I spent more time in the common room doing absolutely nothing, more than I've ever done a single thing in my life. And one day it clicked that nobody's ever going to pity me for doing nothing. Jordan really sparked it, he added. Seeing how crazy he went over his mom, and then Johnny, and even all that clone stuff. Seeing him be motivated to do whatever it took. He stopped, thinking about the night Jordan had signed the picture in the common room. When he's gone, everyone else might see Jordan for what happened with Margot, but I'm going to see him exactly like he was back at the factory. Willing to do whatever it took, even when he literally had no time left. Kent felt himself getting emotional. What is anyone going to remember about me? Andrew was nodding along intently. If one of us kicks it in Dubai, he smiled, you'll always be the kid who gave everything to help my sister. Kent shook his head. I'm not doing this for her, he reiterated. Or Johnny. You're doing this to prove yourself, Andrew reasoned. To prove you're more than just a name on a roster. Kent nodded softly. I guess. Yeah. I respect the hell out of that, Andrew said. This isn't about anyone but you. Keep it that way. Kent shrugged, not sure what to say next. You know what? Andrew added. Opportunity arises, I'm not hesitating finishing what I was supposed to do in Warsaw. But if you're there with me, I'll let you take the shot. Kent felt his eyebrows narrow. What? No, that's yours, he retreated. I've already... Andrew held up his hand. I've already done all I need to do in this company, he defended. Everything I do until we get back to Wyoming, I'm doing for my sister. I just want him dead. I don't need the promotion. Kent sat back in his seat, suddenly nervous about landing. He had come along to do something exactly like that, but now that Andrew said it out loud, doubt was beginning to creep in. You're not made for these things the way he is, his mind raced, doubting any ability he thought he had. You have no right to be here with them. Andrew was kind to him the rest of the flight east. He was unbelievably open about himself and his experiences, unless they affected others, sharing stories about deactivating nuclear silos in Iran, clearing trees in the Korean DMV, and so many ridiculous and dangerous adventures that at one point Kent started to wonder if any of them were even true. If all were, 2 stars seemed way below what Andrew deserved. By the time they touched down for the final time, Kent felt he had known Andrew for years. He seriously wondered how Emma could favor any other brother over Andrew, and started fearing his impending meeting with Riley, for better or worse. He followed the Garans off the plane when they arrived at the gate, through a concourse that put Tylersville's wealth to shame. Not just the building, but the people themselves were flaunting their fortune every few meters down the hall. Out beyond security, they spotted a man holding a pet leopard on a leash, to which Emma voiced an impossible dream of owning one too, the legality of which did not exactly translate back in Wyoming. Andrew made another phone call just outside the front doors of the airport, announcing their ride was just circling the frontage road. As close as they were, they still had one last frustrating flight backtracking down to Saudi Arabia, where they were to meet with the embassy in Hadiyat and rapidly search for definitive answers in the clues they had uncovered in Guyana. At least this one's private, Kent allowed. All right, I need a pee, Andrew announced, louder than necessary. Me too, Emma followed. When don't you? Andrew taunted, turning to lead them over to the back wall of the baggage claim. When he was 10 meters ahead of them, Emma stopped and turned to Kent. She took a deep breath before staring him hard in the eyes. I know you keep saying you're not doing this for me, she gratified. But that doesn't mean I can't say thank you. He shook his head. You don't need to say thank you. Too bad, she complained. I'm going to. After everything I put you through, I don't deserve you at my back. Kent shrugged, unsure how to answer. Without warning, she hugged him around his middle. tighter than he'd ever been hugged before. "Thank you for being the best of us." Leaving him speechless, she turned and walked toward the bathroom, her teal bag bouncing off the bottom of her blue sweatshirt. Kent realized he should probably join the party, and followed a number of men in keffiyehs through the right door. A long line awaited him inside the room. Taking a moment to look into the mirror and breathe once he'd finally finished, he splashed water onto his face, and couldn't help but smile. Andrew was seated on the edge of the nearest baggage carousel, frantically texting away. Kent had to fake a cough to get his attention. Andrew stood, stowing away the phone. "Took you long enough," he teased. "How'd you skip the line?" Andrew pointed to a third door off to the right. "Family bathroom," he grinned. Something, be smarter than the herd." Kent shook his head, looking around the room. "Where's Emma?" "I'm assuming they had a line too," Andrew reasoned. A loud screeching sound pierced around the walls. The pair turned to see another white-robed man struggling to control a falcon, which was avoiding returning to his glove at all costs. Andrew laughed. "It's a different world, man." "You're telling me," Kent noted, watching a pair of black-clad security guards pulling a woman toward the exit. Her hands were tied behind her back with a dark cord, a black bag covering her head. She was struggling, apparently not expecting the arrest. Below her white shirt, her thin legs were doing everything to keep the men from pulling her forward, and Kent registered that it was not a woman at all. At most, a teenage girl. People were staring, but like he and Andrew, no one moved to intervene. Only when she managed to spin around for the quickest moment did he register that she had taken the sweatshirt off and tied it around her waist. It fell to the ground as the men managed to retake control of her arms and orient her back toward the doors. The single word on the shirt landed straight up toward the ceiling for anyone to read. Rice. Chapter 31. Whereabouts. They were speaking Polish. As soon as Emma left the bathroom, 2 pairs of hands had ambushed her. One threw a gag between her teeth. The other had secured it in place with a black bag over her head. She had not seen their faces. Surely someone had witnessed it happen. Whether or not they reported it, surely Andrew and Kent had gone to the authorities when she failed to reappear. There must have been evidence on the airport cameras. The kidnapping, the vehicle, which way they'd gone. They had driven for nearly an hour. Once inside their getaway, one of the men had released her arms, only to zip-tie them together. Even more powerless than usual, fear began to set in, realizing what they might do to her. She kept herself stiff and rigid as long as possible, but when they began speaking, a sense of relief replaced the initial wave of fear, only to be replaced again when she realized what that meant. Neither man must have been aware that she knew Polish, but even with her fading knowledge, their accents and regional dialects were far from what she'd grown accustomed to in her training for China. Only able to pick up a single word in every few, it was like listening to a brand new language all over again. Every minute or so, one would mention the name Milo, confirming her terror. Even with her head bagged, there was a coldness that came over her at the end of their drive. When they parked, she was pulled out of the car into a large, echoey room with a paved floor. An underground garage, she realized, hoping that meant they were close enough to civilization that, given the chance to escape, she could at least get someone's attention. At the far end of the garage, a working elevator smelled like it had been doused in bleach. Lifted a dozen floors, she was pulled down a cold hallway to the outside of a door, where her hands were finally unbound and the cover pulled from her head. 2 gigantic young men were training AK-47s at her, challenging her to run. One gestured to the door. Cautiously, she looked around the hallway before opening it. "You have 5 minutes," one announced in a thick accent. "If you do not cover yourself, or if you do not comply, you will regret it severely." Emma swallowed hard as the door click-locked behind her. She was inside what she assumed was supposed to be a hotel suite, only it was still under construction. The hallway had been much the same, fitted with drywall, but unfinished and unpainted. Odder still, the room was fully furnished, but without fixtures. An ornamental rug sat below a large couch in the center of the suite, but where she might have expected a chandelier, a patch of frayed wires hung out of a hole in the whitewashed ceiling. A stab of excitement pulsed through her when she looked out the window. The skyline of Dubai was within sight, and the tower she found herself standing in was surrounded by new developments, including, she realized with a ping of hope, active traffic. No doubt the windows were treated, but if she could break them, then surely someone would notice. She turned around the room and noticed a set of cabinet doors sitting against their frame, waiting to be installed. One was difficult for her to lift, but surely the heavier the better. As fast as she ran towards the curtained window, throwing the door as hard as she could. It bounced off, the window unscathed, and she jumped to the side to avoid the rebound. Damn it, she thought, knowing he would have prepared for that. She tried with 2 separate chairs before risking her full body weight in a shoulder check, but even a desperate suicide attempt wasn't enough to move the window. Knowing her time was running out before the men entered, she made her way through a doorway at the far end of the suite, where a long flowing gown of thick black fabric sat atop a bare mattress. You're kidding me. The gown was the exact opposite of her travel clothes, leaving nothing to be revealed and all to the imagination. It was so prude she was shocked the dress didn't force her to cover her face. Instead, she tucked her hair back into the black head covering, grateful to at least maintain her privacy. Still terrified, she took a deep breath and walked to the door, surprised to find it open from the inside. Both men were standing there, still armed. One finished his cigarette and threw it on the floor. He looked at her, grinned, then tied her hands and covered her head again, eschewing the gag. They returned to the elevator, only to rise another 12 stories or more into the sky. Emma felt her ears pop and the air grow even colder as they emerged from the box onto a floor which, by the sound of the wind, was even less complete than the one below. They dragged her from the elevator to what felt like a massive empty room, then forced her into a chair and bound her legs, freezing her in place. One of the guards ripped off the bag, and with it her cover, hastily tucking her loose hairs back into place as her eyes adjusted to the light of the room. As she presumed, this part of the tower had not been furnished at all. Concrete pillars, elevator shafts, and stairwells provided the only obtrusions in what was otherwise an empty floor. There were no windows or walls to protect them from the elements, which was also why, she assumed, her legs had been clamped to the chair. He was seated hardly a meter away. His black hair was thinning, with sweat beading in and around the wrinkles attaching his recession to his eyes, which were purple and exhausted. Combined with the hardness of his round jaw, he looked like an animal locked on its prey. And yet he smiled, a gross flashing of yellow teeth combining with his furious eyes to make Emma feel, for what she realized was the first time in her life, genuine terror. He continued smiling his sick smile, staring without blinking for minutes on end, scaling every part of her face, her eyes, her body, to the point that, had her arms not been tied behind her back, nor her legs to the chair, she would have crossed them. The fear she had felt back in the car returned. Finally, he relaxed in his chair, but she could not. He snapped at a henchman, who handed him a black folder, through which he paged meticulously, only breaking his gaze for mere seconds at a time, no doubt finalizing his facts before the inevitable interrogation. "Miss Guerin?" he huffed, his accent heavy but not inarticulate. Emma's breath caught in her throat. Had she the ability, she may have felt inclined to address him back. "The last time you were in my territory, you were Amelia Korchek," he read, looking up again without remorse. "I thought you'd want to know the real you is dead, along with her entire family." It was not the truth that frightened her, but how he said it. "Your brother, too," he continued. "Your real brother, I mean. He came to me as Stan Gorsky. I'm rather disappointed that the real Stan Gorsky is dead, too. By all accounts, he was a good worker, a loyal supporter, and, unfortunately, your brother used his name and then he was ripped to shreds by my other supporters when rumors spread of his involvement in your little games." The revelry in his face was gone. "You see, that's what happens when people get involved where they don't belong," he hissed, his eyes turning black. "Why we wanted Europe out in the first place. Because when outsiders come into our world and take control of the things they do not understand, chaos becomes the controller." He spit blood on the ground at Emma's feet, causing her to jump. "The EU we were prepared to handle," he added. "NATO we were prepared to handle. Even your sodomy-loving president we were prepared to handle. The thing about a movement, no matter the size, is that the fire only burns so long as the fire has fuel. Opposition was always our best source of power. Outside threats funded our campaigns, but only the man sitting on the throne knows every little truth." He sighed. "No one warned me about the little mutant cult. As soon as your brother got involved, we started tearing ourselves apart. It was genius to have him infiltrate our campaigns, even after vetting every single person who walked through those doors. Superstition ate us alive. Everyone we could not trust, whether they were on our side or not, had to go. It wasn't even a choice I made. There simply was no room in our culture for middle ground. Centrism sparks uncertainty, you see. It had to be us or them. Otherwise the next Andrew Guerin might be sitting in the wings waiting to pounce." He shook his head. "I should have taken my own advice," he considered. I never should have let them fan the flames. Emma was still shaking, but she finally found the sound stuck in her throat. Who's them? The words caught Chervinsky by surprise. The reverie into which he was drifting stopped, and the ravenous hunger for revenge began to re-emerge on his face. His tongue slid across his teeth. I don't know that they have a name, he announced. They didn't use one, at least. We called them Rodzina, the family. They approached us early on last year when we began to gain traction in the middle class. Religious fundamentalists, they called themselves. We were hoping for a Holy Roman army. Instead, we got a jihad. They were so far right, they denounced Jesus as an antichrist. Christianity itself was polytheistic. Ethnicity and race unimportant because they themselves are one enormous family. Dozens of brothers, all from the same set of two. Emma felt her breath catch again, understanding exactly about whom he was talking. We had no idea where they came from, he continued. They contacted our foreign ministry representative and promised us money and arms. Who are we to say no? It was gasoline on a house fire. As soon as they had a hand in our propaganda, we lost control. They were so far over the top, all sense of what was right for Poland went out the door. We were populists and nationalists, not Nazis. What they turned us into, we could not stop. I don't even understand why they wanted Poland to begin with. He was staring through his hands onto the floor, then seemed to remember Emma was seated there with him. And then you came along, he scolded. Radiation effects. They warned me about you. He gestured wide around the room. All of you. But no one, as much as you specifically. Gerin's daughter, they said. She is more dangerous than you can possibly imagine. Emma shivered. She had no idea why they would ever say that, but it obviously convinced Chervinsky, and the look on his face confirmed he was not about to ignore their advice. They said to keep you far away from anyone else, he recalled. The middle of nowhere would be best, they said, just to make sure you had no chance at control. They know you, they said. They've seen what you can do. Who are you talking about? She squeaked, needing to confirm her suspicion. Oh, I'm sure you've met them, he said. I heard you did quite a number on a few of them in China. The air felt 10 degrees colder. I don't think Dad is too thrilled about losing that many of his boys, he judged. But don't worry. You're in my hands, not theirs. You're safe with me. He leaned forward in his chair, reaching his right hand out to touch Emma's face. She froze, unable to move or breathe as he moved beneath the scarf, pulling out a strand of blonde before stroking his finger around her ear. Emma was close to crying. She had to keep herself from breaking in front of him. How do they know who we are? She said quickly, trying her best to avoid letting her voice tremble. Information is power, girl, he stated, removing his hand with one last gentle caress. Surely your father told you that. But where'd they get it? She asked again, gritting her teeth to change the feeling of his hand still lingering on her face. Same way anyone learns anything, he announced, changing his voice as though he were instructing a child. Through the grapevine. And they told me everything there is to know about the man who wanted me gone so badly that he would risk the lives of his only 2 beautiful children. His eyes seemed to brighten at the word, staring at her before dropping his eyes back to the folder. There's another brother in the picture. Is that right? He questioned. Adopted. Currently living in, Saudi Arabia. We could call a taxi and have him for dinner tomorrow night. He continued reading. Your father was born William Thomas Gerin in Hutchinson, Kansas, 9th of June, 1970. The older son of George and Diane Gerin, both deceased. He looked up with an accentuated sympathy. A shame they never got to see their baby boy grow up to rule the world. They would have been so proud. He continued reading. Younger brother Mark now lives in Spearfish, South Dakota. Unmarried, no children. He paused. Does not have a radiation effect. He returned with the same pathetic frown. Could you imagine having to live like that in the world while everyone around you is so much better prepared for the mission than you? It's such a shame. No wonder he moved away from home when it was all over. This time he moved his fingers with the words. Wife Gwendolyn is a 3rd grade teacher, he read. She must love children. She must be a great mother. Stop talking about my family, Emma snapped. Chervinsky's expression didn't change. Oh, but family is everything to you, isn't it? He inquired. The same as it is for Vilgaren. Emma breathed deep. What do you want with me? He leaned forward, this time keeping his hand at his side. Instead, he put his face next to hers, so close the smell of his cologne made her eyes water, and whispered, Nothing. She had to bite her tongue to keep from crying as he sat back down. You do not strike me as one who breaks easily, he stated. And as fun as it would be to try, I do not waste my time with little girls. He held out a hand and snapped. One of the men handed him a silver flip phone. You ask what I want, he continued. I have nothing left to gain. My empire is gone. It is impossible for me to get it back after the state your father and the family left it in. The only thing left is vengeance. He held the phone to Emma. You will call him directly, he ordered. Tell him exactly where you are. The 30th floor of the Sky Kingdom Tower, South Dubai. You can tell him exactly who has you and exactly what we've done to you. The more specific, the better. I take it your father will not do well to have his family suffer under his watch. Emma stared at the phone. If I'm lucky, he'll send that perfect brother of yours to save the day. To which we'll be waiting. We will thank him for his masterful performance in Warsaw, and let him call your father too. All three of you would be the perfect treat. Let your father know exactly what it feels like to lose everything. He shook it, expecting her to take it. No, she squeaked, stealing all her courage to make a stand. No, I won't let that happen. You can do whatever you want to me, but I'm not giving up my family. You'll have to kill me first. A wincing grin flashed at the corner of Chervinsky's mouth. He retracted the offer. You say that now, he chimed. I'll give you more chances. Each time more critical than the previous. He stood to his feet, keeping Emma's eye level precisely where she wished it wasn't. Death will be a courtesy. She felt a tear fall down her face, closing her eyes to pray for any kind of hope. Bag her. One of the men covered her head again and dragged her to her feet, pushing her toward the elevator. A second of comfort let her believe they were taking her back to the room, until she was shoved painfully into a poorly padded corner, her legs once again tied together, and she heard a zipping sound enclose her in a space hardly larger than she was. From behind her back, Emma struggled to make sense of the rubber walls, which seemed to grow tighter and tighter. Then the elevator lurched upward, and she tripped, slamming to the ground with no way to stop herself from falling. Kicking her feet, she found herself trapped, barely certain which direction was up or down. The elevator stopped, but the doors didn't open, and the floor began to fall. It continued so many times she lost track, each time different than before, to the point that each lurching of the elevator and how much time she spent in each direction felt random and without reason. It must have been 5 minutes before she could feel the dizziness overwhelm her body, and had to do everything to keep from vomiting into the small black hood still covering her head. Worse than the dizziness was the air. As little as she could breathe with the hood, the rubber bag surrounding her made it nearly impossible. Claustrophobia had never been a problem before, but this was something entirely different. 10 minutes passed, and Emma could feel herself losing her mind. At some point she had thrown up inside the bag, but when she could not remember. So disoriented was she by the 100th change in direction, the smell was no longer an issue, as she had lost the sense of it entirely. Air thin, each time she felt herself about to pass out into the relief of unconsciousness, the elevator would change, and she was jolted back to reality, gasping for air with no hint of relief from the trauma. It was a kind of hell she never could have imagined before. An hour passed. Emma lay still as a statue, begging the blackness for it to end while tears joined the mix of fluids which had escaped her body in the jolting. Finally it did, and through the muffling of the rubber she heard the doors open, a man yank open the zipper and laugh at the state of her, as a rush of cold air finally managed to reach her lungs. She could no longer stand. They had to drag her back toward Chervinsky. They kept the hood covering her face, but she could smell him approach, almost a welcome change from what had returned to her nostrils. As I said, I don't enjoy waiting on little girls to make decisions, he repeated. Emma coughed, searching for her voice amidst the taste in her mouth. No, she managed. Nothing more. No. This is the best of them, he said kindly. Tomorrow you'll have no more reason to chew at your fingernails. He placed his hand on the outside of the hood and stroked her face through it again. What is the phrase you use? He concluded. The ball is in your court. She begged them not to put her back in the elevator, but there was no fighting the pair of them. As soon as it jerked downward, she lost whatever was left in her stomach. One of the men swore at her for getting it on his shoes, drilling her in the ribcage with what she hoped was only an elbow. They untied her hands as soon as they reached the same half-furnished room as before, shoving her through to remove the restraints on her own. The air was so much colder than it had been before the bag. Her skin shivered, covered with goosebumps, as she crawled to the corner farthest from the windows or doors and broke down in tears. The freezing shower did little to change how disgusting she felt, and how utterly powerless. On the verge of adding lonely to the list, Emma was horrified to find her dirtied clothes removed from the bedroom when she exited the bathroom, replaced with a new set on the bed. She wrestled with either keeping her exposed autonomy or giving into their protection, before finally breaking to the latter, dressing in tears and thanking herself for doing so as the room grew ever colder, the sun setting through the window. When she exited the bedroom, desperate for something to eat, another black hood was thrown over her face, and she screamed and flailed as hard as she could until the fight left her again. They led her out the door of the suite, down the hallway and down 3 floors to a new level, this time with the decency to use the stairs. They walked what must have been the entire length of the tower before Emma was shoved hard against a concrete support beam. One of the men swept her legs out from underneath her, and she fell hard onto her tailbone, letting out a cry of pain as her legs were tied through a hook on the floor, pinning her back against the flat beam. A hand came up beneath her hood, stabbing her lips with a straw. "Drink," he commanded her in Polish. She was cautious until her stomach rumbled in response, and she grasped the straw between her teeth. Expecting water, she was almost pleasantly surprised to taste a thick smoothie, some kind of berry flavor she could not distinguish. Unsure of the next time they would feed her, she choked down its entirety, desperate for more. Instead, the hood was shoved back below her chin, and the straw taken away. "See you in the morning," the man spat in Polish. She could hear him walking away toward the elevator. "At least give me some water!" she screamed, kicking at her restraints pathetically. She tried to shift her hands beyond where they were pinned behind her hips, but her shoulders would not stretch the way she needed, and she grew a newfound jealousy for Xander's abilities. Sighing into silence, the room creaked with uneasiness. From behind her right shoulder, there was a deep breath, and Emma became suddenly aware that she was not alone. "You speak English?" a voice choked, dry and tight, as if it hadn't been used in days. Emma restrained a gasp of panic. Even with her eyes covered, she had not sensed anyone else in the room. "So do you," she noted, almost joking. "What difference does that make?" She waited through a long pause. The voice returned with a thick wheeze. "The others don't," he explained, and Emma noticed another source of breathing, even quieter over her left side. "I think this makes 4. Emma shivered at the thought. She had figured they had targeted her specifically, but maybe they had been collecting hostages for months. She turned as well as she could, trying to greet the others in every language she knew. "I already tried that," he grumbled. "Whatever you added, they don't speak German or French either. The only time I've gotten them to respond was with Arabic, but..." He paused, and Emma thought she heard him laughing to himself. "You'd think all my time in the army," he reflected. "Arabic was always Anna's thing." Emma swallowed, tasting what was left of the berries. "Who's Anna?" she asked, nervous for the answer to her follow-up. "My wife," he sighed slowly. "And what happened to her?" she shivered. "What did they... She died years ago," he explained. "God forbid she ended up here too." There was something like relief in his voice. "How..." Emma started, unsure how to ask the question kindly. "How did you end up here?" She heard the man breathe deep, whistling through his nose under the muffle of his own hood. "How much time do you have?" he said. Emma could feel a smile tug at her lips, the first sense of comfort in hours. "All night, apparently," she returned. She heard the man sigh again, a shakiness to his voice. "I don't have much to tell," he tried. So many gaps in my memory. There's Anna, and then... And then?" she prompted, after he had taken several seconds to continue. I don't remember," he breathed heavily. "They've done things. So many things. I don't even know where we are anymore. Or where I was before. How long have you been here?" she tried, desperate for something to distract her. Where were you before?
I don't know, he claimed.
Do you understand them? What language are they speaking?
Polish.
Polish, he repeated. How do you know Polish? She hesitated, realizing for the first time that this could somehow be a trap. As genuine as the man sounded, she had not seen his face, nor even seen if he was tied up like her the way he said he was. Chervinsky apparently knew all about the company, but through some force of habit or caution, she stumbled in telling the truth. For school, she lied. Class project. Some project, that, he replied slowly, sounding like every word was taxing. When did you notice them speaking Polish? She continued. How long have they had you? A silent pause answered the question. Weeks, maybe, he picked up. Maybe months. And before that? She could practically hear him thinking. Greenblatt handed me a plane ticket and sent me here, he recalled. I don't... Who is that? She prompted. Why here? It's my understanding they bought me, he stated, completely normalized to the idea. I don't know for what or whom, but when he had no more use of me, I was sent here. She felt her breath quicken again. What did they do to y'all? She gasped. To her surprise, the man started laughing. He lost control quickly, turning to a fit of coughing. Sorry, he explained. It's been forever since I heard a good Texas y'all. How far did you grow up from Fort Hood? Emma paused, her walls rising again. Corpus Christi, she lied. You tell me. He groaned. That the one near the coast? The question caught her so off guard she nearly laughed too. For someone who knows Texas, you sure don't know Texas, she joked. Hardly left the base, he explained. Doesn't mean I don't recognize the accent. A lengthening of his vowels confirmed her guess. And yours is Minnesota, she deduced. My boyfriend's from Minneapolis. So is my wife, the man related. Suburbs, I guess, but it's all the same to a small-town boy. A horrifying thought popped into Emma's head, remembering her name. Pardon my asking, but how old are you? He pried. You hardly sound old enough to have a boyfriend, much less be in the same situation as me. Older than you think, she said automatically, still distracted by her thought. Why? You don't have a son my age, do you? The man took another shaky breath. I don't have a son, he announced, and her fear dissipated. Tried for years, but we just couldn't. Emma's heartbeat slowed. I'm sorry, she offered, her mind turning to Margot. The man remained silent, but Emma was desperate for the distraction. You remember your wife, she offered. What's the last thing you do remember? How did you end up a slave? I don't remember how it began exactly, he remembered. I was doing a favor for my employer. They needed information, and they offered me a lot of money. I don't remember the details anymore. They were trying to find a cure for something. She could hear the frustration in his voice as he tried to remember. He talked as though massive chunks of his life had simply been erased. Languages, he chirped. It's always different languages. First they were English, then Spanish, German, Chinese, something almost Russian. He tripped over the speed of his words and fell into another fit of coughing. This one lasted minutes. By the time he had finished, his breath had returned to wheezes. I'm sorry, he said softly, exhausted. This is the most I've said in weeks. He fell silent, his breathing so labored it was close to a snore. Hey, she prompted. Hey, don't leave me, she wanted to say, realizing how pathetic it sounded. Stay awake, she corrected. The others... I can't, he whispered. I'm sorry. There's hardly anything. Before you go, she begged, trying to keep him talking. Please. Who are you? The question hung in the air so long she worried he hadn't heard her. What's your name? She rephrased. A loud wheeze preceded his final return. I don't remember, he said, loud enough to hear clearly before she heard his head smack against the pillar. She tried for another hour to get the others to speak. Expecting them to be as weak as the first man, she was somewhat irritated to hear one, a female voice, respond in Arabic. She tried to remember everything they had learned from McLeish before turning their focus to Polish, but she could hardly communicate beyond stating her name and where she was from. Even then, the woman sounded far less interested in talking than the man, and eventually fell asleep too. Her mind losing its grip on reality inside the blackness of the hood, she eventually consented to join them. A cold splash of water jolted her awake, and Emma struggled to breathe as black cloth waterboarded the breath from her lungs. One of the men pulled open the hood enough for her to catch her breath, and noticed the daylight streaming through the side of the building. Another straw was shoved in her face, this one slightly different than the last. She was untied and pulled to her feet along with the others. Her hands retied around to her front and joined to a rope that trailed taut along her right side. She could feel it moving with the steps of those behind her. "Hey!" she tried to whisper over her shoulder. "Are you back with me?" "No talking!" a man shouted in Polish, whipping her in the stomach with a hard baton. She doubled over, feeling her stomach turn again, but she managed to keep things down. "Come!" They marched up 12 floors, to the point that Emma's legs were burning by the time the file reached their destination. The man behind her was wheezing so loudly, she thought he might pass out and collapsed on the stairwell. She almost welcomed the idea, remembering the threat Chervinsky had made the day before. They had returned to the upper floors of the building, where the walls were again lacking any curtain windows. The wind whipped through with alarming speed, flapping her loose clothes and threatening to blow her off her feet. "Please," she almost prayed. Instead, the line made it to the center of the floor, where she felt another baton swipe the backs of her kneecaps. She buckled to the concrete, yanking the lead rope with her. 3 more meaty whacks preceded similar squeals of pain. 2 voices were male, the last female. To her surprise, the bag was removed from her head, and her hands were untied. She considered making a break for it, until she saw him pointing a Desert Eagle directly between her eyes. "I've changed my mind," he grinned, lowering the pistol. Emma looked to her left and found herself exactly as she had been in the safe house, albeit without her friends, nor Xander to come to her rescue. The others remained covered, her vision a special privilege. Chervinsky gestured to his man at the end of the line. "Zane here informs me you had a little chat with your fellows last night," he acknowledged. "No doubt the child of a politician makes allies anywhere she can." He stood to his feet, waving the gun slowly from side to side, bouncing the sight between Emma and the other woman. The others were shaking more than she was. "Believe it or not, finding you was a coincidence," he informed. "The boys have been collecting. I did say any foreigner, and you just happened to fit the bill. My lucky day." He rubbed the pistol against the other woman's covered face, and she let out a squeak of fear. Only then did Emma notice hundreds of cuts on the exposed backs of her hands. 2 of her fingernails were missing. "Information is power, as you well know," he teased. "Even without the kingdom, there is life after the fall. And so long as I have something to trade, there is a way to finish what we started." He gestured around at the bare floor. "You know as well as I do that you cannot be killed," he announced. "As soon as you are gone, your father has nothing stopping him from leveling this place to the ground. And I will not have the kingdom burn until every last Garen is tied to the stake with it." He reached up and uncovered the woman's face. She was sobbing hysterically to begin with, only to lose herself completely when he pulled the head cover away from her face. "You are not disposable," he repeated. "But they are. Let's see how far Bill Garen's daughter falls from his bleeding heart tree." He lifted the pistol to the woman's head. She collapsed forward and began frantically praying in Arabic. "No!" Emma screamed, turning toward the gun, only to have the muzzle of a rifle pushed between her shoulder blades. The hooded man at the other end began rapidly pleading in Italian, throwing up his hands in what Emma deciphered was a personal beg for his life. Chervinsky turned the gun. "Mamma mia!" he taunted. "This one squeals like prosciutto. I should have started with him." He kicked the woman, who was still praying unbroken on the concrete. "Call him," Chervinsky ordered, and the man with the gun handed Emma the silver phone. She stared at it, frozen, hardly able to read the small numbers on the front. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the open edge of the building to her right. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Zane blurted out, pulling out the largest knife Emma had ever seen and holding it to the Italian's throat. His pleading only grew louder. The man between them had turned still as a statue. "You will call him, or I will let you watch as the boys cut them apart," Chervinsky threatened. "Your choice." Zane pulled the hood from the Italian, who turned his pleas toward Emma. seemingly understanding what was happening. His eyes were so red she could hardly see his pupils. She once again stared at the phone, desperately trying to remember the office phone number. The woman screamed, and Emma turned to see Chervinsky stepping on her hands, crushing them under his whole weight. "Now, please," he spoke up over the noise. It was the screaming of the Italian that broke her when Zane turned the knife against his cheek, slicing deep enough she could almost taste the blood herself. He stopped when the phone began ringing. It took a second try for her father to finally pick up the phone. The other guard pulled the phone from her hands and held it out on speaker. A wave of guilt clouded the room when his voice bounced across the floor. "Hello? Who is this?" The gun at her back pulled the word out of her. "Daddy, Sky Kingdom Tower, south of Jebel," Chervinsky yelled, loud and clear, not even giving her the chance to screw it up. He nodded to the other guard, who promptly hung up the phone and launched it off the building. "There," he smiled. "See how easy that was?" He pulled the gun away from the woman, who continued her prayer. Zane released the Italian, whose breathing continued as loud and rapid as his pleas. The last man remained stoic. "Guess Frankie finally had enough," Chervinsky joked, pulling off the final hood. The man's face was still alive, but barely. Blackened eye sockets sat deep in an emaciated white frame, with pieces of his broken nose missing along with half a dozen dead teeth. What was left of the man's already light hair had grayed to wires. He was no longer breathing. The face was so far gone from what it had been, it took Emma several seconds to recognize him. But she had seen his face on Johnny's bedside table so many times that there was no mistaking it. "He's served his purpose," Chervinsky announced. Then he shot him in the head. Chapter 32. Melancholia. Mrs. Guerin opened the curtains in her room the same time every morning, but the light had not reached the floor in days. Margot lay with her back to the windows, a pillow held tightly between her arms, as she counted the dimples on the light blue wall next to her bed. Had she the energy, she would have pulled close the opaque hangings around her bed frame, but Wendy was bound to open them too. Anything she could to get Margot up and moving. Her first day home from the hospital, she'd been wheeled out to the balcony without the will to fight back. The sun made her feel sick. Thankfully, Emma had seen her shoulders starting to pink and helped her back inside. It had been 10 days since she lost Jason. Even now, named and buried, she struggled to feel the way the others did. That he'd even been alive, not just something that had once been a part of her. She'd never thought the way the Guerins did about things like that. Nor did she now. Still, ever since it had happened, she felt incomplete. Such a stupid feeling, she cursed herself. How could you not have known? The wave would hit her every few hours. The guilt that the Guerins wanted her to feel. That the things she had dreamed about since she was a little girl had come and gone in the blink of an eye. Dr. Montgomery's warning had been absent words in the storm of emotions of that day. But each time she remembered that she may never again get the opportunity, she broke down into a shell of herself. As harsh as Mrs. Guerin had been in the days since, she was always the first to come, clutching Margot like a daughter and holding her until the numbness returned. She had managed to get her as far as the kitchen, the only time she ever saw Bill, but she had drawn the line at going to church. Every eye would be on her as soon as she set foot in the building, same as it would have been at school, with the added punishment of their judgments hiding behind condescending sympathies. Then there was Jordan. She had hardly thought about him since it happened, consumed as she was by the emptiness. He had surprised her with a visit a few days after, only then feeling the weight of the repercussions for their actions. She'd been so out of it, the extent of what he was asking her did not fully register until they were halfway to South America. She cried herself to sleep that night, realizing that he was gone, and that when he returned they would have minimal time until he was gone again, this time for good. It was like a part of her soul had been ripped from her body. Her sole identity was tied up in Jordan, and once he disappeared, what would be left? The pockets of sadness remained, but the disturbance of her melancholia came more frequent, now interspersed with feelings of regret, anger, self-loathing, amplified that much more every time she thought of him. They had flown out of town late Tuesday afternoon. Margot would not have even known they were gone had Emma not come to check on her to say goodbye. That night was when the reality sank in so hard she found herself praying to a God she had hardly ever believed in, begging that the mission fail so she would not have to wait any longer for Jordan to save her from her present state. Her prayer had partially been answered. While Wendy had taken her phone and forbidden contact with him, Jordan had twice now found a way to see her, And just like before, the second time came with a severe limitation. Margot had not left the house since coming home from the hospital, save for a pathetic excuse for a counseling session with Jackie. But apparently Xander had negotiated the chance for her to catch up with Jordan in private, to let her know what was going on with the others. The other three had not returned to Tylersville, and judging by Mr. Guerin's attitude, which was even more harsh than before, they'd followed a new trail without his permission. Margot would have liked to return to the common room, at least giving some illusion that the last 2 weeks had never happened. She knew that could never be the case. Mrs. Guerin had conceded the training center dressing room under the pretense of a guard. 15 meager minutes of false privacy to address whatever they needed to address. How can I say everything I need to say in 15 minutes? Part of her wondered. The other part did not want to see him at all. The panic attack that preceded her leaving the house was so severe, Wendy had threatened to revoke her allowance altogether, which is what snapped her out of it. She needed to see him, even if just one last time. He was sitting in his locker bay when they arrived, his head bowed over his folded hands, as had become his custom in the last few months. He took a shaky breath when he saw her, and her arms folded deeper into the thick folds of her sweater. He stood up anxiously, crossing to see her, but the guard who had brought her in shoved her aside and stood between them. 2 meters at all times, he roared. You know the agreement. Jordan stepped back, scratching his head before putting his hands in his pockets. He half smiled. Wendy's still pissed, isn't she? He joked, obviously trying to find some of the light in Margot's eyes that she knew was no longer there. With no response, he sniffed and looked down at the ground, stilling himself. I'm sure you figured out that the others didn't come back with us, he relayed. Andrew pulled rank on Xander and took them out to Dubai. I think Riley's helping with a new mission. He recapped their time in Guyana, everything they found in the lab, and why he and Xander were forced to return home alone. But I was right, he smiled. The whole time, I was right about the clones. That's why they're headed east. Travinsky's got a cloning program set up with the Emiratis, and I know Johnny's involved with it somehow. He has to be. Margot felt like Riley, counting the seconds as they ticked away from their time together. Jordan's good eye looked more hopeful than she had seen in months. Her heart shattered. Both of her own swelled with tears until she could no longer hold them in. What's wrong? He wondered cautiously. What's wrong? She screamed, collapsing into her own bay and covering her face with her hands. Jordan moved to catch her but stopped, remembering her guard. You abandoned me after everything that happened. And all you can say is that you were right? She paused, swallowing hard. Go to hell, Jordan. Margot, he argued, raising his own hands in confusion. You told me to go. You gave me permission. Do you have any idea what I've been through? She yelled again, tears dripping down her naked face. Do you have any idea what you did to me when you left? Margot, he repeated, slower than before. You gave me permission to go. I don't even remember, she whispered through her sobs. You really think I would have let you if I could? You abandoned me. Just like you're about to abandon me again. Margot, this isn't my fault, he steeled, his face turning red. You're the one. Don't you dare, she hissed. Don't you dare say I was the one who did this. I didn't even know you were pregnant, he shouted. If you had told me, oh, you think I knew? She replied. You think I just lied to you and hid it from everybody to save my own skin? That's exactly the kind of thing you'd expect me to do, isn't it? Jordan shook his head. Margot, no, You left me behind, she sobbed. She stopped herself, registering that they had both flipped to French at some point in the conversation, and realized that when he was gone, she was going to lose that side of herself too. She collapsed into her hands again. Margot, he repeated several times before she even considered raising her head. Margot, there's nothing I can do. What do you think I can? His lack of response infuriated her. Again, he was expecting her to hold the responsibility. You can go to hell. Margot, I can't change the law, Jordan said. It happened. It's over. Jason's gone. There's nothing we can do anymore except... How can you possibly know what that feels like? She raged. You didn't lose him. I did. Margot, I'm not blaming you because of what happened, he defended. I'm as broken over it as you are. Don't you dare say that to me, she bawled. You've no idea what the last 10 days have been like for me. You're right, he conceded. But you're not the one they're going to send away because we both broke the law. This isn't on me, she tried. but the part of her that had been buried during the conversation was coming to the surface, telling her she was wrong. "It's on both of us," he repeated. "But you're not the one they're sending away." He said it like he was going to return from an extended vacation. "I wish you'd just gone with them," she gasped, the words escaping before she could stop them. "I wish you hadn't even come back." The red on his own face disappeared, shocked to gray by her honesty. For the first time, his own emotions began to show on his face, matching hers. "You don't mean that," he denied. She shook her head dismissively. "Yes, I do," she doubled. "I wish I didn't have to say goodbye at all. I wish you'd been killed in China. Do you know how quick I'd trade you for Liz? When you're gone, at least nobody'll miss you." The realization of what she had said rebounded off the back wall, and she shot her hands to her mouth in shame. Jordan stood there, stunned into silence. Margot became painfully aware of the other man in the room, still as a statue pretending he wasn't listening to everything they were saying, no doubt waiting to relay it to Mrs. Guerin as soon as they returned to the mansion. "I love you," Jordan said, turning softly toward the door. He said it almost as an apology. "You know that? I really do." Margot turned away, desperate to avoid the look in his eye. "And I'm sorry that your life is going to change the way it already has, but you know what?" He shrugged. "Mine is too." "Jordan," she sobbed. "I don't..." She stumbled on her apology. "I didn't..." Again, she fumbled for the right words. "I have to live with this after you're gone. You don't." He sighed, looking at her with a million thoughts inside his head. Eventually, he settled on, "Yeah, I hope that's true." He looked down at the floor, waiting for her to say something else, but words failed her once more. He looked up with the same gray emptiness. "If there's nothing you can do to stop it, then maybe you can at least find out how long I have," he offered, pleading his last possible route of escape. "The waiting is killing me." "Why don't you just run away?" she raised, staring directly at the guard when she said it, waiting for a hint of recognition. None came. "Why don't you fight back?" "Because I'm not an idiot," Jordan replied. "I wouldn't make it more than 50 meters to Reeves Creek before they dragged me backwards, kicking and screaming." "At least you wouldn't go out with your tail between your legs," she scolded, desperate to see him show some bit of bite. "You wouldn't die a coward." He almost laughed. "Is that what you think of me now?" He shook his head, looking up at the clock on the wall, purely to pull Margot's attention. They were nearly out of time. Her heart began frantically pounding out of her chest. "When my mom and Johnny come back without me here, I want them to know I went out with honor," he stated proudly. "I'm not running away, Mar. I'm taking responsibility for what happened." "Oh, but you still want me to beg your way to forgiveness," she skirted. "They're dead, Jordan." He grinned again, challenging her. "They're not," he reassured. "One of these days you're going to wake up with them here and me gone, and then what?" His face regained its color as he ran a finger through his peppered hair. "I'm terrified, Mar. I really am," he continued. "But you know what? I'll accept the reality of it if that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't care anymore. Talk to Guerin if you want, but it's for your sake now, not mine. If you think we can come out of this, then go right ahead. Otherwise, let me go. I can take it." Margot felt another wave about to burst through to the surface, but the echo of the guard's watch ringing an alarm froze the feelings in place. "I love you," Jordan said, walking to the door. "I always have. And I always will." He turned back one last time before exiting. "If this is it, just remember me as I am." Wendy forced her out of her bedroom for dinner that night. She had spent the rest of the afternoon crying there once Jordan had disappeared from the training center. She was in no mood for the usual Cuban cooking, but was surprised to find Mrs. Guerin had gone out of her way to prepare Margot's comfort foods, some semblance of familiarity as her world fell apart around her. The pâte chinois was the blandest thing she'd ever tasted, and she forced herself to pick through the poutine knowing she would need the strength for later. Her body was becoming unnaturally thin. She hardly spoke, having nothing to say, instead hearing Mr. and Mrs. Guerin argue over Andrew and Emma traveling to the Middle East. Wendy was thrilled the pair were on their way to reunite with Riley, seeing it as a hopeful step in bringing the family back together. Bill was more concerned about the fact Andrew had weaseled his way out of Guyana without his knowing about it, voicing his intent to turn them around as soon as they landed in Saudi Arabia. He had already demoted the night executive who had approved Andrew's deviation behind his back. His ferocity made Margot feel even sicker than the afternoon had left her, and once the others were done and she had made enough mess of her food, she excused herself back to her bedroom, sulking back under the covers to consider her next move. The shadowless walls dimmed as the April sun took its time setting, each second reminding her everything was now falling on her shoulders. It was approaching midnight when she finally built up the courage to rise to her feet. She needed a hot shower, and knew this was the only time where she could escape Mrs. Guerin's imposing care. He would of course still be awake. The man hardly ever slept. But finding him in the right mood was a different challenge altogether. Something warned her to dress as modestly as possible. No doubt both of them thought of her even worse than before, and everything she did, said, or wore would now be under even harsher scrutiny. If she was going to get her way, especially now, she needed absolutely zero distractions. Bill was sitting in the parlor, 2/3 the way through a Richard Condon book. It was an open part of the house, a room where she could have passed through on her way from the main staircase to the kitchen or living room without anyone giving her a second look, even at this hour. He was the same, only looking up from the book when she stood still behind the other reading chair for several seconds. "Can I talk to you?" she whimpered, made even more nervous by the darkness in his eyes. He did not reply, instead sighing heavily and closing his book, placing it on the chairside table next to his phone. Margot took this as an invitation to sit. "I wanted to tell you I'm sorry," she started, doing her best to look him in the face, even as every part of her was screaming to look away. He flashed a pathetic smirk before returning to his harsh blankness. Margot swallowed, trying to keep herself calm. "I know I've made a mess of things for you and Wendy, and I'm sorry," she continued. "You've done so much for me, and all I've done is throw it away. I don't..." She paused, finally letting her eyes fall to the floor. "I don't know how to make things right. I don't think I can make things right, but you should know that. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry you've had to raise such a stupid kid like she belongs to you." There was so much more she could add, but she knew Bill was uninterested in hearing her milk an apology. He grunted, shaking his head. "One of these days you might try being honest with me," he judged. The words froze her to the chair, her breath catching in her throat. "That's not why you're really here," he reasoned. A tear fell from her eye, but she moved to wipe it away before it stained her face. "You know why I'm here," she sniffed. "Well, spit it out," he commanded. "You're still not being honest if you can't even confront that yourself." Margot struggled to swallow, her breath now coming in shaky bursts. "Please," she started. "I know you have the power to do it. Can you please just save him? I've already lost the baby." She could see the vile retort building inside him, so she was quick to add, "I'll do anything, please. I know what you've done for Emma, and I've already thought it through. Without the baby, there's no evidence that anything happened. You can send him away. You can send me away. I don't care. I just can't lose him like that, please." Her eyes broke again. This time she was unable to stop them. She buried her head in her hands and sobbed for well over a minute before he cleared his throat to speak. "No evidence?" he said softly. His voice was almost heartbroken, so far from the rage she had anticipated. It shocked her back to attention. "Margot, we buried your kid." He opened his mouth to speak, but shut it in another disappointed shake of his head. "For the love of God, when are you going to take responsibility for your actions?" he raised, the heat finally rising. "You really think I'm going to believe this time will be any different?" His hand gripped the side of his chair. "I mean, honestly, Margot, how many times is this going to happen before you recognize that you are the problem? Just because this time there's evidence, you really think that makes a difference?" Margot felt her jaw fall to apologize, but Bill kept on. "I've swept enough under the rug for you ever since you moved into this house. You really think I wanted anything to do with you? No. It was Wendy. She caught wind of your story and convinced me it would be a good idea to give Emma another sister. And 5 years on, you've been nothing but a thorn in our sides, a drain on our resources, and the absolute worst thing that ever could have happened to all three of our kids." His fingernails were digging into the arms of the chair. Margot was no longer able to cry. The look Bill gave her was one she'd never even seen him direct at Mike Richmond. "It's not my fault," was all she managed to squeak. "Then whose fault is it?" Bill roared, rising to his feet. Your father isn't responsible for the death of your son. You are. You want me to blame Wendy for bringing you here? Fine. Maybe I have. But Wendy isn't the reason Jordan's getting a needle in his arm. You are. After everything you've done, when are you going to wake up and realize that you need to change? Margot, it's not the rest of us. All you do is hurt people and break them. That's all you've ever done. And that's all you're ever going to be good for unless you figure it out. The comment about the needle remained with her, and Margot found herself frozen again, unable to come to terms with the truth of what was going to happen. It's my fault, she shuddered. Not his. Please, take me instead. It's my fault. You don't think I know that? He hissed. Wendy is the only person still fighting for you. You've exhausted every last chance I've given you of getting on my good side. I might as well cut off your allowance for all the good you'll do with it. Then do it, she challenged, standing to join him. Kill me instead. He doesn't deserve it. Sit down, he ordered. And again, Margot felt his words ripple through her bones like a nervous tick. They were the same height, but in that moment he towered over her. Margot shriveled and fell into her chair. Bill at least had the courtesy to join her. I can't change the law, he articulated, calming himself to his original harsh tone. And Richmond's already told half the world my daughter's a deviant, so there's no use trying to contain it. Margot sniffled again, knowing all along this would be the outcome of their conversation. Jordan was gone for certain. Then how long? She raised. How long does he have to wait? I don't know, Bill responded honestly. Legal's still working through the details of the case. When that's up, my best guess is end of the school year. You'll have plenty of time to say goodbye. Margot grit her teeth. Pema? She growled. You're letting Pema Tanner be in charge of this after everything she's done? How can you sit there and tell me that You will not lecture me on the lives of my children after everything you've done, he interrupted. And what's stopping me from turning her into Jack Rantanen? She returned. Bill's face turned scarlet. I am! He snapped. You will not go poking your little metal fingers in places they don't belong. Or any chance you ever have of seeing your family again dies with Jordan. Do I make myself clear? Margot's claws had torn into the leather of the chair. A chill ran down her spine. Where are they? She whispered nervously. He flashed another piteous grin. See how easy that is? He noted. Your priorities flip on a dime, Margot. You have nothing. No leverage, no room for negotiation. You are nothing to me. Where are they? She repeated louder, ignoring his comments. You know the agreement, he denied, shaking his head. You can see them again when your brother turns 18. Otherwise, you're separated. End of story. Can I at least talk to them? She begged. Can I at least hear them tell me they're okay? You think you deserve that privilege? He scowled. After everything you've done? He looked up at the stairs. Margot, if this doesn't prove we were right about separating you three, then nothing will. At least tell me where they are, she huffed, her emotions turning to defeated anger. Please! Bill leaned forward. No, he said. You can take my word that they're both fine, and leave it at that. There was nothing she could do. It had been 2 weeks of absolute powerlessness, and he was hammering the final nail. She grit her teeth and took in a deep breath, struggling to fight between believing he was right and needing to know that he was wrong. A minute passed between them before Margot stilled her thoughts enough to speak. Fine, she said, doing everything in her power not to break in front of him again. Then can you at least... She paused, realizing the only other thing she wanted from the Prime Minister would catch him completely by surprise. She could not go back into her room without some semblance of a victory. Can you at least clear Liz's name? His eyebrows flinched, her expectation correct. And not at the expense of Kent, she continued, knowing this would be her one and only chance to clarify. I was there. You have to believe me, neither of them is guilty. It's just a stupid blip in the tape. I know you're in hot water with the Grand Hooks, and I know you hate Kent's dad, and I know what happened with me and Jordan doesn't help your position, but please. She felt the tears fall. I've lost everyone. At least let me have him. I know you tried to have him killed, but he's the only friend I'm going to have left after all of this is over. Please, Dad, can you just... He held up a hand, and only after she stopped did Margot realize what she had just said. He hadn't even flinched. His eyes were as dark as they had been during his scolding. "Please," she tried again, but the sound failed to register beyond a whisper. Bill Guerin grunted, but then his expression suddenly softened. "I'm working on it," he said. Margot felt a wave of cold rush over her. "What?" "Not for you," he clarified, the harshness returning. "Never for you. You don't deserve that. But if it'll help you sleep at night, then I'm..." His phone started vibrating against the wooden table beside him, so violently the book fell to the floor. "Son of a..." he growled, leaning down to pick up his bookmark, which had fallen from its place. When he returned the book to the table, he lifted his phone, only to frown at the caller ID and decline the call before putting it in his pocket. He returned his scattered focus to Margot. "Sorry. What were we..." The suddenness of the phone call had taken her out of it, too. "Kent," she remembered. "The Granhooks, you said you..." "I'm working on it," he repeated. "I can't promise anything, but I'm working with..." A bright light flashed over his thigh as the phone began to ring again, the vibrating almost sounding more intense than before. He picked it up, registering the caller again with the same confused expression, before looking at Margot. "It's 1 a.m, he relayed, reassuring himself more than he was informing her. Margot shrugged. "Hello?" he answered, confused. "Who is this?" Margot could not make out the words, but Bill's face dropped as a man began yelling loudly through the other end. The entire color in his skin drained to paper white. "Shit!" he spat, jumping to his feet and sprinting straight through the front door, slamming shut behind him in his wake. She could hear him yelling at the posted guards to drive him to the embassy. The noise must have stirred Wendy, who floated down the stairs in a slumbering descent, clearly clueless to her husband's urgency. Margot was frozen in place, her head still twisted awkwardly toward the front door. "What was that about?" Mrs. Guerin yawned. Margot stuttered, herself trying to piece together what had just happened. "He answered the phone and ran to the embassy." She pondered, uninterested. "Well, I'm sure it'll be all right." Wendy stepped onto the wooden floor and crossed to Margot, grabbing her arm and lifting her to her feet like an orderly in a nursing home. "Come on," she pulled. "It's time for bed."
Chapter 33. The Final Push. Andrew continued to pace the length of the plane. He'd been forced into his seat during their takeoff, restrained behind a belt to keep him from moving. But still he had pulled out a bottle of water from his bag, spinning a stream between his fingers to distract his thoughts. Kent could not blame him. He felt himself responsible. He'd sprinted after the black van as soon as he had registered what was happening, but even his speed was no match for a service van peeling out onto the highway. Andrew had attempted to pull the water out of the radiator, a maneuver he admitted never worked at any point during their training, but it was the only thing he could do. Both boys were powerless to stop them taking her, and though he hardly knew Andrew, Kent knew he was beating himself up over the fact that he had brought them here in the first place. They'd almost been arrested for a public disturbance. Kent tried to communicate what had happened with an approaching security guard, though Andrew had taken a less graceful approach, shoving one of the men to the point that he brandished a taser in response. Only the quick intervening of a bystander calmed the situation, flashing his own badge and talking down the guards before revealing himself to the boys as Ali, the man who was assigned to escort them to Hadiat. Andrew had cursed him out for not arriving 5 minutes earlier. When Ali pulled out his phone to contact the city, Andrew flashed his ID and issued a code green. Ali pointed them in the right direction, and Andrew stormed off, fuming, leaving Kent to speak with Ali and explain everything that had happened, working backwards to the information that had already been passed. Their mission was now completely changed. The men who had taken Emma were obviously not locals, and trusting his instincts, Kent feared he knew exactly where she was being taken. Or more accurately, to whom. At least that's a plan, he thought, communicating as much to Ali, who attempted to lift their spirits ahead of what both boys saw as backtracking. They were already in Dubai. How could they be expected to leave when they knew exactly where Emma was? The reality of leaving her behind, if even for a day, sank in as the trio approached the plane. Andrew slung another flurry of expletives Ali's way, but his ability to pivot the mission only went so far. Ali was adamant their best chance of getting her back safely was to start in Hadiat. Andrew had thrown his backpack on the ground at those words, his water bottle exploding into a mess of wet plastic. Only then did Kent find out that Andrew's hesitation was based in fear, not frustration. They'd come this far without Bill Guerin's permission, and as soon as they stepped foot in the hub city, it was inevitable that he would pull them back to the States with or without Emma.
by force if necessary. Kent had fallen silent at the news, watching Andrew pull the dirtied water off the ground and back into the bottle as they were herded like prisoners into the jet. 2 hours later, Kent felt the wheel hatch pop open below his feet. Under different circumstances, the city would have left him breathless. The approach from above made its symmetry even more impressive. Set in the middle of nowhere like all the other hub cities, Hadiat was alone in the desert expanse, a series of perfect circles expanding outward from a central lake, each one progressively newer than the last. Even their specialized buildings, their embassy, school, and residential and training centers which surrounded this lake, were designed to look identical from the outside, all with the feel of a classical Islamic paradise. Ali submitted to Andrew's demand of taking them directly to the training center, jumping beyond any ceremonial welcoming or chance to settle in, so long as the boys agreed to change clothes before entering the building. Kent noticed immediately the abundance of white robes on every man matching the ones Ali wore, accented in the varying pan-Arab colors of black, red, and green. Every woman was covered head to toe in black, most of whom had their faces veiled too. It had been a long time since Kent had worn anything but shorts or jeans beyond their mission outfits, but he found the loose clothing a comfort, especially when they stepped into the heat. He had only a moment to look around at the heart of the city before Andrew yelled his name and pulled him into the training center. The inside of the building was so shockingly different from the outside, Kent found himself frozen in place again prior to Andrew this time using a water whip as persuasive tool. His first time in the training center back in Tylersville, he found himself in a world anachronistically different from his own, far more advanced in technology than he could have imagined. Hadiat took that technology to the next level, as if this branch had jumped 5 or even 10 years into the future beyond the United States. Their training floor looked similar to the one he was used to, or even those he had seen in China or South America. But to his continued surprise, the cubes that made up the sessions moved independent of their source, able to move with their own purpose and fly through the air to more quickly shift the scene, rather than contort form like a giant Rubik's Cube as they did elsewhere. Kent saw birds floating through the air in addition to airborne assault vehicles and transport, free of any cabling from the rafters of the room. What looked like a dragonfly sped along the edge of the floor before cutting in toward the nearest training group. Kent recognized it as a mobile camera drone. Andrew continued to tug him and Ali along the edge of the square floor as the latter directed them to a corner room. Inside, a dozen men were scattered about the room, staring at varying sizes of transparent computer screens, each one monitoring a different graph, map, or camera feed. The door shut behind them with a muffled exhale of air, soundproofing them inside. "Who are they?" he asked over the screens, directing the question to a man analyzing the security footage from the airport. The man clearly spoke no English, as another had to nudge his attention toward Andrew and then translate the question and answer. "We don't know," the translator returned. "Then what are you here for?" Andrew raged, letting the question hang in the air while everyone stopped their tasks and stared. Andrew pulled out a yellow notepad from his backpack. "Amin," he raised, and after a moment's pause, a large man in a red keffiyeh raised his hand. Kent realized he was taking attendance. "Laden," he continued, going through a list of 10 people before only 2 remained unnamed. "You two," he ordered, speaking through the translator. "Out, now." One man turned to the translator to argue, but Andrew repeated with force. The 2 men rose from their seats and reluctantly walked out of the room, the door sealing itself shut behind them. "I'm issuing the green," Andrew informed those remaining, pausing to let the translator intervene. "Anything that happens in this room is forbidden repeating to anyone outside that door, including people at your own embassy." He flashed his ID the same way he had done to Ali. "My name is Andrew Guerin, 2-star, he introduced. "All of you are here because you can apparently be trusted to keep whatever is in this room confidential. Don't make me regret that decision." The man controlling the cameras fast-forwarded through the footage, getting as clean a shot as he could at the 2 men hauling Emma out the front doors. "We came here following the trail of Milo Chervinsky," he continued. "Our leads in Guyana pointed to various addresses throughout the United Arab Emirates, all of which you have already discovered to be in some ownership or linked to the former Polish government." He pointed to the room's main screen, which now showed the blown-up image of the 2 men. Andrew zeroed in on their faces. "Your embassy already knows this," he asserted. "What they don't know is that 2 hours ago my sister was kidnapped by 2 white men as soon as we landed in Dubai. If they find out, they'll alert the embassy back in the United States and pull us back to Tylersville immediately, by which point they may have already done serious damage to my sister, and the most wanted man in the world might slip out of our grasp." He spun around to focus his attention on each of the men in turn. "Now, we have no evidence that these men are Polish. Everything we do is based on limited time and resources, and a hunch that our original mission plan and the links Kent and I found in South America are connected.
That hunch also leads me to believe that the American embassy is compromised by a spy feeding information to Chervinsky, which is why I've issued the green. Is that understood? A mumbling of assents in both English and Arabic permeated around the room. Now tell me one of you's found something. The translator echoed the sentence, and a man raised his hand in the far corner. The other man translated. Traffic cameras followed the license plate from the airport, all the way to a new high-rise in the south of the city. Andrew nodded. What else do we know? Sky Kingdom Tower, another man picked up with significantly better English. Began construction a few years ago as a private enterprise between Polish and Qatari investors. The holding company was liquidated after Chervinsky's takeover, and all assets transferred to the government. Legally, it still belongs to the new regime, though I doubt they've taken notice of foreign assets given the power vacuum back home. Andrew cracked his wrist. I'm waiting for the but. The man pulled up a view of the unfinished skyscraper. But, even though construction is at a standstill and the property is currently abandoned, neighbors have reported multiple times to police an increase in activity. People coming and going from the underground garage, lights on during the night, even construction noises. Let me guess, these have increased since Chervinsky was ousted? They only started after Chervinsky was ousted, the man clarified. Meaning he's making himself at home, Andrew grumbled. Well, why haven't the cops done anything? Because nobody cares about an empty building, Kent found himself speaking. Trust me. Andrew looked at him surprised, only to turn back to the others and nod. All right, I need as many schematics of the places you can get me, he said with increased urgency. Ductwork, water lines, whatever is finished, unfinished, speculated, I don't care. I'm going in tomorrow if I have to. With what army? Kent almost cautioned. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door unsealing itself. Every screen in the room went black. Two individuals entered the room, both significantly shorter than Kent. Dressed head to toe in black except around her face, the taller of the pair was a girl, with skin paler than Margot's broken out in a hive of acne and facial scars. The hijab hugged her face so tightly it made her broken features pop, and Kent found himself avoiding her gaze to stare at her partner. Had he never seen him in pictures, he never could have imagined this was Emma's second brother. His dark curly hair flowed out beneath his white keffiyeh, ringing his coppery face, which, unlike the girl, was without blemish. Most striking of all were his eyes, small and slanted and brown in contrast to Emma's giant blue-gray ones, which were shared with both Andrew and their father. Aside from his height, nothing but the glare of disaffection toward his brother gave any indication of who Riley Guerin was. Andrew returned the stare, apparently biting his bottom lip to stop himself from saying something regrettable. The room remained silent and blank, waiting for either of the brothers to break. Even after the door resealed itself, a minute of unbroken contempt passed between the pair in unspoken conversation. Finally, it was Riley who broke away, looking to the translator and saying in a surprisingly light voice, "At ease. Resume the green." Without confirmation from Andrew that his brother was privy to the news, the men resumed bustling about, the monitors returning to full color. Riley gave his attention back to Andrew. "Hablamos después," Andrew grunted, and Riley turned his attention to Kent, letting Andrew go to wander between the others. "You must be Kent," Riley introduced, his face finally breaking into a smile. Whatever hostility existed with Andrew nearby had completely disappeared, as though a new person were standing before him. "Nice to finally meet you." "I hope that's a good thing," Kent returned, finding his handshake with one far stubbier than his own. "Under different circumstances, it probably would be," Riley shrugged. "Thanks for helping me find my sister." Before Kent could think of a response, Riley waltzed over to one of the men along the sidewall, and the girl stepped forward and offered her own hand. "Siobhan," she introduced in a thick accent. Again, Kent found himself averting his eyes from her face. "Pleasure." His eyes instead found her hand protruding from her gown, and he cautiously waited for her to pull it away. "Am I allowed to?" he wondered, noticing that she was very obviously the only girl in the room. She rolled her enormous brown eyes. "It's not a crime to shake my hand," she complained. "I'm Irish. I can handle a load worse than that." He hesitantly returned the gesture, only to have his attention pulled back to Andrew. "Kent, come here," the now familiar voice called. He was standing over a tabletop screen displaying an intricate series of blueprints. "How fast can you take stairs?" Andrew asked. "What?" he stuttered. "Why?" "Because I'm trying to figure out our best course of action." "Well, who's all going?" he wondered aloud. 2045, the man called loud and interrupted, leaning over the table. You want a tower heist, they've done 3. Kent raised an eyebrow in Loudon's direction. Can we trust them? Before he could answer, Andrew inserted. You leave secrecy to me. Answer my question. Kent shrugged. Same as usual, he said. Twice as fast as you, probably. Good, Andrew nodded, his attention still on the blueprints. Without someone like Jordan, we're limited with how much we can see on the inside. What about an elementalist? Loudon added. Some of the Earth elementalists can read floors, can't they? Well, you find a groundhog who'd be ready to go in 24 hours, would you? Andrew barked aggressively, silencing Loudon again. He turned to his brother, who was making a list of light patterns in the tower windows from nearby security cameras. Riley, what time is it back home? Without looking up, Riley called out, 2:25. Good, Andrew relaxed. That gives us at least 4 hours until Dad's up. There's no way he can know about Emma yet. But Jordan and Xander are back, Kent reminded him cautiously. I'm sure he knows we're here, Andrew agreed. And I'm sure he's pissed about it, but he's not going to force us back unless he knows about her. He's not going to pull the dad card in front of the embassy if he can help it. Well, why would Emma change anything? Kent asked. He knows he'd do anything to get her back, doesn't he? Of course he does, Andrew huffed, casting a dark gaze at his brother again. That's exactly why he's going to pull us away from this. Seeing the confused look on Kent's face, he added, He won't let us become the Granhooks. They remained locked in the room for 3 hours, at which point the hunger in Kent's stomach became unbearable. Nervously voicing the thought to Andrew, he was pulled from his reverie only to reply, Good. I was waiting for you to say something. He turned to the door, stopping halfway to address the room. I'll be back in an hour, he announced. You can leave when we have 3 solid plans at getting her out safe and sound. Don't disappoint me. He unsealed the door to another bout of silence, stepping through and holding the door for Kent. Andrew shot a glance at Riley, looking steady to say something, only to turn back to Kent and conclude, Come on. Alone, they made their way to the main floor of the training center, then followed the curve around the lake to the city's northern shopping plaza. Desiring something near enough to home, Andrew settled for a shawarma stand, paying for Kent's as well. The boys found a nearby table and sat. The taste took Kent back to New York. Taken from his nostalgia by the cry of a baby down the road, it was only then that he noticed Andrew's hands fumbling with the wrap, his place covered in the falling contents from within. They were shaking so furiously he could hardly get the bite to his mouth. Seeing Kent notice, Andrew put the food back on the plate. I'm fine, he huffed. No, you're not, Kent wanted to say, but saw the frenzy in his eyes, unwilling to back down. He set down his own wrap, turning his eyes to the stalls around them. My mom used to shake like that, he recalled. Still does, probably, when she's off it. Andrew opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly stopped shaking altogether, as if a switch had been flipped from inside his nervous system. His eyes caught something behind Kent, and he swore under his breath. 3 men were approaching them, all wearing pristine white outfits. The 2 on the outside were obviously bodyguards, but the demeanor of the man in the middle made him far more menacing than the others. Assalamu alaikum, he addressed in a deep, steady voice. He gave Kent the scantest of glances before turning his blocky face to Andrew, who replied in turn. Wa alaikum salam. Kent half expected the guards to triangulate around them, but they remained in their standoff beside the main official. You boys are a long way from home, he continued. You know why we're here, Andrew lied, keeping his face stern. I was told 3 of you'd be coming, the man added. Your sister, is she sleeping? Andrew went on, sternly tapping Kent's leg with his foot under the table to stop him from reacting. Our clocks are off. The man nodded, turning his golden brown eyes on Kent again before bearing down on Andrew. Sleeping, he repeated. And you 2, just out for a stroll? We were hungry, Kent added, still unsure of Andrew's angle but doing his best to play his role correctly. We'll do the same when we're finished. The man swiveled to Kent again, tipping his head to flex his enormous chin. And is that before or after you finish your business in the training center? Kent felt himself whiten. Andrew ground his teeth into his bottom lip again. How? Kent breathed. He's the Prime Minister, Andrew interrupted quickly. The man looked to Kent and held out a limp hand. Abdulaziz Al-Tarak, he introduced. Welcome to Hadiatullah. Andrew gave no hint of reply, and Kent understood his hesitation. Bold of you to assume your father is the only one who sees everything within his borders, Tarek continued. Your little green party's been disbanded. Andrew stood to his feet, matching the Prime Minister's height. I have every right not if the embassy orders you down, Tarek stated. Which is exactly what I'm doing. Whatever your obsession is with the former president of Poland, it ends here. We are monitoring the situation as closely as we can, and we do not need your little vigilante plan interrupting the work already being done. He turned to the guard on his left. Now I take that you boys aren't big on following suggestions, so Isa here is going to stick with you until you finish your meals and escort you back to your quarters. I encourage you both to stay put until morning. If you so much as step foot in my training center again, I'll have you tried for trespassing. Is that clear? Ken kept his eyes on the Prime Minister as they both assented. Yes, sir. Good, Tarek concluded. Sleep tight. The three of you are flying out at sunrise. It lasted a fraction of a second. Not long enough for the three men to notice, but Kent caught Andrew's eyes just enough to understand that they had both understood what he had implied. He doesn't know. As Tarek and the other guard disappeared out the way they had entered, Kent followed Andrew's lead and kept his mouth clamped shut while he finished his shawarma in anxious silence. Andrew's hands were perfectly still. Back in the heart of the city, Isa escorted them silently to the far side of the lake, where they entered the exact same facade as the training center, only to find themselves in a massive hotel, the city's residential center, which was partitioned into split common rooms to segregate each squad's male and female members. The silence which had followed them since the market was broken by Andrew, who had handed the guard his nearly empty bottle of Coke from the shawarma stand and asked him to dispose of it for him. Somewhat surprised by the question, Isa shrugged and took it before the boys entered the room, where Kent spotted a trash bin literally feet to the right of the door. Opening his mouth to speak, Andrew held up a finger to stop him. Wait, he mouthed, and the two boys stared in silence for 20 seconds before Andrew straightened. All right, he's out of earshot. They don't know about Emma, Kent blurted, unable to stop himself. I know, Andrew acknowledged. How could they not know about Emma? I don't know, he puzzled, pacing back and forth. As soon as he's out of the building, I'm going to find Riley. I need to talk to him. You heard Tarek, Kent warned. They'll arrest you for that. Oh, I'm not going to the training center. What? He questioned. Then where? It doesn't matter where, Andrew stated. You don't need to know. Kent felt as though Andrew had slapped him in the face. I'm a part of this now too, he defended. You can't just leave me here and wait for you to come back with answers. Why not? Andrew said, turning his back on Kent and placing his hand against the door. So many replies bounced through Kent's head, they jumbled together in a confused mess of concentration. What he ended up saying was, You hate your brother. Andrew spun on his heels with a burning fury, only to hold his tongue and stare at Kent until his face had drained of its red complexion. You're right, he agreed. And I haven't talked to him in 2 years, which is exactly why I don't want you there. And what am I supposed to do? Andrew laughed. Sleep. He pointed to a large clock on the wall made of several disconnected metal pieces. It's like 4 a.m. back home. I'm not tired, Kent grunted, sounding more like a pouting toddler than he intended. Well, then find something else to do, Andrew huffed. Call Jordan. See how things are going back home. I don't care. Before Kent could reply, Andrew opened the door and ran off down the hall in the direction of a back exit. Frustrated, Kent kicked his bag on the floor, which had been brought to the room during their time at the training center. He slung it haphazardly over his shoulder and picked the door on the right, finding himself in a plain room much like the ones in the safe house back in China. The shaded windows revealed nothing beyond but a narrow street, across from which stood the outside of another characterless building. Alone in the room, he was suddenly overcome with a paranoid sense of claustrophobia, unaided by the fact that the common room was far smaller than any of the others he'd been in. Not even a full kitchen was awarded them. A single 2-cushion couch surrounded the room's television, smaller than the one he was used to back in Tylersville. He had been honest with Andrew, but 15 minutes later, after his anxiety had calmed to a manageable level, Kent finally felt the consequences of being awake for nearly a full day. He was hesitant to take one of the company's sleeping medications, eager to hear from Andrew when he ultimately returned, knowing he would have some kind of plan. All the effort they had put into things that morning could not have simply been shut down by a threat from the Middle Eastern embassy, could they? The question stopped him from sleeping, even as his body begged him. Lying in bed, even with the curtains darkening the room, he flipped the question and replaced Tarek with Bill Guerin, and realized how completely out of their depth they were against that kind of power. He stewed on their options for over an hour, unable to close his eyes, before eventually giving in to the medication idea and hoping Andrew would wake him with any news. The clock on his bedside table read 1:57 when he finally came to life, knowing immediately his hope in Andrew had failed. Kent stormed out of his bedroom and knocked on both of the other doors, hearing no response. His irritation was interrupted by the loudest growl he'd ever heard from his stomach, and he scoured the kitchen fridge to find some way of satiating it. Halfway through a bowl of cereal, he questioned what to do with the rest of his early morning, starting with the highlights from the previous weekend's Bahrain Grand Prix, before eventually giving in to Andrew's prompt to contact Jordan, hoping the call to the other side of the planet would somehow be subsidized by the company. The tone rang longer than usual before Jordan picked up the other end. "Kent?" "Hey," he breathed, relieved to hear his friend's voice at least one more time. "What time is it there?" Kent glanced at the wall. "Almost 5, he admitted nonchalant. Jordan swore on the other end. "How's Margot?" Jordan hesitated. Kent could tell something was wrong. I don't know, I think we just broke up." Kent rose to attention on the couch. "What?" he sounded. "Actually?" Maybe, Jordan hardly clarified. "The Garens basically have her on a leash. I just got done talking to her for the first time, but we didn't really have that much time together. I don't know, it didn't end very well." "Jeez," Kent sighed, heartbroken. "I'm sorry, man." "Don't be," Jordan calmed. But Kent could see through his brave face, even over the phone. "This is honestly for the best. I could be gone any day." "They still haven't told you anything?" "Nothing," Jordan sighed. "I asked Margot if she could get clues from Bill, but I doubt it's going to happen. If she can start to move on before they take me, it might be easier." Again, Kent tried to maneuver through dozens of comforting responses, only to trip over. "Damn. Anyway," Jordan moved. "What's up with you guys? Did you find anything yet?" Kent took a deep breath, knowing that if Andrew was asleep, he had given up hope on finding a way out. Both embassies would know by morning. There was no use hiding it from Jordan, even if it meant saving him the worry. "Emma's missing." A long pause followed, before Jordan finally replied. "What?" "She was kidnapped right in front of us at the airport," he reported. "We think they were working for Chervinsky." "What?" Jordan repeated, sterner this time. "Garen doesn't know yet," Kent admitted. "Andrew issued the green as soon as we were picked up in Dubai, and we started working on a plan with Riley before the PM here shut us down. Somehow he doesn't know either, but they're flying us back in the morning. When we show up without Emma, shit's gonna hit the fan." Another long pause preceded a volley of swearing from Jordan's side of the phone. "But don't worry about Johnny," Kent relieved, feeling more relaxed after letting the truth loose on someone other than Andrew. "The embassy here said they have eyes on Chervinsky. If he's connected, they're going to find him." "Who the hell cares about Johnny?" Jordan interrupted. "Chervinsky has Emma and you're worried about finding Johnny?" Kent was taken aback, this time unable to even conjure one response. "Kent, please tell me you guys know where she is," Jordan continued. "What?" He stumbled out of his shock. Yeah, they have eyes on her. That's what we were doing with Riley. But if you guys are leaving, don't worry," Kent breathed heavily. "We'll tell them where she is." "How long's she been gone?" Kent glanced back at the clock. "This morning?" "Your time?" Jordan shouted. "Kent, do you have any idea how long that is? They could have killed her by now." "If you've kept on to the hope that Johnny's still alive by now, then you can have hope that Emma is too," Kent scolded, finally swinging with an upper hand. "She'll be fine, Jordan. You and I both know she'll be fine." "She's a skip in the hands of the most wanted fugitive on the planet," Jordan reminded. "Yeah? And the world's most powerful warlord isn't going to rest until his daughter comes home without a scratch," Kent defended. "Why do you think Andrew and I are leaving without her?" For once, Jordan had no response. "Things are going to be all right," Kent continued, saying it as much to himself as his friend. When he realized the irony of saying that to Jordan, he shifted the conversation back to the States. "Even for you. Wherever you end up, it's going to be fine." He could hear Jordan take a deep breath on the other end. "I know." "Do you?" "I have to," Jordan admitted. "I have to trust what's on the other side, otherwise there's no point to anything anymore." Ken felt his jaw clench. "You know I'm going to find you, right?" he said. "After all this is over, Emma, Johnny, Chervinsky, as soon as I'm done with this company, I'm going to find you." "Kent, You don't... The door from the hallway burst open, and Andrew stormed into the room, a frenzied look on his face. It suddenly occurred to Kent that Andrew had not been sleeping, nor had he slept at all in over 30 hours. He walked over to Kent and pulled the phone from his hand, bending it backwards and snapping it in two. "Dude! I'll buy you a new one," he huffed. "Grab your bag, we're leaving." "That's my phone! And now they can't track you," Andrew strong-armed. "Give me your arm." He held out a pocket knife, showing a bandage around his own elbow. "Dude," Kent breathed, suddenly nervous for his own life. "Either you do it or I do it." Andrew's eyes were so bloodshot they had turned yellow. "They're not allowed to track us." He tried to defuse the situation, fumbling over the answer he was looking for. "The citizen's privacy thing. Yeah, that's what they want you to think," Andrew grunted. "As long as you have one, they have access to it, regardless of whether or not they're allowed to." Kent swallowed, feeling a chill run up his spine. "Fine," he allowed. "Give me the knife." He looked at the purple bags under Andrew's eyes before turning to his own elbow, where he noted the tracker still embedded in the skin from their time in South America. As crazy as he looked, Andrew had given Kent no reason not to trust him thus far. He gritted his teeth, anticipating pain far less than the two broken legs, and carved it out onto the common room floor. "Now grab your stuff," Andrew hurried, jumping right back to his urgency. "Where are we going?" "Dubai," he announced. "They're not sending us home without my sister." Kent rushed into the bedroom and gathered his supplies before hurrying behind Andrew out the door of the common room. "What'd you learn?" he raised through a hushed voice, cautious of the ears that might not be listening. "What else did they find?" "Nothing concrete," Andrew stated. "We're taking what we had before lunch and running with it." "But the Prime Minister, Tarek doesn't know his ass from his mouth," Andrew cemented, turning them down a rear stairwell. "He doesn't know Emma isn't here." "But how?" Kent railed, his voice echoing off the concrete. "How can he not know that? He said he knew everything that went on within the city." "He was bluffing," Andrew exclaimed. "He's posing. Maybe to try to match the power my dad has. I don't know. One of Riley's informants must have tricked a feed or something. Either way, he doesn't know, and we have to take advantage of that." "What?" Kent breathed, feeling Andrew's mania wash over him. "What do you mean, take advantage of it?" "We're going to get Emma back," he replied without hesitation. "You and me." "What the hell are you talking about?" Kent hesitated. "What about the others?" "There are no others," Andrew confirmed, pushing out to the back alley. "It's just you and me." "What?" For the first time, Andrew stopped and turned to stand up to Kent, who stared down at him, shivering. "Are you in this with me or not?" Before he could answer, the lights of a passing vehicle reflected off a separate car parked directly in front of the door. A black sports car stood with every door open, alone in the alley. "Oh my..." He froze, staring at the car. That's a 458. Andrew turned to notice it too. "You like Ferraris, right?" he recalled. "That's what you told me on the plane. It didn't take me long to find one." Kent shot his attention from the car to Andrew. "What?" "Here," Andrew coaxed, handing him a red key. "You're driving." "What do you mean I'm..." Kent stared between the key and the car, his heart thumping louder and louder into his ears. I can't drive," Andrew sighed. "You're telling me I walk in on you literally watching racing and you don't know how to drive? I'm 15. Do you know how cars work? Kent was almost offended by the question. "Of course I know how cars work." "Do you know what a transmission is?" "Of course." "Do you know what a gear shift is?" "Yes, then learn to drive this damn Ferrari and pass your test this summer," Andrew boldened. "Get in the car!" Kent felt his mouth drop as he again stared between Andrew and the car. "Dude!" Andrew shoved a finger hard into Kent's chest. "I'm giving you the opportunity to joyride your dream car through the desert for half a day of your life, and all I'm asking you to do is save my sister with me." He shrugged. "I honestly don't think there's anything you'd rather do." Kent took another glance at the vehicle. "Or you can stay here and wait to explain to Tarek where the Garin kids went under your watch," Andrew argued sarcastically. "I'm sure they'll be nothing but kind about it." Every cautious nerve in his body was screaming no, but Kent knew he was right. He was too far into this thing to step away without backup. Nothing in this mission had told him otherwise. Beside Ender Garen was the safest place Kent could be. He begrudgingly took the key and shoved it into the ignition, while Ender tossed the bags into the frunk. As soon as it sparked, Kent felt his breath freeze. It only took him 2 blocks to know exactly what he was doing, as though he'd been doing this his entire life. They sped to the northern gate of the city, Kent only realizing then that the bar was down. Before he could even ask, Ender turned with a malicious grin on his face. "Slow down. I got it." Opening his window, he tossed his water bottle in the direction of the security gate, where the hesitant guard was suddenly thrown from his position into the control desk. The bar rose to the sky, letting them fly through to the road beyond. Chapter 34. Visible. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the middle of a massive lobby. Straight ahead, bleached white stairs led to an upper level, which split at a ceremonial wall and continued ascending to the unknown. The wall's centerpiece was missing, unadorned and grayish-white to match the approaching stairs. All around him, he realized the lobby stood the same. Empty, unfinished, and despite its no doubt lavish plans, unremarkable. How did I get here? He wondered. It felt as though he had come out of a deep sleep, filled with blurred and blending dreams. They'd been just beyond his grasp until he tried to remember them, at which point their essences disappeared completely. If he'd been asleep, then how could he be standing? Explanations for how and why he was in this building were completely lost. Johnny turned around, hoping to find the persons who had brought him here, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone else in the room or beyond. Through the building's massive row of glass doors, there was nothing but an empty street and desert beyond. The desert, he thought, and for a moment something sparked. His fluctuating memory pressed him to wonder if he'd been in the desert longer than just these last few minutes. A fleeting dream of falling in the sand. But that couldn't be true. He'd just been in China. He closed his eyes and strained to trace his memories as clear as they would go. Liz, the office, the invisibility, the van. That was where it ended. A syringe in his neck, then a bag over his head, and then here. This must be where Shane intended to keep him safe. A wristwatch would have been helpful, but as Johnny looked down to his arms, the only thing meeting him was the sand-covered floor. Brief panic subsided as soon as he remembered he could do that now, just as Shane had predicted. He flexed his neck the way he had done back in the ambassador's office, and his body appeared instantaneously. His left arm was still bandaged in the torn bit of cloth from earlier. He had stopped bleeding. "Find her," Shane's voice echoed through his head. "Who?" he asked aloud, only to remember tearing out the cavity mic back in China. The order must be from a dream, he thought, unless there really was a memory missing between then and now. He heard it again and thought he understood. Tab. He envisioned her lying in a hospital bed, in critical condition after the attack. Was that here? Would he somehow find her here? If he'd been brought to the desert, surely that was why. Shane was keeping him safe in the same place he had kept her. A childlike eagerness propelled him forward, desperate to find her. The empty doorways immediately to the right of the staircase were unlabeled, but both gave way to fixtureless bathrooms covered up in plastic tarping like the rest of the building. 3 more rooms on the opposite side were the right size and shape for offices, but those too were unoccupied, vacant of the blueprints Johnny was hoping to discover lying around in the lull in construction. Aside from the wind outside, the building was silent. Every other door on the floor led to the same, leading him to fear the building was empty. Why would I be here then? He wondered. The details surrounding his awakening continued to frustrate him. He eschewed the giant staircase for the nearest set of elevators, of which only a single fixture was installed and active. Inside, he was surprised to find the thing completely furnished, but quickly turned his attention to the button panel, hoping to notice any faint pattern to the button faces. It was hardly visible, to the point he feared his brain was tricking his eyes into seeing what he wanted to see. But he noticed 4 floors with the slightest shine from overuse, the same way a keyboard shines its most popular keys. Ignoring the lower-level garage, he pressed the button leading up to the 5th floor, figuring he would start from the bottom of these and work his way up, assuming she was not hidden on one of these less used floors. The machine was slow and meticulous, the ride agonizing to take, to the point he planned to eschew the contraption altogether for the remaining floors, even if it meant climbing the stairs all the way to the 30th. After minutes of waiting, the elevator finally stopped, the floor indicating showing the number 5 in both Western and Eastern Arabic numerals. I'm in the Middle East, he realized, confirming his hopes. The doors did not open.
Instead, as he waited anxiously for them to do so, the sound of an air vent activated over his head through the ceiling lights, spilling a cold air onto his head and shoulders. He held his breath immediately. The reaction was unconscious, but before he even opened his mouth to refute it, Johnny realized how careless he had been. Even if Tab was here somewhere. He flexed invisible and slammed a fist against the open door button, but the doors remained shut. I'm going to die here, he thought. There was no space for his fingers between the doors, but still he pressed his hands on either side and scrambled for some kind of grip to pull them apart. He made the mistake of grasping in frustration, coughing on the thinning air as the chamber continued to shrink around him. With one last effort, he felt his fingertips connect with the full weight of the metal doors, and employing a power greater than his own, yanked them apart enough to squeeze himself through. He collapsed to the concrete below, coughing and begging for clean air. Oi! Curva! His head swimming in its own cloud, he looked up to see a man in black walking down the unfinished hallway from the direction of a side room. He held up a pistol as he approached. Johnny held up his hands in cautious surrender, only to remember his invisibility. He quickly covered his mouth to keep himself quiet. Then, with a shiver, he recognized the language of the guard. Rolling to the side, he watched as the man covered his own mouth with his jacket to peer inside the elevator, clearly expecting to find something there. Johnny cursed himself for not recognizing this place as a threat. He'd obviously been spotted below. Other guards would be waiting for him. The man peered up at the ceiling, concluding the lack of anything inside the box, before backing out and pulling a comms device from his belt. He's not here, the man huffed in Polish. How can he not be there? A voice returned. Johnny recognized it at once. Where would he have gone? I don't know, the guard returned. But there's no sign of him anywhere. Chervinsky grunted on the other end. Did you pull the valve? Of course I did. Good, he acknowledged. Then we'll smoke him out. Either he goes back the way he came or he's one of them. If he wants her, he'll have to climb. The guard looked back down the blank hallway. Where do you want me? Kill the others, Chervinsky ordered. They've served their purpose. Then go. How long? 27:30, he replied. Then they burn. The guard accepted his orders, returning his device to his belt before turning once more to the elevator. A cautious look crossed his face. He raised his pistol and fired into the empty space. Johnny breathed a sigh of relief that he had moved out of the way. Keeping his mouth covered, the guard moved to the open stairwell. She's upstairs, he realized, understanding that his last chance to find her was by following the guard. He had 27 minutes to get her and escape. There'd be nothing left of her after that. Keeping as silent as possible, keeping away from the railings and taking the concrete steps as swiftly as he could, Johnny trailed the guard upwards. The gas from below rose with each step they took, making his head swim with dazed thoughts. He bit hard into his cheek, forcing himself to stay focused. They emerged on the 17th floor, which was completely bare save for its curtained windows, which surrounded the entirety of the level and looked out over a vast expanse of urbanized desert. In the distance, Johnny could see the blue of the coast stretching from horizon to horizon on the building's northern side, and to his confusion, the familiar shape of the Burj Khalifa dozens of miles to the northeast. The thinning air did little to help his confusion. Why are we in Dubai? He questioned, only to remember the most obscure line from their meeting with the ambassador. His urgency to find his mother only increased. He watched as the guards sauntered the length of the building to the floor's far end, where 3 hooded figures were tied around pieces of rebar protruding from the concrete like stakes. A fourth had already been put out of his misery with a shot to the head, his body sitting white and cold on the ground beside the others. He downed the first of the 3 without hesitation, not even bothering to take the hoods off the prisoners as he raised the gun to the second, a woman who began trembling and pleading in Arabic. Before Johnny could stop him, the man fired, and the woman collapsed beside the others. Please, the final survivor begged in Italian. I'll do anything, please. Just let me see my wife again. Impulse overtook him. And just like with the elevator, Johnny felt his body connect with something beyond himself. He reached his hand forward, and as though he had used a magnet, the gun flew out of the guard's hand toward his own. He'd not expected it. Surprised by his own ability, Johnny pulled his hand out of the way to avoid getting hit by the speeding weapon. It flopped to the ground behind him and fired, a stray bullet hitting one of the windows, which refused to break. The guard swore again as the third man stilled in fear. Eyes turned toward the gun, and the guard bolted to reach it, bumping into Johnny as the pair tumbled to the ground. Unable to see him, the guard found and gripped his shoulders, rolling on top of him to land a punch into his transparent face.
Johnny swung his leg upward as hard as he could possibly manage, drilling the guard in the groin, who collapsed in agony. Johnny turned to scramble toward the gun, only to feel the guard grab his ankle and pull so hard he worried his knee had popped out of its socket. The guard clambered over him, shoving his face against the concrete and kicking off his shoulders for good measure. With one last desperate effort, Johnny reached again for the gun, feeling that same sensation extend from his fingertips around the grip of the weapon, this time expecting its return to his hand. The gun shot across the floor. The guard turned again to follow, a look of panicked confusion crossing his face as Johnny raised it and fired indiscriminately until the magazine was empty. The guard lay in a puddle of his remains, red bleeding into the cracks of the concrete. Johnny saw his own blood dripping from his nose to the floor. He touched his face and recoiled at the pain, knowing something was broken. The last survivor was praying frantically against the stake. Johnny removed the man's hood, but fear only turned to confusion. As soon as Johnny flipped himself visible, the man stopped praying altogether, silenced into hyperventilation. "It's okay," Johnny cautioned, tucking the gun into his pocket and trying to remember the little Italian they had covered in language. "I'm not here to hurt you." The man's eyes were bulging out of his skull as Johnny removed the guard's knife from his belt, along with a single loaded magazine. "Mi chiamo Giovanni," he tried to calm, but the man's breathing only increased. He realized there was no use being peaceful. The man was clearly in shock. Using the knife, he sliced the man's restraints and pulled him away from the pole, clearly hesitant to leave the safety of what was familiar. "It's okay," he urged again, pointing in the direction of the nearest stairwell. "Get out of here! Go!" He had to brandish the gun to keep moving. With one last look at the bodies, Johnny loaded the pistol and followed the man up the back stairs. As the man sprinted down, he looked to the top. This chute was even less complete than the other. Scattered on each landing were various power tools and loose materials. Rebar and pipes cut into new shapes, gathering dust while waiting for placement. The stairs themselves were without railings, and with sand covering each step, Johnny focused everything he had into not slipping into a deadly fall. 4 floors higher, the air cleared, and out of curiosity, Johnny turned the corner of the doorway to find the blank floor barren beyond the last, with no windows protecting him from the elements. Wind whipped through the building, carrying with it more sand and dust. From the southwest, a helicopter was headed in their direction, no doubt continuing on to the city beyond. "Find her," Shane's voice echoed again, this time doubled by his own inner thoughts. He scrambled up again, narrowly avoiding tripping on a sledgehammer and throwing his eye directly into a protruding pipe. Blood continued to drip from his nose, and yet again Johnny had to consciously remember to activate his new ability. "You're gonna get yourself killed." He heard the voices before he even reached the 30th. "Voi!" Chervinsky yelled in Polish. "Is it done?" He'd released the speak function on his communicator. The other end of the line rippled with static. "Voi!" he yelled again. "He might be ahead of us," another voice spoke. "Yeah, he might be," Chervinsky agreed. "But I don't want to take any chances, especially if one of them is already here. Make sure he finished his job, and follow him out." "What about you?" the other asked. "I'm seeing this through to the end," Chervinsky stated. "If that means I go up with them, then so be it. I'm not leaving you behind. Zane!" he barked. "You'll do as you're commanded. With or without me, Poland goes on. Our movement survives. If I become a martyr, then all the stronger the fuel becomes for the fire. Spread the word." A silence followed. Johnny guessed the second man was nodding in agreement. "Now go," Chervinsky ordered. "We're running out of time." Johnny was on the landing now and only narrowly avoided being steamrolled by a second guard, who kicked a loose pipe fitting down the stairs ahead of him before descending. He took a deep breath, wondering how long it would take the man to notice his blood trail leading back up the stairs. "Who'll make it first?" Chervinsky wondered aloud. "The drunk? The outcast? Or your father?" "Your father?" Johnny puzzled, turning the corner carefully to stare onto the new floor. He stopped breathing. Milo Chervinsky was seated with his back to the corner, apparently weaponless. But where he expected to find his mother kneeling across from him, Emma's beaten face hopelessly stared out over the desert beyond, purple bruises lining her left jaw. Dressed in loose black, her clothes were torn in several places. Johnny was so confused he lost all sense of purpose. How can she be here? He wondered, fearing the worst for what Shane had warned about in Beijing. Then a harrowing thought. Where are the others?
He'd only seen the 2 guards, but maybe more were hidden throughout the building. From what he had seen in the staircase, floor 30 meant they were hardly halfway to the top. If the rest of his squad was upstairs, he was already running out of time to rescue everyone. He looked back at Emma. Something was different from when he had last seen her. She seemed older. Not physically, her youthful features were still all there, plain to see. But her eyes were tired. Her face was filled with darkness. Something had happened to her, and he feared the worst of what that could mean. "No one," she choked. Johnny had never heard her sound so defeated. "He's not going to send them." "Even after you begged him?" Chervinsky questioned. Emma gave no response. Johnny kept silent, his heart breaking as he watched Chervinsky eyeing every inch of her reactions to him. She was terrified. Chervinsky stood standing over her. She only shivered, turning her face away. "Perhaps we should call him again," he offered. Emma's breathing only increased. "Please," she begged. "No, you're tired of the game, aren't you?" he consoled, reaching his hand to stroke the side of her face. Again she shivered. "I told you. Death would be a mercy. You should never have told me you don't fear it, when living can be so much worse." His hand on her chin was what broke him. Careless of the gun being visible as soon as he lifted his shirt, Johnny raised it to aim, 20 meters across the room. The movement must have caught Emma's attention. She turned her eyes to look directly through him. Before he could even think to fire, Chervinsky noticed her hesitation, and spun so sharply Johnny didn't see the other gun until Chervinsky's finger had pulled the trigger. An ear-shattering blast echoed around the room. Johnny felt the fire burn his left ring finger, and screamed in pain. He dropped his own weapon in shock and clutched his hand, not needing to see to know the damage. The bloody appendage sat 10 meters behind him on the concrete, visible for all in the room. "Show yourself, you coward!" Chervinsky shouted. "Or I shoot!" Johnny looked up, unsure whether his vision was swimming from the pain or the thinning air. Chervinsky had his own pistol to Emma's temple, who was again frozen in fear. 3 seconds, he demanded, a furious look in his eyes threatening far worse. Still holding his bloody hand, Johnny flexed his neck, praying for a way out. As soon as he could be seen, Chervinsky stepped away from Emma, pointing his gun in Johnny's direction instead. Emma's mouth dropped, the fear changing. Her eyes were welling with tears. He was plainly the last person she had expected to see. "Where are they?" Chervinsky raged. Johnny gritted his teeth, struggling to keep himself focused over the pain. He could feel the air thinning around them. "What?" he staggered. "What do you mean?" "The Garens!" Chervinsky shouted. "How close?" Johnny huffed, feeling the rest of his arm starting to numb. Emma was still staring at him in shock. "I didn't come with the Garens." "Then who are you?" Chervinsky flashed, waving his gun carelessly between the pair. Perfect, Johnny thought between waves of pain, sensing the chance to jump on the offensive and keep Emma out of danger. He was halfway between his third rotation when Johnny flung out his other arm, and the gun on the ground launched itself across the room, striking Chervinsky behind the eyes. He staggered backward, and Johnny bolted toward him, disappearing along the way. He thought he heard Emma scream his name, but all the energy he had left was spent barreling toward the other man. He lowered his shoulder and speared him to the ground, both weapons flying in separate directions. He lunged well behind his original, which skittered to the ground at Emma's feet. To his surprise, her hands were unbound. She lunged toward it, her hands reaching from the folds of her dress and clutching the gun with trembling hands. Her finger on the trigger, she pointed it at Chervinsky. "Emma, no!" Johnny screamed, seeing the look of determination on her face. He wrapped the strings around the barrel and yanked it out of her hand, catching it with his own. She turned, horrified, and he flashed himself visible again to ease her worry. "Johnny!" she cried, the tears in her eyes falling down her cheeks. "What are you doing? How—" "Johnny!" Chervinsky scoffed, back on his feet with the other gun brandished in his direction. "Johnny Sparks!" Johnny swallowed, his own breath freezing as he raised his weapon in standoff. "What of it?" Chervinsky smirked, disbelieving. "This is even better than the Garens," he relished, rechambering a bullet. "I knew my hope was a pipe dream, but so long as you're here I might actually get my way." Johnny could hardly keep the gun raised. The pool of blood at his feet was so thick he could feel himself slipping on the concrete. God has been just, Chervinsky bragged. I'll enjoy watching you suffer even more.
This time the world slowed to a dramatic halt. Johnny screamed as Chervinsky turned his gun on Emma, a revelatory grin spreading from ear to ear. He pulled the trigger, and Johnny watched, horrified, expecting another blast to rattle the floor, and Emma to drop dead before him. Instead, there was a loud click of metal against metal, and Chervinsky screamed another expletive. The gun had jammed. "Down on the ground, right now!" Johnny shouted, marching to Chervinsky and forcing him to his knees. The man dropped the gun, enraged. He closed his eyes, waiting for Johnny to pull his own trigger, but Johnny sighed and backed away, keeping the gun pointed directly at Chervinsky's leg. "Johnny, what are you doing?" Emma squeaked. A wave of nausea nearly toppled him to the floor. He ignored her question, focusing everything he had on keeping the president in his sights. "Milo Chervinsky," he grunted. "I'm arresting you on behalf of the International Radiation Effect Association for violating terms of the United Nations Conference on Disarmament. You're to be taken to the nearest government authority and handed over for trial by the International Criminal Court." Chervinsky dropped his head at the ground in what Johnny thought was defeat. Then he started laughing. "Johnny, shoot him!" Emma cried behind him. He ignored her, staring at the man on the floor. "What's so funny?" Chervinsky looked up from his knees, his eyes an amused black. "United Nations Conference on Disarmament," he repeated. "You think I'm going to let a teenager take me away on false charges? You have no authority." "Blackmail, sponsoring terrorism, political corruption," Johnny listed. "I could name a dozen charges to raise against you." Chervinsky sat back on his heels, nonchalant to the threat, then rose to his feet. "I said down!" Johnny ordered, his vision blurring. "I'll shoot!" The president spat at his feet. "Do it then," he commanded. "All the better if I don't come out of this alive." Johnny heard Emma call his name again. "I have no authority to execute you," he struggled. "As for the ICC to determine." "No authority," Chervinsky mused. "Don't you work for her father? The man who tried to execute me in my own backyard." He was entirely right. Johnny struggled to find a reasonable response to the question. "I'm surprised you didn't add self-sabotage to that list of charges," he offered. "The part where I apparently killed 20,000 of my own people." Johnny shook his head, not sure if he had heard him correctly. "What?" "Johnny, he bombed V. Subrov," Emma said. "Shoot him!" It was like hearing another language. Another wave of nausea accompanied dozens of loose memories he struggled to grasp before they flittered away. "What?" he repeated, horrified, trying to come to terms with what she had just said. "When did that happen?" "Right after you infiltrated my embassy." Chervinsky shook his head, irreverent. "Honestly, the timing couldn't have been more perfect." Johnny froze, piecing together what they were saying. "What?" he started, so low neither heard him. "How dare you!" Emma screamed, and for the first time Johnny heard power returning to her voice. "Those were innocent people, you bastard!" "Exactly," Chervinsky chuckled. "It's almost too perfect, isn't it?" Johnny faded in and out of the conversation. "When?" he whispered, but still no one heard. "You can't honestly believe it was us," Chervinsky was saying. "You cannot possibly be that stupid." "Of course I can," Emma raised. "You destroyed everything else that threatened your power. You think I pushed the button?" he screamed. And finally Chervinsky showed a fury above his amusement. "Those were Polish people! Polish children!" He was almost in tears. "What kind of monster would do that to thousands of innocent people?" "You!" Emma charged. "They were our people! You had your revenge the same as you're trying to do with me!" Johnny's head was circling around the room. He could hardly breathe. "Now do you see how easy it was to convince the rest of the world just that?" Chervinsky scowled. "Frame it as an inside job. Your father had me out of office within the week." Out of office? The words rang louder than the gunshot. Johnny's shoes were soaked crimson. "What day is it?" he raised, but they continued to speak over him. Suddenly Emma's change made sense. His missing memory, traveling a quarter of the way across the world. "You know what I don't understand," Chervinsky was saying. "I rid my country of the gays.
The atheists, the communists, all the things your father claims to champion. What day is it? Johnny interrupted, as loud as he possibly could. The other two paused to stare at him. April 26th, Dravinsky glowered. Start carving the headstones.
Johnny,
Emma started. 3 months, he choked. I've been gone for 3 months. That was what Shane had promised. 3 months. Gone from his otherwise perfect memory. Invisible fragments swam around his head like flies he could not catch. A dream he was struggling to piece together. His ears were ringing. He raised both hands to his temples, trying to stop the pounding inside his skull. In his distraction, Dravinsky took a step toward the door. Johnny shook his head and pulled the gun straight down again. I said on the ground, he said firmly, his duty overweighing his sense of confusion. Johnny, Emma urged. Just shoot him! I wouldn't blame you if you did, Dravinsky laughed. That's what Bill Guerin would want you to do. My father didn't kill 20,000 people, Emma defended. You're right, he ordered. He's probably done far worse. Johnny, please, Emma said, pulling at his good arm. He deserves to die! And who are you to judge that? Dravinsky raged, his anger returning. I thought your people were champions of life, the same as we are. Who are you to take that right from me? Because you're about to take it from us. Johnny found his voice, remembering the timer now rapidly approaching 0. Emma, we're running out of time. We need to get him out of here now. He turned to her, hoping beyond anything that she would take his side. Instead, she stood firm, her eyes showing pleading disappointment. Johnny, please, she begged. If he dies, he becomes a martyr, Johnny reasoned. We need to take him alive. Listen to your girl, boy, Dravinsky taunted. You could be a hero. Johnny shook his head. I don't want to be a hero, he insisted. I'm just doing my job. A blast of wind rippled through the building, the sound of helicopter blades suddenly deafening. Oh my God, Emma gasped, and Johnny turned, surprised by her words. The helicopter he had seen below had reached the building. Its familiar white shape halted his breathing again. The familiar trefoil logo of the IREA was printed on the side over a field of green and white. As it descended below them out of view, Johnny's ears cleared, hearing the sound of footsteps crashing across the floor. Dravinsky had made his escape, weaponless. The last of him disappeared into the already closing elevator, carrying him swiftly down to the ground floor. No! Emma screamed, her attention having been diverted the same as his was. He grabbed her hand, a feeling he must have longed for all those months away, sending shivers up his arm, temporarily distracting him from the pains in his hand and his head. Emma, he affirmed. They'll catch him. We'll catch him, I promise, but right now we need to get out of here. But, she started. Do you smell that? He focused. That's butane. And any second now, Dravinsky's going to light this place up like a torch. Unless you want to be a part of his plan, we need to... The shivers shot through his body like fireworks. Emma pressed her lips against his with tears pouring down her face. When she finally pulled away, her mouth was stained red from the blood dripping from his broken nose. His vision blurred as soon as she took a step back, pain returning to his left hand. Where have you been? She sobbed, a mix of relief, anguish, elation, and resentment crossing her tear-strewn cheeks. He stuttered. I don't know, She broke down, collapsing against his chest. Holding her was like nothing he had ever known, but a voice in his head was urging him on. You, she echoed, her own thoughts apparently jumbled in shock. Johnny, Jordan, Margot. Her face darkened. You're Emma, you can tell me everything as soon as we get to the helicopter, but right now we need to go. But he kissed her again, desperate to shut her up. She froze. Emma, we need to go, he repeated. Now. He didn't wait for her to argue. Instead, he yanked her arm as firmly as he could and pulled her to the back stairwell, desperate to escape before the inevitable firestorm. As soon as they passed through the open doorway, the trapped gas overwhelmed him. Emma coughed at it too. Hold your breath, he commanded. Breathe into your sleeve if you have to. He pulled her further on, his head swimming in blackness. 29, he counted, doing his best to keep himself focused on each step. 28. Emma's loose clothing was slowing them down, threatening to catch on tools spread across each landing. The shaft was drowning in so much of the gas, Johnny could no longer see the bottom. His own limitations were starting to compile. Focus,
he demanded, the pain having numbed so much he could hardly feel his left hand anymore. 23. He could barely breathe. His head felt like someone was inflating it beyond its limits. I can't, he thought. I can't do it. They were halfway between floors 21 and 20 when he stopped to voice as much to Emma. Come on, she urged. I can make it. So can you. No, he wanted to argue. Ah! Someone screamed, and a flash of black spun around the edge of the next landing. The sharpest pain Johnny had ever felt spread through his body. His vision began to blur. Breath caught in his chest but stopped before it could enter his lungs. Feeling consciousness slip from his grasp, he grit his teeth and tried to focus. The other guard was standing there with his eyes wide, disbelief spreading across his face, as though he couldn't believe it had actually worked. Johnny heard Emma scream his name again before instinctively shoving the man down the staircase. He tripped over his own feet, bouncing off the side wall and failing to catch his balance before stumbling over the edge. The crunch of his head reverberated up through the wall. Oh my God, Emma repeated frantically. Oh my God. Johnny could not speak. He could no longer feel anything. Emma's face was hardly more than an outline. Johnny, no, she begged. Please, God, no, stay with me. He turned his eyes to his chest, catching on a long metal pike protruding from just above his armpit. He could no longer feel his arm. No, she was squealing. Please, Johnny, stay with me. His body was numb. There was no pain anymore, just the sensation of floating as the butane continued to poison his system. I'm all right, he realized. I'm okay. In a daze, he watched what he understood to be Emma trying to remove the bar from his arm. It would not move. She broke down again, crying, before a fit of coughing overtook her. Emma, he whispered, peacefully, unsure if his words were even audible. Leave me. I'll be all right. No! She screamed. No, I can't lose you again! With every effort she must have had left, Emma draped him over her shoulders, carefully stepping down to the next floor opening. She collapsed as soon as they were through the doorway, desperately gasping for air as she kept low to the ground. We'll never make it, he said quietly. Emma, you have to go. There's no time. I don't care, she sobbed. I'm not leaving you like that again. The color faded from his eyes as she dragged him all the way to the southern edge, where they had seen the helicopter before. As soon as she dropped him, Johnny fell to the concrete, his breathing so labored he was surprised he was even alive. I'm all right, he reassured. I'll be with my parents soon. He tried to communicate as much to Emma, but his mouth was frozen open in shock, drool pooling beneath his cheek against the hard ground. His arm was turning blue. It was like watching his life fade away in third person, a viewpoint above his failing body, seeing everything as it was, while the rest of him died. Emma was on the edge of the floor, waving down at the ground below and screaming for help. He had lost so much blood from his nose and arm, the color was almost completely gone from the rest of him. His hand had almost stopped bleeding entirely. This is it, he thought. This is what it's like. The roar of a helicopter retook its place in his ears. Please, Emma, just leave me. Her breathing was even more labored than his now. I'm not worth it, he tried to say, but she pulled him back to his feet, her knees wobbling beneath them. A giant white shape emerged over the edge of the floor, and Emma fell with him from the blast of air now whipping through the building. 6 featureless brown faces sat inside, one of whom was frantically waving his arms. Emma, he tried again, but any second now his body was bound to fail completely. Johnny, I love you, she said, and he was powerless to respond. Throw him! A faint voice carried through the whip of the blades. How it reached them, he had no idea. The blackness covered Johnny's eyes again. Johnny, I'm sorry, she repeated. I'm so sorry. Don't, he tried, but there was nothing left for him to speak. Don't be sorry. There's no time, she said, the roar of the vents so loud he could hardly hear her. Just jump, he wanted to say. Leave me. The helicopter was 30 meters away, every passenger begging them to jump off the edge. I'm sorry, she said again, holding him firm against her body at the very edge. Don't, he tried, everything in his body screaming for her to drop him there and leave him behind. Instead, she shoved him as hard as she possibly could, and Johnny fell,
just as a cloud of orange erupted from below, engulfing her in flames. The blackness overcame him again. Chapter 35. Baptism. Emma opened her eyes. All around her a wall of fire cascaded out the sides of the tower, flowing upwards with the weight of the gas. The helicopter had disappeared. Johnny had disappeared. Orange filled her vision as she waited for the flames to engulf her. The roar of the explosion shattered her eardrums, and all she could hear was the ringing white noise of nothingness as the fire poured past her body, a harsh blast of wind threatening to push her off the edge. And still, she waited. Black smoke rose from behind her out of the air ducts and stairwells, following the orange flames into the sky. Particles of soot, broken glass, and the detritus of millions of ashen things scratched at her skin before whipping away toward the dropping sun. She held her breath, waiting to feel pain. Nothing happened. Am I dead? She wondered, looking down at her fingers, which were their normal tan shade. Her arms were the same too, a translucent film surrounding her skin like a ghastly shell. Only then did she realize the clothes Stravinsky had forced her to wear had burned away, among the blackened trash thrown into the sky with the blast. She stood there trembling, her skin aglow as the last winds of smoke petered out from below. I'm dead, she thought, turning around to see the building floor still standing, albeit charred and damaged. She expected the pillars to crumble at any moment, crushing anything left of her corpse in the rubble. But still they stood, and so did she. The weight of her frozen lungs snapped her out of expectation. Emma collapsed onto the burned floor, very much alive, gasping for breath with every bit of her being. Oxygen was starting to fill the vacuum left by the fire, but not fast enough. Desperately, she crawled in the direction of the building's edge, feeling every inch of the bare concrete scraping at her bare skin. The film protecting it had disappeared. She was in excruciating pain, but she had not burned. Reaching the edge, Emma threw her head into an updraft of air and breathed as deeply as she could, trying to keep her head from spinning. Now clear of the thickest part of the smoke, she could see beyond the tower's scalded frame. The helicopter was still in the air, having maneuvered away from the blast just in time. She could not see Johnny. Please, she prayed. Not me. Save him. Someone must have noticed her form emerging from the gray wisps. The helicopter dropped several floors, circling around the clouds to get as close as they could. Like before, the booming voice pierced through the noise, commanding her to jump. It was more like a possession releasing her body. Emma relaxed, stepping off the edge and falling into weightlessness. A sharp ammonia smell flashed her back to life. A thin Arab man dressed in looser-fitting mission suits pulled a broken packet of salts away from her nose. It's all right, a similarly dressed woman calmed. You're all right. You're safe. Where? She started, but Emma's memories flooded back immediately. Where's Johnny? She'd expected to find herself in the helicopter. Instead, they were on the ground, the open doors of an ambulance revealing their position roughly a half-mile from the foot of the tower. Broken glass and blackened pieces of concrete littered the frontage road. As she remembered the fire, she was shocked to see the burned shell of the building still upright. She repeated the question. Johnny, she said nervously. Where is he? The woman turned to her partner, with a look that made Emma's heart race in fear. He's en route to the hospital, the man said, nonchalant. The woman still looked nervous. Is he dead? Emma asked, frantic. He's not dead, she calmed, holding a hand to Emma's chest. At least, he wasn't when he left here. She swallowed. But his body had gone into shock. The man was pouring a pitcher of water into a cup on the vehicle's side shelf. Praise Allah it happened the way it did, he said. I've never seen anything like that. Seeing the look of confusion on Emma's face, he elaborated. You both came out of there with severe oxygen deprivation. It slowed his heart rate enough that it probably stopped his heart from giving out. His attitude gave her a slight peace. Allahu Akbar, the woman praised with a smile. Emma repeated the phrase as a courtesy. His arm, she added. Will he? Probably, the man agreed, confirming her worst fears with terse honesty. If they don't, I doubt he'll ever be able to move it again. Her solemn sigh was interrupted by him handing over the cup of water. Here, he offered. Drink. You need it. The woman helped her sit upright on the edge of the gurney, wrapping a trauma blanket over her shoulders, which she only then realized were adorned in a white hospital gown. Emma took the cup and drank, disappointed by the warm temperature of the liquid. I'm Fuad, he introduced. This is Mariah. The woman gave a polite wave. Emma looked at them both in turn and smiled politely back. The pair must have been in their early 20s, no doubt an adult squad specializing in local rescues. "You're from Hariat?" she asked. "Emergency rescue," Fuad confirmed. "Squad 2045. We thought we were going to have to go in there and break you out until we spotted you on the edge." "Glad we didn't." Mariah gestured to the ruined asphalt around them. "How did you—" Emma started. "Who sent you? How'd you find Johnny?" "What do you mean?" Fuad countered. "You threw him at us." "Everything's under the green," Mariah interjected. "We can't tell you more than that until your foreign minister gets here." Emma felt her breath catch again. "Doug's coming?" she thought. The idea of Doug Symbolic being the first American to greet her was actually somewhat calming, but it meant that her father could not be far behind. He would never let her out of his sight again. "How are you feeling?" Mariah raised, placing a clipboard next to Emma and unwrapping a stethoscope from her shoulders. "Fine," Emma said, just as Mariah touched her wrist to take her pulse. She recoiled with a grimace. "Sorry," Emma apologized, remembering what every doctor had told her about the condition of her hands. "Lack of iron. I know." "They're burning," Mariah corrected. "You mind calming that down for me?" Emma looked at her hands confused. "What?" "That's better," the nurse thanked, returning her hand around Emma's wrist and reaching the stethoscope below the collar of the gown. 200/80. Fuad picked up the clipboard and began writing. "That's a cool effect," Mariah continued. "Was your ITI something similar?" Emma started, her eyes darting between the pair, almost blurting out, "My what?" A black cloud descended from the ceiling of the ambulance. Whatever Fuad had written on the clipboard was now inaccurate. Emma's heartbeat was practically erupting through her ears. "No," she thought. Fuad started laughing. "That was her ITI," he mused, turning his attention from Mariah to Emma. "Wasn't it?" She would have avoided a response, but he answered his own question. "It says here she's a Hadafa," he explained to Mariah, whose inquisitive look turned to one of astonishment. "Really?" she gazed. "You didn't know you would survive the fire, did you?" he asked. Emma shook her head. The questions were beginning to make it throb. "Makes you a better person than me," he worded. "I would have given up hope. Divine reward for that kind of sacrifice." "It's not unheard of," Mariah intoned. "Rare, yes, but it's been documented before." "Either way," Fuad added. "Congratulations. Welcome to—" "Can you just leave me alone for a minute?" Emma exploded, her voice shrieking louder than she meant it to. The pair were stunned into silence. "I'm sorry," Emma said. We get it," Mariah apologized. "Take as much time as you need. We'll be around if you need something." She tipped her head in the direction of the open doors. "Come on, Fuad." The pair stood and turned the corner on the ambulance. The pounding in Emma's ears was beginning to quiet. She could hear other sirens off in the direction they headed. Overwhelmed, a wave of emotions, relief, new worry, confusion, loneliness, flooded through her. She could no longer hold back her tears. She was grateful to be alive, but distraught that Johnny might not be. Even if he was almost certainly going to be changed from the boy she had known before. Guilt bubbled beneath the surface. He had saved her life, but there was no certainty that she had saved his. And now this. With a deep breath, Emma lifted the cup to her lips again, prepared for the same dull warmth as before. Her head shot back at the touch. The water was ice cold. A shiver crept down her arm, realizing Mariah was right. Commanding her hands to make it so, she wrapped them tightly around the metal and watched as the water inside slowly began to steam and then boil, all while Emma felt nothing herself. The cup was practically glowing. She tried the other direction, thinking the opposite, and within a few seconds the contents were solid, and frost lined the fringe of the cup. The effort drained her. Emma felt her vision whiten as she dropped the cup and clutched at the sides of the bed, fearing everything this meant. They had rewritten the records before, but could a second time be done? How messy would that make things? Did this mean her father was wrong? Why had he been so persistent about her throwing if this was always a possibility? These questions rattled around inside her skull, interspersed with the fears about Johnny, then the others. Where was Andrew? Why hadn't they sent him a Riley? The clouds of realization and uncertainty continued to overcast her inside the ambulance, to the point that she stood and wandered outside into the sunlight to try to clear them, even as her head remained light. She was halfway around the world, having just escaped the most wanted fugitive on the planet, alone and scared while her boyfriend was in transit to have his arm amputated after helping her escape. She had survived a fire that would have killed anybody else, no longer the powerless girl she had always expected to be. She had no idea where her family was, nor where Cherwinski was, or even if he was still alive. Her own mortal status seemed uncertain. Emma was not entirely convinced this wasn't some intense dream. The only thing she knew to be fact was that she could control the temperature with the touch of her finger. It was almost too ridiculous to accept. Emma started laughing. The death of a siren to her right pulled her out of her fit, and she found her eyes drawn to another bizarre scene. She had expected to find the cars surrounding the helicopter, a missions leader flashing some kind of presiding authority over the responding locals. The helicopter was instead behind her, untouched. Several police vehicles, including a handful of federal cars, were beginning to disperse from a black sports car. Its underside was still smoking, the result of which she realized was entirely unrelated to the tower fire. Its front was comically flattened around a central indent. Its windshield had splintered into a web of cracks. The doors were open, airbags deployed and long since popped. Its occupants were nowhere to be seen. It had obviously struck something very hard and very fast. The object of its destruction was also missing, or at least what Emma had expected to find in its way. But the car had not collided with a piece of the destroyed tower. Instead, a body bag sat 30 meters from the wreck, already closed over its contents. Several officials stood above it, seemingly arguing about the site. Fuad and Mariah were standing beside other members of their squad, watching the commotion. "What happened?" she asked, her curiosity helping to distract her from the increasingly bizarre reality. Mariah's eyes were wide with disbelief. Fuad raised an eyebrow. "Someone else got him first." Emma matched Mariah, realizing who he meant. "What?" she coughed. "Who?" One of the other men in the squad turned from the end of the line of observers. His face was covered in a checkered keffiyeh, with just his eyes visible. Had it not been for the style of his robes and build, Emma could have confused his outfit with a niqab. "Your brother caught up with us," he said. She hesitated. "What? Where is he?" Mariah turned to scold the speaker. "Mohammed! They issued the green!" The man rolled his eyes. "You're going to learn the details anyway," he said, and Emma nearly jumped out of her skin. This time his voice came not from behind his cover, but within her own ears. "Don't worry, I'm not in your head. I'm just throwing my voice." Emma calmed, realizing this was the voice she had heard up in the tower. "Your brother and his friend jumped the car from Hadiat and drove all the way here to rescue you," he explained, keeping his eyes forward. Emma assumed so the others wouldn't recognize his speaking to her. "We saw it happen right after the building went up. Chervinsky had made it out in time, only for 2 kids to bowl him over in the driveway." Emma swallowed, dozens of questions clouding her continued disbelief. Trying to keep their conversation hidden from the others, she asked aloud, "What happened to him?" "He's on his way home," Fuad intoned. "We can't tell you any more than that." "Your brother's fine." Mohammed's voice returned as though he were standing right over her shoulder. "The other one's a little shaken, as you might guess. It came across that this was his first. He was the one behind the wheel." A mental image played itself out before Emma as she stared at the wrecked car. "We had no choice but to arrest them," he added. "They hid from our Prime Minister the fact that you had even been captured, then hijacked the vehicle and broke a dozen international travel laws on the way. They're lucky no one else got to them before we did. Regardless, they're about 20 minutes ahead of us. First to Hadiat, and then back to Tylersville for questioning." He cleared up the most pressing of her questions, and even with the new fear for her brother, relief spread through her staring at the body bag. What a joke, she thought, wanting to run over and spit on the corpse. No doubt her father was already plotting the best way to publicize their death and strip his martyrdom of any pomp. "What about me?" she wanted to ask as her last question to Mohammed, but the thought was answered almost immediately as 2 of the police cars were replaced by a giant white Mercedes, bearing a prominent government seal over its passenger door. It avoided the crash entirely, instead pulling up directly in front of Emma and the remainder of Squad 2045. The front window descended, and a dark man with sunglasses spoke orders to the squad in stoic Arabic. Fuad and Mariah turned to Emma, and before she could stop them, both had a firm grip around each of her arms. "Sorry, Emma," Mariah said authentically. "Your father's orders." She was at the rear door before she even remembered her new ability. Mohammed opened the door, and the other 2 herded her inside a rear-facing seat. To her horror, the only other passenger in the vehicle's tinted rear was Mike Richmond. Emma closed her mouth immediately, suddenly painfully aware of her lack of sufficient clothing. Anything she did or said could put both herself and her father in more danger than they already were. The vehicle began to drive back toward the city. Mike's eyes were their usual bored, menacing brown. A minute passed between them before he finally broke the silence. "Seatbelt." "Where's Doug?" she squeaked. "Seat belt," he ordered again, in a voice Emma struggled to disobey. Keeping her eyes completely on Richmond, she wrapped the strap over her shoulder, thankful for the slight barrier now between them. "Where's Doug?" she repeated. "They said the foreign minister was coming, not you." Anyone else might have seen Richmond's answer as professional, but behind his stoic face, Emma knew he was reveling in it. "I am the foreign minister." She bit her lip to keep it from opening in abject horror. For years, Richmond had been undermining her father's power from below, always kept at bay by his lack of proper position. If this was true, he finally had the platform to take him down. An entire ministry under his thumb. Resources? Personnel? She thought back to what Chervinsky had said about her father. V. Subrov. Foreign Affairs would know exactly what happened, and no one would hide that from their chief executive. Forget the Granhogs. Forget losing his job. Bill Guerin would be executed. Mike stared at her, begging her to ask the question. "What happened to Doug?" The shape of his tongue rolled over his bottom teeth. "Doug resigned," he said, his tone almost upset about it. "He's currently under investigation for a handful of constitutional offenses. Misappropriation of company funds, authorization of company resources for private gain, and most damningly, treason." Emma's breath slowed to a halt. "Treason?" she repeated, low as a whisper. Mike folded his hands over his lap. "I'm sure you're aware, history buff that you are, that Doug's family comes from Poland." Emma nodded. "Obviously." Ever since Chervinsky began his rise to power, Doug's taken a bit too personal an interest in Polish affairs. With everything that's come out in the investigation, the evidence of him back-channeling his influence is too significant to ignore. That's ridiculous, she thought. That's like me trying to start a coup in Cuba. But his parents were American, she voiced. How would he even have links in Poland? That'd have to be like a second cousin or something. "We're still trying to figure out the details," Mike explained, a dark look crossing his eyes. "What we do have is overwhelming evidence of contact with external politicians, and private meetings with those who would go on to be wrapped up in his schemes, such as yourself." Emma could no longer contain her expression. A look of bewilderment must have crossed her face. "What?" "I'm not here to accost you for seeing a ministry official, even someone with your background," he stated. "The intricacies of your private meetings are just that. You have the right to keep that information to yourself, no matter how damning it might be to someone in Doug's position. However, when the evidence shows multiple meetings across the board with individuals who go on to become directly involved in high-profile foreign events, it's difficult for internal affairs not to take notice." Emma was still at a loss. "What are you talking about?" "Your meeting with Doug," he continued. "Immediately after which you convinced your squad to investigate foreign interests with links to Poland down in South America." She opened her mouth to argue, but Mike kept on. "Johnny Sparks' meeting with Doug after hours, before he sabotages your mission, resulting in the death of Elysian Granhook and disappearing off the face of the planet after committing treason. Your brother Andrew and Jordan Delarue both caught on camera sneaking in and out of Doug's office by way of his emergency door. Now tell me, why would they— Johnny didn't meet with Doug Symbolic!" she shouted, so loud it silenced the car. "I didn't meet with him either. What are you— "I saw you there," Mike insisted. And suddenly Emma felt herself transported back into the month prior, waiting in the embassy. "That wasn't—" she stuttered. I didn't—" Then she remembered who it was she actually met with that night. "It was Shane!" she screamed, tired of repeating the story. "For the love of God, Johnny met with Shane! I met with Shane! He's behind all of this, I swear!" "Shane Daniels has been cleared multiple times during this investigation," he claimed. "Your obsession with framing him is starting to look desperate. And dare I say it, rehearsed. Did Doug put you up to it? If so, that's another charge to be added to his list." "Are you even listening to yourself talk?" she raised. "You hate Shane Daniels. He's a West Coast atheist who jumped you in the line of succession. Why are you taking his side?" She'd never seen Richmond laugh before. "I'm not taking his side,"
He flashed his teeth before returning to his professional self. I'm taking evidence at face value and protecting the reputation of a man who is innocent until proven guilty. Doug may still be that, but the evidence is far from his favor. Why else would he resign? Because you forced him to, she wanted to say with a growl. Mike would never allow for his precious ministry to become so tainted, guilty or not, and Doug was too much of a pushover to ever fight back. How could they ever believe he would have the gall to backstab the company? The idea was ridiculous. As her line went unspoken, a new meaning crept in as she silently considered how in the world Doug Symbolic could become the mastermind behind it all. The answer she knew was that he wasn't. Doug was the company grandfather. Everyone trusted him. He was nothing if not a loyal defender of everything the company worked for. It's Shane, she insisted, knowing that whatever evidence Richmond had, her own was infallible. Whether or not they believed her, she knew Johnny had seen him that night. Shane was the only person who could have called him off the couch like that, in the middle of the night. Johnny would never have lied to her like that, directly to her face. Shane had done the exact same thing to her in Veterans Square, incognito and secretive, and no doubt that was exactly what had happened with the other three. Shane was behind it all. Because, she started, but the look in Richmond's eyes, whether he meant to or not, betrayed precisely what she had almost said. Because you forced him to. Emma felt her breath catch again in horror as one of his earlier sentences replayed itself with new meaning. We're still trying to figure out the details. I want to talk to my dad, she said nervously, praying that Richmond didn't notice her worry. He swallowed. Your father's waiting for us in Hadia, he explained. Until then, you're under my authority as a rogue citizen of the company. Emma grit her teeth. I'm not saying anything else until I see my dad. She could see the irritation on his face as he unloaded a deep sigh. If you don't want to speak on your connection to Minister Symbolic, that's fine. That's for Schuler and Rantanen to worry about once we're back in Wyoming. He folded his arms. But I would like to know, as is my authority to know, how did you end up with Milo Chervinsky? And how'd you get out alive? Emma was grateful for their arrival at the airport. Mike was playing her somehow, trying to pick apart something that she didn't know was there. If he and Shane had teamed up to take down Doug, did that mean her father was next? Her mind raced to find a way to tell as little of the truth as she could to protect him. If Shane, or Doug, had really been behind Johnny's disappearance, then how much danger would he be in based on how she presented his return? Maybe Mike knew something she didn't, and her answer implicated someone else behind the scenes. How much chaos would that cause? By the time they had both settled into the private jet, and Richmond returned to his question, she had settled on one definitive angle. No matter what he already knew, she would absolve Andrew of any wrongdoing. She played the interview assuming the embassy knew everything of their mission in Guyana. Full access to their camera and microphone feeds, complete records of their findings, and the knowledge that someone had sent them overseas to Dubai. Andrew may have been the only person in that group with the authority, but if Doug was already down, then she was going to let Richmond weave together his involvement. Her story began in Dubai. 2 hours later, shivering from nerves, the plane touched down, and Emma released a sigh of relief, satisfied that she had done the best possible job protecting her family with nothing but the truth. They had awarded her the privacy to change out of her gown, though the Saudi rule of modesty felt uncomfortably close to that which Chervinsky had forced her into. Emma steeled herself into a white hijab and followed Mike and the other escorts to a blacked-out SUV. She could hardly see anything beyond the windows, though even if she could, it would have been nothing to look at. Every building looked exactly the same. After a brief drive, the vehicle pulled into an underground garage, again reminding her of Dubai. It's just Dad, she reminded herself, trusting that the worst had already come. Chervinsky was dead. Mike had pulled nothing out of her he couldn't figure out on his own. Emma took a deep breath and walked with the others down a long, winding hallway, devoid of windows. The caravan halted at an interior door, and one of the Saudi officials knocked twice before entering. Inside, seated in prayer on a black leather chair at the center of the room, was her father. As soon as he saw her, he bolted to his feet. Out! He scowled, and in a show of power she had never seen, everyone else peeled out of the doorway immediately, leaving Emma alone with the Prime Minister before she could even comprehend his single word of command. The door slammed shut behind her. Emma! He gasped as soon as they were gone. A desperate hope in his bright blue eyes. He pulled her a cover away,
and kissed her yellow hair, frantically grabbing her into a tight hug. "Oh, Emma, He pushed himself away, staring her up and down. "Did he hurt you?" he asked. "Did he touch you? Did he—" "I'm fine," she cut him off, the answer far from the truth. "Daddy, I'm safe. I'm all right." They both breathed a sigh of relief as he pulled her into another hug. "Daddy, what about Andrew?" she was quick to question. "They said he was arrested. They said he jumped a car with Kent and drove all the way to Dubai to find me. How—"
"Your brother's fine," he breathed. He made a few questionable calls, but it's nothing we can't work our way out of." He scratched his face, turning to the door as he spoke. "They're on their way back to the States right now." Emma's words caught in her throat. "But," she started, trying to remember what the other squad had said. "I thought they were coming back here." "Why would they come back here?" he asked, returning his eyes to hers. "Oh, because we're here," she returned, stunned by the stupidity of his question. "Because it's the hub for Dubai. There are logistical things to figure out. You can't just send them on a private jet directly from there to Tylersville." Her father had turned his eyes back to his feet. "They were never here," he stated bluntly. Emma felt her eyes narrow, again bewildered by his ignorance. "Dad," she started. "Dad, what are you talking about? Of course they were here. They came with me. You've never been here either," he clarified. "Have you? This is your first time stepping foot in Hadiat. They came with you to Dubai." Emma's confusion only increased. "What are you saying? That they came with me, saw me abducted, and then turned to go back home?" He nodded, eyes narrowing like hers. "That's exactly what I'm saying. I ordered them home as soon as I learned about Andrew setting up a new mission." "But that's—" Emma's train of thought skittered to the black car smoking in front of the tower. "The other squad told me they'd followed me from Hadiat. I saw the car they stole." "No, you didn't," he denied. Of course I did," she doubled. "Dad, they were at the tower. Kent was the one who killed Chervinsky." "No, he didn't," he repeated. "Johnny killed Chervinsky." The words froze her face in a spiral of obfuscation. "Dad, what the hell are you talking about?" The Prime Minister looked at her firmly between the eyes. "Milo Chervinsky's dead," he forced. "Johnny Sparks killed him." Again, her mouth opened with concern. "How could Johnny have killed Chervinsky?" she prodded. "He was still alive the last we saw him, and Johnny was half dead himself when I pushed him to the helicopter." "Emma, you're not making any sense," he declined. "I'm not making any sense?" she screamed. "Dad, what the hell kind of story have you been hearing? Johnny got a spear of rebar through his shoulder after he rescued me from Chervinsky. I shoved him off the building to—" "Johnny didn't rescue you from Chervinsky," he stated firmly, his eyes piercing into her own. "Dad!" "Emma, sit down," he commanded.
Dad, I don't need to... Emma.
Sit down, he repeated, though not in the voice she expected. The commanding presence of the Prime Minister had gone, replaced by the concern of a father seeing his child in crisis. Her stomach dropped. Her head began pulsing between heavy and light. The room was spinning. Suddenly, the truth of her reality stopped being truth, and Emma questioned everything she was describing, as though she had just woken up from a bad dream. She felt herself reach for the chair at the center of the room, concerned about the things she'd been stating as fact. Her heart pounding, she climbed up into it and found herself staring nearer to the ceiling than the floor. The chair had reclined. Her confidence came rushing back as soon as she stilled. Of course I'm right, she thought harshly. Dad doesn't know what he's talking about. I was there. Then, someone's been feeding him misinformation. And her conversation with Richmond in Dubai reared itself to the front of her mind. Suddenly aware of the room around them and where she was sitting, Emma noticed a computer in one corner atop a wall-mounted counter. On the far wall, a sink jutted out before a row of cabinets topped with hooked instruments. Are we in a dentist's office? She asked, her confusion returning. Usually, he nodded. I wanted us out of Tarek's eyes and ears. I don't think anyone would listen to us here. Emma's eyes found the door. But, Mike, she stated, keeping her thoughts steady. He could be listening too. No, he rejected. He's working on Kent right now. But, she tried. What do you mean he's working on Kent? I'm here with you. He's talking to Kent. Well, Kent's in America, she yelled, trying to follow her father's logic. So's Mike. I just talked to him! Her father shook his head.
No, you didn't.
Of course I did!
Her father brandished something from his pocket, and a blast of what Emma hoped was water sprayed over her face in a thick mist.
Dad, what are you...
she sputtered. You never spoke to Mike Richmond, he insisted. The mist hit her again.
Of course I did,
she choked, momentarily blind as she struggled to wipe the liquid from her eyes.
Why are you gaslighting me?
Look at me, he snapped.
No,
she struggled, blinking away the sweet-smelling droplets from her face. Emma, look me in the eyes, he commanded. His face was the only thing she could see when her vision returned. You never met with Mike Richmond.
What do you...
she breathed. Doug Symbolic, he named, dramatically changing the subject. What did you hear?
Dad, answer...
Look at me, he shouted again. You never met with Mike Richmond.
Why are you defending him? She returned. Dad, Doug is innocent. Whatever Mike said, hell, whatever Shane said too. They're working together to frame him. You could be next.
You think I'd ever let that happen? Emma felt herself stiffen like a board. Her father's eyes had changed. Like the subject of the conversation, Bill Guerin had changed his demeanor on a dime. He was no longer frantic, instead staring at her pathetically like she was cornered into a cage. Dad, how low could you possibly think of me? He asked, an edge of menace to his voice. Emma could not breathe. Who do you think that I am? Every nerve in her body screamed at her to look away from those eyes. Look at me, he demanded, calmer than before. Johnny Sparks killed Milo Chervinsky. He said it with such confidence Emma struggled not to believe him.
Explain the car,
she managed, unable to turn away from his eyes. There was no car, he confirmed. Kent and Andrew were never in Hadiat.
Of course there was,
she started, but the spray cut off her words. There was never a car, he reiterated. There was never a helicopter. You were never in that tower. You never met Milo Chervinsky. You never stepped foot outside the airport in Dubai.
There's evidence,
she choked.
There has to be. There were thousands of people there.
Cameras show exactly what happened, he doubled. You three were turned around immediately by a representative from Hadiat, and begrudgingly took a flight straight back to New York. Emma's breathing rushed.
What do you mean the three of us? She raised. Dad, where the hell am I supposed to be right now?
You're at home in Tylersville, he said plainly. Same as everyone else.
You can't just rewrite what happened,
she screamed, realizing what was happening. She moved to stand from the chair, but a ring of cuffs whipped around the underside of the armrest and locked her in place. Can't I? He mused. His blue eyes were practically glowing as Emma struggled in place, flailing her legs for leverage but succeeding in nothing beyond chafing her wrists. In desperation, she clutched the chair with her hands and felt the leather scorch beneath her fingers.
Explain that!
She shouted, smelling the chair burn.
How the hell can you explain that?
Late for my TI, he shrugged nonchalant. Exactly as it is. He leaned forward maliciously. There was a malfunction with your water heater, he explained. Your shower threatened to scald you, only for your radiation effect to finally kick in.
Screw you!
She spat. He responded with another blast of mist. Obey thy mother and father, he ordered.
What about Johnny? She questioned. How can you explain that one away? His arm isn't going to heal itself, or are you just going to let him die?
Her mind was so clouded the idea hardly even registered an emotional reaction. You really think we'd let a tool like him go to waste? He replied. Steam was literally billowing out of her nostrils, a combination of the spray and her effect. The bright smell was assaulting her senses.
What do you mean, tool?
She questioned, genuinely curious.
You're saying you planned this?
Of course we planned this, he claimed, almost prideful. Again, who do you think that I am? The black cloud descended again as Emma realized with horror exactly what he was implying. She was wrong. She was so wrong. Her father's face was nearly grinning, watching her figure it out.
You screwed Doug,
she assessed.
Oh my God, you all screwed Doug. All three of you.
Bold of you to assume there aren't more involved, he bragged. I thought Tate played his part a little too obviously.
Why?
She begged.
Why would you do that to him? How could you let Richmond in?
Friends close, enemies closer, he quoted, letting the words hang before analyzing them. That's horse shit. Everyone who doesn't fear you is an enemy. And if you can't break them, you confuse them. Let them believe they're closer to the center than they really are. Emma's shivering continued to increase. She had always feared her father, but never to this extent. But Mike... Mike knows exactly as much as he needs to know, he stated. So does Tate, Jack Rantanen, Chris Ottman, and every other ministry head that needs some kind of feeding from the pie. She had no idea why she was still trying to defend him. Dad, that still leaves Shane, she hummed. Shane is too smart. That's exactly why he's been in charge of everything, he grinned. He's the only one with the capacity to measure every plan. The missions, the pivots, who's allowed to know what and when. You think I was lying about Johnny when you asked me about him? Shane will use that against you, she scolded. Dad, I saw how vulnerable you were with him in charge. Oh, good. You fell for that too, he mused. Emma, how many times do I have to tell you Shane Daniels is on our side? And not like the others. He's like a nephew to me. Another brother who owes his entire life to me for what I've done for him. You blew up on him in front of the embassy, she erupted. Everyone saw it happen. And everyone was supposed to see it happen, he shrugged. Those within viewed it as an act of discourse they could use to their advantage. The rest had their suspicions stifled. When I tell you to trust me, that means trust me. Emma looked down at her manacled wrists. Trust you, she huffed. How can I trust you? Because you should know all of this was for your benefit, he insisted. You and your brothers. She was in tears now. How could this possibly be for us? He sighed, irritated at her refusal to understand. I've told you this too many times for you to forget, he presented. By the time you're ready for the keys, I will have left behind one of the most successful tenures of office this company has ever seen. You and your brother both played crucial parts in taking down a second Hitler, short of doing the deed yourself, which your boyfriend managed after no less than a 3-month stint as his prisoner of war. He shrugged, impressed with himself. I don't think there's ever been an easier climb to the top, he said. Even Shane ground his way to where he is now, nameless orphan that he is. You know how much people love him. Imagine your success when you return home after all of this. You'll all be heroes. Johnny especially. I don't want that, she screamed. Dad, I don't care about power. For God's sake, She didn't have an answer. I didn't even do anything. You were there, he intoned. That's important enough. I didn't hide you from danger. You found what you needed to find, and you acted exactly the way you needed to act, and you came away unscathed. Unscathed? She huffed. Liz is dead, Dad. Andrew's entire squad is dead. And he's not, her father returned. He'll get over the vices, same as we all do, and he'll be fine. As for Miss Granhook, you're right. His face turned somber for the first time. She wasn't supposed to die. Emma let out a gasp of laughter through her tears. Yeah, obviously. Despite that pivot and the headache that's caused both us and her family, I would say things have otherwise played out smoothly. Kent is my friend too, Dad, she sobbed. I care about him. Well, that makes one person, he scoffed. His mother's a drunken gambling addict and his father hardly knows he exists. He's disposable. He's my friend, she barked. He's disposable, he repeated. And you better understand the truth if he's to stick around and play that role in the future. As tragic as Miss Granhook's death was, it's given us another opportunity to maintain a spare. Tears poured down her cheeks in disbelief. He promised he could get away, she cried. That was part of the deal. He could leave when his mission was over. And Shane is changing his mind right now, her father derided. Emma's head was spinning. You said Mike was working on Kent. Another splash to her face. Mike Richmond? Her father laughed. What would he know about this? Emma's eyes shot to the door. Look at me, he ordered, and she was unable to disobey. Mike Richmond is not on our side. Mike Richmond knows nothing about this, and you will never tell him anything you or I discuss in private. But, she started, losing her words in a mess of jumbled thoughts. How are you going to explain away what we found in Guyana? You found evidence of Chervinsky being in Dubai, he assured. Nothing more. Well, what about the clones? She raised, desperate to keep hold of something concrete. We found an active biotech facility, Dad. That's not nothing. There are no clones, he laughed. Then explain the safe house in Beijing. This time he drenched her. Emma, look at me, he demanded. There are no clones. You found an empty warehouse in Guyana with links to Chervinsky. You relayed that information to the embassy and returned home with Jordan and Xander. Dad! Before the company could even take action, Johnny managed to escape his imprisonment in Chervinsky's camp. He lost his arm during the breakout, but he took down Chervinsky and called in for help from Hadiat before the local authorities got out of hand. A week ago, he was public enemy number 1, she critiqued. You can't just... Last week, we were under the assumption that Johnny hijacked the mission for personal gain, her father explained. Right now, he's explaining to Tate Schuler that he was blackmailed by Doug Symbolic, and that he did everything in his power to follow Doug's orders while protecting the company's secrets from leaking any further. Your squad escaped. He was captured by loyalists in Beijing, and your squad was attacked by an extremist third party intent on capturing him too. He's a pluribus. Anyone with any knowledge of the company would want him above anyone else to study the effects. Emma's brain soared back to the safe house, trying to match her memories to the narrative her father was trying to weave. Explain the phone, she grasped, picking at any loose ends she could find to pull the whole thing apart. You had me destroy the phone, Dad. You were terrified. Why? Her father froze. For the first time, Emma saw him thinking, actively thinking, as though this were one answer he had not prepared for. He frowned, taking a deep breath as his eyes turned briefly to the ground. There was no phone, he determined. You never called me from Beijing. Yes, I did, she begged. I told you... You didn't tell me anything, he insisted. Your brain was still shaken up from the mission and the loss of Liz. There were insiders working against us in Beijing. You have no evidence of that. Explain Johnny's dad! The Prime Minister froze again, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face. What? Johnny's dad, she raised. Explain how I... But the thought disappeared. It was like an idea snapped out of existence in an instant, leaving nothing in its place but empty blackness. Emma, what are you talking about? He said, his voice showing confusion which was recognizably unrehearsed. Johnny's dad has been dead for 5 years. He was killed in the trials. She started, agreeing completely. I know. Then why'd you bring up Johnny's dad? He hurried. What are you talking about? Where'd you see him? Emma's mind was blank. What are you talking about? She wondered. Her father swore loudly. Damn it, Emma, bring it back! He snapped, waving his hand between their eye contact. Where did you see Frank Sparks? Emma was confused by his sudden urgency. Why were they talking about Johnny's dad? You brought up Johnny's dad! Her father roared. Why? Where'd you see him? Emma turned to the door again, her head shockingly light. Emma! He ordered, putting his hand under her chin to redirect her attention. Where? He dropped her head against the chair, swearing again. Dad, she begged, hardly able to breathe. Why are you doing this? Why are you telling me all of this if I'm not going to remember? He shook his head, dismayed. Once a Catholic, always a Catholic, he said. Confession clears the conscience. Better if that conscience can't be manipulated by the company. He scratched his forehead, clearly concerned about something. Dad, she mumbled, struggling to understand anything around her. Where are we? She looked down at her hands, resting atop the singed arms of an operating chair. No doubt her affected flared in her sleep. She would have to keep a close eye on her blankets. Emma, look at me, he ordered. What day is it? Her eyes fluttered about the room, and she realized they were in some kind of doctor's office. There was a calendar on the counter she had not noticed before. April 28th, she read groggily. My birthday's in 2 weeks. Her face was dripping with sweat. No doubt she had woken up from an intense nightmare. Tell me what you remember, he commanded tranquilly. The last week, from when you left Tylersville for the mission. She started. My head's killing me. Look at me, he ordered again. The pain had not gone, but it was less of a distraction. What do you remember? Emma sighed, trying to piece together the mission in Guyana. We arrived in Georgetown from Solweva Tuesday afternoon, she recalled. Who's we? He asked. Me, Xander, Kent, Jordan, and Andrew, she recounted. Margot was out because of, well, and where'd you go? A warehouse southwest of the capital, she remembered. Middle of nowhere. Abandoned for quite a while. Did you find anything? The words were pouring out of her without so much as a conscious thought.
There were files there, she explained. Records about cheap furniture being shipped to Dubai. They were in a few different languages, but only the Polish stood out to us.
Did you find anything else?
Of course not, she stated. It was abandoned.
Then what happened?
She sighed, wiping the sweat off her brow. A loose sleeve caught her attention, and she looked down at her outfit.
Emma, look at me, he ordered, and her mind drifted back to the mission.
We relayed the findings to the embassy and came home.
All of you? He asked. She knit her eyebrows, confused by the question.
Of course, all of us, she confirmed.
He nodded appreciatively. And did anything significant happen to you since coming home to Tylersville? She laughed at the question.
Dad! I'm just trying to gauge what you remember, he stated.
What happened exactly?
She shrugged. I've been waiting 15 years for my effect to show up, she said. Didn't expect burning in the shower to do it, but I guess no one ever knows what their ITI will be, do they?
He nodded. Glad not to be a skip anymore? He smiled. She grinned.
I'd kind of gotten used to the idea of being different.
You're different enough for me, he worded.
Gross, she laughed, once again looking around the room. Dad, what happened? Why am I here?
He turned to observe their surroundings, too. You suffered a pretty significant panic attack, he jogged. A lot of big news coming out around here this week. Do you remember any of it?
Emma failed to stop her face from flushing in front of her father. Johnny's alive, she sighed, relief swelling through her.
He's pretty badly hurt, he reminded her. But he's going to push through. After what he did, what he went through, I'd take an arm over my life any day of the week.
What about Doug? She remembered, her face darkening.
Her father's face fell with her. Monday, he said. Last week he pled guilty to all charges. Didn't even bother denying them.
Emma sighed. Doug, she considered. Still, I can't believe it.
He raised a concerned eyebrow. Can't you? She shrugged.
I mean, I didn't think it went that deep, she admitted, remembering her meeting with Doug about Johnny. I just figured if anyone knew, he would.
Do you remember anything about your meeting? He asked.
Just that there might be links to Johnny in Guyana, she remembered. Obviously not.
Good, he acknowledged. Not that you would need to testify anymore, but I'm glad your memory seems unharmed.
Worried I'd become like Johnny? She mused.
He winked. Maybe a little.
Hold on, she halted. One thing I don't understand. Why would Doug have sent us there if he knew about the links to Poland? If he was selling us out to Chervinsky, why would he give us the clues to find them?
Her father raised his eyebrows and turned his palms. Maybe he didn't know, he offered.
If he was this far in the trenches? Emma followed. Of course he knew.
This never came up in the trial, her father said. I'll let you figure that one out. Emma chewed her lip, sensing his challenge.
Chervinsky was out of power at that point, she ruminated. Maybe Doug knew the jig was worthless. Sent us to find him to cover up his involvement.
The Prime Minister nodded. Honestly, I was thinking something similar, he agreed. People do stupid things when they're backed into corners. Emma nodded back.
Good riddance, I guess.
It's a shame, her father said. He was a good man.
Until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't, he repeated. He reached a hand up to stroke her face. The gesture was oddly comforting. You doing all right?
Never better,
she grinned, keeping Johnny at the front of her mind. Good, he smiled, his blue eyes glistening. I love you, Emma. I'm glad you're all right.
Thanks, Dad.
Look at me, he said calmly, and she let her eyes follow his. Sleep. Emma felt her eyelids grow heavy as a mist fell over her, turning the world black. School officially let out that Friday, but only Margot was forced to take her finals. The rest of them finished on Wednesday. None of them had missed as many days as she had during the semester, overdrawing their allotted days off before attendance forced them to supplement their grade average. The sun was bright in the sky when she walked out the western doors, her heart racing as he stood there, light reflecting off his new arm. It had lost its use, they'd informed her, In his escape from captivity, several major nerves had been severed in hand-to-hand combat. Despite this, he had still managed to kill Chervinsky and reach safety before the damage spread. He had ended up in Dubai with the rest of the fascist holdings, like a piece of property. Now he was a hero. He'd been back for 6 weeks, conscious for 2. Even as the daughter of the Prime Minister, Emma had never felt so famous. She was dating Johnny Sparks. The company had not been swept up by an act of valor this way since Shane Daniels returned from Afghanistan. They had discharged him Monday morning, and that week felt the longest of Emma's entire life, waiting to escape Truman High to see him, only to be sent back the next morning. He offered to finish out the semester, but the education board had awarded him merit absence. Sending him back for 3 meaningless days would only have fueled the frenzy. Emma was having trouble fielding all the questions about him herself. Best to give him an early summer and let the excitement die off until August, they had decided. He could test through his freshman credits whenever the time was right. She gave him space to feel at home again, knowing how she would have felt in his shoes coming back from an ordeal like that, suddenly suffering a barrage of questions and private interview requests. Teachers with whom she had never spoken joined her classmates and fellow students in relaying their messages to him, often wondering the details of his escape and how he had done the deed. She gave her father's default response. If they were meant to know, they would find out sooner or later. That typically sent them away the first time. Otherwise, the topic switched to his arm. It was blue now. Actually, it looked silver from most distances, but up close you could see the slight Alice tint to the titanium, giving it an otherworldly look. It was apparently grossly expensive, a new experimental technology which allowed Johnny to sense and feel everything as he normally would with his original limb. At will, it could mask itself to look and feel like his other arm, but Johnny himself mentioned the task drained his own energy, and planned to use the ability only during training and missions going forward. That technology was also supposed to enhance his physical effects. Johnny had developed a second effect during his imprisonment, another cause for strangers' questions, allowing him to move small objects like a Jedi, but he had been unable to get his new arm to work that way, at least for now. The whole thing had been paid for by the company, a combination of Johnny's medical allowance from his father's sacrifice and a gesture of thanks for his actions. She had told him everything that had happened several times, first during the week he was semi-conscious, the rest every night since as a trigger for his memory. He had so far been hesitant to share what had happened during his time away, which she had understood fair enough, but he soon revealed the truth of his silence. He remembered very little in his time between China and Taylorsville, as though the whole ordeal had been a bad dream. Jordan had tried the same approach with announcing to Johnny his departure. It was probably easier to confront his brother with the truth when he was still disoriented, enough to avoid hearing a full emotional response, than continuing that story well rehearsed as Johnny reemerged into the normal world. Tuesday he was finally lucid enough to let Jordan have it. He spilled into Emma's room after their talk, stoic as ever, reiterating to her what she had expected him to say. He wasn't mad, just disappointed, and their mom would be too. Nothing had been found of her in the weeks that followed Johnny's return, and the embassy had formally declared her missing but presumed deceased. While a blow to their hope, it was at least more closure for Jordan, who worried he would never get the chance to say goodbye before he was sent away. There was no need to worry anymore. They came for him Saturday night. When the squad woke Sunday morning, his belongings had been packed up and laid in front of Johnny's bedroom. Sure, he could have made a break for it in the night, but they doubted he would have had the time to leave nothing behind without help. All they knew for certain was Jordan was gone for good. Margot broke down again when they all came to the same conclusion, but Emma thought even this show of grief was lighter than it otherwise could have been. For the previous few weeks, the pair acted more distant than they had all year, leading Emma to speculate that somewhere in the timeline, they had quietly broken up. Jordan had also said as many goodbyes as he possibly could. The company dragged out his dismissal so long. By the time he was actually gone, none of them were particularly surprised. Still, the occasion was a sad one, and as she and Johnny made their way to church that morning, the news seemed to spread through the adults in the building, offering their condolences for both his mother and brother, even if many knew the circumstances. Their contemporaries could hardly contain themselves upon seeing him. The conversation that had struck her most of all was Pastor Luke, who had come directly up to the Garens' box at the end of the service to catch them before leaving. He, like everyone else, gave Johnny his sympathies as well as his congratulations, before turning the conversation on the pair of them. Emma had legitimately thought he might use Margot and Jordan as a warning for their own relationship. Instead, he brought up the topic of baptism. It struck her how much had changed since they had last spoken on the matter. If there was any proof she was ready for all that entailed, it was that. This was Emma Guerin, no longer the helpless skip she had been in the fall. A friend had died,
Another was gone, and her boyfriend had disappeared only to return the world's most celebrated assassin. With her hand firmly in his, they both agreed to Luke's proposal, and set the event for the coming fall. Outside the company, the Middle Eastern branch had taken serious action in concealing what had actually happened overseas. Public laurels were given to the United Nations, through which a task force had been assigned in partnership with the Emirati government to raid his hideout. Like with the death of bin Laden 4 years earlier, the individual who had completed the task remained nameless, and the blue helmets had become as common a symbol for heroism as SEAL Team 6. Inside, however, remained a different story. People began writing Johnny letters thanking him for what he had done through all he'd been through, with one coming as far as Central Island in New Zealand. Most came from Germany. A few in the embassy were even calling for a parade in his honor, but as much as Emma would have loved to brag about her boyfriend to the world, she knew how little that would mean to him, and how much he was longing to be out of the spotlight now that he was home. Her parents' gift of thanks had been a private house party with only the Guerin family and Shane in attendance. A welcome home cake made by her mother was the only evidence of their gathering being a celebratory one. By 7 o'clock, Emma and Johnny made their way back to the residential center on foot. It was a gorgeous night. The sun was still high in the sky with hardly a breeze in the air. The temperature, no longer an issue, was still perfect. Emma held Johnny's new hand in hers as tightly as she could, pleasantly surprised that the butterflies still exploded in her stomach through the inhuman contact. For once, Tylersville felt like home. And though she was thrilled to be returning to Houston over the summer to unwind from the year, she knew that wherever he was, she would be too. Their early return came on behalf of Johnny's energy level, which was still less than normal since his wake from surgery. He spent nearly 2 hours more sleeping than he had before, supplemented by an additional nap throughout the day if he was able. It was a limit on the time she spent with him, but Emma saw the situation as more of a challenge than a thorn, finding ways to optimize their time without overwhelming her already overwhelmed partner. Tonight was a TV night. They could not decide on any movie that was lighthearted enough to keep the mood cheerful, but not something either would absolutely loathe, so instead they settled down to watch Game 2 of the NBA Finals. The second quarter was already underway when they arrived home, but the game was extremely close, making Emma feel slightly less guilty that she had taken Johnny's attention away for the quarters entirely. The butterflies were exploding louder than ever when the third began. She let him breathe to watch, her lips so chapped she worried they might start bleeding. The Cavs ended the third quarter with a 3-point lead, by which point Johnny had already fallen asleep against her. She had not expected to become so entrenched in the two teams she cared little about, but over an hour later, after the Cavs had pulled off an overtime victory, she looked down at Johnny snoring on his pillow and sighed a smile of relief. Jordan's departure had made her realize just how grateful she was for everything in her life at that moment. Johnny was safe. Her family was safe and free of fear. And to cap it all off, Riley had accepted her offer to come back home. After a summer with Siobhan's family, the pair would both join Squad 3006 for the fall semester. Emma put her hand through Johnny's new one as she said a prayer of thanks. By the end, she was in tears. The common room was empty at that hour. She'd expected to find Kent, but was glad she had the space to herself to do what she felt compelled to do. It was not guilt that drove her, more the acceptance that things had changed. Who she was now did not require the strength the bottles had provided. Especially with Andrew off his own supply, the connection she felt with her other brother through them had disappeared through their experience together in Guyana. If he could do it, so could she. They remained empty since Margot had tossed them out earlier that semester. If anything, that made her decision easier. Saying a silent prayer over them too, Emma tossed them in the garbage and covered them with that day's copy of the Wall Street Journal. When they disappeared from view, she felt as light as a feather. Margot's door opened, somewhat quietly, and Kent emerged with a satisfied smile on his face. He was halfway to the couch before he noticed her. "Oh," he jumped. "Hi." "Hi," she judged. "I figured you'd be nuzzled up in your cave with Johnny." "He's asleep," she defended. "Of course he is." Emma stepped her on the island. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kent shook his head. "Nothing," he said. I don't know why I said that." She grit her teeth. "Well, thank you for your honesty," she spat. "Glad to know being an asshole to Emma is still your default." He held his hands up. "I'm sorry." "So what, have you already moved in on Margot?" She capitalized. "Jordan's not even cold yet." His eyes wandered to her frosted door. "Relax," he calmed. "I was just putting her to sleep. She's probably still crying." Emma stood with her arms folded, unimpressed.
He was my best friend, Kent continued. I'm making sure she's all right. He's Johnny's brother, she corrected. Then maybe he should check in on her too, he blasted. Honestly, has he even talked to her since he's been back? Emma kept her mouth shut. That was one thing she knew she could not defend against. He blames her, doesn't he? Kent accused. She bit her lip but could not stop her face from reddening. Kent swore. Unbelievable. He lost his arm, she protested. He's on so many painkillers he can hardly stay awake for more than 4 hours at a time. How do you expect him to deal with this? Well, he seems to be dealing with the fame well enough. You think he wanted this? She raised, her voice becoming feverish. You think he asked to lose his mom? His brother? Spend 3 months held hostage by the world's most wanted man suffering God knows what while he was there? What else do you want from him, Kent? Kent wiped his tongue over his teeth, sending shivers up Emma's spine. God bless Johnny Sparks, he taunted. The martyr that never was. Emma swore so loudly she worried it might wake Johnny. I wish you had transferred, she added. Yeah, me too, Kent sullied, his gaze twisting around the room. But Margot needs one person on her side. Before she could think of a reply, Kent turned to climb to his perch alone. It took several minutes to calm herself down. When the urge to run up the stairs and finally voice her reply had dissipated, Emma sat down in front of Margot's door and listened through the glass, hearing the quiet sobs leak through. Through all her emotions and thoughts on Margot and Jordan, the sound of her sister's tears broke her heart, and she found herself closing her eyes and searching for peace the third time that night, dissatisfied that the feeling persisted after her final word. Her knuckles hovered an inch from the door for a minute or more before her courage fled, and Emma left Margot to her own solitude to sleep. Johnny was awake when she re-entered his room. Hey, he soured, a concerned look spreading over his face at the sight of her. What happened? Nothing, she lied, wiping her eyes. It's obviously not nothing, he continued, welcoming her to his side. I don't need to talk, she admitted, resting her head on his shoulder. His metal arm reached around to pull her in tighter. It's all right, Emma, he calmed. I'm here. I know you are, she smiled. That's just it. He pulled away from her, just enough to give her space to follow up her words. I can't lose you again, she sighed. You have no idea what that was like. Not knowing whether or not you were alive, what you were going through. Emma, I'm not going anywhere, he promised. I'm home now. I'm right here. I know, it's just... She took a deep breath, shivering. I know we'll have to do it again. The traveling, the missions. I think they'll give me some leeway, he reasoned. I mean, they gave Riley the semester off for what he did in Italy. But they're not going to give you 3 years off, she replied. Even you, after everything you've done. Then I'll do it with you, he said, voicing exactly the thing she needed to hear. The butterflies returned. Promise me. She stared into his eyes, watching the golden rings around his pupils burst in waves through the green. Promise me that wherever you go, I go too. Johnny nodded his head, a peaceful grin working its way upward at the corners of his lips. His arm pulled her in just a bit tighter as he kissed her on the forehead and stared right back. Her heart relaxed its pounding as he opened his mouth. I promise. Epilogue. Opening his eyes, he was no longer the hero. It had been the same dream, night after night. Kent had been joyriding a Ferrari through the desert, a faceless passenger beside urging him on to the city. Then came the tower, a figure emerging through the front doors just as the building erupted in a wall of fire, and at full speed Kent smashed the hood against the former dictator of Poland. Every time he woke from his dream, it was Johnny. All the accolades, all the sympathies. The dream was constant, almost vivid at points, especially when it came to Chervinsky's death. But Kent had to concede the truth. He could never have gone through what Johnny went through. He had not done the things Johnny had done. He hadn't the name, the connections, or the reputation. Or the girl. All Kent could do was dream of taking his place. The clamor of the plane as they touched down shook him out of his reverie and helped him focus on something else. It was the first time he had flown overseas on his own, only the second time at all without the squad by his side. He thought about who he had been then, the scared kid from Brooklyn with no friends, no knowledge, no idea of what the next 10 months of his life would entail. If there was any good to come out of the trip, it was the realization that at least those 3 things had changed. Margot and Morgan had both asked him to text them when he landed safely, and did so as soon as he spilled out with the other passengers into Heathrow's main terminal. As nervous as he was to be alone, it helped him to be in a place where he knew the language, and not just one he had meticulously studied ahead of the trip. It was easy enough to make his way from the western edge of London to the easternmost point, as Reese had suggested. He was well accustomed to how subways operated, and with time to kill, unsure when or if he would ever step foot in the country again, he spent his day walking through Westminster with a bag over his shoulder, taking pictures for his friends who feigned jealousy back home. Margot had walked him through the company's paid vacation policy, though Kent was happy to find this trip was covered under an entirely different funeral allowance, meaning that not only was this trip paid for too, but he had another full vacation in his back pocket until the end of the summer. It was the paid part he was most excited about. His mother had finally cut off his allowance, no doubt a ploy to get him to finally answer his phone calls, but he would not give in so easily. All that really meant was he could no longer order room service in Taylorsville. So long as he had Margot, he did not think that would be an issue. When he arrived at Epping Station, a cab was waiting out front to take him to Ely. The hour-and-a-half ride was not as rough as he had expected. Once he indicated to the heavily accented driver that he was not privy on the latest football news, the man left him alone, allowing him to enjoy the barren scenery Liz had romanticized so much. It was beginning to rain when they finally reached the island. The great cathedral stood like a grey beacon over the rest of the bland town. He imagined it burning like the tower in his dream, a lighthouse in an otherwise barren wasteland. Apart from their last mission, this was the closest Kent had ever been to the middle of nowhere. The closest hotel to the Grand Hook's house was 10 blocks to the south. Brant had given him permission to come, but Kent was not about to try his luck in staying with the family too. With relatives in town for the funeral, he doubted there would even be space. And since the company was paying for everything, he found a bit of refuge in the little one-bed room at the inn, the first time he had ever stayed anywhere truly on his own in his entire life. 2 hours in, he could no longer stand the solitude, and called Margot to see how things were going back home. She had been invited too, but for her own reasons declined the long journey. As soon as he was set to come home, she was scheduled to be off to Texas with the Garons on one of their summer-long stays in Houston. He had urged her to reconsider, and even refuse her involvement with the Garons, but Margot insisted her hands were tied, and worried the trip overseas might trigger something within herself over Jordan, let Kent travel on his own. Still, she sent her best to the family. Among the things sent home to Ely with her body had been Liz's journal, in which it had been obvious to the family that Kent and Margot were her closest confidants. When they ultimately won the trial at the end of May, Brant and Priya had found it in them to invite the pair to celebrate Liz's short life. Not even Xander had made the cut. Initially, Kent had been hesitant to engage with the family so soon after the trial, fear of his own grief playing as much a part as anything. But Reese had reached out directly, insisting he wanted them to come, knowing how much they had meant to her. It was Reese he was most eager to meet when he made his way to Felton Way. To his surprise, a ghostly shape of a girl opened the door to the chaotic house, and for a moment, Kent had to do a double-take. Her resemblance to Morgan's friend Raina was startling. "Bloody hell," she gasped, staring him up from his toes to his face. "No wonder you were invited." The girl was quick to introduce herself as Mira, and quicker still to drag him through the door and present him to every single person inside the house, including Liz's extended family and the grandparents who would not even look in his direction. He'd been well warned about their prejudice against Americans, and the fact they may try to corner him and blame him for her death. The boy he was looking for was in the kitchen with their parents, Dallin wrapped like an apron around his mother's waist, doing his best to hide from the intruder. The handshake with Liz's father was surprisingly genuine. Her mother gave him a soft hug that quickly turned to tears. When she pulled herself away from the puddle left on Kent's chest, Reese took his arm and led him down the hall to get some space. "Thanks for that," Kent smiled. "Don't mention it," Reese replied in kind. "Didn't expect her to ambush you like that." Reese's room was at the end of the hallway, decorated to bursting with posters and figurines from a dozen different fantasy sources. He offered Kent his desk chair to sit and breathe, before beginning their conversation with the last thing Kent expected to hear. "So," he mused, "is your dad really a billionaire?" An hour flew by before they were interrupted, by which time Kent felt like he had known the boy his entire life. It was hard to believe he was only 13. He spoke as though he had already been through the program and experienced the worst it had to offer, which, in a way, Kent realized he had. The interruption came again from Mira, who was waiting for them, completely stripped of her makeup and dressed in a new set of clothes. Now she was a spitting image of Liz just before he had known her. He felt his breath catch at the sight of her. "Hey, she stuttered, facing Kent but keeping her eyes everywhere else. "I was going to take a walk to the Greg's on Wilson. Some of the girls might be there, but I was wondering if you'd maybe want to come with—" "Mira! Leave him alone!" Reese interrupted, slamming the door in her face. He turned to Kent. "Sorry about her. You think with everything going on she's settled a bit?" He stayed by Reese's side the rest of the evening, mostly as a protection against the relatives in the house. There were about 20 of them who stayed through dinner. Priya made tikka masala, which he had only ever eaten once at Liz's insistence. That memory, in combination with the awkward small talk between him and her father, forced him to bury his emotions more than he would have expected. At least her grandparents remained firmly on the other half of the room. When the family relaxed afterward for tea, Kent resigned himself to a quiet escape, making his way back toward town and making another call to Margot before turning in for the night. For the first time he could remember, he was actually starting to miss Tylersville. The funeral was just up the road in Chettisham, a village that was hardly bigger than a city block. So many people showed up, friends, family members, neighbors, that they could hardly fit into the hamlet's little church. He had been invited to sit, but as a courtesy and act of discomfort, Kent chose to stand against the back wall. The Granhooks were not a religious family, and while everyone knew the tragedy of their first 2 children, it was obvious the preacher had no idea how to address their loss. So whatever conviction of faith he tried to commune, it fell on deaf ears. Kent was used to blocking out homilies, but this time it was easier given where he was, and by whom he was surrounded. The 2 halves of Liz's family could not have been more physically different. While her mother maintained the same light brown skin as Liz and the twins, the Pakistani side of her family were incredibly dark, as was Reese, who hardly looked like one of their kids. On the other side of the church, split like a wedding, the Granhooks were all pasty white, with dull brown hair the way hers had been. A woman he presumed to be Liz's aunt even had her unmanageable curls. It was through this stark difference in appearance between the 2 sides that he could judge outsiders. A row of girls his own age he assumed to be old-school friends. Middle-aged folks behind them were probably work colleagues from Brant's job as an insurance salesman. The back few rows were anybody else, including those against the wall like himself. It was one of these other backstanders which caught his attention. She had reddish-brown hair pulled plainly into a small braid. Hers was curly, too, with bits popping up every odd direction, eschewing the order in which she tried to keep them. She wore a rather plain black dress with cap sleeves, through which her thin white arms hung by her sides confidently, though scaled with red marks she hastily tried to cover with matching makeup. She was lanky in a way that reminded him of Jordan, though was far shorter than even Margot. Her face held sharp features, wicked lips, high cheekbones, and eyes that were so dark at first Kent thought they were completely black. She would have been gorgeous were her face not covered in a map of zits. Because of this, Kent found it difficult to keep his eyes above her shoulders. The best way Kent could describe her was unfortunately unattractive, and maybe that was why he was so drawn to her as the priest rambled on through his lecture. But strangely, he couldn't shake the odd feeling he had seen her before. His attention was drawn back to the front of the church when the congregation recited a long prayer, most reading it directly from a script in their hands. When it was finished, Reese stepped forward and took the box from the front of the altar and handed it to Topher, who led the procession out into the cemetery. Kent intended to wait until everyone else was through, but Reese gestured for him to follow with the family. In the little churchyard, they gathered around a small hole in the ground carved out before a single hardly worn gravestone. Aidan Granhook was spelled boldly for all in front to read, the phrase "taken before his time" sitting just below the dates of birth and death. Soon the family would replace the stone with both names, resting together side by side until the end of time. Like his life depended on it, Topher carefully laid the box in the hole before swatting a handful of the neighboring pile of dirt over the top. Reese and Mira followed. Priya pulled Dallin to his turn, though he broke down in a fit of discomfort and was carried away by Brant's sister, while Liz's parents wept through tears covering the ashes of their daughter. The rest of their family did the same, with a few of the girls he had noticed earlier adding their own hands to the mix. By the time Kent was pulled forward, there was hardly any dirt left. He stood awkwardly over the hole, the box no longer visible under the handfuls already thrown. He had never shared her final words, but now they were all that played through his head as he struggled for anything else to think or say. Finally, Kent grit his teeth, dropped the dirt, and disappeared behind the others as the crowd broke into an unfamiliar hymn. Standing off to the side, observing the ancient grave, was the girl with the broken face, her stoicism seeming to call him over to her side. She walked to another before he could think to answer, her long legs catching the fabric in such a way Kent could not help but watch how gracefully she moved. Finally he followed, standing 6 feet to her left as she read the stone of a man dead for over 300 years. "Excuse me," he raised. "Do I know you?" She hardly moved. "Doubt it," she said, her accent different from any he had heard in the last 2 days. "I'm not from around here." Kent pushed on. "I'm not either." At this point she turned, clearly recognizing his own. "American," she judged. Again Kent found himself avoiding her face. "Not likely. I've never been west of Galway." His attention perked. "You're Irish," he noticed, the wheels spinning in his head. "What are you doing here?" She turned back to the gravestone. "My boyfriend and I have been traveling," she said. Ken felt his face redden with the surprised disappointment. "His sister. She knew the girl who died. We're spending the summer back in Bray with my folks before we head on to the next place." "Oh," he whispered. "We'll be headed your way, though," she said. "My boyfriend, he's American too. The States are next on our list." He turned back to the crowd. "Good for you," he said half-heartedly. "This is the first time I've ever really traveled by myself." "I'd highly recommend it," she grinned. "Honestly opened my eyes from the way I grew up." "Where have you been so far?" he asked, wondering if anything would be worth using his vacation for. "Oh my, where haven't we been?" she rattled. Started together in Scotland. Then we've been to Italy, Spain, spent a few days in Australia, Morocco, Bangladesh. That was a fun one." She ran out of space on her fingers. "Sweden, Estonia, Kazakhstan." She paused. "We just got back from Saudi Arabia." "It's a heck of a resume," he warded. "It's a start," she admitted. "The goal is all 7 continents." "What does that make? 3 to go?" She laughed. "I'm hoping Argentina after the States," she stated. "Might be able to find a way south from there." "I've been," he bragged. "Not for long, but it was nice for the time I was there." "I thought you said this was your first time traveling," she intoned, raising an eyebrow. "Alone," he clarified. It's a long story." The girl shrugged. "I've got loads of time." "How'd you know the girl? I saw you putting dirt on the grave. Clearly you knew her well." He hesitated, almost unexpectedly losing control of his emotions. "She was my best friend." Seeing the inquisitive look on the girl's face, he continued. "We went to school together. She was an exchange student in the States." The girl put a hand to her forehead, and for a moment Ken thought she was going to pass out. Instead, she removed her hand, shook her head in disbelief, and cocked her head to the side. "Of course I know you," she laughed. "You were in her squad." The reveal of the company caught him by surprise. "You're Kent, right?" He took a cautious step back. "Yes?" "Siobhan O'Reilly," she introduced, reaching out her right hand. "My boyfriend's Riley Guerin." Kent stood there stunned, hardly believing it had taken him that long to recognize her from the pictures Emma had shown him earlier that year. The girl who would be taking Liz's place in the squad once the school year came around in August. "He's here, by the way." She gestured around the side of the church. "We wanted to show our respects given what happened, but the fact that Emma wasn't invited told us we should probably stay on the down low, especially him. Not that it's impolite to attend a funeral." Kent stared from Liz's family to the back of the church. "Come on," Siobhan invited, waving him to follow. "I'm sure he'd be dying to meet you." She walked on, Kent staring as he trailed, worried that someone might notice his absence. In the wake of everything, he doubted they would, and he was glad to have some distraction. Around the back of a large tree, a boy in a fully black suit stood against the stone wall of the church, arguing with someone over the phone. "I told you it's not happening," he was saying, his voice trying not to rise to be heard by the crowd. "Dad's already pissed about it. You can handle Houston on your own. You've done it before." He perked up as Siobhan rounded the corner, then noticed Kent. "I've got to go," he said. "Say hi to Johnny for me." He hung up the phone,
then darted his eyes between the pair. Had he never seen him in pictures, Kent never could have imagined this was Emma's second brother. His dark curly hair flowed over his shoulders, ringing his coppery face which shined without blemish, in sharp contrast to his girlfriend's. Most striking of all were his eyes, small and slanted and brown in contrast to Emma's giant blue-gray ones, which were shared with both Andrew and their father. Aside from his height, nothing gave any indication who Riley Guerin was. "Sorry," he apologized to Siobhan. "She's trying to get us to come early." "Even if you let that happen, I wouldn't," she warned. "We're doing her a favor." "I know," he said. "I just miss the Astros." He turned his attention to Kent, registering immediately who he was based on the look in his eyes. His smile was infectious. "Hey," he said. "She said you were going to be here. It's nice to finally meet you." He held out his hand for Kent to take. "I'm Riley,"